A long time ago there lived a famous blacksmith there. He sold handmade weapons and armor, and one day he had the fortune of negotiating directly with the kingdom of Cairo. In the middle of a war that seemed to have no end, it was an incredible opportunity to increase his prestige. After the war, the blacksmith was rewarded with the title of Baron and became the owner of that land. The old man telling the story explained that the blacksmith was the father of Master Roman. While listening, someone might wonder why he was hearing a story that everyone already knew. But a few hours earlier, Roman himself had sought out that man to learn more details. He confirmed that he was the eldest son of the Dimitri family, and that the place belonged to the kingdom of Cairo, located on the continent of Salamandra. The man replied that it was true, and found it strange to see the young man like that, since he had never been known for being very intelligent, and lately had been far too popular among the young nobles, always involved with drinking and drugs. The servant warned that on that day his fiancée, the lady of the Lawrence family, would be visiting him. It was important because unlike his brothers, Master Roman had spent the last 25 years locked in his room, being called by everyone the idiot of the Dimitri family. The lady valued elegance and good manners, so preparing himself was crucial. Even so, Roman said he had something much more important to resolve, and asked them to bring him the oldest person in that land. For him, that visit was less important than understanding how to live in that world. The servant was shocked by that sudden change, since the young master had always lived uselessly, but decided to follow the order because it was his duty. That was how they returned to the present moment, with Roman listening to the story of the old man, who finished by saying that was everything he knew. Roman thanked him and said he would reward him. At that moment, he thought that now he was Roman Dimitri, but he was normally called Baek Jung-hyuk. In the world of Murim, he had lived as the leader of the heavenly demon sect, had lived a fierce life, and after accomplishing everything he wanted, he accepted death calmly. For some reason, however, he awakened in the body of Roman Dimitri. He did not know if that was the will of heaven or a divine punishment. While reflecting on that, he was in the poorest district of the region. A boy was being beaten in the middle of the street, trampled in front of everyone. Several men were attacking him in a cowardly way. Roman's servant named Hans recognized the fang tattoo on the arm of the first man, and realized they were the Blood Fangs, a criminal group that operated not only in the Dimitri territory but also in nearby regions. The boy was probably in debt to them. Hans whispered that it was better for them to leave, because that group was cruel, but when he realized it, Roman was already approaching and telling them to stop. The bald leader mocked him, asking if he was feeling important just for being a noble, and told him to leave, saying that it was Bloodfang business. Hans insisted that they should leave, but Roman said he still did not know the laws of that place very well, and asked him to explain who had broken the law and what punishment would be appropriate. After calming down, Hans explained that the boy was wrong for not paying the debt, but the Bloodfangs had no authority to judge him. He should be taken to court. Besides that, disrespecting the eldest son of the Dimitri family was a crime that, according to the law of the country, could cost someone their life. Then Roman picked up a branch from the ground and declared that they had broken the law of that land. As the eldest son of Lord Romero Dimitri, he himself would apply the punishment. The bald man tried to argue that he did not understand how the world worked, and that he was putting everyone in a difficult situation, especially after recognizing the tattoos. Roman answered that was enough. They were trash for speaking that way to the owner of the land. When he advanced, everyone was surprised by his speed. Using only a branch, he pierced the bald man's throat. The others, instead of running away, attacked with knives and blades, but Roman easily dodged, and with the same branch pierced the stomach of another man. While fighting, he remembered what he had seen when he first opened his eyes in that world. A testament written by Roman Dimitri, and several drugs scattered on the floor. The kingdom of Cairo, always at war, required each family to send a representative to the army. Roman Dimitri had been chosen to represent the Dimitri family, but he gave up out of fear. He knew that had been a pathetic life, but now the owner of that body was Baek Jung-hyuk, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, and he would live in his own way. In a few seconds, all the Bloodfang criminals were dead. Only one last man remained, who did not have the courage to fight and tried to run away. But Roman forced the last man to his knees, and explained that for a group to live in order, the law must be followed. He said he would not take his life, but he would still have to pay for what he had done. Then he tore out the criminal's eyes, and in front of everyone who was watching introduced himself as the eldest son of the Dimitri family. He declared that if anyone was dissatisfied with the punishment, they could come find him at any time. In the world of Murim, he was Baek Jung-hyuk, a man who had reached the peak and commanded the heavenly demon sect. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists challenged him, and were massacred. When their blood formed a river, the entire world recognized the dominance of the sect. And now, in that body of Roman, he found it almost ridiculous that he had needed to make an effort just to deal with a few rats. After that, he asked Hans to call the guards and report everything that had happened. Hans replied, "Yes, sir," and ran off. Alone, Roman analyzed his own body and realized how weak it was, with a terrible flow of energy and almost no physical conditioning. He knew he needed to gather information quickly and begin training. The boy who had been beaten approached and thanked him for saving him. Roman made it clear that he had not done it out of kindness. The Bloodfangs Bloodfangs had broken the law and were punished for it, but the boy would also have to pay his own debt. The boy explained that his parents had borrowed money from the group to buy land and cultivate it. They would have been able to pay easily after the harvest, but the criminals destroyed the plantation to prevent the payment. On top of that, they were after his younger sister, which he considered unfair, since they had never harmed anyone. Desperate, he begged that at least his sister be protected. Roman observed the firm look in the boy's eyes, and felt something different. He remembered having met another man called the Mad Demon, in a degraded place like that. He asked the boy's name, and the boy answered that his name was Kevin. Roman said he would verify if everything was true, and that he would resolve what had happened. Kevin thanked him deeply. Deep down, Roman had the feeling that that encounter was not by chance, and that he would have a long connection with that boy. Meanwhile, Lady Flora was in a carriage on her way to the Dimitri residence. 1 month earlier, she had been shocked to discover that she would have an arranged marriage with that family. Her father explained that their lands were also in a bad situation, and that the union was necessary. Even so, Flora could not easily accept it. She did not want to spend the rest of her life in a family known for minors and constant wars. Her father apologized and said he had been forced to make that decision. Flora thought that at least she could marry the second son who had a promising future, but everything was ruined when the eldest son, Roman Dimitri, demanded to marry her. She knew his reputation, known as the idiot of the Dimitri family, someone who lived only for luxury and pleasure. When they met, Flora said that she would cancel the marriage. To her surprise, Roman replied that for him that was fine. He stated that he had also heard about the engagement, and that he had no interest in marrying someone like her. He said it would be better to cancel it completely. Flora became confused, not knowing if he was speaking seriously. He added that he would inform his father immediately, but she interrupted him, asking if he really wanted to get married. Roman answered with another question, asking if she wanted to marry him. She admitted that she did not. Then he concluded that there was no reason for them to create problems for each other. Both agreed to cancel the engagement, and Roman took full responsibility for the decision, saying that for him it was not a big deal. Flora left that meeting wondering if that man was really the same one from the rumors. Later, when Roman told her father, he became furious. He said that even though Roman was called an idiot, he had always tried to offer the best as a father. A marriage with the Lawrence family was the best chance for the Dimitri family to consolidate their position as nobles. All Roman had needed to do was marry a beautiful noblewoman and fulfill his role. But Roman only apologized. The father, irritated, threw a stamp at him and stated that if the plan had worked, he might have been able to do something to avoid his conscription. Now he would be sent to the battlefield in 6 months. Roman did not argue. The father also commented that he had heard about the incident with the Bloodfangs. Witnesses said that he punished the criminals, but he simply did not believe it. Roman's father, the Baron Romero Dimitri, explained that the real problem was that the Bloodfangs were a group far too powerful, something that even he could not control easily. He said that the moment Roman failed to fulfill his duty as a son, he ended up creating serious problems for the family. Therefore, he would receive no help at all. If he wanted to confront the Bloodfangs, he would have to deal with the consequences alone. The Baron believed that his son would beg for mercy, but Roman simply replied that it was fine. He said the problem had been caused by his own actions, and that he would take full responsibility. Romero fell silent in shock as he watched his son leave and close the door without hesitation. Outside, Flora asked if he had gone mad. Roman, wiping the blood from the blow he had received from his father, asked why she was still there. She questioned whether he had really gotten involved with the Bloodfangs, reminding him that the group was not afraid even of nobles, and that if they felt provoked, they would do everything they could to take revenge. She suggested that he should go and beg the Baron for mercy. Roman asked why he should do that, and said that Flora clearly did not know her own place. Later, while getting ready, he commented to Hans that the perfume was terrible. Hans explained that there was not much that could be done since the smell of blood had soaked into the clothes. Roman also complained that the clothes were too tight, and Hans reminded him that it was his first meeting with his fiancée, and that he should show respect. Hearing that, Roman reflected that he was still getting used to that world, and that a marriage would only increase his burden unnecessarily. He needed to break the engagement as soon as possible, while offending Flora as little as possible. But when the moment arrived, he realized that Flora had never intended to show him any respect. That gave him even less reason to act with consideration. When he declared that he would take full responsibility for breaking the engagement, he noticed that she became anxious. From the moment they decided to cancel the engagement, neither of them had the right to interfere in the life of the other. They would follow separate paths, and each would take care of their own affairs. As he walked through the corridor, Roman thought that taking responsibility was the best way to avoid further conversations about marriage, and also to end any connection with that woman. For him, it would be the last time they met. That night in his chambers, the Baron Romero drank more than he should. Speaking with his wife Lihana, he admitted that he had used violence against Roman in the past, when they were still commoners, and that he used to beat him frequently. After they became nobles, he promised himself that he would not make his son go through that again. Lihana said that all their children had grown up healthy, but Romero asked specifically about Roman, remembering that he was the only one who had suffered directly during the difficult times. Lihana asked him not to blame himself so much. Maybe he had failed in some aspects as a father, but they could still fix that. The Romero she knew would not allow his own son to lose his way. Roman had always been proud, and had probably spoken about confronting the Bloodfangs in the heat of the moment. Even so, no one knew what might happen. Convinced by his wife's words, Romero Romero decided to act, and ordered that Captain Jonathan be called immediately. The next morning, Roman left the residence as if nothing had happened. Hans warned him that it was dangerous to walk around like that because the Bloodfangs could seek revenge at any moment. Roman asked when the group had gained so much power and answered that it was thanks to the infamy built by mercilessly massacring their enemies. In the world of Murim, he knew that infamy generates fear, and fear increases efficiency in carrying out actions. Hans insisted that they were still dangerous. Roman agreed as long as they could make him feel fear, which was not the case. Later, already inside a restaurant, he remained calm. He ordered good food for Hans, and said he could stay there and eat while he went for a walk. Hans became worried and said he could not allow the young master to go out alone. Roman explained that he needed to continue the investigation, and that it would be better for Hans to remain there for safety. Hans replied that his duty was to protect the young master. Roman asked if he truly considered himself one of his men, and Hans confirmed firmly. Then Roman said that if that was the case, he should help him in the best way possible. He had already done more than enough by accompanying him there. Now he could stay, eat calmly, and wait. Roman would return soon. Hans stood there completely shocked. He had never imagined that the young master would speak to him like that, much less treat him as someone trustworthy. But instead of staying in the restaurant eating as Roman had asked, he went straight to inform his parents about what was happening. Meanwhile, walking alone through the streets, Roman analyzed everything he had discovered about the Bloodfangs. Their individual strength was nothing impressive. The problem was the way they operated. They worked in small scattered groups, always acting discreetly, which made them difficult to hunt. They lived off infamy and the fear they spread. They had no fixed face, and were an authority without a figure. And if he could not find them easily, then he only needed to make them come to him. That was why he was walking through the city without any protection on purpose. When he entered a dark alley, he got exactly what he wanted. He was attacked by members of the Bloodfangs. Meanwhile, Hans ran toward the castle and warned Captain Jonathan that the young master was in danger and needed to be found immediately. But in reality, the ones in danger were the criminals themselves. The first man who advanced was counterattacked and disarmed. The moment Roman took the knife, he killed the man in a second. When the first one had his throat cut, the other two were shocked. Roman simply provoked them, telling them to come and get him. Was that not what they wanted? To kill him? At the castle, Jonathan gathered his soldiers. After hearing everything from Hans, he said it made no sense at all. Even so, Hans asked why he would lie. There was no time to waste. Jonathan remembered the conversation he had with Baron Romero, who had asked him to solve any problem involving his son. Grumbling, he ordered the soldiers to arm themselves immediately, and told Hans to guide them. Deep down, he thought that if it was true, the boy had finally dug his own grave. Back in the alley, the hooded men were terrified. Roman, with the blood-stained knife, kept advancing. When they felt pressured, they tried to react, but were defeated easily. He left only one alive, and asked if there were only those three. The man threatened that if he killed them, there would be consequences. Roman questioned how he could say that after he had already killed two. He asked whether he truly had no fear, or if he was simply trying to survive. He stabbed the criminal's leg with the knife as a warning, and demanded to know who the leader was. Sometime later, in a busy tavern, the presence of young Master Roman surprised everyone. They asked what he was doing there all of a sudden. He asked the tavern keeper for a drink called Dawn's Tear from the 20s. The man replied that he had nothing with that name and offered something else. Roman said he wanted something strong because he needed to be a little drunk for what he would do in the morning. He remembered the words of the bald man he had interrogated. The code to receive orders from the Bloodfangs was to ask for Dawn's Tear, something strong to do, something in the morning. That tavern was the contact point. Before the tavern keeper could pull the knife hidden under the counter, Roman had already landed a punch directly on his face. The other criminals in the bar attacked at the same time, but were knocked down one after another. The Bloodfangs were incredulous when they saw that the young master had defeated 3 men in an instant. In a short time, the heavenly demon had already strengthened Roman's body with martial arts. He was still far from the peak he had in the world of Murim, but it was more than enough against people like them. When the tavern keeper finally regained consciousness, he asked what was happening. Roman replied that it was good that he had woken up, because they were about to finish. He said the man had attacked him first, and that now only the 2 of them remained. There was something he wanted to know, so they would have a conversation. At that moment, Captain Jonathan arrived with his soldiers and asked what the hell had happened in that bar. One of the knights reported that there was a survivor on the 2nd floor. The man, still trembling, said that it was the young master who had done all of that, and that he had already left for Lawrence. Jonathan asked why Lawrence, and the soldier explained that the man said the main base of the Bloodfangs was there. An hour earlier, Roman had been torturing the tavern keeper to get that information. At first, even while being tortured, the tavern keeper resisted quite a lot. Roman noticed this and made it clear that he actually liked that kind of reaction, because those who do not open their mouths right away, even after going through so many tortures, usually do not fear death and tend to hold the most valuable information. Because of that, he decided to continue. The tavern keeper insisted that it was a waste of time and that they would get nothing from him. Then Roman decided to test something different. He said that if he really was not going to open his mouth, then it did not matter what happened from that point on. He took a photo and mentioned the child in it, asking if it was his son. The tavern keeper denied it immediately and said he did not know what he was talking about, but Roman commented that the child looked too much like him. The man became furious, calling Roman a bastard for being a noble who resorted to threatening threatening family. But for Roman, that was something far too common in the real world. He explained that he had recently learned something interesting about the Bloodfangs. Many of them would sacrifice even their own lives for revenge. But what truly stood out was that all of them had a great debt to the organization. They were not originally bad people, but they had ended up turning into demons because of them. The Bloodfangs did not hesitate to commit crimes to place someone in debt, and afterward they easily turned the debtor's family into slaves. They pushed a person to the edge of a cliff and kept their relatives as hostages. Roman asked if that did not sound like a reasonable hypothesis. The tavern keeper replied that knowing or not knowing the truth would change nothing. Roman then told him to think more carefully and to be careful about where he was betting his own fate. He spoke seriously about killing his family. He swore in the name of the Dmitri family that he would send soldiers to search for his son and that he would kill him. Even so, he said he would give him one more chance. The tavern keeper needed to decide whether he preferred to continue protecting the Bloodfangs and let his son die, or give the information necessary for them to be properly eliminated. Meanwhile, the leader of the Bloodfangs was receiving the news about what had happened. One of his subordinates reported that the entire division had been defeated by Roman Dmitri himself. The leader refused to believe it. He did not think Roman Dmitri was capable of something like that. He knew the boy had the intention of strengthening his own status by eliminating enemies, but an entire division defeated alone by someone rejected by the Royal Academy sounded far too ridiculous. He asked where Roman was now, and was informed that he had just left the region after obtaining information about the Dawn Dew. The older leader commented that they were underestimating that boy. He had attacked the headquarters alone. He ordered that their forces be gathered immediately. They needed to kill Roman before he made contact with the Dmitri Knights. That brat had to be eliminated. He wondered how that damned boy had managed to do all of that, but decided that he would kill him without mercy. At the same time, the news in the Lawrence territory was not encouraging either. The head of the family stated that war was inevitable at that point. He had never imagined something like that when he received the documents from the Barco family. One of the nobles commented that he had never thought the central government would side with the Barco family. Another said they needed to hold the territory at any cost because the Lawrence family was only alive thanks to the fertile land they possessed. The discussion became heated, but the family head made it clear that no matter what happened, they would not give up the territory. If that happened, families from all sides would come after them like hyenas. Since the Barco family did not seem interested in an agreement, the only option left was to resist with everything they had. That was why they had arranged a marriage with the Dmitri family. The idea excited some of them because although the Dmitri family had been commoners in the past, they were now one of the richest families in the region. One of the nobles commented that no matter how much the Barco family had borrowed, they would never be richer than the Dmitri family. The leader replied that he hoped so, and that was why he had sent his only daughter to that idiot. Another noble said that it had been for the good of Lonus, and that he had made the right choice as lord. Outside, Flora listened to everything through the door. She wondered what she should say to them. She had broken the engagement, and could no longer even look at her father's face. Even so, she decided she would not go back on her decision. That was her life, and she would not be sold to a man like that. When Flora finally gathered the courage to tell her father that she would not marry that man, a knight hurried past her announcing that it was an emergency. At the same time, at the gates of the Lawrence territory, Captain Jonathan demanded that they open immediately, claiming that young Master Roman was in danger, and that if anything happened to him, no one there would be forgiven. The guard replied that he could not open the gates, but suddenly news arrived that the Lawrence square had become complete chaos. In the square, Roman was dragging a man completely covered in blood across the ground. The criminal begged for his life while being pulled in front of everyone. For the old leader of the Bloodfangs, everything had seemed simple at first. He believed he would face only a useless noble, someone easy to kill, and that the reputation of the organization would rise again after that. But when Roman appeared, he defeated everyone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the old man realized that he would die there. Before that, he was tortured, and then dragged through the public square begging to survive. Roman threw him to the ground right in the middle of the crowd so that everyone could see who he was. The criminal promised he would do anything, that he would become Roman's dog and serve him faithfully if he were spared. Roman replied that he should have thought about that before showing his fangs. Then he stepped on the man's head and announced to everyone that this was the leader of the Bloodfangs, someone whose cruelty everyone knew. The organization had even harmed the Dmitri, using dirty methods to deceive people and attempting to assassinate them. The crimes were clear. Therefore, right there in front of everyone, he would tear the evil out by the root. Without hesitation, he carried out a public execution. Captain Jonathan arrived too late. Soon after, he entered the meeting room of the leader of the Lawrence family to report that they had allowed Roman to enter, but that about an hour later he appeared in the plaza dragging the body of a man. That man was Ben Miles, the leader of the Bloodfangs, and he had been publicly executed by Roman. The news shocked everyone. One of the nobles stated that he had murdered someone inside their territory. Baron Lawrence reflected that this was not the most urgent problem at that moment. He wanted to know if the man who would become his son-in-law had truly eliminated the Bloodfangs. He ordered that Roman Dmitri be summoned immediately so he could hear the story from his own mouth. Later, Roman arrived accompanied by Captain Jonathan and the Dmitri Knights. He formally introduced himself to Baron Lawrence, but the leader went straight to the point and asked why he had committed such a violent act inside Lawrence territory. Roman explained that everything had started days earlier when the Bloodfangs were assaulting an innocent citizen. He executed them on the spot, and realizing that he could not leave them free, went to the main base of the organization and killed the leader. Meanwhile, outside in the corridor, Flora called a knight and asked if the person who had entered was Roman, and why he was in her father's office. The knight asked if she still did not know what had happened. Inside the room, Roman finished summarizing the case. The Baron stated that he had no authority to execute someone in that territory. Roman replied that he knew that, but he was skeptical about the ability of the Lawrence family to properly deal with the Bloodfangs. The leader of the organization was not unknown. He was famous for his crimes, and had already been released many times. Because of that, Roman decided he could not trust the Lawrence family to resolve that situation. The nobles reacted with outrage, asking how he dared to speak that way. Even Captain Jonathan became tense. Roman admitted that he was disappointed. He believed he would be praised for eliminating the leader of a major criminal group, especially because he had to dirty his own hands with blood to do it. Then he asked the Baron if he had truly done something wrong. Baron Lawrence asked his advisor if he knew Ben Miles. The man replied that he knew he was a criminal, but did not know that he was the leader of the Bloodfangs. The Baron declared that they would not discuss that case any further. He acknowledged that if the territory had taken better care of the situation, none of that would have happened. He said that he would reward Roman later, and that for now he could withdraw. When Baron Lawrence was alone with his advisor, he began to laugh and said that the boy had surprised him. He declared that Roman would be Flora's husband because it took courage to do something as great as what he had done. The advisor still tried to complain, but the Baron said he did not want to hear excuses. For him, Roman was suitable for Flora. He ordered them to call his daughter immediately to tell her the decision. Later, Roman left to return to Dimitri territory, accompanied by Captain Jonathan. On the way, Jonathan asked if it had really been necessary to insult the Baron in that manner. They might leave unpunished, but it was certain that the Baron would be irritated. Roman replied that the Lawrence family was not taking responsibility for what had happened, and that he had simply made it clear that everything was the result of their negligence. He also commented that the Baron probably still did not know about the cancellation of the marriage, and that he would hardly punish his own daughter's fiancé. Jonathan began to wonder if all of that had been planned. He barely recognized that young man. He did not seem like the Roman Dimitri he had known before, and in fact he was not. In his past life he was Baekjung-hyuk, the son of the heavenly demon. He had been thrown into a pit along with other children, and forced to prove that he had the qualifications to be the true heir. For the heavenly demon, the death of one or even 12 of his children meant nothing. He could simply have more. The only way to prove he was worthy was by ruling that place dominated by strength. Inside that cave, Baekjung-hyuk was beaten by one of the strongest boys, who mocked him, saying that he expected something special because he was the demon's son, but that he was nothing more than a weakling. He tried to fight, but was brutally defeated. While other children were protected by their parents, he had been thrown away into a world where only the strong ruled. When Roman returned home, he took a hot bath because he was exhausted. His body was still weak since awakening in that world. Even so, he had already gone through many situations, almost all involving the Bloodfangs. They had crossed his path, so he eliminated them. He felt no regret. He had not changed who he was inside. He cuts down and tortures those who block his path, and when someone shows the intention to kill him, he uses every possible means to eliminate that threat. That had always been his way of living, and it would not change simply because he had been reborn as Roman Dimitri. Even so, he recognized that it could be dangerous to act that way again. He did not fully understand how that world worked, and his strength was far inferior to what it had once been. While he was thinking about what he should do from then on, Hans appeared and informed him that the Lord was calling for him. In Romero's office, he asked Captain Jonathan if his son had truly done all of that. Jonathan confirmed it, and commented that the young master had changed drastically from one day to the next. The current Roman was not the same person as before. Romero replied that Roman had always been his weak point, the only son who had nothing impressive about him. He was also the only one who had lived with him during the time when he was still a commoner. He remembered when Roman had come to his workplace just to bring him a sweet, saying that his father stayed there working all day and deserved it. Romero had always wanted his son to be happy. Because of that, he favored him and gave him generous allowances, so he would not be ridiculed for being poor. He had never imagined that it would lead him down the wrong path. Part of him had already given up on Roman, but after hearing everything he had done, he began to feel hope again. When Roman entered the office, Romero was prepared for anything, and had decided to correct his own mistakes as a father. He asked directly if he had truly destroyed the Bloodfangs. Roman thought about the father of this new life. He knew that Romero still had great expectations for him. If he told the whole truth, he would be seen in a completely new light, but achievements that far exceed expectations can turn against the one who reveals them too early. If he stepped back now, he would gain time to grow. He was divided between telling the truth or hiding part of it. He remembered when he was being beaten by the boy, until he grabbed a stone, and instead of simply knocking him down, crushed his enemy to death. All the other children were terrified by that brutal display of strength. Jung-hyuk thought that during childhood, while most people were protected by their parents, he had been thrown into a world where only the strong ruled, and he ruled. He showed his superiority. He became the strongest in that place. Because of that, in this life as Roman Dimitri, he decided that he would not hide it. In front of Romero, he admitted that yes, he was the one who killed the Bloodfangs. He did not know how to live while hiding his own superiority. Later, at the training center commander of the Knights of the Territory, the Lord appeared accompanied by Jonathan and Roman. One of the knights found his presence there strange. Jonathan then announced that they would continue the fencing duels with young Master Roman, and anyone who wished to participate should step forward. Some of them were confused, wondering why they would fight the one they had always called an idiot. An hour earlier, Roman had told his father that he had truly defeated the Bloodfangs. He knew he needed to explain it in a way that would not raise suspicion. He said that he had been secretly training in fencing. Romero asked why he had hidden that, saying he would have supported him if he had known. Roman replied that he had spent a long time wandering alone and wanted to prove that the idiot of the family could accomplish something as well. The Lord replied that there was no way someone could learn fencing alone well enough to face an entire organization. Then Roman explained that the Bloodfangs had started with illegal loans and sustained themselves through threats and intimidation. He concluded that if he defeated the leader, the group would fall apart. Romero asked if he himself had provoked and captured the leader. Roman confirmed that he had used his own position as bait, since the Bloodfangs usually targeted weaker nobles. Romero said that it had been extremely dangerous, because if they had truly wanted revenge, they could have killed him without thinking twice. Roman replied that he was certain that men pressured by threats and debts would not risk their lives to save a leader to whom they had no loyalty. Hearing this, Romero recognized that his son had demonstrated careful planning, good decision-making, and the courage to carry out the plan. He said that calling it impressive was an understatement. Then he asked for a favor. He wanted to see Roman's fencing with his own eyes to understand how much he had truly changed. At the present moment, he was completely eager to see his own son fight, but no one volunteered to duel against Roman. The boy who had initially thought about stepping forward quickly gave up because it was obvious it was not worth it. If someone defeated Roman, they would receive nothing. If they lost, they still risked being expelled. Jonathan, on the other hand, understood that to completely dominate Roman and maintain the knight's prestige, it needed to be someone truly specialized. He even wanted to step forward himself, but as the captain of the knights, he could not draw his sword against the young master, so he called the warrior Chris, who was precisely the one reflecting on all of that. Chris was the vice-captain of the Knights of Dimitri. The first time Chris met Roman had been a year earlier. He had gone out to check a report about a drunk who was disrupting the business of a restaurant. When he arrived, he discovered that the drunk who was fighting and breaking everything was none other than Roman Dimitri, in a deplorable state. He was throwing chairs and bottles at the owner of the establishment. That day, Chris tried to end the situation and take the young master away, but Roman reacted aggressively. When Chris grabbed his arm, he was slapped in the face and questioned about how he dared to touch a noble. At that moment, Chris realized that Roman had never truly trained. His strength was average, even below that of a common adult man. It was pathetic. For a moment, Chris even considered killing him out of anger, and now he would have to duel him in front of everyone, including the Lord himself. Chris still tried to tell the captain that it was not appropriate, but Jonathan replied that young Master Roman was a specialist who had faced the Bloodfangs alone. For it to be a fair match, someone of equal level needed to face him. Faced with that, Chris obeyed. Later, the two were already in the arena for the duel. Before it began, Chris made a request. He had been taught to treat any duel as a real battle, especially when swords were involved. It did not matter who the opponent was. He did not intend to show mercy. If they accepted that condition, he would assume the honor of dueling the young master. Lord Romero allowed it. When Chris looked at Roman, he saw a smile on his face, and that only increased his irritation. Jonathan then ordered both of them to prepare. The two agreed to the conditions, and as soon as the duel began, Chris advanced first, determined to end it quickly. He attacked with everything he had, but even so, Roman blocked the strike. Without moving his legs, without wasting energy, he simply blocked with precision. Chris felt a repulsive force in that impact, and realized that even Roman's defensive posture was extremely stable. Even so, he thought he could not be satisfied with just exchanging blows. He advanced again with fierce and fast attacks, but missed them all. Roman not only dodged, but did so with elegance. Then he returned a strike so close to Chris' face that it cut a few strands of hair. When he stepped back, Chris realized how dangerous that had been. He did not expect Roman to fight like that. Romero, Jonathan, and the other knights watched in amazement. Chris began to wonder if those were really Roman abilities. He defended, dodged, and attacked like a true knight. Perhaps he really had defeated the Bloodfangs. Even so, Chris decided he would not think about that. His opponent was Roman Dimitri, and he would defeat him there. That was when Roman, already warmed up, decided to attack first. The first strike almost completely destroyed Chris' guard. It was an attack with heavy impact. He continued pressing, striking Chris' sword and forcing him to retreat across the checkered arena. Chris could barely block and was being pushed back more and more. At the decisive moment, Roman delivered a strike so strong that Chris' guard broke completely. He was left totally open, but Roman also left an opening. Chris tried to take advantage of it, but realized too late that it had been intentional. Roman was smiling. He had created that gap on purpose. Jonathan shouted for them to stop, but Chris, unable to accept losing to Roman, invoked his sword aura, the first star aura. The strike generated a powerful explosion. However, Roman simply lowered himself and dodged naturally, as if it were something trivial, and then knocked Chris down. Even with the aura active, Chris had always been a source of pride. Very young, he had been appointed vice commander of the Knights and was a direct disciple of Jonathan. Everyone praised his talent, his intelligence, his speed and strength. They said he already showed an extraordinary level after only half a year of training. In 3 years he reached the first star aura, and there were rumors that his abilities were already approaching Jonathan. He was considered a genius, but at that moment he was being defeated by Roman Dimitri. Romero, confused, asked what had just happened. He questioned whether Vice Commander Chris was not a 2-star aura knight. Jonathan confirmed that he was, but could not understand how it was possible. Just a month earlier, Roman was known for causing trouble and showed nothing but lack of control, and now he had defeated Chris. For Jonathan, it was impossible for someone to grow that fast. After the duel, Jonathan declared before Lord Romero that the young master was a true genius with the sword. There was no other explanation for what everyone had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Roman, after defeating Chris, acknowledged that the vice commander knew how to be aggressive and that his focus during battle was extremely sharp. He concluded that Chris could easily deal with the Bloodfangs gang on his own, and understood why Jonathan had so much pride in that boy. Without a doubt, he was a genius. Even so, by the standards of the heavenly demon, that was nothing. Even ordinary soldiers of the demonic order would probably be stronger. The only point that truly caught Roman attention was the so-called sword aura that Chris invoked at the end. That energy seemed strangely familiar. Romero, on the other hand, was radiant. He did not hide his happiness at seeing his son performance, and called him closer, full of pride. He wanted to applaud him, reward him, and asked what he would like to receive. Roman then remembered that in 6 months he would have to go to the battlefield. Romero thought he might want to give up, but Roman made it clear that was not the case. What he wanted was the right to personally choose the men who would accompany him, selecting each one carefully. Romero hesitated, saying there was still time, and that it would be better for him to reconcile with the others, but Roman stated that he would handle that on his own. Convinced, Romero granted him the right to handle things his way. Taking advantage of his father, gratitude in that moment, Roman made one more request. Later, when Chris woke up, he was incredulous upon learning that he would have to teach aura to young Master Roman. Jonathan explained that they were direct orders from the Lord, and that Roman himself had requested it. Chris found it absurd. He had used aura against the young master and still lost. The only thing he wanted at that moment was to disappear out of shame. Even so, Jonathan made a proposal. If Chris taught Roman and discovered what was different about him, in return he would receive the secrets of the combat arts that made Jonathan a 3-star knight. That immediately caught Chris' attention. He confirmed whether it was serious, and upon receiving confirmation, accepted, but made it clear that the captain should keep his word. That night, Hans commented excitedly that he had heard about the young master achievements in the competition. He remembered that Chris was a 2-star knight and had still been defeated. That was impressive. Roman then asked if Hans knew what aura meant. Hans replied that he believed it was the power of using mana on the sword. Roman thought it made sense, and concluded that in that world, the term used must be mana. He reflected on the power that Chris had demonstrated. It was clearly an eruption of energy, but the use of that energy was different from what he knew from his previous world. What they called aura there seemed inefficient. He did not understand why they used energy in that way, and concluded that the people of that world had not yet discovered the true potential of martial arts. The next day, early in the morning, Chris was already standing before Roman to begin the training. Despite still feeling resentful, he maintained his composure and began explaining what aura was. He said that aura was a subset of mana usage, something specific to knights. While mages stored mana in their circles, knights stored mana throughout their entire body. The precursor of aura had been a man known as Emperor Alexandro, who discovered that spreading mana through the body strengthened it physically. Aura consisted of breaking that stored mana outward, concentrating it at a specific point when necessary. Chris explained that not everyone could use mana that way. Only 1 in every 100,000 men followed the path of an aura knight, while mages were slightly more common. The essential requirement was the ability to feel mana. Many people failed right at that point. He said it took him about half a year to feel mana for the first time, but there were those who took 3, 4, or even 5 years. That was where innate talent made the difference. Roman decided that he would begin by trying to feel mana the way he had been taught, and asked how Chris had done it. Internally, Chris thought that the young master might be too confident after his victory, but feeling mana was not something simple. Talent with the sword and talent for mana were different things, and he almost wanted to see Roman expression when he realized the difficulty. However, while training, Roman realized that the premise of that method was wrong. He already knew how to feel mana. Thanks to the heavenly demon mage, he had learned how to store it, even if in a small amount. Even so, following only his own knowledge could lead him to stagnation. He did not want that. Even without understanding why that world used mana in such a limited way, he decided to learn their method first. After that, he would combine it with his own path. While Roman meditated, Chris spoke around him, guiding him to focus on the rhythm of his breathing and pay attention to everything that was in contact with his body. He explained that by getting used to using mana, he would be able to manifest aura. The first step was to concentrate the mana spread throughout the body into a single point. If he could do that, it would mean he had reached the level of a 1-star knight. Chris also explained that there were several ways to use aura, being able to apply it to the blade to increase attack power, or to the body itself to raise resistance, creating small bursts of mana. While explaining, Chris noticed something strange. Roman was already concentrating an absurd amount of mana. A violent aura began to manifest around his body, even though externally he remained calm and in complete control. For Roman, everything was happening exactly as he had predicted. He reflected that, in that world, the way they used used ki was flawed. In the world of Murim, ki was used to purify the body, remove impurities, and gradually allow the true storage of energy. There it was different. They simply gathered mana and let it spread naturally throughout the body, without restrictions. Ki was heavy and dense, while the mana of that world was light and abundant, which made it escape easily, like trying to capture smoke with a net. To Roman, the aura methods of that world resembled the external arts of Murim, but the comparison was not worth much. External arts were used to permanently strengthen the body, while there it was only a momentary enhancement. It did not help with the true storage of energy. He concluded that the problem lay precisely in the fact that they broke the stored mana outward, making the process inefficient. Following that path, no one would reach the top, not even with centuries of training. His thoughts were interrupted when Chris asked how he had done that. He said it had taken him years to manifest an aura of that level, and demanded that Roman be honest. He believed the young master had been pretending not to know how to use mana from the beginning. That now made sense to him. It seemed too strange that someone would ask to learn from zero, and suddenly display that. Roman replied that he was completely misunderstanding everything. Chris questioned how that could make sense, since he himself had taken more than 10 years to become a 2-star knight. Then Roman let out a slight laugh and asked if, while pursuing that goal, he had ever questioned the training methods he used. Chris did not understand what he meant. Calmly, Roman explained that it was common for people to accept old methods as absolute truths. The human brain worked that way. If something was passed down through generations, it was automatically considered correct. He himself had already learned aura in that world, and kept wondering why everyone was so attached to a method with obvious flaws. Perhaps they did not notice the problems, or perhaps they simply believed it because someone like Jonathan said it was right. In the end, it was easier to teach that way. Teaching one's own path required responsibility and open space for criticism and failure. He made it clear that he was not dismissing Chris' 10 years of training. That had been important, but during all that time, he could have questioned the method. There is no perfect answer or absolute method. Every system is born from someone, concerns for their successors. Roman himself, in his past life, had also created methods based on his own limitations and experiences. He continued by saying that, when faced with flaws and criticism, one must step out of the comfort zone. Change is necessary. One should not accept things simply because they have always been done that way. After that, he stated that they could end the training there. Chris, still stunned, asked him to say what he should do now. That made Roman remember his past life. He recalled a young man he had defeated when he was already older and more powerful. The boy admitted defeat and decided to follow Hugh of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was the first time he had seen someone so strong, and setting aside his pride, he asked to be guided on that path and learn how to become strong. Roman realized that that young man from the past was very similar to Chris. He smiled when he noticed that the Bloody Demon had been a remarkable figure in the world of Murim, someone who deeply influenced the demonic blood sect. The confrontation between him and Hugh had been inevitable, and in the end, Hugh won. Even so, that young man had the courage to abandon his pride in order to learn. For Roman, that was the true capacity of someone who wished to become stronger, and that was exactly what he was seeing now in Chris. He saw in the boy the same spark he had once seen in the Bloody Demon. Roman made it clear that he could not simply hand Chris a ready answer. If he did that, he would be making the same mistake he criticized. He only said that Chris should not blindly follow the methods taught his entire life. If he were to give a fixed answer, it would be no different from the system he himself was questioning. Chris needed to research, learn, and discover with his own hands. Then Roman made an invitation. He asked Chris to stay by his side. In 6 months, he would go to war. If Chris accompanied him, he could observe up close how he faced his enemies, how he evolved with each battle, and how he sought to become stronger with every victory. He promised that if he went with him to the battlefield, he would find his own answer. Later, in his room, Chris reflected on all of that. He remembered how he had always been called a prodigy, how people said he was strong, and that he had achieved everything very quickly. But he began to realize that perhaps those compliments had become invisible chains, keeping him trapped and too comfortable. The next morning, he went to Commander Jonathan's office and declared that he would follow the young master to the battlefield because he wanted to become stronger. Jonathan stared at him in silence for a while, and then agreed. He said that now Chris had a legitimate reason to go to war. From that moment on, he would no longer be part of the Knights of Dimitri. No matter what happened, he should protect young Master Roman while pursuing his own goal. Chris thanked him for the order. As Jonathan observed him, he thought that he was no longer the boy he had found on the battlefield beside his dead parents. Now he was a true warrior. Before leaving, he decided to give him something. He said that if he was willing to follow Roman, then he could no longer be called an idiot, and before going to war, he would need a secret weapon to survive. Chris became visibly excited upon hearing that. Meanwhile, rumors began to spread through the city about young Master Roman. They said that he had defeated the Bloodfangs, something impressive for someone who had once been considered nothing more than a useless noble. Some believed it, others thought it was impossible. Among those who heard the rumors was Kevin, the boy who had been saved by Roman. He knew the truth. He had seen with his own eyes the young master defeat the Bloodfangs using only a branch. For him, there was no doubt that Roman could defeat anyone. He even wondered if it had been done to keep the promise made to a commoner like him, but soon shook his head, thinking it was impossible that someone like Roman would do something so grand because of him. A coworker called him to pay attention to his work, and Kevin returned to his tasks. Even so, he could not stop thinking. He wanted to become someone like young Master Roman, someone strong enough to protect the people around him. He knew that groups like the Bloodfangs still existed in that world. He wanted to become strong to protect his own family, but he had no idea how to do it. He thought that if he had another chance to meet the young master, perhaps he could change his fate. At that moment, he heard someone call his name. It was Roman himself. Surprised, Kevin asked what he was doing there. Before anything else, he knelt and deeply thanked him. He said that thanks to the young master, his family had survived, that he had gotten a job, and that his life was much better. The Bloodfangs had stopped threatening them, and he did not know how to express so much gratitude. Roman listened calmly and said that he might have a proposal. If Kevin accepted, he would never have to worry about his family financial problems again. He would have a comfortable home, good food, and even a luxurious life, but the work would be hard. The condition was simple. Kevin would have to live for him. If he was able to swear loyalty, he would receive a life he would not regret. Without hesitation, Kevin pressed his head to the ground and swore his life to the young master. He said that if he were ordered to die, he would die. If he were ordered to kill, he would kill, as long as his family was protected. Hearing that, Roman realized that the boy showed an almost instinctive loyalty, a loyalty that reminded him of the mad demon from his past life. He recalled how that man, with a single order, would massacre hundreds of enemies without ever retreating. That was why he had received that nickname. Roman reflected that Chris resembled the bloody demon, while Kevin resembled the mad demon. With that in mind, he declared that from that moment on, Kevin would serve him for life. And what happened next was something truly shocking. Later at the main estate, Roman introduced Kevin to Hans, telling him to help him get settled there and get used to life in that place. He also stated that he would make a point of visiting Kevin later, and asked him to take care of himself. Kevin thanked the young master greatly, and Roman replied that he would be in his personal library, so if he needed anything, he could just go there. After that, Roman was studying about aura knights throughout history. To become an aura knight, it was first necessary to manifest one's own aura, and that marked someone as a first star aura knight. To reach 2 stars, it was necessary to be able to cut steel using aura. The intensity and strength of that aura determined the knight rank. A 3-star knight was already beyond common understanding. On the Salamander continent, there were even 6-star knights, but there was no record of anyone who had reached the 7th star. Even among the 10 most powerful, not all had reached the 6-star rank, something extremely rare. Roman confirmed with Chris the strength of a 2-star knight. To him, even Jonathan, with his 3 stars, was nothing more than a second-rate fighter. The fact that someone had reached the 6-star rank meant they had gone beyond human limits. The story said that a strike from someone at that level was like the impact of another world. Currently, there were 12 people who had reached that rank, treated as royalty regardless of race, nationality, or origin. They were known as the 12 Blades of the continent. With all that information, Roman realized that they were indeed very strong. The fact that they had reached so far even using Chris power in such an inefficient way showed that they were extremely talented. Even so, he remembered that there were also mages, such as the Archmage. Those who reached the 7th circle of mana were considered half man, half god. True walking disasters waiting to destroy the continent. A single spell from an Archmage could level the land and darken the skies. In numerical terms, they were even more dangerous than several 6-star aura knights. Roman thought that magic did not exist in his previous world, but now he already had a good idea of what he needed to do. He did not know when he would face that being, although it was rare for old Dimitri to do anything risky. Even so, now in this new body, he himself tended to do dangerous things to become stronger. He was never meant to remain still like the others, and felt that he was about to begin a very exciting journey. Later, he was with Hans in front of the doors of an old workshop that belonged to the Baron. Hans explained that he had ensured that outsiders were strictly forbidden from entering, as if not even the air could pass through there. Roman said that would be perfect for training, and stated that he would spend a week in that workshop. He would not need food or water, and no one could enter. It would only be allowed to interrupt him if the people were in serious danger, something at a disastrous level. Hans agreed and closed the doors, leaving Roman completely isolated from the world, alone. Roman removed everything that was in the way, sat in the lotus position, and began to cultivate his mana. Until then, he had only accumulated a small amount of it, enough to use a few techniques of the heavenly demonic mage. Now he was taking his first real step. He began to remove all the impurities from his own body. Blood started to flow from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears at the same time. He had already expected that to happen, as he needed to gather the minimum amount of mana required to advance to the first stage. His goal was to recover his original strength. He had already decided to live in that world and protect it. Entering the superhuman stage was only the beginning. A week later, Baron Lawrence and his daughter were at a very formal meeting when the Baron asked where Roman was. A subordinate replied that he was taking care of some matters at the moment. Alone in the reception room, the Baron commented that even if they decided to visit him on a whim, they were clearly not desired there, and would have to wait for the young master presence. He asked Flora to sit down and said that he had come to apologize for his mistake, instructing his daughter to be very careful with what she said in that place. Flora replied that it was fine. Father, when she informed him that she had announced the separation, he was completely shocked. But Flora said that she had decided to share her thoughts during the last visit, and that she also wanted to follow follow her father's orders, but she could not marry someone she did not respect. The Baron truly thought she was a wise child and had never imagined she would do something like that, so he asked if she did not understand what was happening within their territory. The Baron family had borrowed a large amount from the Golden Bank, and because of that, the only thing left was to prepare for war. The arranged marriage with the Dmitri had been a necessary decision to protect them. Even so, Flora insisted that the Lawrence were not weak, and that even without the Dmitri, they still had a chance. The Baron explained that if it were only the Barco family, it might be possible to deal with the situation, but the problem was that the central government had approved suspicious documents and orders from them. The fact that they had allowed the Barco to borrow money without offering anything in return showed that they were already preparing for war. They wanted to see the Lawrence family fall. Now that they had a valid justification, they would do everything to take their lands, their honor, and even her. In the reception room, Flora was nervous. She knew the circumstances of the territory and understood what her father had taken into consideration when making that decision. Even understanding everything, she had ignored it for selfish reasons. She thought that if she continued clinging to the pride of being the flower of Lawrence, there might be nothing left in the end. Meanwhile, Hans was worried, wondering what he should do. The young master had still not come out. The Baron and the young lady had been waiting since morning, and it was already sunset. They seemed increasingly dissatisfied, but the young master had been clear in saying that he did not want to be disturbed. It was then that finally, he came out of the cabin. Hans was completely shocked when he saw him. Later, still in the reception room, the Baron thought that everything had been caused by a mistake from Flora. He needed to ensure that the marriage happened, so that the territory would survive. Even so, he felt that something was wrong. He could not accept that idea of forced respect, and decided that he would meet Dmitri personally. He went to Romero's office, pushed the doors open forcefully, and asked what he was doing, why he was making the guests wait like that. If he was not satisfied with their presence, he could have simply sent them away at once. Romero continued signing documents calmly, and said that he understood what he meant, but that he had not scheduled any meeting. Baron Lawrence replied that he knew very well he had decided to visit without scheduling, but that they had already declared their intentions in a meeting a week earlier. They had no choice but to act that way, since he refused the request and gave no response. Romero asked if he really thought he would refuse a visit from a baron, but questioned if that was all he had to say. If he was there only because he was irritated after waiting half a day. He explained that, on the day Flora Lawrence visited the Dmitri family, Roman made his own intention to cancel the arranged marriage clear. Of course, Romero reprimanded him for that decision, since even a child would understand what was happening. But the fact was that Flora was the reason Roman wanted to cancel the marriage. Even having an idea of why, Romero did not question it. When he reflected on Roman reasons, he simply remained silent and ignored what he had said. Everyone in that room were victims of arranged marriages they did not want. The ones who first wanted that marriage were the Lawrence. Even so, the Baron appeared there believing his anger was justified. Even though he had been the one who did not want a meeting in the beginning, he ignored his own mistakes and still dared to open the office door and complain. About a month earlier, the Barco family had contacted them. They said that if the Dmitri gave up the marriage with the Lawrence and proceeded with an arranged marriage with the Barco, they would gain access to contracts with the central government. Even so, Romero refused the proposal from the Barco family and asked if Baron Lawrence would have done the same. The Baron replied that he did not know about that, but admitted that, for him, it would have been more advantageous to accept the Barco offer. Romero explained that the reason was simple. Since the Dmitri possessed power, he chose the option that pleased him the most. Romero's son had affection for the Baron daughter, and it was for that reason that the Dmitri family decided to face even a possible war against the Barco family. Upon hearing that, Baron Lawrence felt deeply ashamed of what he had done. He realized that he should have remained calm, but ended up making a great mistake by acting impulsively. Romero explained that the flower of Lawrence and the idiot of Dmitri knew they were not exactly the best match. Everyone knew that. Even so, they should have remembered what the Dmitri family truly valued. Besides that, the ones who were desperate for that marriage to happen were the Lawrence themselves. Hearing that, Flora felt her face burn with shame. She remembered the time when she was young, the days at the academy where the children of noble families went to gain knowledge and form alliances. In that environment, there was a family so small that its relevance was constantly questioned. The Joel family, which seemed to exist only in name, in a world full of children who believed themselves to be treasures for being born into important families. The Joel were the exception. One day, a boy from that family made a small mistake. While children from renowned families would suffer almost no consequences, he was judged by the committee. The man who seemed to be his father appeared and begged for forgiveness, pleading for them to spare his son, and promising that he would teach him better, since they might not have another opportunity. Flora watched all of that from a distance, thinking it was sad. Now remembering the scene, it even seemed ironic, because it was as if she was in that same position. The Baron then declared that as the leader of the Lawrence family, he had nothing more to add. His daughter had not thought properly, and had made a serious mistake, so he asked for forgiveness for that. Flora also lowered her head. At that moment, Roman appeared. She realized the truth of the situation too late. When he entered the room, his hair was white, something that caught everyone's attention. Romero asked if he had finished his training, and commented that they could talk about what had happened to his appearance later. First, they needed to resolve the matter of the arranged marriage, since everything began with a decision from the Lawrence. As the leader of the Dmitri family, and as a father, he needed to deal with that. Roman said that he understood very well what the union of the two families would cause. With the threat of the Barco family over the Lawrence, the influence of the Dimitri would guarantee their survival. Romeo asked if, even so, he intended to proceed with the marriage. Roman admitted that in the past, he thought it was a good decision. However, on the day he met Flora for the first time, his thoughts began to change. After hearing what she truly thought, it became clear to him that it would not work. He said that the rumors about the idiot of Dimitri also influenced her decision. Flora believed she could not marry someone like him based on what she had heard. The rumors determined the outcome of all of that. Roman stated that no matter how people chose to judge him, he expected to spend his life with someone who judged him by what they witnessed, not by what they heard from others. That was why he did not want to change his decision, and wished for the marriage to be cancelled. Faced with that, the Lawrence did nothing but lower their heads. The Baron thought that at that moment everything was over. The arranged marriage had been their last move to protect the territory, and now it was lost. They would have to resolve the problem using only the resources of the Lawrence family. If the Dimitri and the Barco decided to join forces, defeat would be certain. Even so, he decided that he would still try to avoid the worst, starting by asking for forgiveness once again. Baron Lawrence said that as a form of compensation, he would temporarily not charge taxes from the merchants of the Dimitri family who passed through his lands. He knew that such a small amount meant nothing to the owners of the iron mines, but he hoped that it would at least serve as a sincere apology. Romero replied that it was not necessary to do that. The Dimitri family had no interest in profits when it came to problems that could lead to greater consequences in the future. Even so, he asked that it be publicly announced that Flora Lawrence had to end the relationship for personal reasons. If it were done that way, there would be no reason for the Dimitri to approach the Barco family or work with them. The Baron thanked him for the consideration. Before leaving, he cast one last look at Roman Dimitri. At that moment, he realized that if he had understood the true value of the young man earlier, he would have been far more careful in allowing Flora to make impulsive decisions. He recognized that he had also made a great mistake. After the Lawrence left, Romero called his son and asked what the hell had happened to him during that week. During those days, Roman had remained isolated in the warehouse, training his body and removing impurities to reach the stage of an enhanced human. At this stage, there are steps that prepare the body to become a heavenly demonic mage. Even though by Muriam's standards this was not so extraordinary, the great amount of mana in that world also carried many impurities. Preparing the foundation of the body had already caused visible changes. His appearance was proof that he had become someone different, but to his father, he explained only that. While training alone, he had managed to open his own mind. He said he did not understand all the details, but now mana was circulating throughout his body. Romero asked if he was talking about mana circulation, a rare phenomenon in which the mana of nature within the body improves all physical capabilities. Seeing Roman Dimitri, once considered the idiot of the family, accomplish things like eliminating the blood fangs and reaching something like this, left Romero deeply impressed. He was growing beyond simple mana compression. Even so, he was still his son. Romero stated that as a father, he would guarantee support whenever it was needed. He asked him to never forget that his name was Roman Dimitri, and that he, Romero Dimitri, would always stand by his side, even from afar. In his past life, Jung-hyuk had never received that kind of love. Now he had a father who was neither cold nor ruthless, someone who supported his son without hidden intentions. He felt sincere gratitude for that. When he left the office, Flora was waiting for him outside. She apologized for judging him too quickly, and for everything that had happened. Roman simply replied that she did not need to apologize. Flora said she understood the reasons why he might be angry, even though it was an arranged marriage that neither of them wanted. She admitted that she had broken the promise without discussing it with the others, but she wanted to say that while she still had the chance, she explained that she had a special reason for canceling the marriage. Flora explained that during a social gathering where all the royal families of the Northeast were gathered, rumors had appeared that she would become engaged to one of the Dimitri. It was at that event that she heard that Roman Dimitri was a delinquent, addicted to alcohol and drugs. She said that drugs corrode a person's sanity and knowledge, and that this was one of the main reasons that led her to want to cancel the marriage. Even though she now knew the rumors were false, it had weighed heavily on her decision. Roman replied that regardless of what had happened in the past, it did not change their relationship now, and that she no longer needed to worry about it. After that, he left without adding anything more. Later, in his chambers, Roman began to reflect on the issue of drugs. He had never felt any substance of that kind circulating in his own body. What he had found were traces of medicines used to take his own life, but even those residues had disappeared when he completed his training. He needed an external perspective, so he asked Hans if he had ever seen him using drugs or suspected something like that. He made it clear that he was asking seriously. Hans replied that he had never seen it with his own eyes, but there had been strange moments. About a month earlier, Roman had returned from a party. That in itself was not unusual, but he came back in a different state. Shortly afterward, he completely lost the will to live, isolated himself in his room, and began asking for excessive amounts of alcohol every night. Because of that, Hans suspected that he might have used drugs, but now he thought it was unlikely. Remembering what Flora had said about the social gathering, Roman asked who the host had been. Hans replied that it was Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. Everything then began to fall into place. He had an arranged marriage with the Lawrence family. He had been invited to a Barco party, and shortly afterward, there had been a sudden change in his mental state. He realized that something had been wrong from the beginning. In the testament left by the former Roman, it only stated that he would go to war in place of his brothers, and that he was afraid, but that made no sense. As a noble, there were many ways to avoid going to war. Besides, he had already promised to marry Flora. Fear did not fit that situation. Roman asked Hans if he and Anthony had been close. Hans replied that the young master did not spend time with anyone, and that with all due respect, he seemed to be on bad terms with Anthony, especially around the time when discussions about the marriage with the Lawrence family began. That made everything even clearer. The marriage between Dimitri and Lawrence was a major obstacle for the Barco family, who wanted to control the Lawrence lands. The simplest way to solve that would be to prevent the marriage by eliminating one of the people involved. It was likely that they had used every kind of scheme, and that may have led the former Roman to his death. Hans then remembered something important. A few days earlier, an invitation from the Barco family had arrived, but it had coincided with the period when Roman decided to train in isolation. Hearing that, Roman thought that those people were superficial and still underestimated him, and that kind of attitude irritated him deeply. The party would take place in 2 weeks. He ordered a reply saying that he would attend. The next morning, Hans brought Kevin to the young master, warning him not to be surprised by his new appearance and presence. When Kevin saw Roman with white hair, he was shocked. In the training area, Roman asked how he was adapting. Kevin replied that he was getting used to things, thanks to Hans's help, but he had been thinking about his role there. He did not know exactly how he could serve him or be useful. Roman told him not to worry because that was exactly why he had called him. He explained that Kevin's role would be to become his sword. Kevin was confused and asked if he would really be his sword. Roman replied that the value of a person is not determined by the will of others, and that was why he would give him 3 paths to choose from. The first path was to give up wielding a sword. If he was afraid of blood, he would not need to fight. He could use his own hands and feet to serve, learning from Hans and doing whatever he was ordered. That would be his role. The second path would be to become his sword and remain by his side, protecting him directly. But Kevin admitted that he had never even touched a sword. Roman said he understood, and that was exactly why. If he chose the second path, his will would be tested with methods that would cause excruciating pain. He spoke about the bone displacement technique, a method capable of causing intense suffering in the bones and muscles. Those would not be empty words. The third option was even more extreme. Roman placed the sword in front of him and said he could take it and cut off his own arm. If he were able to endure the pain he himself would cause and still remain standing at the end, he would become stronger than anyone else at a pace far beyond normal. Roman remembered the mad demon from his past life, who had grown up on the streets without even knowing what it meant to be a martial artist, and who, through sheer will to fight, had become one of the 4 heavenly kings. Now he wanted to test Kevin. How he would be used depended entirely on his own choice. Kevin had been born outside Mithril Castle in an old house that could collapse at any moment. Since childhood, he had needed to work to survive. By helping his parents, he learned all kinds of manual labor. Even so, his life never escaped poverty. No matter how hard he worked, someone always appeared to take away the little he had. But there was something he could not forget: the overwhelming strength that the young master Roman had shown. With fear, he grabbed the sword. He thought that if he could become stronger and at least imitate that strength, maybe he could escape that life. He said he would cut off his own arm. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, but then swung the sword at himself. Meanwhile, Chris was walking through the corridors, thinking that he had decided to leave the knights to follow young master Roman, but the young man had spent an entire week training in isolation. Chris went to Hans and said he had heard that the young master had finished training and asked where he was. Hans replied that he was having a conversation with Kevin and that no one should interrupt. Chris asked who Kevin was. At that exact moment, Kevin believed he had torn off his own arm and fainted from the pain. Roman observed everything in silence. Later, Hans noticed the blood on the sword and asked when the young master had injured himself. Roman told him not to worry because the blood was not his. At the moment when Kevin was about to mutilate himself, Roman used the enchantment of the Demon of Illusion. Kevin thought he had cut off his own arm, but it had not really happened. If the spell had been a little weaker, he would truly have injured himself. Roman reflected that there were 2 weeks left until the party and 6 months until the war. He had a lot to teach those 2 boys. His routine would become busy. After that, he explained to Kevin that he would begin teaching him an extremely dangerous mana enhancement technique. It was not something common. It was the same technique used by the mad demon in his past life, an ancient martial art kept in the treasury of the main house. The divine soul technique was dangerous because it devoured the spirit of the user and allowed him to exert power under extreme pain. Even if all the limbs were cut off, the practitioner could never lose his spirit. The mad demon had been useful in the past precisely because he mastered this technique through intense suffering. If Kevin had enough will to cut off his own arm, even within an illusion, then he had the potential to learn it. Roman warned that as the technique evolves, the pain becomes far greater than any ordinary man can endure. He explained that there was a reason for teaching it. It was the fastest method to strengthen someone who had not yet even mastered the basics of mana. If Kevin mastered it, he would have enough strength to protect whoever he wished. Unable to express all his gratitude, Kevin asked why Roman trusted him. He said he could swear his life, but he had not proven anything yet. He could even run away after learning the technique. Roman did not answer the question. He only said that the training would begin the next day. He remembered that the mad demon had asked the same question in his past life. Unconditional trust only exists when one believes in the person. Roman knew Kevin would not betray him. As he became stronger, he would also understand how dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon. Later, Kevin was already in the training field, practicing fencing. He struck repeatedly with the wooden sword, repeating the basic movements without stopping. Chris was only watching without understanding anything that was happening. He could not understand why Roman was teaching fencing to that strange boy while simply ignoring him. In his mind, he had decided to follow Roman precisely to find a quick way to become stronger, but so far he had received nothing. Not guidance, not training, nothing. It was as if he did not even exist. For a moment he thought about returning to Jonathan but gave up on the idea and decided to wait a little longer, but 3 days passed and it continued the same way. So he finally approached Roman and reminded him that it had already been more than 2 weeks since he decided to follow him. During the first week, Roman trained in isolation, and in the second, he only saw Roman training Kevin. He even apologized if the reason for that indifference was the rude way he had acted at the beginning, saying that he was confident he could learn something. Roman explained that he had already said before that he should learn by observing. Each person had their own way of learning. He knew Kevin knew nothing, so he needed to guide him from beginning to end, until he reached a certain level. But Chris was different. No matter what he was taught, he would try to force himself to learn, simply because he had been defeated, instead of truly trying to understand. That was why observing was the best path for him at that moment. Even so, Roman threw a wooden sword to him and said that he needed results to accept the truth. He suggested that he fight against Kevin, and explained that during the fight, even though Kevin would be the opponent, he would advise him on how to defeat Chris. It would basically be a copy of himself. If after that fight Chris still thought he was right, then he would begin to be taught personally. Kevin was frightened when he learned that he would face a 2-star knight. Chris, on the other hand, was irritated about having to fight a rookie, but accepted because he wanted to prove right there that he was not just anyone. Roman made it clear to Kevin that he was at a disadvantage, but that he would lose nothing with defeat. He reminded him that there were people much stronger than him in that blood company that had oppressed his family. If he always ran away, nothing would ever change. That motivated Kevin, who decided to try. When the fight began, Chris rushed forward with everything. At that exact moment, Kevin heard a voice inside his own head warning that a surprise attack was coming, and he managed to block it. The voice told him to take a step to the side and aim for Chris's chest, but because of his own lack of coordination, he stumbled and was knocked down. The voice was Roman's, who explained telepathically that this was called sound conduction, a method of transmitting sound through mana, allowing him to give instructions directly into Kevin's mind. When he stood up, Kevin received another order to throw himself to the right, and managed to dodge a strike. He turned and tried to attack Chris's chest, but took another kick and fell again. He could see the openings in his opponent's guard, but his body was too weak and slow to keep up. Even when he blocked as instructed, he still ended up taking hits. Chris began to notice that the boy was resisting better than he expected. Roman knew that Kevin was not a match for him because the body could not keep up with the commands, but he also noticed that the boy seemed to be enjoying himself despite the beating. Kevin understood that his biggest problem was his own body, but he continued obeying every instruction from his master. The fight looked like a duel of puppets being guided. At one point, Kevin almost managed to counterattack, but he took a punch to the face and fell again. Chris thought he had already tried to knock him out and that maybe everything was just coincidence. Meanwhile, Kevin thought that even Chris, considered the greatest genius of the Demetrius, did not come close to the abilities of the young master. That only increased his confidence in Roman. He decided that he would follow his words even if they did not make logical sense, because he believed that was the only way to become strong enough to be his sword. As time passed, Kevin was already spitting a lot of blood. Chris told him to give up before he became deformed or covered in scars. Even so, Kevin only laughed while spitting blood and decided to continue until the end. Seeing that, Chris decided to finish it all at once. But Kevin kept obeying every order from young Master Roman. He attacked in the right direction, and with the right power. The sword finally struck Chris's arm, completely breaking his guard, and Kevin advanced again without hesitation. But Chris noticed something strange about Roman. He was paying too much attention, as if he were anticipating every movement. When he realized that Kevin's next attack would be a feint, he dodged at the exact moment and ended the fight with a decisive strike, knocking Kevin down. Unconscious, Kevin was carried by Roman, who declared that Chris had won. As promised, he would start teaching him personally starting the next day, if he wanted. Later, alone in his room, Chris began wondering why he had accepted that fight, if he had gained nothing from the victory. It seemed like he had only wasted time. But then he remembered the last maneuver. It was exactly the same situation he had been in when he faced Roman. He had reviewed that moment hundreds of times in his mind. That was why he managed to defeat Kevin. In the end, he learned. He really learned. The next morning, Roman asked what he wanted to do. Chris answered that he did not need direct teachings. He preferred to find his own path to become stronger while following him. He realized that he had grown just from that duel, but because he first observed, now he understood the master's intentions. Roman was not only teaching Kevin when he spoke, he was also teaching him. At that moment, Chris began to see Roman as someone even above Captain Jonathan. When he spoke about observing and learning, it was to enlighten him while he watched. From then on, he would learn everything. Roman was satisfied satisfied when he realized this. A week passed and the day of the party organized by the Barco family arrived. During that week, new rumors about Roman Dmitri spread. They said he had divorced Flora because of a mistake she made. Commoners, nobles, and servants talked about the subject. Many were also worried about the situation of the Barcos, but one person was especially happy about the news. Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Viscount, commented that Roman was easy to manipulate. He confirmed his presence at the party and said that everything was going as planned. It had been a long time since he felt this excited. On the day of the party, Roman asked Hans if he really needed to wear those flashy clothes. Hans explained that it was his first public appearance since the divorce, and that he could not dress carelessly. He said that he had devoted himself completely to create that work of art, especially for him. In the end, Roman agreed to wear the outfit. Outside, waiting in the carriage, Chris complained about the delay, saying that at that rate, the young master would arrive first. Kevin appeared apologizing, still clumsy inside the armor. The boots were out of place, the helmet crooked, and his whole posture looked strange. Chris asked why he was dressed like that. Kevin explained that he had not found many armors that fit him, not even at the blacksmith. Chris thought that even with the master's help he had almost lost to that boy. He then warned him that both of them were the escort of their lord, and also represented the face of the Demetris. They needed to act like true knights, and be careful even with their words. Kevin replied respectfully that he would keep that in mind. Chris felt a certain pride at being called Lord Knight, and said that he could ask any questions, while adjusting the crooked helmet again. At the party, the nobles were restless. Many doubted that Roman would really appear. They commented that he had just broken a political marriage after realizing that the Barcos were targeting the Lawrences. Some called him an idiot. They said the position of the Dmitri family had become confusing because of him. Even being a central force of the Northeast, maintaining relations with the Barcos seemed like greed or recklessness. Others did not even know who Roman Dmitri was, but they heard that no explanation was needed. It was enough to meet him to understand because he always left a striking impression. Then the eldest son of the Dmitri family finally arrived. He appeared wearing extremely elegant formal clothes, and the guests were confused. They asked if that really was Roman, if he had grown taller, and why his hair looked different. At that moment, the woman who had appeared earlier, Sophia Grazel, approached and formally introduced herself, saying that perhaps he had never heard about her or her family. She explained that her father, Baron Grizzle, had dedicated his entire life to the kingdom. Roman replied naturally that he knew the Grizzle family very well. He said it would be impossible not to know a lineage with centuries of history. He had read everything in books. He had even asked Hans for works about the northern families, because since he would participate as a representative of the Demetris, he needed at least to demonstrate courtesy. He memorized the origin of each family he would meet, and also their legacies. He needed to make an effort to create good connections, especially being known as the so-called idiot of the Demetris. He commented that the Grisels were not the family that had lived for a long time in the Northeast, and that the Grisel Lumber Company was famous for its quality in the Kingdom of Cairo. He also mentioned that he had heard that Sophia Grisel's brother had achieved great success in Manicensory, and even congratulated her for it. The people around were shocked to see how Roman conducted the conversation with so much confidence. Soon other nobles approached. Magna Volte came to greet him, and Roman said it was a pleasure to meet him, remembering his extraordinary achievements in battles in the past. Magna thanked him for the recognition, and little by little more people began to gather around Roman, as if he were someone extremely pleasant to talk to. One of them even admitted that he had judged him wrong, and that in truth he seemed like a righteous and respectable man. Roman commented that he had even thought about starting to drink at that party, but decided to abstain because of his own history in the past. At that moment, the main butler of the house informed him that the young master was inviting him to the back room. Roman understood that he would soon discover who was trying to harm him. Outside, Chris and Kevin stood as escorts surrounded by knights from other families. Chris explained that each family present was accompanied by their own guards. Kevin, curious, asked what exactly a social party was. Chris replied that he would probably never set foot in Roma, so he did not need to worry about that kind of detail. And once again, he had to adjust Kevin's crooked helmet. Some knights approached and started mocking them, saying that the boy looked ridiculous. One of them commented that he had heard rumors about Roman Dmitri, the abandoned eldest son, but did not believe he would have the courage to bring a kid who barely knew how to hold a sword. Chris tried to ignore them, but another one provoked them, saying that this was the level of the Dmitri family. That made Kevin's blood boil. Meanwhile, Roman walked to meet Anthony Barco. He remembered when he first met Flora, just admiring her beauty and feeling incredulous about the situation. At that time, Anthony had approached, asking where he was looking, and introduced the young blonde woman as Flora Lawrence. Now facing Anthony once again, Roman commented that it had been a long time since the last time they had seen each other. Anthony replied that he had changed a lot, more than he had imagined, and invited him to sit down and talk. Roman noticed that the table was full of drinks, and that there were clear signs that other people had been there before. The fact that they had left before his arrival indicated that the conversation would be secret, something that could not be heard by anyone else. Roman commented that, well, he used to spend a lot of money trying to change, but in the end he ended up changing little by little, day after day. Even so, he said it was good to see him again. Anthony replied that maybe it was better that way, because honestly, he would rather not even know what Roman had been thinking back then. He remembered when Roman had been pushed into a political marriage with the Lawrence family, and also the episode when he was caught sleeping with his own cousin in a back room. That That had truly been shocking. At a social party like that where everyone pretended to keep secrets, it still seemed absurd that something like that had happened, especially with his marriage approaching. That was why he said he understood the reason Roman had appeared at that party. Then Anthony asked why Roman had accepted his proposal. He guaranteed that he would keep the matter secret, and commented that this way they could discuss the marriage with the Barco family. At that moment, Roman suddenly received a memory from the past. He remembered that even after betraying Anthony and the Barco family, he had begged his own father to establish a political marriage with the Lawrence family. He knew that he could not run from them forever, and thought about using that opportunity to restore the relationship. Soon after, Roman entered the same room together with Anthony and his cousin Emily Barco. Anthony asked if it was fine for her to drink with them, since she had been walking around alone, and it was her first time appearing there. Roman replied that there was no problem at all, since he himself had invited her. It was during that small gathering that Anthony confronted him about the marriage with the Lawrence family. He told Roman not to worry because the Barco family no longer cared about the Lawrence family, and told him to drink as much as he wanted. Roman ended up drinking too much and became unconscious. When he woke up, he was in bed beside Emily. He did not even know how he had ended up there. That was when Anthony appeared, pretending to have caught the two of them, and asked what Roman was doing with his cousin. After that, Anthony had a direct conversation with him. He said he did not care who Roman slept with, but he had placed his hands on a woman from the Barco family, and that could not simply be ignored. Then he gave him a choice. Either Roman revealed the truth and divorced on his own, or he married a direct descendant of the Barco family to restore the relationship between the families. If he became a man of the Barco family, he would have to endure all the hatred that existed, and even then he would be forgiven. That was how Roman ended up in that situation. With that memory returning to his mind, Roman realized that everything finally made sense. If the marriage had been destroyed because he had placed his hands on a collateral descendant of the Barco family, the honor of the Dmitri family would certainly collapse. They were already criticized for having common origins. Roman did not have the courage to face the fury of his own father, but he also could not choose the other option because he truly loved Flora. He did not want to destroy a marriage that had already been forced and still stain her name in the process. Because of that, the original Roman ended up taking his own life. When the decisive moment arrived, he believed that his death would solve everything. Deep down, he had only been a weak man, someone who had never achieved anything through his own strength. Now that seemed pathetic. Meanwhile, Anthony asked why there was so much hesitation. He explained that the union between the two families could turn the entire northeast region upside down. Together, no one would be able to face them. They would have absolute power in that territory. But Roman questioned whether that alone was the reason he should accept a political marriage. He asked if that was really the proposal. Anthony replied that Roman was misunderstanding. That was not exactly a choice. If he refused, everything that happened in the back room would be exposed. Because of that, he told him to think very carefully before deciding. Then Roman placed his feet on the center table, knocking down everything that was on top of it, and said that he had already spoken enough. The Dmitri family had no reason at all to accept that proposal, much less for such a pathetic reason. After that, he simply returned to the party, as if nothing had happened. The first person to speak with him was Sophia, who asked where he had gone. Roman explained that he needed to take care of something, and that he would probably have to leave the party because of it. Sophia commented that the party had barely begun, and that she was really enjoying talking with him. Even so, Roman apologized, not only to her but to everyone. He said it was urgent. At the moment he passed through the main door, he heard someone shouting for the words that had been said to be taken back. Kevin had just taken a punch to the face that knocked off his helmet. He was furious, but Chris told him to calm down. The two knights noticed his anger and stepped closer, continuing to provoke him. One of them commented that it looked like Kevin had grabbed whatever armor he could find and was calling himself an escort. The other said that he was already bad in armor before, but now he looked even worse. Chris, irritated, asked if the knights of the Barco family were trained in jokes instead of swordsmanship. The first man replied mockingly and said that he could probably handle a sword better than that weakling there, even without training. That was why people called their lord an idiot. Hearing that, Kevin demanded that they take back what they had said, but ended up receiving another punch to the face. Chris almost drew his sword at that moment, but held himself back when he remembered that those men were knights of the Barco family, and that they were inside their territory. If he caused trouble there, the consequences would be enormous. Then Kevin stood up on his own, and said that he was his lord's knight, and that he had absolutely no interest in dealing or fighting with bandits, pretending to be knights like them. One of the men rushed forward, wanting to see how long he would keep that sharp tongue. But before the next blow could land, the one who grabbed the knight's arm was Roman himself. He stared at the man for a moment, and then slapped him straight across the face. It was a firm, aristocratic, and completely democratic slap, because everyone there wanted to see it happen. When the knight tried to complain, he received another. He tried to get up and received another, and he kept getting slapped until he fell to the ground. Even so, Roman told him to lift his head. Meanwhile, Anthony was completely shocked by what had just happened inside his own residence. At the moment, Roman decided to act and show that he was no longer willing to accept provocations. Anthony declared that he was only doing that because he did not want to take responsibility for placing his hands on a lady of the Barco family. He said that the proposal to marry a direct descendant instead of a collateral one had been the last consideration he had for him, and that now Roman was making an irreversible mistake. Roman replied that Anthony could do whatever he wanted. He was already called an idiot anyway, so one or two more rumors would not make any difference. Instead, it might be better to maintain proper conduct. He made it clear that he chose to end the marriage with Flora by his own will, not because of a threat. Ever since the Dimitri family turned their backs on the Lawrence family, Anthony's desire had been more or less fulfilled, but now he was showing his fangs. Then he asked if he really believed that helping the Lawrence family interfere with the Barco family just to relieve personal resentment would be a good idea. Roman had studied the Barco family thoroughly. He knew about their connection with the central government and the influence that came from it, but he also knew that their power existed mainly because of those connections. In terms of wealth and real strength, they were the least powerful house in the Northeast, while the Dimitri family held the superior position above the others. He asked Anthony directly what he would do in that situation. Anthony asked if the matter was settled and whether Roman would not interfere in the affairs of the Lawrence family. Roman replied that he would not interfere. With that, the matter was considered closed. Even so, Anthony, who had always believed he had control over him, realized that Roman had completely changed. It was not just the appearance, it was the actions, the gaze, the way he spoke, and the pressure he placed into every word. At that moment, the butler approached and informed them that Lord Roman and his knight were involved in a fight outside. When they arrived, practically all the guests had already gathered to watch. Roman was beating the knight, who begged for forgiveness and promised that he would never do something like that again. Kevin asked his lord to stop saying that it was already enough, and Chris warned that it could cause serious problems. But Roman declared that he would decide when the punishment was enough. Even if the man died there, it would only be the price for the words and actions he chose to have. At that moment, Anthony appeared, demanding an explanation. He said that even if Roman was the eldest son of the Dimitri family, he would not tolerate that, and that Roman should apologize and immediately leave his territory. Roman, however, questioned why he should do that. That man had laid his hands on someone from the Dimitri family, and he asked if Anthony really believed that he was the one in the wrong. Anthony replied that he had gone too far. Roman then reminded him that personal resentment could destroy not only the relationship between them, but also the balance of all the families of the Northeast. He advised Anthony to keep his actions under control because he was not a very patient man. Then he asked what he would do now. After thinking for a moment, Anthony stated that after reflecting more carefully, Roman was right, and that he himself would have given the same punishment to the knight. Roman replied that it was good to hear that, and told the man to grit his teeth and endure. After some time, he began to leave. He thought that the Roman from before was an idiot who had been disrespected as such because he allowed it. Now that version no longer existed. He called Chris and Kevin to leave with him. Everyone present, and soon the entire Northeast would know that the idiot they once knew no longer existed. On the way back, the atmosphere was heavy and silent. Kevin apologized to his lord for being insulted because of him. Chris also asked for forgiveness, saying that while the name Dimitri was being dishonored and Kevin was being beaten, he did nothing to stop it. Roman replied that he knew it had not been easy to endure that, and thanked them for holding back until he arrived to resolve the situation. He explained that rashness brings chaos, and that their decisions had avoided an even worse situation. Besides that, there was no one in the entire northeast of Cairo who could dare lay hands on the Dimitri family without paying the price. Even if they needed to endure momentary humiliation, they should remember well the faces of those who disrespected them. Roman made it clear that he could not stand seeing anyone above him, and that none of them should forget that. To follow Roman from that day forward, they would have to live standing above everything. They would need to adapt to anything he proposed. Both of them accepted without hesitation. The next morning, Roman asked Hans for information about the Barco family. He requested the data through the Black Moon Guild, and according to the reports he received, the recent movements of the Barco family were quite unusual. The Barco family had been established in the Northeast for a little more than a century. It was during that period that they began to stand out as a powerful house in the region. Around the same time, a member of the family managed to enter the central government. Roman had already researched their military forces and concluded that they were nothing impressive. Hans was surprised, because since the Barco family had achieved such high status, he imagined that their forces would be much more powerful. Roman explained that this only showed how strong the central government truly was. The continent of Salamandra was composed of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among them, the kingdom of Cairo was the smallest and weakest, because it bordered almost all the other kingdoms except for the mountain range in the northeast. Cairo had already suffered several foreign invasions. With strong enemies constantly watching its borders, Cairo had no choice but to unite under the central government. Over time, the central government accumulated strength and authority, especially over military conscription. If a noble family rejected conscription, it was considered rebellious and expelled from the kingdom. After subduing the rebels and confiscating their lands, the government rewarded the neighboring lords who helped suppress them with portions of those lands. That was how the system of influence strengthened the Barco family, through political connections. Roman confirmed that this was the path they used to grow. It was also through this method that they obtained a favorable loan from the Grand Gold Bank. They probably took a credit-secured loan, but without offering anything very specific beyond that. The money was invested in the Baird Mercenary Company, formed by hundreds of mercenaries. This group mainly received commissions for participating in battles between territories. After analyzing the situation, Hans concluded that at that pace, the Barco family would attack the Lawrence family within half a month. Roman replied that apparently they had already finished their preparations. For Hans, Hans, that meant war, and he believed the Lawrence family would have no chance. Roman stated that even if they resisted, they would not last a month. Even so, he had promised Anthony that he would not interfere in his affairs with the Lawrence family. However, for Roman Dmitri to continue living in peace, he could not simply allow the Barco family to act, especially after being threatened. No matter how much the Barco family had increased their forces, they had no chance against the Dmitri family. If he borrowed the strength of his own family, resolving that would be a simple task. Besides, even though the Dmitri family shared common origins with other houses, the nobles of the Northeast did not see Roman Dmitri as a threat. What he needed at that moment was an opportunity to rise to a greater stage. Because of that, he ordered Hans to find his father. It was time to collect what was owed to him. Meanwhile, in a nearby city, a blood-covered knight walked normally through the streets. It was Lucas, a rank B mercenary, who commented to himself that the Dmitri family had not changed at all. He went to the blacksmith to repair his equipment. The blacksmith commented that the battle that time had been difficult. Lucas answered irritably, saying that he had almost died because of those bastards. The blacksmith examined his equipment and said that the quality was not very good, asking where he had obtained it. Lucas explained that he had bought it at a shop he tried for the first time and almost died because of it. The blacksmith then stated that he had made a common mistake because equipment produced by the Dmitri family was considered the best of the best. That was exactly why Lucas decided to leave his equipment in the care of the blacksmith. The man guaranteed that a complete set would not take long to be ready and suggested that he walk around the city while he waited. Tired of the battlefield, Lucas decided to rest a little by walking through the streets. As he left the blacksmith shop, he noticed that the notice board was surrounded by a crowd. Curious, he approached and saw the announcement that had caught everyone's attention. It was a recruitment notice for private soldiers. The requirements were simple: good health and the desire to become strong. There were 30 positions available with a salary of 8 silver coins per month. Lucas thought it was not a bad amount, considering that the monthly support for a family of 4 was usually between 4 and 5 silver coins. However, there was a special condition. The soldier would belong only to Roman Dmitri, not to the Dmitri family. Only those willing to give their lives for him should apply. A nearby man warned Lucas not to even think about applying, saying that hundreds of people were already interested. Lucas replied that he had no such intention. As a rank B mercenary, he would not give his loyalty for so little. To commit himself in that way, he would demand at least 50 silver coins. Even so, he became intrigued and asked what they meant by hundreds of people applying. He commented that Roman Dmitri was not known as the idiot of the Dmitri family, and it was clear that no one knew what kind of test someone would have to face to become one of his soldiers. When Lucas said that out loud, everyone around him was shocked. He did not understand the reaction and asked what he had said wrong. The man beside him explained that he must be a foreigner because he did not know what was happening. Lord Roman was no longer the same idiot as before. He had destroyed the Bloodfangs by himself and now treated people with respect. At the beginning, no one believed it, so the man did not blame Lucas for doubting, but he himself had begun to change his opinion after what happened to Clark's family. Clark's son, named Kevin, became a subordinate of Roman, and the miserable life of their family changed completely. On the previous night, Kevin had received a 3-day leave. Roman said that resting was also part of training, and that after working hard he needed to spend some time with his family. Kevin thanked him, and when he returned to the dormitory, he found the whole situation strange. If it had been before, he would not have survived even a single day without working. Taking a break meant going hungry. It had been a long time since he had seen his family. As he was leaving, Hans commented that he must be going to visit them after so long. He also handed him clean clothes and 30 silver coins so Kevin could buy presents. He told him to enjoy his leave. Kevin was surprised and deeply moved. He bought plenty of food, including fresh bread, which was something they could almost never afford. He thought his sister would be happy since she always complained about the hard bread they ate every day. Fresh bread cost twice as much, but he was able to buy it thanks to Roman. Even so, he did not forget what had been done to his family in the past. He wanted to become stronger, not for money, but to make sure that something like that would never happen again. When he arrived at the address that had been given to him, he was confused. Instead of the slums, he found a simple house near the outskirts of the castle with a small garden. His parents were calmly drinking tea. When they saw him, they ran to hug him. Kevin asked what house that was, and his father explained that Hans had appeared bringing the deed and saying they were orders from Lord Roman. In addition, people from the castle were helping them cultivate the land. His mother said that during the last few days they had finally started to feel truly alive. Kevin was emotional, but his father noticed the mark on his face and asked if Lord Roman had hit him. Kevin explained that he had not, and that it had happened during work involving a guard from the Barco territory. He told the whole story about how Roman had confronted a Barco knight to protect him. His father spread the story among acquaintances, and soon the rumor spread across the city. The news that Roman Dmitri had beaten a Barco knight to defend a subordinate passed from mouth to mouth. Little by little, many people began to believe that he truly treated his people with respect. If someone worked for him and earned his trust, they could have a completely different life. The man finished telling all of this to Lucas, who was stunned. moment. The Roman Dmitri, he knew, was a troublemaker who caused fights in casinos and lived irresponsibly. It did not seem possible that it was the same man. He wondered what had happened during the last 2 years. In the end, he concluded that it was far too interesting to ignore. He decided that he wanted to meet Roman again. Later, Captain Jonathan was speaking with Lord Romero about the preparations for the recruitment examinations. They were organizing a minimum number of soldiers to control the entrance, and Roman would supervise the overall process. Romero asked if everything had already been finalized. Jonathan replied that it was the last chance for recovery, and asked if the Lord truly agreed with that, since forming private soldiers devoted exclusively to one person could be dangerous. Romero explained that when he heard Roman would attend the party, he thought Roman would ally with the Barco to harm the second son in the succession. But in front of all the nobles, Roman had slapped a Barco knight after convincing Anthony. Even while risking the creation of an alliance against himself, he acted in his own way. For more than a decade, Roman had been considered an idiot. After the incident with the Bloodfangs, he began living according to his own will. As a father, Romero said that he only wanted to congratulate him. Then he asked how many people had applied. He imagined something between 50 or 100 candidates, and thought that 50 would already be a relief considering his son's former reputation. Jonathan reported that the estimate was 500 people. When he heard that, Romero was completely surprised, and asked if he had understood correctly. On the following day, many people were gathered at the recruitment site, including Lucas, the rank B mercenary, who wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of man Roman Dmitri had become. The atmosphere was full of expectation, with candidates of all kinds waiting for the process to begin. Meanwhile, Chris informed his lord that all the preparations were ready, and that the recruitment could begin at any moment. The day before the test, it was explained what had happened. In a tavern near the place where the test would take place the next morning, Lucas was drinking heavily, but he was not alone because several other people were doing exactly the same thing. He was surprised to realize how many candidates had gathered there on the eve of the test, and he thought that there were far more people than he had expected. In one corner of the tavern, there were 3 men sitting together, and all 3 were rank C. Besides them, it was easy to notice that other people also had real battle experience. Lucas began to think that there were countless ins in Dmitri, and if in that small space alone there were already 5 or 6 decent people, then the overall level of the candidates was much higher than he had imagined. Even so, he did not understand why so many qualified people were there. If they were that capable, they should be able to get something better than that job. He knew it was not just curiosity, but like the others, he could not fully understand it. When he got up to leave, he ended up overhearing a nearby conversation. One of the men asked his friend if he had not said that he would become a soldier of the Lawrence family. Henderson replied that at first that really had been his intention. After all, Lawrence was his hometown. However, after seeing what Roman Dmitri did to the Bloodfangs, he changed his mind. He explained that people who were not there did not believe the story, but he had seen it with his own eyes. He had been in the square that day and saw Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragging the leader of the Bloodfangs by the hair, a young master from a noble family, who punished the leader just because he dared to lay a hand on his people. Roman Dmitri crossed into another territory just to kill the one responsible. Henderson said he could not get that scene out of his head, that he had felt chills at that moment, and that even with so many people denying what happened in Lawrence, he had witnessed everything. To him, that man was a true leader, someone who truly fought for his own people. That was why he was there, and the people around him agreed. Lucas began to understand that maybe this was what everyone was seeing. The great commotion surrounding the name Roman Dmitri did not seem to be a coincidence. The next morning, in the Dmitri training yard, everyone was gathered. Lucas thought that if everything he had heard was true, what kind of choice he should make. He still did not know. Probably many. There were also driven by the same curiosity. The moment of decision would come when they saw the real Roman Dmitri. Suddenly, the place fell into absolute silence, because everyone began to show reverence as he passed. Lucas realized that no one had given any command, yet everyone lowered their heads almost unconsciously. At that moment, he understood that the rumors were true. When Roman Dmitri stepped onto the platform, he ordered everyone to raise their heads. He explained that, as announced, he would select 30 soldiers to fight by his side. However, before starting the test, he needed to make something clear. He stated that he had no intention of spending the rest of his life stuck in a remote territory. He said he would constantly seek a greater position, and that this path would inevitably lead to battles where lives would be at stake. He declared that if anyone intended to follow him without firm determination, it would be better to leave at that moment. Those who lost their lives on the battlefield should not feel resentment for being sent there, but only regret not being able to witness the day he would rise as the most powerful man on the entire continent. Lucas thought that sounded extremely arrogant, as if he were hearing the limit of presumption. Even so, for some reason he felt that Roman Dmitri was speaking sincerely, like someone who truly believed in what he was saying. Soon after, Chris stepped forward and explained the instructions for the first test. It was something simple. When each candidate stood in their designated position, the archer positioned in front of the platform would fire 3 arrows. The arrows could pass far away, hit the board behind the candidate, or even strike them directly, potentially causing a fatal blow. Only those who did not move even a millimeter during the shots would pass the first stage. They were told to line up to begin. When the first candidate stepped up to the board, the next in line began to question whether that was really sensible. Thinking it seemed insane, he tried to convince himself that the archer must be extremely skilled skilled and would not make mistakes. The first arrow passed right by the head of the man in front, and the next in line thought that must be it. A purely psychological battle. The next person in line tried to convince himself that all he had to do was relax and nothing would happen. However, suddenly, the archer struck the leg of the soldier in front, and the man screamed in pain before collapsing to the ground. Chris immediately called the soldiers and ordered them to take him to the medic. As the injured man was carried away on a stretcher, the crowd began to wonder if they could really be hit by an arrow. The man right behind him panicked at the thought that he could die if an arrow struck his head, and he gave up on the spot. Chris declared that he would officially consider the second person in line as having withdrawn. He then warned that anyone who was afraid of being hit should leave the test immediately. He reinforced his lord's words and told the crowd that if there were cowards among them, it would be better for them to leave right away. The night before, Roman Dmitri had already prepared everything. He explained to his soldiers that in the first test, the candidates would indeed be struck by arrows. He assured them that the archer was a professional and would never hit a vital area. The archer himself guaranteed that he would not make mistakes. In addition, Roman Dmitri offered a large amount of gold to the soldiers involved and ensured that medics would be ready for any situation. Even so, the fact remained the same. The candidates would be shot with arrows. Even so, all the soldiers agreed with the plan. As they left, Chris asked why his lord was going so far. Roman Dmitri replied that he would not be able to find the people he was looking for through threats alone. It was necessary to show that their lives were truly at risk. He knew that even if the chance of being hit was only 1%, most people would freeze because of that single percent of danger. He wanted someone with a strong mindset, someone with the heart of a beast. To him, people with that kind of heart were naturally stronger and faster to grow, even if they started from the bottom. Only individuals of that caliber could walk by his side. After the first man was struck in the leg, many gave up. Chris estimated that around 100 people abandoned the test at that moment. Roman Dmitri concluded that those who remained possessed the heart of a beast, something he considered an innate talent. He thought of examples like Kevin, who cut his own wrist without hesitation, or Chris, who had the courage to ask for help from someone who had humiliated him. To him, this type of person is born different. Those who do not possess this nature, no matter how strong they are, can never surpass those who have this innate disposition to do whatever it takes to become stronger. Roman Dmitri wanted only that kind of person by his side. Then he ordered the tests to continue. Lucas recognized the next candidate to be tested. It was the same man from the tavern who had spoken so confidently about how Roman Dmitri was a great leader. Now, however, he was visibly trembling. Even so, he decided that this was his chance to swear loyalty to Lord Roman Dmitri, and he chose not to give up. The first arrow passed beside his head, making his fear grow even more. The second struck near his arm. He thought that he could still back out, but he forced himself to remain still. The third arrow lodged itself between his legs. When it was over, Chris announced that Henderson had passed. He was visibly shaken at the end, but he endured until the finish. Lucas realized that if he had hesitated for just one more second, he would probably have given up. In the end, it seemed like pure luck. Thus, the first test was completed. Disregarding those who had withdrawn, around 400 candidates remained. Of these, only 120 passed. Roman Dmitri carefully evaluated those who had proven useful in that stage. Some passed while trembling in fear. Others remained completely indifferent. To him, that difference was not so important. Both had shown enough courage to overcome fear. He then declared that everyone there had proven themselves to be valid warriors. However, he made it clear that in the end, only 30 would be chosen. He announced the beginning of the second test, and explained that those who overcame it would become his subordinates and live the life of predators. Lucas did not fully understand that statement about living like predators. Soon after, Roman Dmitri explained that the second test would begin immediately and would follow the order of the line. The rules were simple. There were several wooden swords prepared for everyone, and the type or quantity did not matter. Each person could choose whatever weapon they wanted. After that, they would have to prove their worth in a duel against him. The crowd became confused and began to wonder if he really intended to fight everyone there. Roman Dmitri clarified that no one needed to defeat him. Those who managed to endure for a full minute would pass the test and receive the best conditions by his side. A bald man with a scar on his face stepped forward and introduced himself as Volka. He said that he would go first. Roman Dmitri asked if the wooden sword felt comfortable in his hands, and Volka replied that it did, without showing any hesitation. Deep down, he thought that Roman Dmitri was too confident. It was impossible to be defeated in less than a minute. At least that was what he believed. Chris picked up an hourglass and told them to get ready. Volka thought that all he had to do was endure for 1 minute to secure his place. He did not just want to pass. He wanted to make an impression, to make it clear what kind of man he was. As soon as the duel began, he advanced aggressively. However, Roman Dmitri dodged the first strike with ease. In the next movement, Volka stumbled over his own feet and was subdued almost instantly by a wooden sword pointed at him. Roman Dmitri called the next person in line. Lucas was impressed. He had never seen someone move like that. To him, that test was clearly much harder than the first. When Volka was defeated in seconds, everyone reached the same conclusion. Roman Dmitri was absurdly strong. Even so, as the duels continued and time passed, many thought that at some point he would begin to tire. After all, fighting repeatedly against so many candidates should wear him down. 1 full hour passed since the start of the second test. 60 duels had taken place, 60 defeats. Roman Dmitri remained relentless. He did not show even the slightest sign of fatigue. Henderson remembered the words spoken earlier, and finally understood what it meant to live like a predator. Roman Dmitri was the true predator there. In a world where the strongest survive, a predator lives as it wishes. Looking at him, it seemed that those words were not arrogance, but a promise. Even though he had been considered the idiot of the Dmitri family by many, that moment might be the only chance in his life to become his subordinate. Still, fear was growing among the candidates. Everyone wondered how they could face that monster. Roman Dmitri declared that if no one had the courage to step forward, they would all fail. Silence took over the training yard, until finally Lucas stepped forward. He introduced himself as the 61st candidate. When he stepped into the arena, he immediately felt that he was facing something different. The killing intent emanating from Roman Dmitri was already enough to cause fear. Even setting aside martial skill, his mere presence pressured the air around him. To Lucas, that man was completely different from the image he had in the past. He truly did not seem like someone who would rot in a remote region. He seemed like someone destined to dominate the entire continent. Lucas was not there for the 8 silver coins. He wanted to confirm with his own eyes whether Roman Dmitri's words were true. To do that, he needed to survive the test. The hourglass began to mark time. Lucas advanced without hesitation, which even surprised Chris, since no one besides the first candidate had taken the initiative to attack. He lunged forward with his sword aimed at the head while at the same time striking at the heart with a dagger. His style showed the experience of a true mercenary. Roman Dmitri stepped back slightly to avoid the dagger and blocked the sword with precision. However, Lucas quickly changed his strategy. He continued to press with the sword while throwing the dagger directly at his opponent's chest. This time, Roman Dmitri paid more attention, but still blocked everything with the arc of his blade. Lucas stepped back for a moment, realizing that it had not been enough. Normally, an opening appears when someone keeps advancing without stopping, but Roman Dmitri seemed like an impenetrable fortress. Even so, he could not stop. He knew that if he hesitated for even a single second, everything would end right there. Lucas drew another dagger and maintained the initiative, pressing forward without giving any space. Roman Dmitri realized that he was not bad at all. Maybe that style was not the most suitable for a real battlefield, but it worked well in a duel. He had instinct. He knew how to react. He knew how to improvise. Even so, Roman Dmitri had no intention of simply letting him endure for a minute. The 1-minute limit existed to show the candidates just how absurd the level of the lord they had chosen to follow truly was. The real purpose of that test was to engrave that difference in their minds from the very first encounter. The fight was starting to become interesting, and that excited Roman Dmitri, but he decided to end it. He advanced with such pressure that Lucas was forced to dodge in a hurry and ended up losing his balance, falling to the ground. A rank B mercenary had already reached the limit of what he could offer. Any ordinary person could, with effort and by risking their life repeatedly, reach rank B. However, without awakening mana, they would never step into the realm of rank A. Rank A individuals possessed power far beyond the others, and the fundamental condition for that was the awakening of mana. As he tried to get back up, Lucas felt that he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass the barrier of rank B. Even so, he had survived until then, passing through battlefields where countless people had died. From battle to battle, he learned one simple thing: to survive and win. Any method was valid. Without hesitation, he threw sand into Roman Dmitri's eyes. It was just to endure a few more seconds. He fell, got back up again, and pulled out another dagger. However, before attacking, he noticed something that made him freeze. Roman Dmitri had his eyes open. His eyes were red from the sand, filled with tears, yet still fixed, staring directly into his soul. That unblinking intensity pierced straight through him. Lucas dropped the dagger and surrendered. It is then explained that in the demonic heavenly cult, even before teaching advanced martial arts to disciples, the first lesson is to keep their eyes open at all times during a confrontation. In an exchange of blows, a single blink can mean death. Just as there is a specific technique for breathing and circulating internal energy, the act of blinking is also trained and controlled. They are taught to keep their eyes open regardless of the situation, even if a blade is right in front of them. Faced with this, Lucas understood that there was no way to win. He surrendered completely. Chris brought some water so that Roman Dmitri could wash his eyes. Meanwhile, Lucas thought that he would never have used sand if he had known it would end like that. He had resorted to any means necessary just to endure for 1 minute and pass the test. In the end, it seemed like a pathetic result. He wondered if Roman Dmitri would be disappointed. Maybe he had not even expected anything from him. Maybe he would even be punished for fighting dirty. But Roman Dmitri simply said, for the next candidate to step forward. That left Lucas and the others completely shocked. He showed no anger, not even questioning the use of dirty tricks. Internally, Roman Dmitri had already noticed the plan from the beginning. He saw when Lucas picked up the sand while dodging, but chose not to stop him. He wanted to see him at his best. The hell that Lucas had faced throughout his life, the countless deaths he had witnessed, were beyond measure. The blood he had seen over the years could have formed an entire ocean. That was how someone close to the demonic heavenly being was forged. To Roman Dmitri, that was not dishonorable, it was simply survival. He asked if there were no more candidates, and the duels continued. The next challenger, in a moment of distraction, threw a stone at Roman Dmitri. Chris then realized that Lucas had set a precedent. From that point on, the candidates would start using any method available, and because of that, Roman Dmitri also had no reason to fight cleanly anymore. The candidate who tried to throw the stone barely had time to react. Roman Dmitri stepped in and delivered a direct kick to his face, knocking him down brutally. Lucas then realized that fighting dirty was not grounds for automatic disqualification, but from the moment that line was crossed, Roman Dmitri showed absolutely no mercy. He thought that if he had not surrendered earlier, he might have ended up in the same condition. Even so, something did not make sense to him. That was already the 100th duel. 2 hours had passed since the beginning of the second test, yet Roman Dmitri showed no sign of fatigue. There was no sweat running down his body, and his breathing remained perfectly steady. The difference lay in experience. Roman Dmitri had already seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In a real battle, no one spares you just because you are tired. When your breathing falters, your strikes weaken, and you become just another body in the pile of the defeated. For him, there was no option other than to fight. Inhale and exhale. With each cycle of breathing, natural mana circulated through his body, dispersing accumulated fatigue. This constant control strengthened his structure, refined his bones, and kept his body in an optimal state. There had been a time during the conquest of the Murim when he fought for 3 nights and 3 days without stopping. A sequence of duels like this was nothing in comparison. Later, Chris called all the candidates and announced that the number of people who had officially passed the second test was 0. However, that did not mean no one would be selected. 30 out of 120 would be chosen and notified later. He dismissed everyone and wished them luck. After that, Roman Dmitri handed Chris the list of those who had passed. From that moment on, it would be their responsibility to train those 30 people. Chris glanced over the list. Volka, the first to challenge, had been approved. Henderson was also among those selected. That was already somewhat surprising, but what truly intrigued him was seeing that Lucas had also passed. Chris questioned whether there was not a problem with that decision. He admitted that Lucas had enough talent as a rank B mercenary, but he pointed out that Lucas had fought dirty during the duel and had even surrendered before the end. To him, a man like that could cause problems on the battlefield. He was the type of mercenary who would abandon his companions if necessary to survive. Roman Dmitri replied that this was exactly why he had chosen him. He acknowledged that Lucas might seem like a coward without honor. However, while no one else thought of using unconventional methods, Lucas analyzed the situation realistically and acted according to his own chances. That type of person, in truth, tends to shine on the battlefield. Someone who is constantly looking for a way to survive ends up finding a way out no matter the situation. Roman Dmitri then asked how Chris could be certain that Lucas would betray his companions just because he had used sand during the duel. At that moment, he remembered something Captain Jonathan had once told him. Those who survive on the battlefield are not necessarily the ones who master aura like the two of them. They are the ones who can remain calm in the face of chaos and act according to what the situation demands. They are the ones capable of surviving. No matter how strong a knight is, there will always be the possibility of being killed by someone hidden in the shadows, simply waiting for the right moment to strike. Chris thought that in the end, Lucas' decision was realistic. His mind had been closed to any other alternative, but there was still something he wanted to ask his lord, something he had not understood until now. There were still 5 months before he would go to the battlefield, and it was not as if nobles were dragged to the front lines just because they had been recruited. Even so, he wanted to know why they were gathering soldiers now, and the answer was that it would be announced soon. The official statement from the Barco family made everything clear. They declared that they expected the Lawrences to make the right decision, stating that they still believed in the promise made in the past. However, they claimed that their honor as nobles had been betrayed, as well as the promise established between the families. After so much patience, they decided to raise their swords because to them, the sins of the Lawrences were evident. The debt left by their ancestors had not been paid, and they still had the audacity to declare that they would not give up their lands, keeping them as collateral. For that reason, they made a public declaration to the Kingdom of Cairo, informing that if the Lawrences did not pay their debts or hand over the lands declared as collateral, the Barcos, with permission from the central government, would declare a territorial war. Chris asked if that would really happen, and Roman confirmed that it would. From that moment on, preparations for the war between Barco and the Lawrences would begin. In the middle of the night, Flora woke from a nightmare, in which the blame fell upon her. In her mind, she was the one who had brought ruin to the family. The next morning, the maids were worried, as Flora had locked herself in her room since returning from the Dmitri household. Perhaps because of the broken engagement, they whispered among themselves, trying to understand what she could have done to be rejected, and they also spoke about the war against the Barco family that was about to begin. From inside, Flora simply listened and reflected. She had always believed she was intelligent. She had completed an advanced level course at the academy with good grades, and from the proud smile of her father, she had always thought she was a good daughter. But now she saw reality differently. Without her family, she was nothing. She was just a flower trapped in a greenhouse. She had called Roman an idiot like everyone else, but she began to realize that the real idiot had been herself. She no longer even had the courage to face her own father, so she began to think about what Roman would do in that situation. He was the complete opposite of her. No one depended on him or expected anything from him. Yet he had subdued the Bloodfangs with his own strength and made a bold decision for the sake of the family. She wondered when he had become strong enough to act without anyone's help. Even so, she pushed that thought away, because if he could truly solve everything on his own, it would only reinforce how useless she was. Later, one of the butlers knocked on the door with her meal. Flora took a while to respond, but she eventually opened the door and simply said she was going to the library. As she read, she knew her father was trying to gather support from other families, but she was certain no one would help them in that situation. Just as Roman had solved the Bloodfangs problem with his own hands, perhaps they too would have to find a solution on their own. While Flora studied in the library, her father faced rejection after rejection. The Martell family turned down the proposal. Then the Vastra family also refused, saying that even if they agreed to establish a distribution network, they could not get involved in the war. It soon became clear that it would be nearly impossible to secure support from neighboring regions because of the oppression of the Barcos. A servant even brought rumors that the Barcos would retaliate against anyone in the northeast who tried to interfere in the conflict. The threat was direct. If the Lawrences did not pay the debt or hand over the lands as collateral, war would be declared. Only 1 week remained. In the office, Flora showed his frustration. She said that all those men who used to flatter them now pretended they did not even know them. Then Baron Lawrence asked if there had been any response from the Bank of Gold. The messenger reported that there had. They would investigate the matter of the lands given as collateral, but the process would not be completed within a week. Considering the heavy investment made in the Barcos, the bank also assessed that it would be more advantageous to support their side. After exhausting all possible alternatives, Baron Lawrence asked if there truly was no solution left. One of the men suggested that surrender might be the best option. All external support was blocked, and the difference in troops was clear. He believed that surrendering and giving the Barcos what they wanted would protect innocent soldiers and preserve at least part of their lands. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and bleak. Baron Hansen admitted that the man had a point. However, at that moment, the doors of the office suddenly opened. Flora entered with a serious and determined expression, making it clear that she needed to speak with her father immediately. Later, Roman was also speaking with his father. He was determined to involve himself in the war between the Barcos and the Lawrences, but he would do so in the name of Roman Dimitri, not as an official representative of the family. Romero asked if he truly understood what that meant. The war between the Barcos and the Lawrences was a legitimate battle, approved by the central government. Now that the marriage with the Lawrence daughter had been broken off, there was no longer any reason to interfere in that conflict. If the Dimitris intervened, all the nobles of the Northeast could suffer the consequences together. In the worst case, the central government itself might send troops to subjugate them. He warned his son not to act on impulse, or because of a simple change of feelings. Thinking his son had matured, Romero was surprised when Roman responded by asking what he thought about the idea of starting to live on his own. Not understanding where the conversation was going, Romero questioned why he was bringing that up at that moment. It was then that Roman explained that he did not intend to get involved in the war because of emotions. Recently, he had been threatened by Antony, the son of the Barcos, precisely because his marriage with the Lawrences was an obstacle to Antony's plans. He had no proof of what happened that day, but it was enough to awaken something within him. People said that the Dimitris were the true power of the Northeast. Even so, the Barcos acted as if they were above them, and his father remained silent. Roman knew that, with all the power and wealth they possessed, his father was satisfied with the current situation. But he was not. He wanted more power. He would not stand still while the name of the Dimitris was tarnished. To him, the Barcos were declaring war for an empty reason, something that was nothing more than a childish game to those who truly held power. In this life, Roman still felt as if he were rowing across an endless ocean. However, one thing was certain. His identity as Baek Jung-hyuk had not changed. He needed to live a life of superiority and dominance. He told his father that he was not asking to use the strength of the family. He would intervene in that war solely with the qualifications of Roman Dimitri. The path he would show from that moment onward would be the path he intended to follow for his own life. Romero understood very well that no matter how great someone became, it was impossible to erase their origins. He had already told his wife that no matter how many achievements he reached, how wealthy he became, or even if he were to become a lord governing an entire territory, the fact that he had been born a commoner would never change. Liania commented that it seemed like something had happened when he went to the capital. Romero replied that nothing concrete had happened. He had simply noticed it through the looks he received. They were not the looks of nobles treating another noble as an equal. When Liana asked how he intended to change that, Romero admitted that he was satisfied with his own life. He did not want to change his path just to achieve something greater, but he wanted his children to be different. Different from him, who was content with ruling a small and remote land. He wanted them to surpass the limits imposed by their origins and achieve something far greater. That was exactly what he now saw in Roman eyes. They were the eyes of someone who could not be persuaded. Romero had always dreamed of that moment, but he had not realized when his hardworking son had grown so much. In the end, he said that Roman could do as he wished, but he should ask for help if he needed it. He told his dear son, Roman Dimitri, that no matter what he decided to do, there was no reason to carry all the responsibility alone. Later, Roman personally went to to the Dmitri family forges. It was no wonder people said they were the largest in the entire kingdom of Cairo. There were several workshops lined along the street, with dozens of blacksmiths working at the same time. On that street alone, there were 30 forges operating together. Any doubt about how the Dmitris had accumulated so much wealth disappeared the moment one saw that place with their own eyes. The iron mine behind the estate held the largest deposit in the entire kingdom, and the family blacksmiths had enough skill to sell that iron at high prices. Because of that, the nobles of the northeast did not dare to become hostile toward the Dmitris, as they depended directly on their supply of weapons and iron goods. Without them, they would face a critical problem. What they truly feared was not just influence, but wealth and control over resources. Roman was there looking for a specific man, someone who could be considered the living symbol of the Dmitri family, the master blacksmith. He had already told his father that he would handle the war with his own power, but he still needed help to equip his soldiers. Romero had told him to look for Master Hendrik, who usually handled all matters of the forge. Hendrik had worked alongside him before the family secured nobility, and later took the position of master of the family, becoming responsible for all iron production. Romero assured him that he would be able to get whatever he needed from him, but he gave an important warning. The Dmitri blacksmiths were extremely proud. They were not the type to show loyalty just because someone was born noble. They respected only those who could distinguish the quality of iron, and had real skill in handling it. As Roman passed through the workshops, he felt the crooked stares of the blacksmiths. It was exactly as his father had said. Considering his own behavior in the past, even before arriving in this body, it was no surprise that they treated him that way. When he found Master Hendrik, he realized that the hostility was even more evident. The master already knew the reason for his visit. He asked if it was true that Roman needed weapons for 30 soldiers, and commented with disdain that he had thought he was there just to steal something, since he usually spent money on entertainment. He said Roman could take whatever he wanted from a corner of the workshop, as there was more than enough to arm 30 men. Roman asked if that was truly what he was offering, and whether it represented Master Hendrik's best work. The master replied harshly that the best had nothing to do with that, and that if he was not satisfied he could leave without taking anything. However, Roman stepped forward, picked up one of the swords, and examined it carefully. He remarked that perhaps the reputation of the Dmitri forges was exaggerated, because calling that material equipment fit for soldiers was pushing it too far. The provocation only made the master more irritated. Hendrik stated that the Dmitri forges took pride in having the highest quality in the entire kingdom, but someone who had never sweated in front of a suffocating forge had no right to judge them. He said that if it were not for Baron Romero's request, he would not have set anything aside for him at all. While his younger brother Rodwell had spent years working hard to one day succeed the family, Roman, as the eldest, had wasted his days courting women in the streets. Compared even to the weapons thrown on the ground, he was nothing more than true trash. Even in the face of the insult, Roman remained calm. He said he understood the master's anger, but pointed out that the sword had been hammered with disproportionate force during the process, to the point that it had slightly changed color when exposed to sunlight. That indicated the work of an inexperienced blacksmith who had made serious mistakes while forging the metal. Because of that, it could not be called Dmitri ironwork. He did not deny the pride of the family, but he refused to pretend that it was worthy of carrying their name. Then he went straight to the point. A soldier could die because of that sword. The dull edge would not make a clean cut through flesh, and when it got stuck in the enemy muscle, the soldier would waste time trying to pull it free, and would end up being beheaded. He asked Master Hendrik what he thought of that injustice. The soldier would give everything to survive, but would end up dying not because of a lack of courage, but because of the inferior quality of the weapon given to him. Roman asked why they thought soldiers wore armor. If no one realized that those weapons scattered across the ground were garbage, then the soldiers who followed him would be placing their lives in the hands of poorly made iron, without even knowing it. That was not a simple act of retaliation against him, driven by personal feelings. The lives of 30 men were at stake. Even knowing that, Hendrik had chosen to remain silent in the face of the truth. Roman questioned whether he could truly, with pride, call himself a master craftsman who represented the Dmitri family, after trying to deliver that garbage out of personal resentment. People who had done nothing could die because of it. Hendrik replied that it had not been his intention, but Roman made it clear that intention did not matter. The purpose of weapons and armor was simple. He had made the request in the name of Baron Romero, his father, and in response he had received unworthy equipment. He then asked whether that attitude could be interpreted as insubordination against the lord of that land. Hierarchy was a clear concept. The moment the boundaries between lord and retainer became ambiguous, the hierarchy itself collapsed. Retainers could not act as if they were equal to their lord just because of proximity or familiarity. When they crossed that line, they had to be held accountable. Roman asked once again whether that could be considered insubordination. Hendrik replied that no, it was not insubordination. Then Roman demanded an explanation. He asked why he had tried to deliver deliver that piece of poorly made iron. The argument drew the attention of the other blacksmiths, who began to gather around. Some asked what that bastard was doing with Master Hendrik. Others commented that they saw Roman Dimitri challenging the master while holding a sword, as if he were threatening him. Before the situation could worsen, Hendrik ordered everyone to stop. He took responsibility and apologized to Roman. At that moment, something from his past came to his mind. He remembered his youth, when he had forged a poor sword and received a severe scolding from his own master. At the time, he had been told that he could not be at ease until he was capable of properly doing what he was ordered to do. They said it was too early for him to try forging his own sword, and told him to throw that piece of trash away immediately. If he intended to keep making that kind of garbage, it would be better not to return to the forge at all. Back then, he had been furious. He thought his master barely taught him anything, only made him work all day, and still punished him for the smallest mistakes. He believed he would never become a good blacksmith that way. However, during that same period, a commotion occurred inside the forge. A simple man appeared before them, saying that he knew the coin he brought was not enough to buy a sword, but it was everything he had. He promised that he would return to pay double. For someone like Roman, who had nothing but a healthy body, he needed a weapon to be able to support himself. The blacksmith said that if his intention was just to go around from shop to shop, then he should do it somewhere else. Roman begged, saying he had a family to feed, but the blacksmith still drove him away. As he walked out of the city, Hendrik approached him and handed over the sword he had forged himself. He gave the sword for free to that warrior, and in that moment, he felt good about his own actions. He believed he had done a good deed. However, later he found that man dead. He was shocked to discover that he had died while escorting a merchant, because the sword had broken in the middle of a fight against bandits. From that day on, Hendrik began to believe that he had been responsible for that man's death. He promised that he would never allow something like that to happen again. Even so, he had almost repeated the same mistake simply because he did not like Roman. When confronted, he said that he would pay for his mistakes with his own actions. Roman replied that if he was willing to take responsibility, then he would not pursue the matter further. He threw the sword away and said they would return to business. Roman knew that Hendrik was the best master blacksmith there. Because of that, he decided to trust him to create the equipment for his soldiers. As he had said before, he did not believe Hendrik had been trying to disobey his father on purpose. He wanted to bury that conflict and move forward. All he needed were swords and armor that would protect the lives of his men. Nothing more than that. Hendrik was surprised and began to wonder if that boy was giving him a chance. He had heard rumors about Roman, but he could not understand how someone could change so much. He no longer seemed like the same person as before. So he said that he regretted everything that had happened and promised that it would not happen again. As a form of apology, he guaranteed that the weapons and armor would be of the highest possible quality. The work began immediately. Hendrik and his blacksmiths returned to the intense routine of the forge. Later, one of the blacksmiths, while working, told Roman that he had once stolen one of Hendrik's swords in the past. It was no surprise that he did not remember, because on that day he had been drunk, as usual at that time. It had happened 3 years ago, when the Lord had cut off his allowance and he had become desperate for money. He broke into the forge and stole the master sword to sell it in the market for a ridiculous price. That sword had been Hendrik's masterpiece. He had spent 6 months just developing its design, and another 3 months to finish it. It was something made with his own hands, with pride and dedication. Seeing it being sold like that, without even finding its true owner, was something he had never been able to accept. Upon hearing that, Roman realized that he had truly gone too far in the past. Later, Hendrik approached and said that he had already forgiven him for that matter. He explained that he accepted the request, not because he was in need, but because he could not accept that the eldest son of the Dimitri family would be negligent with something as important as the forge. He reminded him that the foundation of that family had always been the work of the forge. He said that the day Roman forged a poor sword with his own hands, he might better understand the weight of that. Roman replied that that day would not take long to arrive. After that, he said he would take his leave for now and return when everything was ready. Later, Roman returned to the workshop where he used to train alone. The place was clean and organized exactly as he had ordered. The tools were in place, the anvil properly positioned, and the furnace ready for use. He lit the fire and began the process. When he turned 18 in the Murim, he decided to forge his own sword. At that time, the successor of the demonic cult had not yet been chosen, and the rivalry among the brothers was constant. He needed to sleep with one eye open, always alert to any attempt at assassination. His 11th brother, Shang Yun, ambushed him while he was living a rare moment of peace. The battle was intense. His treasured sword ended up breaking in the middle of the fight, unable to withstand his brother attacks. Even so, he managed to win, injured and on the verge of death, as he mutilated Shang Yun's face with the broken blade. He thought that he needed a sword that would never break, a weapon that could withstand his full physical potential without failing. He understood that he needed a sword made exclusively for himself. After that day, unlike his brothers, he began visiting blacksmiths and learning the craft. After each decisive battle, he forged a new sword, adjusted to his current self, stronger and more experienced. After countless battles, his swords continued to evolve. The 39th sword he created became known as the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. Now, with the war approaching, he knew it was time to create a sword for his new self. Roman began the process by flattening the first sheet of metal. He struck once, then again, and continued hammering, repeating the same movement with controlled rhythm and strength. Every strike had intention. Every impact shaped not only the metal but also his own determination. When someone focuses completely on a single objective, the world around them seems to disappear. Roman entered a trance, focused only on the sound of the hammer against the metal, and on the birth of a new blade. He had to survive in a world where only the strongest remained, because he was the son of the heavenly demon. From an early age, he understood that he would not have an easy life, and over time he came to be called the strongest after overcoming countless challenges placed before him. He never saw that as something bad, and he saw it no differently now. He simply accepted the new reality and remained firm within it. Even so, he knew that the level he was at was still not high enough to face any unexpected variable. That was why he needed to train and become stronger. There were powerful forces in Roman world, and he did not yet know them all. But one thing was certain: defeat would not be tolerated. As he hammered the metal in the forge, he was not just shaping a sword, he was using the infernal divine art, drawing in the flames and manipulating fire like someone who had once been called the flame demon. This technique used the power of blazing fire to rapidly accumulate mana, making it ideal for his current state, which he considered insufficient. As long as he remained close to the flames, he could generate almost infinite mana to continue forging. He knew that his lungs could be damaged if he overdid it, but he was willing to pay that price. He wanted power capable of facing any variable that might arise. Meanwhile, Flora spoke with her father about the situation of the war. She explained that they were at a deadlock. Support from surrounding regions had been restricted, and the military gap was clear. Some were already discussing the possibility of surrender in exchange for keeping part of the territory, but Flora believed that this should not be done under any circumstances. The Baron argued that instead of losing the lives of innocent soldiers in a seemingly lost war, surrender might be the better option. The Berko family had used their connections with the central government to secure a loan from the Bank of Gold, and the amount had been released without any collateral. Flora replied that a loan without collateral certainly came with extremely high interest. That war would not truly benefit the Barcos. The Bank of Gold had lent the money aiming for future returns, and both sides would profit while that land was destroyed with the Lawrences still there. The Baron then asked what she suggested as an alternative. She said there was only one possible path: a desperate resistance. For a moment, the Baron believed Flora would present an extraordinary strategy, something out of the ordinary, but she was speaking about the basics, about what needed to be done. He asked whether closing the castle gates would be enough to survive. Flora explained that it was not just about resisting behind walls. They needed to abandon everything they had produced that year and burn their own fields, stockpile as much food as possible, and endure until winter arrived. The Baron questioned whether she truly believed that holding out until winter would solve anything. Flora explained that even if the Barancos had obtained a large sum of money through the central government, it had limits. The interest would continue to grow over time, and the massive influence of the Bank of Gold spread across the entire continent. If the war dragged on, the Baranco family would begin to be crushed by their own interest. In addition, mercenaries fought only for money, and the money came from the bank. Once the siege stopped being profitable, their resources would run out. The Baron and the nobles were shocked by the analysis, but they acknowledged that it was possible. It would be a battle of endurance. The Baron thought that after the incident with the Dimitri, he had believed he was raising an immature daughter. Now he realized that Flora had grown a lot. In front of everyone, he declared that Flora was right. He ordered that preparations for a desperate resistance begin immediately. They would do everything possible to hold out until the end, to keep the Lawrence bloodline alive. Even if the castle walls collapsed and they perished, they would continue to resist and fight until the very last moment. While everyone worked to set up that desperate strategy, Roman was finishing his sword. He left the isolated room, holding the first blade he had forged in that world. The sword was perfect for his current state, balanced, durable, and tailored to his own combat rhythm. He decided that the name should also come from that world, so he called it Salamander. Shortly after, a messenger from the Barco family appeared in the Lawrence territory to threaten them. He announced that there was a second option besides total surrender: a war with all resources involved, a clean battle in an open field supervised by a judge from the central government. They could also choose a duel between two warriors, with the method defined by the Lawrence themselves. The decision would be up to them. Baron Lawrence replied that he did not trust the Barco, nor the justifications presented. The document claiming an ancestral debt was forged. In addition, he had no intention of sacrificing the life of any family member in a manipulated game. The messenger then presented the third option: abandoning their pride as members of royalty and continuing the desperate resistance within the castle walls. He said that from that moment on, the Barco family would respect the Baron's decision, declaring that all the blood shed during the siege would be his responsibility. The soldiers were terrified. Baron Lawrence was also surprised, because the messenger had not come alone. He was accompanied by Barco troops, who had already begun the siege. The war had started even before any formal response. The Lawrence were forced to defend the walls with arrows and all the strength they had. Despite the pressure, the Barco advance was more difficult than expected. Later, the Barco commander grew irritated as he realized that even with 3 times more soldiers than the Lawrence, the pace of the battle did not match his expectations. A subordinate reported that the Lawrence had already completed all preparations. They had dug a deep moat to restrict access to the walls, and from the constant volume of arrows fired since the beginning, it seemed they had more than enough supplies to sustain the siege. The commander could not understand how all of that had been done in just 1 week. According to his calculations, the Lawrence should have surrendered to preserve as much land as possible. Instead, they were locked behind their gates, risking their own extinction. He began to wonder where he had gone wrong in his strategy. When a knight asked what they should do, he answered that they should prepare to use the special weapon. He believed that Baron Lawrence was a weak man, someone who had already sold his own daughter to the Dimitri because he could not withstand the pressure. To him, the Baron was the type who yielded in times of crisis. Inside the castle, Baron Lawrence commanded the defense with firmness. He repositioned troops, organized resupplies, and acknowledged that Flora had been right. The Barco had retreated for now. He asked how she had come up with that strategy, and Flora, already wearing armor, replied that she had simply realized she needed to become stronger to protect her family. Suddenly, a massive explosion struck the wall. The enemies were using a flare, a catapult capable of launching massive magical explosions against the castle walls. Each shot cost dozens of gold coins, and since it was a strategic weapon, it could only be used with permission from the central government. Regardless of wealth, it was not something easy to obtain. Flora could not believe that the Barco had enough connections to rent such a weapon. There were only 2 ways to block a flare shot: counterattack with a magical weapon of the same level, or leave the castle to destroy it. Both options were practically impossible for them at that moment. Then a maid approached, informing them that they had received a magical call. The message came from Roman Dimitri, who said he had a way to help. Flora accepted the transmission and asked what he intended to do to save the Lawrence. Roman replied directly that he wanted to take revenge on the Barco family for personal reasons, a decision he had already made. If the Lawrence followed his plan, he would advance immediately and destroy the Barco together with them. She asked what the role of her family would be in the plan. Roman explained that it was simple. They would need to prepare the stage first by making an initial sacrifice. In return, he would officially intervene in the name of Roman Dimitri. Flora realized that he was proposing this, knowing they had very few options. Even so, she replied that she accepted, as long as her family was protected. Roman added that he needed a legitimate cause to get involved in the war. Since the marriage between them had been broken, he needed a plausible reason to enter the conflict, so he asked Flora to declare that Anthony Barco had crossed the line with her, and that she had been forced to break off the marriage because of it. This would completely destroy Flora's aristocratic value. Her title and reputation as a daughter of the Lawrence would be stained. However, if she gave up those privileges, she could offer him the justification he needed to enter the war. Roman made it clear that it was all he needed. If she claimed that Anthony Barco had crossed the line even before the official separation, she would be considered part of the Dimitri in the eyes of the world, and he never forgave those who dared to touch what was his. Flora looked toward the castle wall and saw her people being obliterated. Soldiers were blown apart by the flare strikes, bodies thrown into the air, and stones shattering under the impact of magical explosions. At that moment, she no longer thought about title, reputation, or pride. She only thought about the people who were dying. So she answered yes, that she would fulfill any condition Roman imposed. She asked him to exterminate every single one of the cursed Barco. The enemies continued advancing and were already beginning to climb the walls. An assassin appeared beside Baron Lawrence, ready to strike him, but Flora reacted first and brought him down with a precise arrow. Soon after, she told her father that they needed to open the gates and face the Barco head-on. The Baron asked what she was talking about, and she quickly explained that Roman Dimitri had promised to help them. If they could distract the enemies long enough, Roman would advance with his soldiers to destroy the flare. Baron Lawrence questioned why Roman would do such a thing, but Flora did not have time to explain every detail. She simply stated that Roman Dimitri always kept his word. Meanwhile, Roman remained still in front of the communication crystal, watching in silence. Chris asked if they should attack immediately. Roman answered that not yet. Chris insisted, saying it could be too late if they did not move now. The flare was capable of destroying entire walls, and they needed to act. Roman then asked why he should rush. The fall of the Lawrence was not something important to him. He preferred the death of hundreds of strangers over risking the life of a single one of his soldiers. There would be many casualties among the Lawrence, and part of that would be the consequence of following an incapable lord. Unlike them, he would not force his men into a losing battle. Chris said he understood. Shortly after, the Lawrence truly opened the gates and advanced against the Barco. The enemy commander, while mutilating warriors on the field, commented that they still had not realized their place. He was the commander of the Berja mercenary company. Some of the Lawrence soldiers began to retreat in fear, but Flora shouted for them not to fall back. She knew that if they did not serve as bait, Roman would not appear. It did not take long for the mercenaries to be caught off guard by the approach of Roman and his soldiers. The moment to risk their lives arrived sooner than expected. There was uncertainty and anxiety in the eyes of the men, because they knew that battle could be fatal. Those who survived as Roman soldiers promised to live as predators, but in the end, what determined survival was willpower. Before advancing, Roman made it clear that the priority was to attack the rear of the Barco and destroy the siege weapon. He did not expect much from the Lawrence as bait, and also did not fully trust their performance. Because of that, he would take the vanguard alone. He would open the path by massacring the enemies ahead, and his soldiers would only need to follow him and eliminate those who remained. But they must not forget that the highest priority was to destroy the flare. The Barco commander saw the approach and asked if they really believed they could defeat them with that number of men. He ordered the soldiers to prepare and deal with those crazy intruders. They formed a front line with shields and spears, but Roman advanced mounted and leaped over the formation, bringing down the entire line in an instant. In his past life, there was a saying within the Orthodox demonic sect that the heavenly demon would always stand at the forefront of the cult. He was invincible. Facing him head-on was practically suicide. Many wondered why someone so powerful would choose to occupy the most dangerous position on the battlefield. The answer had always been simple. The strongest must be the first to break the enemy's morale. As they faced Roman, the Barco frontline soldiers felt as if they were standing before a demon. He advanced, declaring that if they would not come to him, then he would go to them himself. Meanwhile, his soldiers followed behind, cutting down the remaining enemies. Chris tensed when he saw Kevin being attacked and his horse killed beneath him. Even so, Kevin did not hesitate. Instead of retreating in fear, he drew his dagger and drove it into the enemy soldier's neck. He knew he had to do everything for his lord, no matter the cost. At the same time, Chris pushed himself to grow stronger because he wanted to become someone capable of following Roman to the end. Using his sword aura, he advanced across the battlefield and easily cut down the soldiers who crossed his path. The Barco front line tried to stop that advancing monster, but Roman had no intention of slowing down. His objective was clear. He headed straight toward the flare, the enemy's magical siege weapon. On the other side, Berja, captain of the Berja mercenary company, watched the scene closely. He wondered if that young man was truly Roman Dimitri. He knew there was an enormous reward tied to that mission, and that the future of his company was on the line. Because of that, he decided to face the enemy himself. He crossed swords with Roman. Berja was recognized in the kingdom as a rank A mercenary. Unlike rank B, one could only reach rank A by mastering aura. He was a 2-star aura knight. Even so, when he pressed his blade against Roman's salamander, he did not feel that he was causing any real impact. The counterattack came in an extremely fast strike. Berja stepped back in shock, trying to defend himself, realizing that his opponent was far stronger than he had imagined. In just a few seconds, around 5, Roman tore the head off a rank A mercenary who had dominated the battlefield. The mercenaries were left in complete shock. Roman's soldiers were filled with morale. The Barco commander shouted for them to kill that bastard immediately, but some soldiers warned that they needed to protect the commander first. Meanwhile, Roman turned his gaze toward the flare. He realized that the weapon was the result of a kind of magic that did not exist in the world of Morin, but that did not matter. He activated the divine art of the heavenly demon and executed the demon sword technique, first form. The strike that followed was intense and precise, a clean cut wrapped in darkness that split the flare in half and destroyed its magical circle. After that, Roman declared for the Lawrence to listen well. He, Roman Dimitri, had destroyed the Barco siege weapon. The soldiers celebrated and gained renewed motivation. Flora watched in shock, realizing that he had truly succeeded. With the destruction of the flare, the Barco had no choice but to retreat. During the battle, Chris began to use his aura differently. He tried to condense it as much as possible, just as Roman did. As a result, his mana consumption decreased even under intense pressure. Before, he had been ridiculed for following Roman's method, but now he was beginning to realize that his lord's path was the correct one. By his side, he was growing. He also noticed that his allies were exhausted, but none of the 30 soldiers had been left behind. None had suffered serious injuries. That was why they had been chosen. They all thought the same thing. There was only one reason they had remained alive and safe. The monster leading from the front, Roman Dimitri. After the victory, Roman told his men that they had done well to survive, and that their job there was finished. When they returned to Lawrence, they were received as heroes. Inside the castle, Roman was acclaimed. Baron Lawrence realized that it was truly a shame that things had unfolded the way they had in the past. From their very first meeting, he had noticed that Roman was special. The fact that he had destroyed the flare alone was proof of astonishing talent. Dimitri had raised a true tiger. If fate had been different, that tiger could have been his son-in-law. But the past could no longer be changed. The Baron extended his hand and said he was glad to see him again. They greeted each other in a diplomatic manner. Later in the private chambers, Flora personally thanked Roman. She acknowledged that they had not managed to act as bait in the ideal way, but even so, he had helped without hesitation. She thanked him sincerely. Roman replied that he had only fulfilled his part of the agreement, and that the Lawrence had acted exactly as he expected. Even so, Flora insisted that she wanted to repay the favor. As a representative of the Lawrence family, she felt she needed to offer something in return. She said that if there was anything he desired, he only had to say it. She would stand on his side and ensure he received whatever he asked for, no matter what happened. Roman answered that if she truly wanted to repay him, he would not refuse. After that, they went together to the conference room. Later, Roman was seated beside Baron Lawrence, Flora, and the other nobles of the family. They discussed that this was an opportunity. If they ended the conflict at that moment, it might be possible to accept a diplomatic diplomatic solution. The Barco still had many soldiers, and continuing the war could bring unnecessary risks. Perhaps it was time to consider diplomacy as the next step. Roman thought that all the Lawrence were merely herbivores, people who always backed down under pressure. The Baron ended up agreeing with the opinion of the nobles. Even though they had managed to stop the attack thanks to Roman's help, there was a limit to how long they could hold back the Barco. They could even send a message immediately to try to negotiate. But Roman asked to intervene. Everyone fell silent to hear what he had to say. He stood up and explained that Barco was under enormous financial pressure. To pay off the absurd debt from the loan, they had no choice but to take Lawrence. That would not change even if the port were destroyed. He stated that if they sent a messenger now, they would probably receive only his head in return. Outside, soldiers were still carrying bodies. Roman asked if no one felt disturbed by seeing such a catastrophic scene. To him, Barco could not be forgiven. They needed to show the world how they would take revenge on those brutes who had dared to lay their hands on Lawrence. The Baron replied that it was not as if they did not understand the situation, but faced with such overwhelming force, there was nothing they could do. Roman looked at the Baron with the eyes of a predator and stated that there was only one path. He knew that herbivores, when cornered, had no choice but to become prey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Barco commander was furious, questioning why Roman Dmitri had interfered and made everything even more unfavorable. For Roman, there was no option other than a decisive combat. He said exactly that to the Baron. They should hold a warrior's battle, a duel between representatives of the two families to determine the winner. Up to 3 swordsmen could participate on each side. Following a sacred ritual, the authority of the host had to be impartial, and the central government would send a judge as soon as both sides reached an agreement. The fight would only begin when the judge gave the command. The Baron was taken aback. It had been a long time since he had heard of that kind of battle. The opponent would be Barco, who had connections with the central government and a massive debt involved. It was impossible to predict what kind of master they would invite to fight. Roman said he understood the concern and stated that from that moment on, he would guarantee victory with absolute conviction. The Baron asked if he was truly certain. Roman replied that if there was confidence in victory, there was no better option than a warrior's battle. Barco had a 3-star knight who would likely fight first. Therefore, he himself would represent the Lawrence as the first warrior. It did not matter whether he faced the Barco knight or an external master. He guaranteed that he would win. Even so, Roman explained that there was no point in winning one fight and losing 2. The third battle would be in the hands of his subordinate, Chris, a 2-star knight with genius-level talent, someone capable of defeating even a 3-star opponent. He asked if they did not agree that in this way the advantage would be on their side. If they won the warrior's battle, they would be able to restore the reputation of the Lawrence. He then turned to Flora and asked what decision she would make. She remembered the favor she had promised him and understood what was being suggested. Roman was offering himself as a warrior to ensure that the Lawrence could handle any unexpected variable. She realized that he was a truly dangerous man and declared that she supported holding the warrior's battle. With both sides agreeing, the duel was decided. The message was sent, and 1 week later the duel was organized. On the appointed day, the judge introduced himself as Count Artes. He declared that the warrior's battle was a sacred event, blessed by Valhalla. Regardless of the outcome, both sides had to honor the oath. Anyone who violated the rules would put the honor of the Cairo kingdom at risk and would be judged for it. Now both sides needed to designate 3 warriors who would represent their lands. Later, the Barco commander was already laughing calmly, drinking wine at the table and chatting as if nothing was happening. At that moment, Roman commented that they would probably need to change the order of the warriors. Baron Lawrence found it strange and asked why, since that had been decided a week earlier. Roman explained that this was exactly the problem. The more time passed, the more Barco felt the pressure of the loan interest. They were deliberately delaying, yet they did not seem anxious at all. They were casually talking with representatives of the central government as if they were old friends. The Baron remarked that they must have hired a very strong external master. When Roman looked toward the Barco side, he saw one of the knights sleeping in his chair, yet he still analyzed him coldly. Baron Lawrence asked what exactly he intended to change. The original plan was for Roman to secure the first victory, then a Lawrence knight would enter, and finally Chris would finish. But Roman stated that it would be the opposite. Chris would go first. Both the Baron and Flora were shocked. Then Roman said that he would enter right after to face the card that Barco had prepared. He decided to change the plan into one of total domination. The moment for the first match arrived. Chris stood face to face with Janssen, a 3-star knight. Many recognized Chris as Jonathan's disciple, but he was still only 2 stars. Most people did not have much faith in him. Even so, Chris believed that risks had to be taken for someone to grow stronger. That was why he had stepped out of his comfort zone to follow his lord. The judge signaled the start of the match. As expected from a 3-star knight, Janssen's first strike was devastating and extremely fast. However, Chris dodged. He remembered what he had realized when fighting Roman. No matter how strong the aura is, it only matters if it hits the opponent. Chris was fast. He moved from side to side with short and precise steps, without wasting motion. He knew he needed to find a single opportunity. Janssen advanced again, irritated, determined to finish it using his massive 3-star aura. This time, Chris realized that he could not simply dodge. He remembered Roman's teachings and understood that he needed to move away from the common logic of that world. A reckless release of mana did not reflect the enemy's full strength. He also recalled how his lord sword demonstrated power with a minimal amount of mana. Then he focused his aura into a single line, concentrating everything at one point of the blade. At the right moment, he unleashed his decisive strike. The duel ended there. Jansen was decapitated. The crowd shouted Chris's name. While many stood in complete shock, Chris himself could barely believe that he had defeated a 3-star knight. Roman, with a faint smile, simply signaled for the next to enter. The Barco commander had not expected that defeat. He had planned to end everything in the second match, but now the third had become the most important. Even so, he did not seem worried. He had a hidden card, something that would make up for all the fortune invested. Soon, a mercenary stood up and walked toward the arena. He introduced himself as Homeros of Barco, a 4-star knight. The shock was immediate. Many could hardly believe that Homolus was there. He was known as a wanderer, a ranker, one of the most powerful on the continent. He held position 49 in the continental ranking. He had only agreed to participate at the request of the guildmaster. The rankers originated from the Valhalla Empire, from that great sacred hall where the results of battles were recorded and the names of the strong were immortalized. Over time, the 100 rankers came to be chosen by the Temple of Valhalla, becoming the ultimate symbol of strength on the continent. Baron Lawrence was terrified. There was no one in Cairo who did not know Homeros, the wandering swordsman, famous for roaming the kingdom, challenging the strongest. In the crowd, people commented that he had already defeated the ranker 30 and had recently reached 4 stars. Roman, upon realizing this, understood that this was Barco's true trump card. For the first time, he felt something close to anticipation. Just as his opponent was hiding his true strength, no one there knew exactly how strong Roman was either. To him, this was the opportunity to face a truly powerful opponent, someone of a level that had previously only existed in books. Flora grabbed Roman and asked if he had gone mad. The opponent was Homeros, rank 49 on the continent, someone strong enough to compete for a position near rank 30. She questioned whether he really thought he could challenge a ranker, and said that at the very least he should pray to win the next fight. When Homeros looked at Roman, he realized that the man in front of him was also a predator. Flora insisted that this was the moment to deal with the unexpected variable, that they could send another knight, and that there was no reason for him to risk his life in a lost battle. But Roman simply pushed her aside, saying he did not need to explain anything to her, and telling her not to get in his way. He stepped into the arena and introduced himself as one of the representatives of Lawrence in that battle, Roman Dimitri. Then he drew his sword, the salamander. Homeros thought that if that man had enough skill to destroy a flare, then he should at least be a high-level knight, but he still did not believe he would need to face someone he considered inferior, especially when he intended to soon compete for a place among the top 30 rankers. When the duel began, Homeros decided to end it quickly. His advance was extremely fast, like a blur, and a radiant strike hit the salamander. However, that was not a real attack, it was just a feint. He tried to strike from behind Roman, finding the opponent interesting for having reacted to his initial move. As they exchanged blows, Homeros asked what kind of technique he was using. Roman, on the other hand, had been waiting for a decent battle for a long time, but he could tell that the enemy was still underestimating him. Then Homeros activated his 3rd star in an extreme form, saying he would fight with more power because he found him interesting. His aura expanded with such force that it pushed people in the audience back. Faced with that pressure, Roman thought that if this was rank 49, then it was a disappointment. There was no reason to prolong the fight. He was not affected by Homeros's aura. On the contrary, he advanced with slow and steady steps, telling his opponent to block it if he could. Then he invoked his demonic technique, imbuing the sword with darkness. Homeros found himself facing a dark wave, as if he were inside a black and white space. The mana there manifested in a way he had never seen before, as if time itself had stopped. Unable to react, he received the blow directly. Roman executed the celestial demonic art. 3rd movement, blackout. His hair returned to black as the strike was completed. Homeros had accepted that mission at the request of his guild leader, merely to take sides in a dispute between 2 distant families. He had been refusing many missions since earning the title of rank A mercenary, but he could not refuse that invitation. Now, however, he was dead. The star of Cairo, who had risen through the ranks before even reaching full 4 stars, had fallen. Roman thought that the man who had not even reached the top was far too arrogant. The standards of that world could not compare to those of his past life. In Murium, it was like a galaxy filled with martial masters, each more powerful than the other. There, only death awaited the careless. To him, the way people of that world thought was insignificant. He asked the judge to announce the result. The judge, still in shock, declared that the winner of the 2nd round was Roman Dimitri of Lawrence. The crowd wondered whether Homifle was really dead. Chris, watching everything, thought that this was the true strength of his lord. He questioned whether Roman had already possessed all that power in their first duel, or if he had grown that much in the meantime. Back then, would he have had the strength to defeat Homiflace? After defeating Jansen, Chris had once thought he might surpass his lord one day, but now he realized how foolish that was. With that victory, Lawrence had technically already won the Battle of Warriors. There was no longer any need to shed blood. The families had the right to adjust the order of the fighters, but the judge declared that they still needed to complete the 3rd match, as it was a sacred ritual. Both families could discuss and then send their final warriors to officially conclude the battle. The commander of Parkour could not understand how Homeros had lost. He was a 4-star knight, far above the average warriors of that place. He even wondered if they had sent him a fake Homeros. morose, because none of it made any sense. His right hand suggested sending another warrior, but he replied that he did not want to lose any more important strength, and ordered them to send Benson. Benson was the same starless knight who had taken a few slaps from Roman after abusing Kevin. Even so, he was the one chosen by Barco. Most people did not even recognize him, since he was practically unknown in the arena. When Kevin saw that he would be the next opponent, he asked his lord for the chance to face him. His eyes were determined. Roman looked at him in silence, thinking that in a world where the strongest survives, the only fate of a loser is death. Even as a starless knight, Benson was still dangerous for someone like Kevin. Perhaps the boy wanted to prove that he was strong enough to stand by Roman's side. In the end, he allowed it. Kevin stated that he would return in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Benson was terrified. He wondered how he had ended up in that situation. His father was also a knight. He had joined Barco, an influential family, and had a promising future. Now, he was being sent to die. However, when he saw his opponent just a boy, he thought that God was showing him mercy. He could not hold back his laughter and mocked him, believing that luck had turned in his favor. To him, two abandoned people were facing each other there, but Kevin replied that he was nothing more than a sword that protects his lord. The arrogance irritated Benson, who launched into the attack with much more powerful strikes. The difference in strength was clear. Even so, Kevin was dangerous. In an opening, he almost drove his blade into Benson's neck, but in return he received a brutal kick that knocked him down and made him cough up blood. Chris, watching, knew that the difference between them was enormous, and wondered what Roman was thinking by sending Kevin into what looked like a death sentence. The fight continued, and Kevin was being crushed by Benson's blows. He could barely counterattack. However, something began to awaken inside him. Bloodlust took over his body. He needed revenge. He remembered what his lord had done during the illusion, when he cut his hand and allowed the demonic spirit art to seep into his mind, dragging a demon into him. Kevin released that demon. His instincts became extremely sharp. He turned almost into a beast. The voice inside his head screamed, saying that his head had almost been split open, and that he would make the enemy pay. He wanted to become a useful sword for his lord, even more useful than Chris. A storm of emotions took over him. For the first time, he used the demonic spirit art. His aura exploded like that of a demon. His sword pierced through Benson's armor. Even as he took hits, he felt no pain, or simply did not care. He completely lost control. Benson fell into despair, but was pierced by the blade. Kevin kept striking, again and again, until blood painted the entire arena. After some time, all that remained was a rain of blood. He stepped down from the arena, knelt before Roman and declared that he had returned with victory. Roman simply replied that he had done an excellent job. Kevin smiled innocently. The battle of warriors between Lawrence and Barco ended with 3 victories in 3 matches. It was a crushing victory for Lawrence, and at the center of it all was Roman Dmitri. Like any legend, rumors began to spread, mixing lies and truth. People all across the continent began to talk about him. In taverns, they said that Barco had been completely defeated by Roman and his powerful knights. They said he was the savior of Lawrence, that he had slaughtered hundreds of enemy soldiers alone from the rear and destroyed the flare with a single strike. If Roman had not been there, Lawrence would have been annihilated. He began to be called a hero. Children started playing, pretending to be the hero Roman Dmitri of Lawrence, and little by little, he began to accumulate heroic legends, one after another. Sometime later, in Barco's castle, the regent was in despair. He thought everything was over. There were still the main interests owed to the Golden Bank, as well as the compensation promised to the mercenary guild. In practice, they were bankrupt. He remembered that after they had once knelt before Barco, which was considered one of the most powerful houses in the north, now the nobles themselves pretended they did not even exist. If Roman Dmitri had not interfered, none of this would have happened. In his eyes, the blame was entirely that bastard's. Roman had done something that should never be done within the aristocracy. Even so, the regent still had one last option, the final chance to save the Barco family. A few days later, he called a meeting with several nobles. Before it began, he thanked the true nobles who had come to Barco. However, those present wanted to get straight to the point. The regent was direct. He said that within the aristocracy, every war needed a valid cause. Barco's attack against Lawrence had a recognized justification. The goal was to make Lawrence pay for the decisions of its ancestors, and even the central government had considered it a legitimate cause. But Roman Dmitri had interfered in that war without presenting any valid reason. Because of that ambush, Barco lost the flare. In addition, among the combatants who took part, there was not even a single warrior formally designated by Lawrence in the first strike. That made no sense. What was Roman Dmitri's reason for helping Lawrence? If the two families were still united by marriage, there might have been some justification. However, everyone knew that Roman and Flora had cancelled the arrangement. At that moment, he was nothing more than a stranger to Lawrence. Therefore, there was no legitimate reason for that interference. The regent argued that Roman's actions had crossed every limit. Some nobles, who already had an interest in harming the Dmitri family, immediately agreed. They said it was true, that Roman Dmitri had presented no reason at all. The regent thought that was already enough. If he could force the Dmitri family to take responsibility and pay compensation, perhaps he could still resolve the issue with the Golden Bank and the Mercenary Guild. Then Roman stormed into the meeting. He entered saying that everyone there had gathered to talk about him. Had they not, he had heard that there were many complaints about his name and decided to come in person. He wanted to hear and respond directly to the Viscount of Barco. Before that, when he told Chris that he was going to Barco, Chris warned him that it was almost suicide. From his perspective, the Viscount would see him as a mortal enemy. It might be better to avoid Barco as much as possible. Roman replied that if he had not started this, he might have ignored it, but now that he had taken the first step, he would go to the end. The resentment against him was obvious, and Barco was at its most critical moment. It was the perfect time to extinguish that spark of revenge before it turned into a fire. Then he mounted his horse and went alone to the meeting. When he entered the hall, the Viscount of Barco was furious. That brat from the Dimitri barony, who had not even officially inherited the title, dared to step in there, ignoring the difference in status between them. The Viscount said that since someone of such low origin seemed not to understand the laws of the aristocracy, he would explain them personally. Interfering in a war without reason was not allowed in the Kingdom of Cairo. According to aristocratic law, a family needed to present a cause, receive confirmation from the central government, and only then officially declare a territorial war. Those processes did not exist because nobles were fools, but to protect the honor of both sides. Ignorance of the law was no excuse. Roman needed to understand how foolish his actions had been. Because of him, the Dimitri family could fall into disgrace. Unable to escape the criticism of the northeastern nobles because of the sin of an inept son, silence took over the room. After a few seconds, Roman asked if the Viscount had finished. Then he said he would explain his reasons. Lawrence and Dimitri had indeed planned to unite through marriage. Now, he was treated as an idiot with no value. However, he asked if they knew the true reason for the cancellation of the marriage. It was not because of reputation or rumors about women. As many claimed, in truth, he had been threatened by Barco's eldest son, Antony Barco. It all happened during a party organized by Barco. At the time, Roman was still close to Antony and attended the event because he was about to join the Lawrence family. There, he fell into a trap. When he realized it, he was in the same room as Emily Barco. Antony used that situation as an excuse to threaten him and force the cancellation of the marriage. It was a carefully prepared scheme to separate him from Flora. Upon hearing that, the nobles began whispering among themselves. Doubt started to fall upon the Barco family. Roman knew something he had learned in his past life. When a weakness is exposed and accepted, it ceases to be a weakness. Viscount Barco reacted with contempt and asked if he really thought anyone would believe that nonsense. He said everyone knew what kind of trash he was, and that trying to cover up the truth was disgusting. Roman replied that he had expected that kind of reaction, so he would present another reason for interfering in the war. He explained that Antony Barco had crossed all limits with Flora, who was his fiancée, and that because of that shock, she had decided to cancel the marriage. He asked if the Viscount would deny that as well. He said they could confirm it with Flora Lawrence whenever they wished. He knew Antony had used a lie to trap him, so it was only fair to respond with another strategic narrative. He declared that he had interfered in the war, using only his own strength, without officially involving the Dimitri family. That had been the only way he found to take revenge for her. He asked the Viscount and everyone present to reflect. He asked if that truly was not reason enough for his interference. With that, Roman dismantled the central accusation. He established a personal motive and left all the nobles with doubt in their minds. Viscount Barco realized that exposing the supposed lack of justification was now useless. He needed to buy time. He said he did not fully believe Roman's words, but that he would confirm them on another occasion. Then Roman went straight to the point. He said the Viscount had two options. He could end the matter right there by applying an appropriate punishment to Antony Barco for his personal actions, or he could escalate the situation and turn it into a direct conflict between the families. If he chose wrong, Roman would return home and reveal everything to his father. The Barco family knew they could not face the Dimitri. A direct war would mean annihilation. The Viscount declared that the issue between Roman and Antony was personal and did not justify involving the families. He said he would summon Antony to apologize on his knees, but Roman asked when he had ever requested that Antony kneel. In what world does the aggressor choose his own punishment? Later, the Viscount informed Antony that he would take part in a trial duel. Antony panicked and asked his father if he would really leave his life in another man's hands. He said Roman would not let him leave alive and begged him to refuse the proposal. The Viscount ordered him to compose himself. He said he was the eldest son of the Barco family and that when he became the successor, his life would be tied to the fate of the entire family. He told him to face reality and never forget that humiliation. At the very least, he should be prepared to lose an arm. He left his own son kneeling on the ground, begging to be spared. When the day of the trial duel arrived, Antony, even in front of all the Barco nobles and his own father, trembled with fear. He tried to persuade Roman, saying that he truly liked Flora and that perhaps he had lost his mind when he heard about the marriage. He apologized for everything and said he meant him no harm. He said they were friends. When Roman drew his sword, Antony fell into despair. He begged him to spare his life just this once. He swore he would repay that debt for the rest of his life. The nobles were disgusted. The Viscount grew even more furious at his own son's cowardice. Roman asked what it meant to repay something for the rest of one's life. How exactly did he intend to do that? He asked if there was truly any way to compensate for the atrocities he had committed or to erase what he had done. He said the Barco family was already ruined. Then he questioned why he should grant forgiveness to someone who had openly disrespected him and tried to destroy him with such a vile scheme. When the Viscount realized what was about to happen, it was already too late. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Roman stepped forward and pierced Antony's stomach with with his sword, directly and decisively. He acted like Baek Jong-hyuk, who once, even while in conflict with his own brothers, endured every assassination attempt in a single night and still stabbed each one of them to death. There was a moment when the 12th son of the celestial demon pointed out Baek Jong-hyuk's flaw, saying that he had no commitment to anything, and that the moment he saw someone as an enemy, he would drive that person to destruction without giving the slightest chance. According to him, that was a critical flaw that could one day hinder him. Even so, Baek Jong-hyuk knew that this brother was not only powerful, but also tolerant enough to accept those who were defeated at his side. He replied that he understood what his brother meant, but that massacring anyone who showed even the slightest hostility toward his way of living was the reason he had survived at the bottom of the cult, and that was how he would continue to live, because death was the only way to eliminate all variables. It was with that same mindset that Roman almost split Antony Barco in half. His death was a result no one expected, least of all the Viscount, who was completely devastated. Roman asked if there was any problem, since a criminal dying in a trial by duel was something common. The Viscount, consumed by rage, demanded to know what he had done, and ordered them to kill the demon who dared to murder his son. Even so, the knights barely had the courage to approach Roman. The Viscount claimed that he had planned everything from the beginning, that he had not even brought a single guard to pretend he came to negotiate any agreement. Roman replied that he could not even stand breathing the same air as them, and that from the moment Antony threatened him, that outcome was natural, the consequences of his own actions. Then he declared to the nobles present that if there was still anyone who insisted on maintaining ties with the Barco family, they would have to face him as well. The Viscount asked if he thought he could escape that situation, but Roman said there was no need to flee. He made it clear that he would be watching the Barco family from then on, and would continue attacking until all of them fell. After that, he left as if nothing had happened, leaving the members of the Barco family certain that they had provoked someone they never should have provoked. A few days later, the Viscount Barco, unable to pay his debt to the Bank of Gold, tried to flee during the night, but was found dead on a nearby hill. The Barco family, which once had enough power to command the northeast, met a tragic end. That same night, Hans found the young master returning covered in blood. Roman remarked that the moon was radiant, and that he had only gone out for a walk, asking if there was anything wrong with that. Later, while collecting his dirty clothes, Hans confessed that everyone had been worried. He said he could not be happier to see his lord being recognized, but that he kept putting himself in situations that were far too dangerous. He could not hide his anxiety, and asked him to take better care of himself. Roman replied that he had already said this before, reminding Hans that he was one of his men. He thought of Baek Jong-hyuk, who had massacred countless enemies to the point of forming an ocean of blood, yet had a single rule that allowed him to become the heavenly demon, to protect all those beneath him. To him, a single person under his wings was worth more than hundreds or thousands of enemies. Roman then told Hans that he would do his best to protect everyone under his leadership, and asked that he himself not put his life in danger, as that alone was enough. While all the commotion surrounding the Barco family was unfolding, the Melok family organized a social event. Helena Meloko, a lady of the family, noticed that even the noble women who had once supported the Barco side were attending in large numbers. Now that the situation had changed, Dmitri would become the central family of the Northeast, and that was the perfect opportunity for the Melok family, which had stood by the Dmitri family from the beginning. Among the guests was Liana Dmitri, Roman's mother and the wife of Baron Romero Dmitri. Liana used to interact with noble ladies to consolidate a support base for the Dmitri family. She had an impressive aptitude for political matters, something Baron Romero did not possess to the same extent. If Liana had not prepared the groundwork in advance, the Dmitri family, pressured by the influence of the Barco family, would have already collapsed. During the event, she thanked everyone for attending, and explained that the gathering was important so that the families living in the same region could understand each other better, especially now that they would need to move in the same direction. She acknowledged that not everyone had followed the same path until then, but that the situation had changed, and that it was necessary to establish a new central point. Even while maintaining a gentle smile, Liana had hidden intentions. In a subtle way, she poked at the wounds of those who had supported the Barco family, while at the same time showing generosity. She was skilled at that kind of game. Later during the event, Helena Melokwe asked Liana what she thought of Veronica. She commented that Roman, already 25 years old, needed to find a wife and start a family as soon as possible with the future in mind. She said she was not saying that just because she was the young woman's mother, but that she truly believed Veronica would be a good candidate. At that moment, another woman interrupted, asking if Veronica had not already made a marriage proposal to another family. Helena thought to herself that those vipers never missed a chance to provoke. Meanwhile, Liana simply ignored everything that was being said, calmly sipping her tea. Over the past 6 years, Roman had been seen as a nuisance within the aristocratic circle. The fact that he was the eldest son, and yet was not destined to lead the family, weighed heavily on her. However, his potential as a 4-star knight alone already pointed to a promising future. If he secured his place within the family, there would be no more desirable groom than him. It was at that moment that he stopped being a burden and became someone who attracted attention. Liana replied that she felt honored by the suggestion, but stated that Roman had already been hurt enough. She did not want a political agreement between two families. She wanted her son to find someone he truly loved. Because of that, she had no intention of continuing discussions about arrangement arranged marriages. With that, she made it clear to all the noble women present that whoever won Roman's heart first would be the chosen one. Meanwhile, Flora was once again in the library. Even though it was late at night, she knew that power was necessary to survive in that world. Realistically, the Lauren family would have lost the battle against the Barco family. She believed they might have had a chance if they had endured until winter, but she had faced a harsh reality. There were many variables, yet Roman had predicted all of them and acted boldly. She began to wonder how she could become someone like him. She blushed upon realizing her own thoughts and tried to deny it, telling herself that she hated him, that he was arrogant and egocentric. Even so, she could not stop thinking about how he had become so strong and what kind of person he truly was. She stepped outside to get some fresh air. She knew that despite her curiosity, she no longer had any connection with him since the engagement had been cancelled. There was no reason to meet him again. Suddenly, she was approached by her sister Sylvia. After hearing a few comments from her, Flora went to speak with her father. She asked what it meant that the Lauren family was organizing a party in Dimitri and why she had not been informed. The Baron explained that he had realized many things after the recent incident. He said that Flora had shown an impressive ability of judgment, resolving situations that he himself could not even imagine handling. Thanks to her bringing Roman Dimitri to the battlefield, they had been able to win. He stated that he would not make the mistake of underestimating her again, and that he would give his full support to whatever path she chose. He also assured her that he would no longer pressure her to make sacrifices for the family. From now on, she could follow her own dreams. Flora found the speech touching, but she wanted to go to the party. She asked why Sylvia had been invited and hinted that her father had another objective. The Baron admitted that it was out of personal greed. Flora understood that he was considering Sylvia as a possible bride for Roman. With that in mind, she decided that if it was to repay Roman, she would also attend the party alongside her sister. The Baron replied that she did not need to go if she did not want to, and that he had done everything so she would not have to see Roman's face again. Even so, Flora stated that she would accompany Sylvia and guide her. Meanwhile, in the capital of Cairo, at the Temple of Valhalla, one of the priests heard rumors that the son of a noble from a remote region, only 25 years old, had killed a 4-star Aura knight with a single strike. It seemed almost impossible, but if it was not just a rumor, it meant a monstrous prodigy had appeared. He decided to check it personally. His name was Willis, one of the priests responsible for rank evaluations in Valhalla. On the day of the promised party, scheduled for the late afternoon, the young ladies of the noble families arrived early at the Dimitri residence. They were all beautifully dressed, wearing shining jewelry, and displaying flawless smiles. Sylvia commented that Dimitri was as boring as the rumors said. She said that all she could see were forges, coal, and metal everywhere, and that it was no wonder the place was called the Land of Blacksmiths. She questioned how people could have fun there, and implied that the Lord of Dimitri had no interest in art. Flora knew that Sylvia's father was the younger brother of the Viscount of Lawrence, who had settled in the capital as a merchant. Both Lawrence and Dimitri could be considered rural areas compared to the capital, so she understood her sister's behavior. At one point, Sylvia came across a line of workers leaving the mines, laughing among themselves. Some noble women commented that they were dirty, that miners should not be walking through the streets like that, and that this was the problem with Dimitri. Flora ignored the malicious remarks, and as she passed by one of the miners, she realized it was Roman. Soon after, Hans appeared in a panic, asking how the young master could do such a thing. He said he could not stop him from going to the mines, but at the very least he did not need to come back looking like that. Roman was completely covered in soot and dust. Hans began cleaning his face and clothes with a handkerchief, complaining that the cloth was already completely black. Roman replied that it was enough, and asked Hans to stop cleaning him. When the young noblewomen realized that the dirty miner was in fact Roman Dimitri, their eyes shone like hunters before perfect prey. At last, the moment Sylvia had been waiting for had arrived. She thought he was even more impressive than the rumors suggested. She observed his body and concluded that it was magnificent. She knew that he would most likely become the heir of the family, but wondered why someone like him would be working in a mine. Perhaps it was a test for the successor. Perhaps his status had soared because of his recent actions in the war. Sylvia told the other noblewomen that it was time to introduce themselves. She approached him and asked if he was Roman Dimitri. She introduced herself as Sylvia Lawrence and expressed deep gratitude for his help during the war incident, commenting that he was very different from what the rumors said. Roman simply replied that yes, it was him. Then he asked Hans to follow him and simply turned his back, ending the conversation without giving it any importance. Seeing that, Flora could not help but laugh softly, thinking that he was still exactly the same. Later on the way, Hans commented that those young women were guests of the party and asked if he could not have been a bit more polite. Roman replied that he would have been, if it had been worth it. He said that they had ridiculed Dimitri's miners, and that alone was enough for them not to deserve any consideration. Hans then asked how long he intended to keep mining, since the Lord did not force him to do that, and even so he had been working in the mines for days in a row. Roman explained that Dimitri's roots lay in the forge, but that there was another reason behind his actions. He said that the ores extracted with blood and sweat by the workers were transformed into the beautiful and refined equipment of the family, and that this was the true essence of that place. He stated that understanding this through words alone was not enough. It was necessary to to create a real connection. That was why he wanted to experience that work alongside them and empathize with each of them. Upon hearing that, Hans thought that the young master had grown a lot. He was moved and swore that he would clean every trace of dirt from him with absolute perfection. Meanwhile, Chris was training the 30 soldiers of Roman Dmitri. They had gone through the war against the Barco family and still remained loyal. To those who followed him onto the battlefield, Roman taught the fundamental techniques of the heavenly demon cult, including sword techniques and azure cultivation. This knowledge was a true treasure, capable of unlocking their potential as aura swordsmen. As he analyzed them, Roman thought that they were finally equipped with basic power, but it was still not enough. He needed to create his own intelligence network, capable of investigating any target inside and out. The problem was that an information network required wealth and manpower, and he still did not have sufficient resources. He then called Chris and asked how the training was going. Chris replied that everyone was progressing very well, learning with dedication and speed, and that he was optimistic about the results. Roman said it was time to teach him a new sword technique, something he deserved for having started earlier than the others. Chris had already formed a solid world within his own understanding of combat, so it would not be easy for him to accept a new type of knowledge. Even so, Roman stated that he was now ready for something different. He decided to teach him the lightning technique. There was a time when the lightning sword ruled Muram, a secret art that belonged to a man once known as one of the 10 heavenly masters. Now that technique would be passed on to Chris. At the exact time of the event, Roman arrived at the hall already drawing attention. He was extremely well dressed and ended up captivating several women, to the point that some asked why he had left earlier, like that, since they wanted to talk to him. He explained that he had only finished his work for the day at that moment, and because of that, he at least wanted to look presentable. Sylvia commented that she did not believe he was as incredible as the rumors said. After all, he was the successor of a noble house and still worked directly with the miners. She even wondered if she could also change if someone like him were her husband. Roman replied that he felt almost deceived by that kind of thinking, and maintaining a wide smile and a lot of grace, continued talking with all of them for a good while. After some time, he went to the balcony to rest and breathe the cold night air. That was when Flora appeared and said that he was a great actor. Roman replied that it had been necessary to act that way, but she countered by saying that she had always thought he did not care much about relationships. He explained that normally, he really would not care. However, that party was one his parents and their guests had been invited to, so it was different from what he usually did, because it was not a party organized by him. In addition, their first meeting had been exactly like that. He commented that unexpected might not be the right word. Flora admitted that he was right, and that in fact she had been disrespectful. She had always thought he was unchangeable, and that only increased her curiosity. She began to wonder what kind of life he had lived to have such a firm standard. She then took the opportunity to ask why he had gone to work in the mines, since aside from the forge, there was no reason for a successor to be sent there. Roman asked how she thought Lawrence had reached its current position. People usually thought that Lawrence's growth came only from fertile land and abundant production, but the family had prospered through business, selling their own production or making strategic exchanges. That was what elevated Lawrence to the position it held, and it also explained why the Viscount's brother had become a merchant in the capital. Flora was surprised, because even she had only recently discovered the true roots of Lawrence, and not in such detail. She then asked what that had to do with Dmitri and his work in mining. Roman replied that the roots of Dmitri were in the mines. If it were not for the miners who every day extracted iron ore covered in dirt, the family would not have reached its current position. He was certain that spending time in the iron mines would be essential to understand and sympathize with his own family. That was the duty of someone who carried the Dmitri name. He also commented that he had already stayed there long enough, and that it was time to go back. When Flora was left alone, she made a decision. Her mind, which had still been confused since the war, finally settled. A few days later, she left for the capital. It was at that moment that the flower of Lawrence left the greenhouse, and decided to see the outside world. Meanwhile, Jacob, master of the iron mine, drank and commented that the day had been as usual. The mine seemed endless, no matter how much they mined. Until then, they had only advanced to the entrance of the mountain, and it was said that even if the Dmitri family spent 24 years exploring the place, the iron mine would not run out. Jacob guaranteed it. Hendrik commented that there were rumors that Roman had worked in the mine for 2 weeks and asked why everything was so quiet now. Jacob showed surprise and remembered that, half a month earlier, the young master Roman had started working in the mine. At least that was what the rumors said. The veteran miner Morkan stated that Lord Dmitri had lost his sense because if he wanted to educate the successor, he should have done it much earlier. According to him, the Lord treated only the blacksmiths well, and neglected the miners. The 3 successors of Dmitri had learned to forge iron since they were young, but none of them had learned to mine, which for him was clear proof of discrimination. Some thought that logic was a bit exaggerated, but Morkan insisted that the foundation of Dmitri was in the iron mine, and even so, the blacksmiths received all the glory. For him, it was necessary to show Roman how difficult the work in the mines really was. Later, the young master was introduced to the workers who would work alongside him. Jacob reinforced that in the mine, the first priority was safety, the second was also safety, and the third was still safety. Then everyone began working normally, as if Roman was not even there, completely ignoring him. He in turn was not bothered by that attitude. He was genuinely curious to understand how people lived, how much power they had, and what he could do in that land. His future plans involved learning everything related to Dmitri, and so he began working in that noisy environment, surrounded by rough men dealing with iron, dirt, and physical effort, yet still realizing that everything followed a well-organized method. Roman noticed that the miners were extremely meticulous when it came to distributing the work evenly among everyone. The mine's safety system was also very well structured, so he began asking a few questions, such as why Dimitri's metalwork was so popular. One of the miners explained that it was not only because of the good processing at the forge, but because the iron ore itself was already of extremely high quality, something anyone was forced to acknowledge. While other states suffered significant losses during the distribution process of the ore, Dmitri carried out every step within its own territory, ensuring a much greater profit. It was no wonder the place was called a magical state. Roman reflected that the materials were supplied and distributed by the state itself, and since it was also a city of blacksmiths, they managed to profit more from metalwork than anyone else. They had lived like that for decades, accumulating wealth that was probably far greater than he had imagined. That was when Morkan appeared, saying that the mine was not a place for idle talk, and that if the young master did not want to work, he should not get in the way of others. Roman simply nodded and apologized, saying he would focus on the work. He picked up the sack he needed to carry, and continued in silence. A week later, during a meal, he realized that they had already been working together for days, and even so, almost no one spoke to him. They only answered when he asked something, perhaps as a way to establish boundaries. At that moment, Morkan approached to talk. He said he had been observing the young master during that week and was curious about one thing, why he was working there. Not even Rodwell, the second son and considered the strongest successor of Dmitri, had visited the iron mine, yet the eldest, Roman, suddenly appeared saying he wanted to train to become the successor. Morkan admitted that at first he thought Roman was taking the work in the mines lightly, but after observing him he realized that he truly worked hard. He was diligent, met his goals, and dedicated himself more than many others. In addition, one of the workers commented that the Lord had not sent Roman there, he had gone on his own. Hearing that, Roman asked if Morkan wanted an ideal answer, or a realistic one, and was told he could give both. He began with the ideal one, explaining that Dmitri was a mining city, and that the mines supported countless families. Instead of understanding people only through statistics, he wanted to experience their lives personally. Morkan asked if that was really necessary, and Roman replied that as long as he carried the Dmitri name, it was his obligation to do so. Morkan acknowledged that it was a perfect answer, the kind any citizen would want to hear from their ruler. Then Roman explained the realistic reason. He was not yet the master of Dmitri. Despite the wealth accumulated by the family, everything still belonged to his father. Because of that, he had gone to the mine to discover what he could do for Dmitri, and in that way earn through merit the share that would be his in the future. Upon hearing that, Morkan understood that it was not just about the succession dispute. If he had gone straight to the forge, it might have been just strategy, but choosing the mine showed that he understood the importance of the miner's work. Encouraged, Morkan said he would answer any question he had, since he was the veteran there. From that moment on, he answered Roman's endless questions honestly, and Roman began gathering surprising information. The scale of Dimitri's iron mine was the largest in the entire kingdom, and possibly on the entire continent, especially in the unknown lands that stretched beyond the borders. Its extent seemed endless, and if everything were properly developed, the wealth generated would be as well. Even so, Morkan explained that compared to the conditions they had, the results were not as great as they could be. The speed of mining was reduced because of the risks. First, they had to ensure the safety of the tunnels before mining, and that directly impacted the results. Lord Dmitri invested heavily in safety, but working as a miner was still dangerous. Earthquakes were frequent in that region. He had barely finished saying that when everything began to shake. Morkan asked what was happening, and one of the miners replied that the 8th shaft had collapsed, and a worker was buried. Panic took over the group, and some considered running to the city to ask for help. That was when Roman said he would go down. Morkan tried to stop him, reminding him that he was the eldest son of the Dmitri house, and that if something happened, they could assess the situation and call for reinforcements. But Roman replied that by then it would be too late. He reaffirmed that those who carried the Dmitri name had a responsibility to fulfill. He told everyone that he would return, and ordered them to prepare to rescue the injured worker as soon as he brought him back. Roman quickly went down into the mine. It did not take long for him to return, carrying the injured worker in his arms. He immediately began administering first aid himself, applying the bandages with firmness and care, and Morkan noticed that the young master was skilled at that as well. After finishing the initial treatment, Roman said that now they just needed to take him to a doctor, and that if it was necessary to use a healing potion, he would pay for it himself. Then he asked everyone to listen carefully. He said that many would accept that day's accident as the inevitable fate of a miner. After all, no matter how much someone prepares, there is no way to prevent a disaster that appears suddenly. Even so, he stated that there was a path, even if it was difficult. As someone who carried the Dmitri name, he would resolve those difficulties using whatever means were necessary. It might not take long, but that would also depend on everyone's performance. When he returned home, Romero asked if he had been hurt. He questioned what he had been thinking when entering that place, reminding him that even as an aura swordsman, he could not defend himself against a natural disaster. He said that he had been lucky that time, but had almost lost a son because of that reckless courage. He was not speaking only because he was the eldest son of the Dmitri house. Even if he were not his son, he would never accept a situation where someone risked their own life to save another. Roman replied that he had only done what he was supposed to do, and that he would not change his decision, even if he could go back in time. An accident had occurred in the iron mine, and he believed he had made the right choice. Even so, Romero ordered him to stop working in the mine. He said he did not understand why he had made that choice, since he had not been sent there. If he had decided to work at the forge, he would not have opposed it like that. Roman explained that he believed it was necessary to work in the mine, to learn everything about Dmitri. The family was famous for the forging skills of its blacksmiths, but most of the people worked in the iron mines. Because of that, he had no choice but to start there. Romero then asked what he had learned so far. He replied that he had learned about the hardships people faced every day. He said he saw how much his father cared about the treatment and safety of the workers, and that because of that the miners deeply respected him. However, despite all the efforts, mining was still extremely dangerous. No one knew when a shaft could collapse due to an earthquake, and incidents like the one that day made sure no one forgot that. Romero stated that he was aware of that, but as he himself had said, it was something that could not be prevented. That was when Roman said that in fact there was a way they could use magical items. His father replied that he appreciated the intention to improve safety, but asked if he had any idea how much it would cost to protect an entire shaft with artifacts. The cost would be astronomical. Roman said he knew that, and that the effect of an air shield artifact was not permanent. Even so, installing artifacts would allow them to increase the extraction of iron ore, eliminating the need to restrict the development of still unexplored mountains. To him, that was the price of an opportunity. Even if an absurd amount was invested in the installation, if the profits exceeded the cost, it could not be considered a loss. In addition, they could hire people to assess safety and reduce risks, using part of the increased profits to improve the workers' well-being. Romero realized that he was serious, and that he had already done the calculations. He asked how much would be necessary to invest, and said that he should be prepared in case everything turned out to be a failure. In that Muram world where the law of the strongest and most capable prevailed, two groups were known for their ability to gather information: the Beggar Sect and the Vile Clan. The Beggar Sect gathered information through its members, spread everywhere, listening to conversations. The Vile Clan, mostly made up of lower-class individuals such as messengers and waiters, collected data by always keeping their ears open. Roman chose the miners instead of the forge, because through them, he could reach most of Dimitri's population. Using his father's money and a practical cause, he sought to shape something similar to the Vile Clan, a force dedicated to gathering information within that territory. Even so, that was not enough. He needed information not only from the northeast, but from the entire continent. The workers were not specialists in organizing data, so he would need to structure everything that was gathered. After that, he would connect it to Dimitri's merchants, who operated at the end of the road, to obtain information beyond the region. To fulfill that role, only one person was suitable. After the war ended, the soldiers heard something unbelievable. Kreese announced that he would teach everyone a mana cultivation technique, and also a sword technique as a gift from the sovereign. He said that in return, they should give it their all. The news left everyone confused, because a mana cultivation technique is a systematic method to organize and control mana, and if it is not a mediocre technique copied incorrectly, its value is simply immeasurable. Not even a father would usually teach something like that to his own son. Lucas commented that they would probably only teach a mediocre technique, because even though they were loyal soldiers to Roman, they still would not have enough trust to receive such a treasure. But Kreese revealed that the name of the technique was Asura cultivation technique. Asura meant demon of the battlefield in a distant land. At first, Lucas did not believe it, but within a few minutes he felt the mana flowing. With a short time of cultivation, his senses became drastically sharper, to the point of feeling the wind brushing against his skin. The Asura sword technique, organized into 108 different combat styles, perfectly used the power of the cultivation technique. Faced with that, he began to wonder who Roman Dmitri really was. If he had exclusive possession of such a technique, he would never teach it to anyone, not even his own family. Lucas, who once spent his entire fortune trying to learn a mana cultivation technique, began to experience enormous changes every day. He was genuinely happy. When he received an offer from Roman, he apologized and said that he wished to remain by his side as his sovereign. Roman realized that he had refused the other path. With his wide personal connections, the adaptability he had shown during the tests, and the countless hardships he had faced as a mercenary, Lucas was perfect for the role he had in mind. Lucas himself commented that if he were to manage an information guild, he would have to distance himself from his side, and after fighting alongside him in the war, he had already pledged his life to him. Roman found that attitude interesting, and asked why he believed he had received the cultivation technique and the sword technique. That was merely a reward for the loyalty shown during the war. Then he asked what Lucas thought of him. Would a man known as Roman give everything he had, just to buy loyalty? He did not desire loyalty without purpose. That was only fair payment for risking risking their lives in the war. Then he questioned what kind of reward he would give to someone who had more value than a simple soldier. Lucas understood the message. Perhaps he could receive something even greater than the technique itself. He bowed and stated that he would do his best to create the best information guild on the entire continent. Roman knew that he was calculative and realistic, the only one capable of leading the future Vile clan. Thus, Lucas was assigned to the perfect role. When Roman returned to the mine, everyone celebrated his presence. Morcon said that he had truly cared about the safety of the workers. An elderly man approached and stated that the life of his only son had been saved thanks to him, and that from that day on he would dedicate his life to serving him. Young master. Roman simply thanked him and said that he would continue to rely on his experience as a veteran. From that day on, people's hearts changed in relation to Roman, and that in that new atmosphere made Baron Romero thoughtful. A month passed since the war against Barco, and the regular meeting of House Dimitri took place. One of the nobles declared that, with the fall of House Barco, there was no longer any force in the northeast capable of comparing to them. Even former allies of Barco showed interest in allying with Dimitri. According to Romero's previous order, all negotiation proposals with those forces had been immediately rejected. They then asked how they should deal with them. Romero replied that joining forces with those who had caused them unforgettable wounds would not be generosity, but arrogance. He ordered that they should never negotiate with them, and to make sure that everyone understood what it meant to oppose House Dimitri. Next, Captain Jonathan reported that during the war, Barco had shown dangerous variables by resorting to external power. If they had directly faced those forces, they could have been a major threat, especially with figures like Flo and Homeros. Because of that, he suggested further strengthening their military power and acquiring magical weapons to respond quickly if necessary. Romero knew that nothing provided more security than military strength. The nobles also realized that thanks to the decisions of the young master Roman, the treasury was well supplied. Despite the high investment in installing artifacts in the mines, the results were already visible. Iron ore production had increased by 30%, and if that pace continued, Dimitri could achieve a growth of 100% in the future. Romero asked what the financial losses had been due to the installation of the artifacts. The nobles replied that in fact they were able to handle the costs easily thanks to the significant increase in profits. Romero realized that his son Roman's judgment had been correct. He had gone to work in the mine of his own will, experienced the problems firsthand, and returned with the most appropriate solution. People's opinion of Roman, which had already been gradually changing, was practically sealed by that event. Captain Jonathan then asked how he intended to deal with the matter of succession. Romero had already expected that topic to arise. 3 years earlier, he had chosen Rodwell as the successor. Since then, Roman's behavior had not seemed suitable for such an important role. However, the situation had changed. The war against Barco, the issue of safety in the iron mine, and Roman's impressive skill with the sword now showed the posture of a ruler. Several nobles at the table agreed with that. Since no official announcement had been made yet, some suggested that a fair competition should be held, a dispute for succession between Roman and Rodwell. That proposal stirred unrest within the previously calm House Dimitri. The most uneasy person there was Romero himself. He knew that Roman had proven his worth in a short time, but Rodwell carried the weight of being the successor since a very young age. He did not know if it was fair to put the two of them in direct competition. For now, he simply said that he would observe the situation carefully before making any decision. Later, alone in his office, the issue of succession left him restless. For someone to officially enter the dispute, the agreement of 3 fundamental pillars would be necessary: the vassals, the master of the iron mine, and Hendrik, the master of the forge. Even if the decision was being shaped amid chaos, those 3 forces needed to agree. He ordered Hans to be summoned. When the man arrived, he showed some nervousness. Romero asked whether he believed Roman was suitable for the position of successor. Hans replied that if that question had been asked 3 months earlier, he would have said no. However, the current young master was different. From what he had seen while accompanying him closely, he had grown and become someone capable of taking on the role. Working in the iron mine had not been a whim, but a way to understand the people of Dimitri, to put himself in their place and face reality head-on. For Hans, the current young master was someone who took his responsibilities seriously. Romero said he understood and dismissed him. Then he ordered that the master of the iron mine be summoned immediately. Jacob did not come alone. Upon arriving at the office, he explained that he knew the Lord wanted to hear details about what had happened in the mine, and because of that, he had brought someone who had witnessed the scene. Morkan then introduced himself before Romero. The name sounded familiar. Romero asked him to report everything in detail. Morkan said that the incident had occurred a week after Roman began working in the mine. A shaft had collapsed and a worker had been buried. While everyone was still trying to decide what to do, they were surprised by Roman, who declared that he would go down to rescue the man, and he truly did it. Morkan admitted that, to be honest, he had tried to convince the young master not to go down. At the time, he did not have a very favorable opinion of him. However, after seeing what happened, he realized how foolish he had been to judge him that way. During the incident, the young master declared that he had the responsibility to solve the people's problems as the son of House Dimitri, and made it clear that rescuing the worker had been his own will. He also said that if someone asked how he evaluated the young master, he would answer that he was a successor he would trust with all his heart. Romero heard that and realized that more and more people were saying that Roman was suitable to become the successor, but even so, he stated that he still could not make make a decision because the matter of the forge still remained. Meanwhile, at the forge, one of the blacksmiths informed Master Hendrik that several items had been requested for repair in the name of young Master Roman and asked whether they should accept. Hendrik told them to accept, even though personally he felt like refusing. After hearing Jacob's stories about what happened at the iron mine, he felt bad for having treated Roman so harshly. When the equipment arrived, everyone was shocked by its condition because the soldier's gear was completely destroyed, as if it had gone through brutal training. Among the pieces, Hendrik found a shining sword, Salamandra. He analyzed the blade and was impressed by its smooth edge, perfect level of strength, and the firmness of its grip. It was a true work of art. He wondered where the boy could have obtained something of that level, because it was not just beautiful, the sword's mana sensitivity was extraordinary, to the point that it was already absorbing the heat of the forge on its own. Swordsmen who used aura would go mad for a weapon like that. Hendrik had always been proud of being the best blacksmith on the continent, but increasing the mana sensitivity of a sword was something completely beyond the ordinary, a level that not every master could reach. Determined to clarify this, he personally went to speak with the young master. When the equipment returned already repaired, even Chris was impressed by the speed of the service, because something like that would normally take 2 weeks. The blacksmith who brought the pieces said he had expected that time frame as well, but explained that Hendrik had become extremely active for some reason and made all the blacksmiths focus on that work. Looking like someone who had not slept for 3 days, Hendrik directly asked Roman where he had gotten that sword and who had made it. Roman replied that he had not obtained it anywhere because he himself had forged it. Hendrik could hardly believe it, remembering that he was standing before the master blacksmith of House Dimitri, and found it absurd that the young man would try to ridicule him, knowing that he commented that the rumors saying Roman Dimitri had changed must be false, but Roman insisted that he was telling the truth. He explained that he had even named the sword after the continent, calling it Salamandra, and said he could prove it, because a master like Hendrik, who represented the family, would be able to identify a lie just by watching him hammer. Later they went to the small forge where the sword had been created. Roman explained that while preparing for the war against Barco, he realized he needed a sword he could trust with his life. Because of that, he faced the flames of the furnace and hammered the steel without rest, until he began to feel that the forge was like a sanctuary. He commented that Hendrik should understand that feeling. He also said that since he would soon carry the duty of national defense, he had begun forging a new sword to replace Salamandra, and that he would now show the process of this new forging. He took off his shirt, and Hendrik wondered if the young man would really forge without safety equipment, thinking that perhaps he did not even know the basics of blacksmithing. However, when Roman began to hammer, the master blacksmith was completely astonished. Between that world and Marum, the standard for dealing with iron was different, and Roman knew that. The people of that world did not control mana perfectly, and therefore invested more time and effort into the capabilities of the sword itself. In Marum, however, the priority was the fluidity of ki, creating swords that maximized the efficiency of that energy. This type of weapon was praised for its excellence, and Roman, as a celestial demon, had forged countless swords throughout his life on the battlefield. While working, he absorbed the heat of the fire and entered a trance once again. Hendrik began to wonder if that was really Roman Dimitri, because his posture before the steel, the speed of his hammering, and even the sound of the metal being struck were perfect. It reminded him of Lord Romero in his prime, and he thought that blood ties truly could not be denied. At the end of the day, Hendrik admitted that Roman was the true owner of Salamandra. Then Roman said he would give him the sword as a gift, since he was forging a new one, and explained that in the past he had sold his own sword, so he wanted him to accept Salamandra as compensation for what had happened 3 years ago. At that time, Hendrik had gone to complain directly to Romero, saying that being the eldest son was not a reason to risk the future of House Dimitri. To him, 10 out of 10 people would click their tongues and call Roman an idiot if asked what kind of person he was, and they would doubt that he was suitable as a successor. In his opinion, the second son, Rodwell, seemed far more appropriate because he had learned blacksmithing from a young age and had been proving his worth in the capital. Romero thought that, after 3 years, Roman had truly changed a lot, but he was still worried about the possibility that Hendrik might not truly recognize him. Even so, when he asked the master blacksmith what he thought about the succession, Hendrik answered without hesitation that he fully agreed with the choice of Roman, stating that he was more than qualified to become the successor. Surprised, Romero asked if he was serious, and Hendrik replied that he would never dare to lie to his lord. He said that Roman had been working hard, shedding sweat, blood, and tears in a place where no one could see him. He recalled that when he received the order to deliver some weapons to Roman, he acted out of antipathy and sent inferior quality products. At the time, Roman declared that providing equipment of that level to soldiers was nothing less than murder. That sentence stayed in Hendrik's mind, and that same night he carefully evaluated the young master's actions, coming to the conclusion that Roman had the proper judgment for someone of House Dimitri. Not only that, he saw him working at the forge with his own eyes, completely absorbed in the process, facing the heat of the furnace flames without hesitation. As a blacksmith, Hendrik could not help but feel drawn to that spirit, as if he were standing before a true companion of the craft. Then he showed Romero the sword that Roman had forged, Salamandra. Upon seeing the sword, Romero could barely believe it, and wondered how his son had been able to create something of that level. Hendrik, as a master blacksmith, stated that he believed his lord should reconsider the decision made 3 years ago. Later, Romero Romero received a letter from his other son, Rodwell, informing him that he had been promoted to S-class at the Royal Academy of Cairo. From now on, he would leave only the theoretical classes to gain experience as a field commander. He had graduated with the highest grades in the academy and promised to show a new future for House Dimitri, being a son any father could be proud of. Reflecting on it, Romero acknowledged that both Roman and Rodwell were exceptional talents. However, even Rodwell, considered a genius, could not be compared to the Roman of now. The young master had become someone talented enough to be known not only in the Kingdom of Cairo, but across the entire continent. Because of this, he decided that when Rodwell officially graduated and Roman fulfilled his duty in national defense, he would declare the succession battle. A few days later, Willis, a priest of Valhalla and judge of Rankis, arrived in Dimitri. Upon introducing himself, he explained that he had heard rumors that Roman Dimitri had defeated a ranked individual named Romero, something so unprecedented that it led him to visit personally to confirm whether the feat should be reflected in the ranking. Even lower classifications already elevated a family's status, allowing it to undergo formal ranking evaluations. Romero explained that unfortunately, in recent days Roman had been working at the forge, and suggested that he rest and meet the visitor the next day. Willis agreed. While being guided through the corridors, Willis caught sight of Roman's men training. Hans said that he could watch if he wished. At that moment, a fight between Kevin and Puck was taking place. At first glance, Puck was a much larger adult man than Kevin, but even so, the two were fighting on equal terms. Willis began to wonder if both were aura swordsmen. Among the 30 men recruited by Roman, none possessed aura at the beginning. However, one day, Roman approached Puck and commented that he had an exceptional martial physique. At the time, no one understood what he meant, but less than a month later, Puck managed to manifest aura. That achievement completely changed the attitude of the other soldiers, who began to train even more intensely, risking their own lives to surpass their limits. Now on the training field, Kevin's red aura collided directly with Puck's aura. Puck admitted that the boy was frighteningly talented and was almost struck head-on. If they had been using a real sword, it could have been fatal. In an instant, Kevin was already behind Puck, with the blade at his neck, making it clear that in a real battlefield, his head would have already rolled. Upon witnessing that, Willis was shocked. All the soldiers used the same technique and demonstrated great proficiency. He wondered if they were really men from a remote region, because the scene looked like a miniature of Valhalla's army. They were not ordinary soldiers, but knights shaped with extreme care. He began to question since when House Dimitri possessed such power. He confirmed to himself that Dimitri was indeed the true force of the Northeast, but that went far beyond the scale of a simple rural family. The man accompanying Willis asked if that was really just a mining town, and the priest admitted that he was also doubting his own eyes. The only thing he was certain of was that those were not ordinary soldiers. He then asked Hans if they were direct knights of the Baron. Hans replied that they were not officially part of House Dimitri, nor affiliated with any formal organization. In fact, they were Roman's personal soldiers. Willis was confused and asked what that meant, because aura swordsmen were not treated as mere soldiers. He questioned whether they had been hired with an absurd amount of money, or if they were apprentice knights. Hans replied that he did not understand why he was asking that, but explained that if he was referring to Kevin and Puck, the two who were training there, they had not been aura swordsmen until recently. Kevin was a commoner whom the young master had taken in personally, and Puck was just a rank C mercenary. They had simply grown stronger through the teachings of the young master Roman. As the successor of House Dimitri, he had an incredible eye for recognizing talent, something that could be called a blessing. Hearing that, Willis began to wonder who that man really was. The next day, when he would finally meet the young master, Willis thought that he would at last be able to truly know him. He reflected on whether he was facing a hidden dragon waiting for the right opportunity, or just someone shaped by the fame of a great achievement. When Roman entered, Willis saw firm and fearless steps, eyes that naturally seemed to look from above, and a relaxed expression typical of someone accustomed to life among the strong. Roman introduced himself respectfully, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. After some formalities, Willis asked if it was true that he had defeated Homeros in a warrior's battle, and Roman confirmed it without hesitation. The priest commented that it seemed he still did not grasp what he had achieved, because Homeros was not just someone ranked 49, but a warrior who intended to grow even further after surpassing 4 stars. Defeating someone like that at the age of 25 was not something common. Willis asked if he understood what that meant, saying it was not an exaggeration to call him the greatest genius in the history of Cairo. Roman replied that it sounded like just a refined way of saying that what he had done was logically impossible. Then Willis explained how the system worked. In an unofficial battle, when someone defeated a ranked individual abruptly, that ranked position became vacant, and the ranking would only be reorganized after 1 year. The winner could not, under any circumstances, automatically take the defeated person's place, even if he had won. However, if he proved to be qualified, he could receive the lowest position in the ranking. Roman understood that. In that case, he could enter the ranking at 100 if he demonstrated his strength. The priest stated that the Temple of Valhalla only believed what it confirmed with its own eyes, and that was why he had brought an aura measuring device. The verification was simple. If he surpassed the level established in the artifact, he would be considered qualified and would receive the lowest ranking. Unlike official battles, in this case there would be no formal identification. They would simply let time pass, since those ranked at 100 became constant targets of challengers. Roman asked if there was any real reason to go that far, just to become ranked. Willis replied that even without a specific material reward, his name would be known throughout the world. He questioned whether it would not be worth enduring the danger in exchange for fame. Roman countered by asking if it would not be easier to simply defeat someone of a higher rank in an official battle. The priest agreed that an official battle was the best way to prove skill, but explained that they could not organize one just because he wanted it. There were several procedures to follow, and in addition, there was no ranked individual in the northeastern region of Cairo, which made it impossible to arrange a fight there. With few options, they began the test. Willis explained that the color of the meter would change according to the mana infused into it. Red indicated 1 star, orange 2, yellow 3, and anything above 4 stars would be green, since Roman had defeated a 4-star swordsman to receive the lowest ranking he would need, at minimum, to reach the yellow level. While listening to that, Roman thought that, unlike the world of Murim, that world was highly developed around mana. He even felt somewhat cautious in front of that artifact, the aura meter, and wondered what kind of beings mages had to be to create something like that. Perhaps they were almost superhuman. Having reached a level close to the divine, he concluded that he could not underestimate the power of magic in that world. When Willis asked him to begin, Roman realized that the logic of the two worlds was different, and was not sure what would happen if he infused mana using the methods of that world. Even so, he decided to test it. The moment he released his mana, the effect was immediate and overwhelming. Willis was shocked and wondered what was happening, because Roman began to emit an absurd amount of power. The level on the meter rose quickly, passing red, then orange, and soon reaching yellow. Willis found it strange, because even for a 4-star aura swordsman, it was not normal for the meter's color to rise that quickly. Meanwhile, Roman thought that, using only the methods of that world, he would probably only reach the yellow level. Then he became curious about what would happen if he used the methods of Murim. The meter continued to rise until it reached green, but immediately after, the artifact cracked. Willis was stunned and wondered if the meter had really broken. That item was the result of the efforts of the greatest minds on the continent, created to accurately evaluate swordsmen up to 6 stars, simply through mana infusion. The highest color it could display was green, and even if someone exceeded the expected limit, the artifact was supposed to continue functioning without problems. However, in front of everyone, the meter had split apart. Roman, still calm, asked if the item was defective. With no precedent to compare, Willis said he could not give a clear answer, but stated that before breaking, the meter had certainly shone green. That meant Roman Dimitri was a swordsman above 4 stars. He was not just a hidden dragon waiting for the moment to fly, but a fully developed monster. The emergence of a ranked individual with the potential to reach 6 stars in the Kingdom of Cairo could turn the continent upside down. Even so, Willis said that since it was the first time something like that had happened, they could not make hasty judgments, and that he would send the results soon. Then he excused himself and left with the broken artifact, determined to investigate more about Roman Dimitri before giving any definitive answer. In his office, Willis reflected on everything he had seen. Roman seemed like a completely different man from before the age of 25, and he could not understand what could transform someone so drastically overnight. First there was the subjugation of the Bloodfangs, then the war against Barco, and in every situation he acted with nerves of steel, willing to risk his own life to turn his goals into reality. He was not only monstrously powerful, but also intelligent enough to use that strength efficiently. After analyzing the artifact, Willis concluded that there was nothing wrong with the aura meter. The only plausible explanation was that an amount of power beyond what the item could withstand had been infused into it. The green color had been displayed under normal conditions, which confirmed Roman's extraordinary level. Faced with that, he took a communication crystal and introduced himself as Willis from the Cairo branch, requesting that Roman Dimitri's status be elevated to a recruitment target. The Empire of Valhalla was not formed only by warriors thirsty for battle, but by strategists who knew how to act with cunning as the empire grew. They used the ranking system as a tool to attract and steal talent from other nations, because they knew that all warriors aspired to rise in the rankings one day. In this way, they could easily identify and capture rare talents. The voice on the other side agreed that Roman was a desirable target, and asked them to raise his evaluation in the ranking while they found a way to recruit him. They reminded that the most important factor when recruiting foreign talents was confidentiality, and that it would be necessary to naturally shift his mindset toward Valhalla. Willis said he would take care of it. He decided to tell Roman Dimitri that the aura meter was defective, and that officially, he would be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4. The matter would be concluded with him occupying the unofficial position of rank 100. Just the fact that he had secured a place in the ranking would already cause a great uproar in Cairo. The next day, the announcement made by Willis shook the entire nation. It was the birth of the youngest ranked individual in the history of Cairo. In the capital, Benedict, the Marquis of the city, received the information that Willis from the Temple of Valhalla had gone to Dimitri and confirmed that Roman was a 3-star swordsman. The rumor that he had defeated Homordro was also true. Although Although there were comments circulating that Homordovers had been caught off guard and had not even been able to properly display his aura, Benedict commented that 3 stars at the age of 25 was already something out of the ordinary and indicated exceptional talent. He asked about the movements of the other powers, and his servant replied that they were mobilizing quickly, especially the 2 empires. Benedict became irritated, saying that those bastards were trying to make contact before them, even though Roman was a talent of Cairo. At that moment, Cairo was divided into 4 factions: the royal faction that supported His Majesty, in addition to the pro-Kronos and pro-Valhalla factions, under foreign influence, reflecting the instability of the small nation. Benedict ordered that someone be sent immediately to ensure that Roman and House Dimitri would not fall into the hands of another faction, especially the royal faction. They needed to prevent that at all costs. Cairo bordered the Kronos Empire to the west, and the Kingdom of Hector to the south. Kronos, one of the 2 great powers of the continent and the empire that gave rise to Emperor Alexandro, had been demanding that Cairo become its subordinate nation. For years, it had been attacking the western border, applying relentless pressure. Soldiers of Cairo were dying on the front lines, while citizens who had betrayed their own homeland and begun to follow Kronos pressured from within for the kingdom to surrender. Facing a pile of corpses of men who had fought for Cairo, an officer commented that it was unbelievable that they could not even carry out a proper funeral for those who had died for the country. He then asked if Rodwell was alright. He replied that he was already used to it, that it was not the first time he had faced a situation like that. The other man confessed that he had never imagined the front lines would be so brutal, and said he was thinking about giving up his academy diploma to return to his homeland. In silence, Rodwell burned the bodies of his fallen allies, facing that scene as the cruel reality of a small and weak nation. On the western border, there was not a single day of peace. Amid that tension, the man asked if he had heard the news, because his brother had supposedly become ranked. Rodwell frowned and wondered if Roman had really reached 3 stars. To him, there was no chance that the brother he knew had reached that level. He said that it must be just a rumor, and that he did not know what kind of trick House Dimitri might have used, but he believed that the truth would soon be revealed. The next morning, Roman received an unexpected visitor. The man got straight to the point and declared that he served His Majesty, the King of Cairo. He explained that he was there to nominate Roman as a royal knight of the family, to secure the support of Dimitri, the so-called hidden dragon of the frontier. The 4 factions of Cairo began to act. The title of royal knight was the highest honor granted to a warrior. The envoy explained that, to be honest, offering this position directly to someone was unprecedented. Normally, a candidate would need to pass rigorous tests imposed by the royal family, but Roman would be an exception. If he went to the capital and swore loyalty to the king, he could enter the order without any examination. Roman listened to everything and asked if that was all. The envoy found it strange and asked if he was refusing the offer. Roman replied that he was already living very well as the eldest son of House Dimitri, and questioned why he would leave his comfortable position to go to the capital and become a knight. The man then added that, as a royal knight, he would receive a mansion in the capital, and that House Dimitri would have its title elevated. Roman asked again if that was everything the royal family could offer. The envoy insisted that the king himself had personally evaluated him, and that it was a rare opportunity, but Roman interrupted him, saying that he was misunderstanding the situation. 5 days earlier, someone from the house of Count Gregory had visited him, offering a mansion in the capital, vast lands and countless treasures, in addition to a possible political marriage. 3 days later, House Denver also appeared, saying they wanted to sponsor him. The night before, he had met with someone from House Benedict, who offered even more advantageous conditions, 3 times better than the previous ones, and even promised to turn House Dimitri into a Viscount family in just 1 month. Upon hearing that, the envoy almost accepted defeat, recognizing that he was a step behind the other factions. Even so, he asked Roman to reconsider. He reminded him that abominable insurgents were trying to swallow the kingdom, and that it was thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, considered the best swordsman in Cairo, that the situation had not turned into open rebellion. Even so, royal authority was becoming increasingly limited, and even the government was turning blind and deaf to the influence of these forces. What made everything more complicated for the royal family was precisely Cairo's weakness. That was what they told Roman, explaining that if any of the offers made to him faced opposition from the aristocratic faction, the only thing they could guarantee was the position of royal knight. Even so, they asked for support for the king, almost like a plea. As he listened, Roman thought about the 4 factions dividing a single kingdom. He was already used to this kind of dispute from the time when he had been the 12th son of the heavenly demon, so he replied that no, none of the offers really interested him. He intended to refuse them all, but he would not abandon his own cause for now. The servant felt somewhat relieved, because there was still hope, and said he would wait for the day Roman would swear loyalty to the king. 4 offers, 4 rejections. Roman had no intention of swearing loyalty to any power, because he knew that if they ever became his enemies, nothing he did would change that. The only path was to buy time, leaving space open for all factions. On another training morning, he was interrupted again, this time by Makan, a member of Valhalla's intelligence unit. Roman immediately noticed that he was wearing clothes of a Dimitri household servant, and looked at him with irritation, questioning whether his intentions had not already been conveyed by the Denver house. Makan, slightly intimidated by his gaze, apologized for the disrespectful visit, and explained that because of the many eyes around, he had needed to act formally until that moment. He said that what he would say now represented Valhalla's true intention. According to him, Valhalla admired Roman's potential, but the issue of nationality was not simple to resolve. It would be even harder for him to abandon the Dmitri house, which had accumulated great wealth. Because of that, they offered the title of Viscount, fertile lands connected to a mine, and the possibility of continuing to maintain his legacy as a blacksmith. Roman found the proposal somewhat original. However, Mackin added that the most important thing was that they would grant him access to Valhalla's first-class treasury, where they kept cultivation techniques, sword styles, and ancestral records. The treasury was divided by classes according to the level of its contents, and aside from the special class, the first class was the highest. He also claimed that Valhalla would conquer the entire continent and become the true empire, and that remaining in Cairo would be like choosing a shortcut to death. He invited Roman to embark on that glorious future. Even so, Roman refused. Mackin asked if he was serious, and he explained that the offer was tempting, that he was not refusing because it lacked anything, nor because of loyalty to the kingdom. He said he had been receiving several proposals, and that, given Cairo's situation and the factions, they were not just asking for loyalty, but for him to definitively choose which path to follow. Now that he was at a crossroads, he wanted time to see with his own eyes whether it was worth risking his life, instead of trusting only empty words. He knew that one way to increase his value without making any decision was to present himself as an apparently loyal subject. While showing how difficult it would be to make him kneel, he also left open the possibility of becoming a faithful retainer, which excited all sides. Mackin, like the others, fell into that trap and said that he did not know how Roman would confirm Valhalla's value, but that they could not wait much longer. He asked for an answer soon. Roman agreed that he would give a response, and before leaving, Mackin offered a piece of advice as a gift, warning him to be careful with the southern front, which was like a bomb about to explode. Finally, the day came when Roman would depart for the front line. Romero asked if he was really going, and Roman replied that he was, assuring that he would return safe and sound. Liana tried to reassure them, saying that he was not being sent to the western front, which bordered Kronos, but rather to the south, considered safer. Romero said he knew that, but that a father never stops worrying. Roman left the estate, gathered his soldiers, and received a firm response from all of them when he called out. At that moment, no one knew what the outcome of the deployment to the southern front would be. When they arrived at the final base, everything seemed calm. They unloaded the supplies and rested. However, the knights ended up being provoked by an extremely irritating man, and Kevin held himself back from starting a fight. The man bragged about being the second son of the Albert house, Henry Albert. Before all of this situation, Roman had received letters, including one from Benedict, who said he had heard about his duty in national defense. He acknowledged Roman's dedication to the kingdom, but he could not allow someone who could be one of his own to have his health harmed in a harsh environment. Because of that, he confessed that he had pulled some strings so that Roman would be sent precisely to the southern front. The Benedict house was already waiting for Roman. Their gestures of goodwill had been going on for months, not only from the Benedict house but also from the other factions. The Marquis, who led the aristocratic faction, must have been afraid of losing him. However, the southern front, contrary to what the Marquis believed, was not that safe. Valhalla's intelligence agent, Mackin, had already said that the place was like a bomb about to explode. Roman would only confirm that once he arrived there. On the very first day, that trouble happened because of Henry Albert, a descendant of one of the families that had once been prestigious in Cairo. He questioned how soldiers he called vagabonds dared to talk back to him. Roman approached and asked what was going on. Chris explained that the man was demanding that they leave the lodging, claiming he had reserved the entire place, but he was being far too persistent. Roman knew a bit about the Albert house, and was aware that the man lived off past glory, even though the family no longer held the same prestige. To him that made no difference. So he asked Henry why they should leave. Henry asked if he was the leader of the group. Roman confirmed that he was. Then Henry tried to intimidate him, saying that if he annoyed him he would deeply regret it, especially since both of them were heading to the southern training grounds. He gave them 10 minutes to gather their things and leave. Roman replied that he would not leave the lodging, and that there was a simple way to resolve the matter. He drew his sword and suggested that Henry do the same, saying that if he were defeated he would leave willingly. When Henry's knights realized who was standing before them, they became tense and immediately asked him to withdraw. They said that the man was Roman Dmitri, the swordsman who had become the youngest ranked in Cairo's history. Henry then remembered the war against Barco, when Roman killed their eldest son in front of his own father, gaining a reputation as someone as cold as a demon without tears or blood. Roman even provoked him, asking why he had stopped, and telling him to draw his sword. Henry realized that he would die the moment he pulled it, and came up with an excuse, saying he had been mistaken, and that they would settle it later. In the blink of an eye, Roman was already right in front of him, which made Henry run away along with his knights. At that moment, Roman began to understand how the southern front really worked. That same day, 3 more similar incidents happened, all ending with those involved fleeing as soon as they heard Roman's name. Later, while drinking at the tavern, he heard from the tavern keeper that this was common. Compared to the western front, there was no real danger there, because they maintained a friendly relationship with Hector. Because of that, many sons of nobles who could not escape conscription did everything they could to come to the south. The place was known as a refuge, with relaxed training and no real need to risk one's life, perfect for those who did not want to truly fight. But Roman did not see it that that way. Analyzing a war map, he remembered that 48 days earlier, scouts from the kingdom of Hector had crossed the border. Even after returning upon confirming movements in the south, they had revisited the region 3 more times after that. He was not sure if Hector was preparing for war, but putting the information together, it was no longer possible to call the southern front a sanctuary. In fact, that excited him. War was approaching, and he could already feel that familiar smell of blood, something that awakened a side of him that enjoyed battle. The next morning, Viscount Bale Franco, commander of the southern front, appeared. He explained that the training camp was only meant to provide basic instruction to newly arrived soldiers. After 3 weeks, they would be sent to the Reserve Corps and complete the rest of their service there. He ordered them to forget any previous status, because in that place they were only soldiers fulfilling their duty. Anyone who disrespected the rules would be sent to the Western Front as punishment. Roman found it curious that they called that a punishment, and noticed that after the speech, the noble youths who had been causing trouble began to dedicate themselves much more. Shortly after, a knight approached, informing him that the commander wanted to speak with Roman in private. In private, Bale asked how the journey to the south had been, and whether it had been comfortable. Roman replied that he had no problems at all. The Viscount then commented that someone named Coney Mado had been quite shaken upon hearing that he would be coming there, and mentioned how the youngest ranked in Cairo had caused a great stir just from the rumor about the birth of a hidden dragon in Dimitri. He had called Roman just to confirm one thing. He wanted to know if it was true that Marquis Benedict had pulled some strings to send him to the southern front. Roman replied that yes, he had heard that it had indeed happened, but that he had not asked for any of it. Bale then realized that the Marquis was investing a considerable amount in that young man. If he established a connection with him early, he could increase his own chances of entering the central government in the future. Without beating around the bush, Bale got straight to the point. He said he wanted to make a good impression on the Marquis. The southern training camp was not bad, but it could not be compared to the luxurious life of someone in the central government. Because of that, he would do everything possible to accommodate Roman in the best way. In return, when he met Marquis Benedict, he only needed to mention that Bale Frank had made his stay easier. Roman thought that at least the man was sincere and direct. There was no reason to refuse benefits that were being offered. When he left the room, Henry appeared, saying that Roman had messed with the wrong person, and asking if he knew who his maternal family was. He said it was the Frank house, and that Viscount Bale Frank, commander of the southern training camp, was his uncle. Roman asked what exactly he expected to be done with that information. Henry tried to intimidate him, implying that he was in serious trouble, and immediately went to his uncle to ask for help, claiming that he had been threatened. Upon hearing that, Bale asked who had dared to threaten his nephew, and said he would step on whoever it was. However, when he learned that it was Roman Dimitri, his attitude changed immediately, and he slapped Henry across the face. The two had always had a close relationship since Henry was a child. He had always been very attached to his uncle, to the point of liking him more than his own parents, but at that moment he received an unexpected slap. Bale thought that the other person involved was Roman Dimitri, someone with limitless potential ahead of him, and he apologized for his nephew's behavior, admitting that he should have raised him better. Roman said he would let the matter go and left. As soon as he was gone, Bale called his nephew an idiot and asked if he had any idea of the situation. He explained that Marquis Benedict had his eyes on Roman and that they absolutely could not go against him. Henry questioned whether he really had to be slapped, but his uncle snapped back, asking when he would grow up. He said that this was not like the Albert estate, where he was always protected. He warned that after what happened, Roman might have developed negative feelings toward him. Because of that, he ordered him to build a friendly relationship with Roman at any cost, or he would send him to the Western Front. Later, Roman was already in his private lodging, something that showed how much Viscount Bale was truly trying to please him. He thought that men who openly displayed ambition were easy to deal with. Life in the southern training camp might not be so bad after all. Meanwhile, someone else was completely frustrated with the situation. Mac Burney, the current general instructor of the southern training camp, was disappointed at having to organize war games for spoiled nobles. 3 years earlier, he had been an active veteran on the Western Front, truly defending the nation. He had volunteered out of pure loyalty to the kingdom, and for 10 years had faced countless battles protecting Cairo. He came from a humble background and had managed to become the commander of hundreds of men. However, a single moment destroyed everything. He lost his right arm, the one with which he wielded his sword. At that moment, more than the physical pain, what truly hurt was realizing that his life as a warrior was over. Even so, he was recognized for his achievements. For being one of the best fighters, he was given the position of commander of the Southern Front. It was painful to accept, but he understood reality and took on the role. The problem was that the training system there was completely neglected. On paper, everyone received the same level of training as on the Western Front, but in practice, the nobles in the South were exempt from almost everything. McBurney then decided to create a strict regimen, starting with 3 intense weeks of physical preparation. But none of that made sense if the nobles who commanded the soldiers did not participate. Deep down, he wondered what he was even doing there, because that situation simply made no sense for someone who still carried the heart of a true warrior. They could at least pretend they were training, but they did not even do that. Outside, the nobles simply enjoyed the pleasant weather under the trees, chatting and resting as if they were not on the front line. McBurney was already fed up with that situation and could barely believe they allowed themselves to be so careless in a place that was supposed to prepare prepare men for war. It was then that he saw Roman and his soldiers. They were lined up in perfect rows, organized, with Roman himself acting as commander. That sight immediately caught his attention. He approached and said that the southern training camp did not require nobles to participate in training, and that if he wanted, he could rest and simply watch alongside the others. Roman asked if he was saying that because of the careless nobles nearby. McBurney admitted that he was, but Roman replied that enemies do not differentiate status on the battlefield, and that wars do not happen only in open fields. There are mountains, rivers, and swamps, and a commander must at least have the endurance necessary to keep up with his soldiers in any terrain. He said it was natural that someone with authority to give orders should also take part in training. To him, the southern training camp was an opportunity to confirm the strength of his men, and also to pass on experience. McBurney grew excited upon hearing that. Roman added that he did not need that forced smile, and that he was ready for any training, noble or not. It was the first time McBurney had heard a noble speak like that. He had always believed that men risk their lives for leaders who truly acknowledge them. At first he thought about easing the demands, but he changed his mind. He decided that he would give his best during those 3 weeks. The moment he made that decision, it felt as if the gates of hell had opened. The first training was mountain climbing with weight. McBurney explained that it would prepare them for war zones without rest, and teach them to move quickly at any time and in any place. They would climb that mountain every day, no matter the weather. The other soldiers began to wonder what kind of people Roman's men were, because they looked like monsters. At the end of the day, McBurney explained that war is also a psychological battle, something no one knows when it ends. Sword training would be endless, with no fixed limit, precisely to force them to surpass their own limits. Anyone who gave up would have their training increased, even if that meant less time to rest. At night, while everyone washed themselves in the nearby river, the nobles complained, saying that no one had warned them it would be so intense on the first day. One of them asked Roman soldiers why they did not take it a little easier and think about the others. Another commented that compared to them, they were novices, and that if they had had more time, they would also handle that level of training, since Roman's men obviously had years of experience. That was when Henderson stepped in and asked how long they thought they had been training. He took off his shirt and showed his physique, leaving the noble embarrassed. The young man replied that they had been training for about a year, which was why they were worse than them, who surely had trained for years. Henderson corrected him, saying they had only started 3 months ago, and asked if they had not also had time to prepare. He told them not to make excuses, that they simply were not giving their all. When Henderson saw the recruitment notice, he made a clear decision. He wanted to become a subordinate of Roman Dimitri. He thought he would be just an ordinary soldier, without the need for great qualifications. But he soon realized he was wrong. Veteran mercenaries like Lucas, Puck, and others joined, attracted by the conditions offered by Roman. Suddenly Henderson felt like a herbivore surrounded by beasts. He saw no chance of keeping up with that level. He even told Chris that he did not think he had the right to serve Lord Roman, because he was just a novice who barely knew how to hold a sword. He felt that the mere fact that someone like him who had never been anything beyond ordinary had put himself forward was already too arrogant. Chris asked if he was saying that he would give up just because he was below average. The first time he saw Kevin, he was just an ordinary boy, with nothing special in his eyes. Henderson could not understand why Roman had chosen someone so normal, and yet that boy was there, standing firm, enduring the same hell as everyone else. Chris asked if Henderson could now see who Kevin really was. Not long ago, he had become a warrior no one dared to ignore. He said that he himself had once been a laughingstock, because when he challenged Roman out of ignorance, he had almost lost his front teeth. At that time, he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. He only changed because of the guidance of his sovereign, just like Kevin. He told Henderson to listen carefully, because the sovereign had personally chosen him as a soldier. It might seem pathetic now, but there was potential for growth, because Roman had seen it, and if he had seen it, then he could turn that potential into reality. Henderson still had difficulty believing in himself. He did not understand how someone like him, a simple farmer, could become strong. Even so, out of all people, Roman had chosen him for some reason, so he decided to trust that and give it his all. From that day on, his life began to change. He remained firm in the training regimen, no matter the cost. He vomited, fainted, but kept going. He did everything he could to catch up with the others, and in the end, turned into that strong and well-built man. One night, he asked the others what war meant to them. He questioned whether, when they were between life and death, they would say they could not fight because they had not had enough time to prepare. In a situation where one only survives by killing, complaining is useless. Instead of recognizing their own weaknesses and trying to improve, they were dragging others down. There was no reason to give in to meaningless requests. No one had an answer. Silence took over, and Henderson simply turned his back on them, calling them pathetic. Roman's warriors already had a war mentality. The extreme physical training continued, becoming harder each day, but they gritted their teeth and pushed through to the end. Meanwhile, the nobles rested as always. One of them commented that he did not understand why they were trying so hard. He said it would be different if they were on the Western Front, but the South had no war, so they were just wasting their strength because of their common origins. Henry, on the other hand, was worried because he needed to get closer to Roman. He asked if they did not realize how important it was to talk and build connections with other nobles. He concluded that this was the problem with nobles of common origin. They did not know how to mingle. In the end, he simply lay down under a tree and went to asleep. Meanwhile, in the capital of Hector, Jackson, captain of the Royal Guard Corps, presented his report to the king. Over the past year, the Corps had infiltrated and investigated the 5 defensive lines of Cairo's southern front 48 times. Based on the investigations, they determined that the defensive strength was concentrated in the west because of the conflict with Kronos, and that the south had been neglected. Because of that, conquering the south would not be a major problem. The kingdom of Hector had once been a superpower on the same level as the Kronos Empire. They had grown rapidly thanks to their strong defensive capabilities, but suffered a devastating defeat in the war against Valhalla and fell into ruin. Hector's national power dropped to the level of Cairo, and the kingdom was reduced to just one among the 6 on the continent, with no choice but to act cautiously in the face of the empire. Hector's prince, Edwin Hector, told his father that the kingdom had been facing the worst harvests in its history over the past 5 years. The money they had borrowed from the Golden Bank to deal with the crisis had returned with massive interest and was suffocating the kingdom. At this rate, Hector would not be able to advance, and might lose all its relevance. The king replied that he knew this, and that everything was a consequence of the war waged by their ancestors. Edwin stated that the kingdom had lost that war, and chose to distance itself from conflicts to avoid repeating the same mistake, but that this stance also needed to change. After many preparations over the past year, and seeing the desperation of the people, he said it was time to make a decision. The king stated that war was a word he himself would not dare to utter, but acknowledged that his son was different from him, that he was not weak, and asked if he was confident. Edwin replied that he would never have brought up the matter if he were not. Then the king declared that from that moment on he was granting executive authority related to war to the only prince of Hector, Edwin Hector, and he accepted under his father's orders. Meanwhile, at the southern training camp, the 3 weeks of training came to an end. Bale informed Roman that he would now become part of the reserve corps of the 5th defensive line. It was a place everyone wanted to go, and he admitted that he had pulled some strings to ensure it, saying there was no need for thanks. Before departing, Mac Burney personally thanked him, saying that after so long he had finally understood what he was fighting for, and that now he could train recruits with greater intensity. He handed Roman a letter with a summary of the geographical characteristics of the southern front, explaining that it could be useful if war reached that area, and said he would pray for his safe return. Roman thanked him sincerely. Mac Burney felt that his heart was telling him to follow the man he had met over the past 3 weeks, someone worthy of serving, but he acknowledged that he was no longer a warrior, and that with Roman's impressive talents, he would only be a burden under his command. So he said his farewell, and turned his back. Roman remembered hearing that Lucas was having trouble obtaining a map like that, and thought that Mac Burney's goodwill alone was worthy of respect. Meanwhile, on the 1st defensive line of the southern front, an enemy attack was underway. Henry recalled what his uncle had said, that for the next 2 years he should build a friendly relationship with Roman. At the 5th defensive line, at the Reserve Corps base camp, both of them were present. Henry wondered why he had to get close to that bastard, although at least he was stationed at the 5th line. Suddenly, everyone began shouting emergency, announcing that Hector had declared war, and that all troops should prepare for battle. Henry could not understand what was happening, and when he looked to the side, he realized that Roman had already disappeared. The 1st defensive line was the first to be attacked after Hector's declaration of war, but the 5th line was at risk of collapsing even before them. Hector had already invaded the area because the 5th line was weak. The commander of the 5th line, Baron Bruce, fell into complete shock. He was a coward, and the 5th line had become a paradise on the southern front, a place that had long lost the essence of a battlefield. During military service, the nobles lived in luxury instead of fulfilling their duties as soldiers, all because of the man who accepted bribes to fill his own belly. The corrupt Baron Bruce, the superintendent now completely desperate, ordered the soldiers to hold their positions, saying that the lives of innocent civilians would be in danger, but instead of remaining at the front he gave the order and ran away. Baron Bruce ordered them to buy him time, saying he would contact the royal family immediately. Meanwhile, Roman ran in the opposite direction from the commander, heading straight for the battlefield. He had already realized that the southern front lacked overall defensive capability, and that the combination of deteriorated equipment, rotten mentalities, and an incompetent commander made it the weakest military force in the kingdom. The Reserve Corps, which should act in emergencies, was positioned 2 hours away from the front line, but Roman was running toward it and needed to arrive in less than an hour. On the way, he encountered Bruce himself, who asked if they were the Reserve Corps, and whether Roman was the commander of those soldiers. The Baron said they should escort him to the rear first, because the commander's safety was the most important thing. Roman questioned why he was alone, without a single soldier by his side. Bruce tried to assert authority, saying that a member of the Reserve Corps should not speak to him that way, but Roman said he had heard enough and grabbed him by the neck. He made it clear that the fact the commander was there alone meant only one thing, that he had abandoned his soldiers and fled, and he reminded him that by law deserters could be executed immediately. Bruce tried to to say he would not do that, but before he could continue, Roman decapitated him. He said that if he had at least retreated alongside his soldiers, he might not have died. The corrupt man's head rolled along the road as Roman moved forward with his men. At the 5th defensive line, one of the last knights still standing was in a desperate situation. He had always known that day would come, but he had not expected to be abandoned by his own commander. He was struck in the stomach and fell to his knees, believing it was the end. At that moment, someone appeared and killed all the enemies around him. It was Roman, who asked if he was Stephen, and informed him that Baron Bruce was dead. He also said that Stephen was now in charge of the location. Even before arriving there, Roman already knew who he was, because Stephen's name was on the list given by Lucas, who had explained that he was the only person truly useful in the defense of the 5th line. Roman stated that he knew Stephen had guarded that line for years, and that he would trust his judgment. He asked how they should proceed, and made it clear that if there was no hope, he, Roman Dmitri, as commander of the Reserve Corps, would order the withdrawal of all forces. Stephen answered honestly that the flow of the battle was extremely tense. Retreating would be the safest decision, but it would give the enemy an advantage, because if Hector occupied even one of the 5 defensive lines, it would open the way to mobilize supplies and prolong the war. Both understood that there was only one option. Roman said they needed to use the gates to prevent the enemies from forcing their way through the entrance, and that he would buy enough time for them to be installed. Stephen began mobilizing the forces, but he wondered if he had accepted a reckless plan, since the enemy troops were advancing and Roman could die there. Roman said he understood his concerns, and while speaking, a soldier from Hector tried to attack him from behind. Even so, he dodged without even looking, and cut the enemy in half, while continuing to face Stephen, stating that he believed the plan was possible. Stephen was impressed when he realized that Roman had dodged an attack from behind like that. Roman then ordered his soldiers to clear a path to the gate, and told everyone to follow him, and they responded firmly. Stephen noticed that those men did not have a single doubt in their commander, and could not believe that such a relationship was possible. Roman told him to take his position and prepare everything, and Stephen agreed. Now he understood that Roman commanded based on loyalty and respect. Amid blood, chaos, and violence, Chris and Kevin in particular fought with eyes filled with fury. Roman wondered if someone like him, who did not even love that country, should really take that risk. In the end, war always sacrificed the weak, but Roman, now highly valued in the kingdom of Cairo, had earned the privileges of one of the strong. For months he had tried to avoid conflict, but war made his blood boil. There was nothing he liked more than being on a battlefield, and he missed that life. The soldiers followed Roman blindly. Chris and Kevin took the front line, and began destroying Hector's soldiers. Wherever Roman passed, death followed him. When Roman killed 10 men in a matter of seconds, Hector's soldiers still advanced, trusting one another. When he took down 20, they began to realize that the enemy was far stronger than they had imagined. When he surpassed 50 kills on his own without even breaking a sweat, despair filled their faces, and they began calling him a monster. One of Hector's commanders wondered what was happening. Victory against the 5th defensive line should have been guaranteed, so when had the troops started retreating, and who was that man destroying everything on the battlefield? Roman, in the middle of the chaos, stared directly at the commander and advanced without any fear, throwing the enemy into panic. The commander ordered his men to kill that man before he massacred the entire army. After all, he was just one person. Roman realized he had lowered his guard, and thought that this was the fastest way to end everything. He knew from his countless years on the battlefield that the moment the commander's head was cut off, the enemy army would collapse. As he carved a path forward, decapitating everyone in his way, he kept his focus on the commander. Hector's strongest warriors, those who wielded aura, tried to stop him, but they were destroyed by the second movement of Roman's demonic technique, which even split the ground of the battlefield. Hector's commander tried to approach, saying he wanted to surrender and negotiate, but Roman, without even blinking, tore off his head and raised it for all to see. He shouted for the soldiers of the kingdom of Cairo to listen carefully, that the enemy commander was dead, and that if they spared the remaining ones, they would return as enemies, so they should eliminate them all. At that moment, Henry understood why his uncle had told him to get close to that man. Without a commander, Hector's soldiers fled in all directions. Roman and his men successfully defended the 5th line. Chris reported that, out of the 30 soldiers present, including himself, there were no casualties, and that everyone had done a good job. Roman told them to use potions to treat the wounded. Stephen was surprised to see him distributing potions to all the soldiers, since they were medicinal liquids created in the Mage Tower, very expensive and rare. In addition to being incredibly strong and decisive, Roman was generous with his men, and that was why such a solid relationship of trust existed between Roman Dmitri and his soldiers. He approached Stephen and asked him to take care of the battlefield and prepare for another attack, because he needed someone familiar with the terrain of the southern front. Stephen asked if he was considering going there, and Roman confirmed, saying the war was not over yet. Later he was introduced to the guide Colby, who had worked for a long time on the 5th defensive line. Colby showed him a map of the southern front, and pointed out a route. route. Roman analyzed it and said that from what he knew, that path would take about 2.5 hours, but he needed a shortcut to arrive in less than 2 hours. Colby was surprised and asked how he knew so much about the route, since it was not mere speculation, and admitted he had not imagined that Roman possessed such knowledge of the area. Roman replied that when he was called by Stephen, they had probably assumed he knew little about the Southern Front, but that he had studied the basics in case something unexpected happened. Even so, he acknowledged that he did not master everything, and that he needed Colby's help. The guide realized he was different from the nobles who usually went to the Southern Front, only to enjoy comfort, and thought that perhaps there was still hope there with someone like Roman. The meeting lasted exactly 10 minutes because Colby went straight to the point. Shortly after, Chris reported that 30 soldiers, including himself, were ready to depart. At that moment, Roman noticed that Henry was also there, and asked the reason why. Henry thought that if he said he was there to make friends, he would probably be sent away, so he decided to start by apologizing for the mistake he had made earlier. He said he knew he had acted like a shameless fan, but that he wanted to follow him and help him. He was also a noble of Cairo, and could not simply stand by and watch everything happen. Roman replied that if he wanted to follow him, that was his decision, but he gave a clear warning. If he delayed his plans even a little, he would be left behind without hesitation. Later, they were already running after the guide from the Southern Front, and Henry could barely keep up, thinking that Roman was far too fast. Suddenly, the guide found a fallen soldier, almost dead, who belonged to the Southern training camp. The knight reported that the place had been attacked. Roman realized that the target had been exactly the training camp, which was located in the rear. Since that soldier had managed to escape that far, there was a high chance that the attack had started about 30 minutes earlier. In that case, the kingdom of Hector had probably attacked the 5 defensive lines at the same time, using fast and well-coordinated troops. He then ordered everyone to head first to the Southern training camp. At the camp, Hector's soldiers were surrounding a man on the verge of death and told him to give up so he could receive a painless death. McBurney shouted that they should die first, saying that he would not fall alone, and that he would at least take one of them with him, even if it cost him his life. He charged forward with everything he had, thinking that if he still had his right arm, the situation would be different. He also wondered how things were going with Roman, the only person who had never let his guard down on the Southern Front. Even knowing that he had been sent to the 5th defensive line, he was sure that he would have done something. Realizing that he was thinking about that on the verge of death, he concluded that maybe he still had many things he wanted to do on the battlefield. Without the enemies noticing, someone crossed the walls. They were reinforcements, and at their head was Roman. He noticed that McBurney was still alive, which he considered impressive. Chris killed one of the enemies, and took command, ordering them to defeat Hector's soldiers quickly and rescue the survivors. The enemies immediately targeted Roman, but he dodged easily, and used a thread of mana to strike specific points on their bodies, leaving 2 alive on purpose for interrogation. They remained unconscious for quite a while. One of the soldiers tried to run away, but McBurney grabbed him and stated that at least one of them he would kill. He put him in a chokehold until the man died, and then collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Roman said that he had done an excellent job holding out until then, and that now he could leave the rest to him. McBurney thanked him. Later, Chris reported that they had eliminated 12 soldiers from the kingdom of Hector, and rescued some survivors. According to the reports, Viscount Bale had been wounded during the battle, and had retreated to the mountains. Roman concluded that Hector's main force had attacked the training camp, and then moved to another point, leaving hundreds of soldiers scattered throughout the region. He asked where the prisoners were, and Chris replied that they had been locked in a single building. Roman ordered that no one enter there without his permission. When he opened the door to the room where the 3 soldiers captured alive were being held, he already knew there was a reason why Hector had used distraction tactics and decided to find out what it was. Standing before them, he said they would have 3 minutes to answer his questions, and that if they cooperated, they would have a painless death. Otherwise, they would suffer excruciating pain before dying. The soldiers only asked to be killed at once. Roman asked what the objective of the kingdom of Hector was, and then questioned why they were at the training camp. They kept refusing to answer, and he remained silent for the entire 3 minutes. When the time was up, Roman used his mana to press a specific point on one of their bodies. The man began screaming in pain and coughing up blood. Roman explained that it was a technique that made the muscles and bones feel as though they were being crushed and twisted from the inside, resulting in a slow and unbearable death. Even if they had training against torture, this was something completely different. One of the soldiers, seeing his companion writhing and collapsing from pain, asked if he thought that would change anything, saying that even if they revealed Hector's strategy, it was already too late. Roman replied that he had expected exactly that reaction. He had never counted on their truth. He only needed to hear their answers to confirm his suspicion. He concluded that the real objective was in the rear. Without hesitating, he quickly killed the soldier who had spoken, but left the other 2 to suffer until they died. As he left the room, he reflected that the distraction tactics had been used to attack the Southern Front and create confusion. If their plan had worked completely, the Southern Front would already have fallen. Later, Roman visited McBurney to understand exactly what had happened. McBurney explained that the attack had taken place about 2 hours earlier when they were preparing for training as usual. Suddenly, Hector's soldiers appeared by jumping over the wall. They managed to gather their forces to fight back, but the numerical difference was absurd, and they were cut down in a one-sided slaughter. They did not even have time to confirm whether the commander Viscount Bale was alive or dead. Roman asked whether there had been anything specific about the enemy's clothing. Mac Burney replied that yes, they had all been wearing light equipment, and their commander had a face covered in scars. Upon hearing that, Roman concluded that it was probably a Ranger Corps. The leader of that squad was known precisely for the countless scars on his face, marks from the battles he had fought, and which he treated as medals of honor. Even so, Mac Burney did not understand why they had attacked the southern training camp. If the objective had been to seize an advantageous position, the logical move would have been to destroy the front line first. Instead, they had come straight to the rear and attacked the training camp. Roman explained that the southern training camp was on the path to the rear camp, so they had no choice but to eliminate any obstacle along the way. The kingdom of Hector was using a smokescreen strategy. The attack on the vanguard defense line had only been a distraction. The true objective was the rear camp, where the Weaver Portal was located. The Weaver Portal was an advanced and irreversible form of magic that controlled space, allowing instant movement across long distances. Thanks to the enormous potential of the network of teleportation threads, taking possession of a Weaver Portal on the battlefield became an absolute priority. With it, it would be possible to prevent enemy reinforcements from arriving, and even adjust the coordinates to transport troops and carry out combined attacks. Precisely because of that, there was also the option of self-destructing the portal if it were used against the kingdom itself. Roman admitted that the kingdom of Hector was extremely prepared for that war. If their plan succeeded, victory would be practically guaranteed. The goal was to seize the Weaver Portal in the rear. Faced with that, Mac Burney said they needed to run to the rear immediately, but Roman refused and asked whether he had received any request for reinforcements from there. The Ranger Corps had left the training camp about an hour and a half earlier, which meant they had probably already taken the portal. The forces on the southern front, both on the defense line and in the rear, were completely isolated. From that moment on, it had become a war for survival, without any direct help from the kingdom. Meanwhile, at Hector's border, a messenger informed the prince that the troops had already passed through the southern training camp and were close to reaching the rear camp. The kingdom of Cairo was busy blocking the attack on the defense line and had not realized the main plan. Edwin warned that no one should let their guard down, because the attack on Cairo's defense line was only buying the time they needed. What truly mattered was destroying the walls of the fortress in the rear. As soon as the plan succeeded, the southern front would naturally fall into their hands. The security of the plan was the central point. For an entire year they had studied the security patterns of the southern front. If Jackson's Ranger Corps had invaded the front line with full force from the start, they probably would have destroyed everything in 4 hours. However, the most important element was the Weaver Portal. In the worst-case scenario, they needed to be prepared to destroy it. If their plans failed, they would eliminate the portal and begin Plan B. Even the messenger was impressed by the prince's cold, rational, and cruel judgment. As expected of Edwin Hector, the star of the kingdom who had revitalized that nation on the verge of collapse. At that same moment, Jackson was killing another knight of Cairo while thinking that it was a race against time. Before they were discovered, they needed to connect the portal. 1 year earlier, he had received information directly from the prince, who explained that Hector could not endure much longer. The economic pressure caused by the gold bank was increasing every day, and if they faced one more year of poor harvests, even the feed storehouses would be exhausted. Because of that, Edwin had presented the proposal to Jackson, asking whether he would be willing to conquer the southern front at his side. A rumor had spread that the kingdom of Hector's successive poor harvests were the result of a divine curse. In the midst of the possibility of imminent collapse, Edwin Hector, considered the greatest genius in the kingdom's history, emerged as a hero in troubled times. He sent reconnaissance troops to the southern front 48 times in just 1 year, and used spies to dig a secret tunnel that connected to the rear camp. Through that tunnel, the Ranger Corps infiltrated silently and managed to get their hands on the Weaver Portal. At that moment, the rear portal had already been connected, and Edwin appeared through it. As soon as he arrived, he spoke directly to Kellen, placing him in command of the 1st Battalion. The order was clear: eliminate the remaining troops in the rear camp and establish a solid defense there. Then he turned to Jackson and remarked that they had lost contact with Baron McClary, who was responsible for the 5th defensive line, asking if he knew anything about it. Jackson replied that they were still confirming the details, but he believed it would not be a major problem, since the 5th line was known for its weaknesses, and even if there was resistance, part of Hector's forces should be enough to bring it down. Edwin stated that he had ordered them to give everything they had in the attack regardless of the situation, and declared that as soon as the operation ended, he would punish Baron McClary no matter the outcome. Despite all of Edwin Hector's meticulous planning, he was unaware that 2 unexpected situations were already underway. At the 1st defensive line, Count Donald, the commander of the sector, received a message from the southern training camp. It was Roman, who contacted him through the communication crystal and went straight to the point. He explained that there were strong signs that the kingdom of Hector had used a smokescreen strategy to seize the Weaver Portal in the rear. Before the front and the rear were completely isolated, he recommended abandoning the fortress and retreating to the mountains, gathering the remaining southern forces there. The commander considered the idea dangerous, since the mountains were treacherous, and replied that he would decide what to do before ending the communication. When the connection was cut, Roman realized that he had basically been ignored. Because of that, he decided to abandon the remaining defensive lines, except for the 5th, and ordered his soldiers to gather their belongings and prepare to leave. From that point on, they would head to the mountains. Meanwhile, the commander of the 1st line tried to contact the rear camp and got no response. He began to wonder whether Roman had been right. Even if the southern front sent reinforcements, they would take about a month to arrive. If they managed to hold the fortress until then, there might still be a chance of victory. However, 4 hours later, the situation changed completely. They were isolated and surrounded from both sides. The commander concluded that Hector had used the Weaver portal to send troops quickly. The defensive lines on both the front and the rear were blocked. Trying to stay calm, he remembered that they had prepared weapons in advance and that the Great Wall was still intact. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle and announced that Hector had taken the Weaver portal, leaving them completely isolated. They could not expect reinforcements, so they would have to endure on their own. Then a deafening sound echoed through the area. A flare was activated, a magic circle shone intensely, and a gigantic fireball struck the wall, completely destroying it and burning the soldiers to ashes. The commander remembered Roman's words and realized that he had been right. Shortly afterward, his head was already being held by enemy troops. Edwin declared that thanks to the signal flare, they had managed to take the fortress with few losses, and that at that moment, the entire southern front was under Hector's control. Time was on their side. He ordered that all the soldiers who had surrendered be imprisoned in a secure place where nothing could reach them. That would guarantee an advantage in negotiations with Cairo, and depending on the situation, they might even use the prisoners as bargaining chips. The plan seemed perfect, but a sense of unease began to arise in Edwin's mind. He felt that something was out of place. Soon after, a messenger arrived with urgent news. He reported that Baron McLary had died in battle, which explained the loss of communication. Edwin asked who had delivered that information, and ordered that the person be brought to him immediately. Later, he spoke with a severely wounded Hector soldier, who reported that the 5th defensive line had seemed desperate. At the beginning of the attack, they had managed to invade the fortress, and Baron McLary ordered them to destroy everything. However, soon after, a monster appeared. The soldier described that man's power as absurd, something hard to believe, even after seeing it with his own eyes. He killed dozens of soldiers in the blink of an eye. Even Hector's Aura Knights were unable to withstand his attacks, and died one after another. The defeat on that line had happened solely because of that individual. Upon hearing that, Edwin remembered that Cairo's youngest ranked warrior had been sent to the southern front. Even after an entire year of meticulous preparation, an unexpected variable had appeared. Roman Dimitri. He immediately asked Jackson to report the situation. Jackson informed him that they had checked the 5th defensive line and found no soldiers left there. From all appearances, they had retreated to the mountains. In response, he declared that he would form a pursuit squad. He replied that the tide was in their favor, and that since they had taken the southern front, it was time to negotiate with the Kingdom of Cairo. Meanwhile, in the castle of Cairo, the king was nervous and anxious because the guests were taking too long to arrive. That was Daniel Cairo, the king of Cairo, a man who was not capable of making decisions on his own, and always needed the approval of powerful aristocrats if he wanted to mobilize his troops. Shortly after, Benedict appeared, saying he was a bit late because the carriage had a problem on the way. Right after that, Count Denver from the pro-Valhalla faction and Count Gregory from the pro-Kronos faction arrived. Gregory asked if it was true that the Kingdom of Hector had attacked the southern front. Daniel confirmed that the Kingdom of Hector had crossed the border and carried out an ambush in the fields, and that by now the front was likely already in danger. Benedict questioned whether they could not send reinforcements immediately, and the king thought that old man was pretending to be naive, so he decided to assume that he agreed to send reinforcements to the southern front without further discussion. Later, Benedict learned that the Weaver portal had been taken, and in the end, the command system divided into 4 parts. Turned out to be a much bigger problem than they had imagined. Daniel then asked how they intended to take responsibility for what had happened, saying that if they had given him the authority to make the decisions a king should make from the beginning, the southern front would not be in such danger, and that it was their fault. At that moment, a knight appeared, informing them that Hector had sent a communication spell. Through the crystal, Edwin declared that what they wanted was compensation for the war, demanding gold equivalent to what they believed the southern front was worth. Benedict questioned whether that made any sense, since it was a war without justification. The prince then gave exactly 3 days for them to meet the demands, and warned that if they did not comply, the southern front would be absorbed as part of Hector, and that if they tried any trick to buy time, none of the hostages would return alive. After the communication ended, it was explained that Hector's treasury was being drained due to continuous poor harvests, and that they were also behind with the bank. Edwin thought that for the sake of the commoners, and those who were suffering, even if he was no longer Hector's star, if necessary, he would become the devil of that era, and do whatever it took to save his people. Back at the castle, Daniel said that now that the Weaver portal had been taken, there was no other choice, and that giving the compensation demanded by Hector was the only way to reduce losses. Benedict warned that if they did that, Hector would certainly demand an enormous amount. The king asked what other choice they had, and said that if anyone had a better plan, they should speak now. Everyone fell silent, and he thought it was ridiculous, because they always fought pathetically over authority in a small country, and now that they were in crisis, they had no ideas at all. He then declared that it was decided, and that they would yield to Hector's demands. Count Denver opposed it, saying that Roman Dimitri was on the southern front, front, and that according to the report he had received, he had succeeded in defending the 5th line of defense. If he managed to turn the course of the war in Cairo's favor, there was still a chance to win. Daniel replied that he agreed Roman was a genius and an excellent swordsman, but that he would not be able to influence the war alone, and Benedict agreed, stating that Roman was Cairo's future and that they should actually pull him out of there and prioritize reducing losses. Denver thought that those people truly did not know what Roman was capable of, since he had access to information as part of the pro-Valhalla faction and knew that Roman possessed talent above 4 stars, being an unexpected variable that could break through the enemy lines. Even so, he told the king he would not insist, but that they still had 3 days, and that if nothing changed on the southern front during that time, they would comply with Hector's request. Daniel agreed and declared that from that moment on, the kingdom of Cairo would prepare for both negotiation options. Meanwhile, on the first line of defense, Henry was in complete despair. He had seen everything that happened, the massacre, and the first line was literally in flames. Convinced that they had lost and that the war was over, he ordered his men to retreat immediately toward the mountains, and to move quickly because he wanted to survive at any cost. However, on the way, a knight placed a sword at his neck, and he discovered it was Chris, who told him to stay quiet and follow him. Later, Henry and his men were following Chris, confused, while he wondered why one of Roman's knights was there, and whether they had not gone to the rear. When they reached the center of the mountains, he saw a massive war camp, and was surprised, asking when they had built a secret base like that. Chris explained that his lord had already expected the fall of the rear camp, and that the camp had been prepared for that situation. Henry argued that if the rear had fallen, they should be fleeing, but Chris stated that the war was not over, that they had stayed behind, crossed the mountain to defeat the enemies and protect allies like him, and that if he were on Hector's side now, he would already be dead. Henry did not dare to continue arguing, and simply asked where Sir Roman was. They told him that at that moment, Roman was defeating the enemies alone at the vanguard. Upon hearing that, Henry thought that he truly knew how to lead people, and that he was a real monster in combat. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers of the first line of defense, those who had survived the initial attack, were being killed mercilessly. The vice commander Bran thought that the damn Donald was responsible for everything, because he had trusted his own judgment too much, and because of that, the soldiers were being slaughtered without mercy. Bran was knocked down, and before the enemy blade could reach his neck, someone killed the Harry soldier in a single move. It was Roman Dmitri, who appeared in the middle of the enemies, and with a spinning strike, eliminated everyone around him. Stunned, Bran asked what he was doing there, and who he was. Roman introduced himself as a member of the reserve squad of the 5th line of defense. Bran then realized that he was the same Roman who had ordered the retreat earlier, and who had now come to save them. He informed him that the first line of defense had already fallen, and that the kingdom of Hector was moving to attack the second. Roman asked why he was saying that, as if he were suggesting giving up. Bran acknowledged that he was a strong swordsman, but reminded him that this was a war between kingdoms, and that it was impossible to face Hector alone. Even so, Roman became thoughtful. Famine, ambush, and war did not match Hector's current situation. That could only mean there were other intentions behind the attack. He explained that Hector had tried to rush to take the southern front because it could not sustain a long war. The objective was to resolve its internal crisis quickly and force a favorable negotiation with Cairo's royal family. For that, they needed to successfully take the southern front. Understanding that premise, Roman grasped all of the enemy's actions and realized that Hector was betting the fate of its own kingdom on that offensive. On the second line of defense, Jackson commanded the men to fire the flare again. The fireball struck the wall, brought down structures, and killed soldiers. Edwin, confident in his plan, believed that McClary had no chance of surviving. To him, the weakest point of the southern front was the 5th line, and even if Roman Dmitri was stronger than the fleeing soldiers had reported, that would not be enough to destroy his plans. Hector was not weak enough to be defeated by a single person. That was what he thought. Then a messenger appeared, reporting that they had lost contact with the first squad sent to deal with the remaining enemies. It was not just that, the second and third squads were also not responding. The threatening feeling Edwin had sensed from the beginning finally made sense. It was because of Roman Dmitri. Later, Edwin asked Jackson for another report, and he replied that they would soon completely break the first line of defense. He also said that they had ordered the third squad to deal with the remnants, but that it had been an hour since all communications had been cut off, and it seemed they had been killed. When asked about the estimated losses, Jackson reported that it was approximately 300 men. The concerns of the Prince of Hector became reality at that moment. He was certain that this was the work of Roman Dmitri. Instead of crossing the mountains and fleeing, he had chosen to remain on the southern front to strike back. Edwin stated that if they let Roman act freely now, this could become a bigger problem in the future. Jackson, however, replied that Roman was nothing more than a trivial variable, and that if they failed their sovereign by paying too much attention to him, there would be no guarantee that the plan would succeed. What truly mattered, according to him, was destroying the remaining defense camps. But Edwin disagreed. To him, the most important thing at that moment was to exterminate the rat that was interfering with his plans. He ordered the soldiers of the second line of defense to retreat immediately. Jackson was confused and wondered why His Highness was so obsessed with Roman Dmitri. Later that night, Prince Edwin himself headed toward the mountains to hunt Roman personally. He had reviewed his plans countless times over the past year, and would not allow a single variable to ruin everything. Edwin instinctively felt that Roman Dmitri was a dangerous factor for him and said that he knew what everyone was thinking at that moment. Even so, as a commander, he always needed to prepare for the worst possible scenario. Conquering the other lines of defense was not the biggest problem. The real problem was Roman, who had created unexpected variables and begun to destabilize everything. Jackson thought that Edwin had always had legitimate reasons for his decisions, and because of that, they continued to obey. The prince declared that it was time to hunt the rats of Cairo. The southern mountain was too vast, so if they searched without strategy, they could let the enemy escape. They decided to spread their forces across the base of the mountain and advance slowly toward the top. All holding torches, the different squads began to search the forest in the middle of the mountain, but suddenly a soldier was pulled into the darkness without being able to scream. Then another disappeared, and another, and another. When the squad commander realized it, he was completely alone. In the next second, he tried to use the signal whistle, but someone broke his neck in a single motion. It was Roman, who admitted to himself that Hector's decision had been more daring than he had expected. He had expected to gain an advantage while they attacked the defense camp, but he had not imagined they would abandon the second line just to pursue him. The enemy commander was undoubtedly experienced. After massacring that squad, Roman continued advancing through the mountain, eliminating everyone he encountered along the way. He resisted the encirclement like a true assassin in the shadows. After killing another soldier, he realized it had been a long time since he had felt that way. He remembered the 12 sons of the heavenly demon who lived in the harshest environments and were constantly tested simply for bearing that name. He recalled the day he told Jung Hyuk that from then on he would live as a demon of the night. His first mission was to pursue a low-ranking demonic follower who had caused trouble in the cult and fled, and he killed him in just 3 days. Over time, the missions became increasingly difficult, until he had to face an opponent impossible to defeat and had to find another path. That was when he found, in the cult's records, the martial arts of the Night King. The Night King, known as a thief, mastered the darkness and became the Great Thief, until he died in a terrible way for coveting the heavenly demon's treasure. Even so, he left his name marked in the history of the Murim world. Jung Hyuk studied those techniques with extreme care and began to carry out his missions using every possible resource. 1 year later, after killing 38 martial masters, the cult's demon of the night became known as the Shadow Ghost. The arts of the Night King were darkness itself. On the mountain, Hector's squads were being annihilated. The soldiers wondered where the enemies were, unable to see anything. When Hector's Aura Knight order finally took the front line, they believed the situation would change, but Roman made Hector regret setting foot on that mountain, as the shadow seemed to descend over everyone. In the blink of an eye, he killed all the Aura Knights. A soldier who witnessed it could barely believe it and ran to report through the communication crystal, saying that a ghost had appeared and that everyone was going to die. As soon as he finished the message, he was also killed. Prince Edwin heard everything through the communicator and ordered Thompson to calm down, saying that the enemies were only using the darkness. Thompson replied that he could not see anyone and had no way of knowing where the attacks were coming from, and that it was impossible to fight formless ghosts. Edwin thought that Thompson was an aura swordsman, and that his senses were far superior to those of an ordinary person, so it should be impossible not to detect the enemy. He knew that there were spells that made the body almost invisible, but they could not be used continuously, as they required recovery time. The prince ordered them not to let the darkness deceive them, and stated that he was leading reinforcements at that very moment. Thompson tried to stay calm, and told the first squad that they did not need to be afraid, since their allies were surrounding the area, and they only needed to hold out a little longer. He warned that the enemies wanted their lives, and that they needed to maintain a defensive formation. He then focused his aura to detect any approach, and truly felt something moving, but when he attacked, he realized too late that he had struck his own ally. Confused, he began to wonder if they were using their own men as bait. A low voice whispered in Thompson's ear, saying that he had hidden himself in the darkness and was hunting his enemies. Over time, everyone began to feel the same thing, as if something invisible was watching every movement. Thompson fell into despair and began striking the air, trying to hit something he could not see. The voice in the darkness continued, saying that when people discover there is an invisible enemy, they deceive themselves into thinking they can defeat him just because they know he is there, and asked why they always make the same mistake, whether they truly believe they can subdue him so easily just by knowing where he is. Suddenly, Thompson finally saw Roman Dmitri in front of him, and charged with everything he had, but he was defeated with a single blow. Even as he fell, he still shouted that the enemy was there. Roman replied that it was useless, because he had already blocked all sound around them with his energy, and his voice would not reach anyone anymore. Then he killed the captain, and took the communicator to speak directly with Prince Edwin. He said that he knew exactly what they were thinking at that moment, and that the people of Hector were starving. There was only one reason they had taken the southern front first, which was to resolve their country's crisis through that war. They were trying to use the front as a hostage to extort a large sum from Cairo. The problem was that he had already figured everything out, and that they were out of time. They would not last even 3 months because they did not have enough military rations. He stated that he would interfere with their plans at any cost. Roman thought that, with that, his objective was complete, because now they would no longer ignore his existence. The prince asked if he was really Roman Dmitri. He said he would not deny anything that had been said, that Hector was facing severe famine, and had reached the point of taking loans from foreigners to try to escape the endless cycle of debt. They had no choice but to make that decision. Roman asked asked if he wanted him to understand their situation. Edwin replied that no, he was only explaining how desperate they were, that the fate of Hector was at stake in that war. They were out of time, as he himself had said, but that did not mean they would bow their heads, because they could not let the deaths of their comrades be in vain. He then ordered that a message be delivered to the king of Cairo, saying that if they did not get what they wanted, they would spread necromancer body poison throughout the region and turn that land into a field of the dead. He declared that he, Edwin Hector, prince of the kingdom of Hector, was ready to do whatever was necessary to save his people, and asked what Roman Dimitri's decision would be, whether he would fall alongside Hector at the edge of the precipice, or choose to negotiate, making it clear that the decision was in Cairo's hands. Roman knew well who Edwin Hector was, a name he had heard many times while investigating the southern front. He was remarkable and competent, unlike his own father, someone who had grown to become the core of Hector, and who was recognized both within and outside the kingdom. And now that same person was commanding that war. Even recognizing that he was exceptional, he still dared to threaten him. Then Roman stepped on Thompson's body, who had not yet died, only stood at the brink of death. The prince asked what he was doing. Roman replied that he had only used his sword to strike his thigh. Edwin said he would rather that he killed him outright, even as an enemy, because that was torture and it was ridiculous. Roman replied that that was an overly emotional reaction, and made it clear that he had no interest in Hector's difficult situation. He told the prince not to deceive himself. He continued stabbing the commander as the screams echoed, and declared that the war had already begun, and that it was Hector who had crossed the line first. They had no right to expect any humanity from him. He would act in whatever way he deemed correct. He would spare no one, even if they raised a white flag and tried to flee. He would hunt them one by one and drive his sword through their backs. He told them to remember his name, Roman Dimitri, and said that if they chose to embrace death and resist until the end, they would meet again soon. When the communication ended, Edwin thought that he was far worse than he had imagined. Jackson asked what His Highness intended to do. The prince replied that they should mobilize all forces immediately and set up a siege around the location, for the sake of Thompson, who had died in pain. Edwin swore that he would tear Roman Dimitri's flesh apart, personally, piece by piece. Meanwhile, on the mountain, soldiers from other regions continued climbing to block any escape routes, but Roman already had a plan. He explained to his men that even though human eyes were limited, stones and branches possessed innate mana. By positioning branches and stones around, he said that if someone could control that mana artificially, it would be possible to distort the surrounding space. That morning, as if all 5 senses were being nullified, Chris simply stopped seeing his lord. Roman's existence was completely concealed, as if he had been erased from the world. That technique was known as trap tactics, and it was not only Roman who was hiding his presence. Chris, using the same method, eliminated an enemy soldier without anyone noticing. He understood that, exactly as his lord had said, Hector's army was not capable of detecting them. Then he shouted for the others to advance, and Hector's soldiers did not even know where the attack had come from. After a single battle, Chris already seemed like a different person. He trained until he was on the verge of collapsing under Roman's guidance, clinging to every lesson with all his strength so as not to waste anything. As a result, he managed to use one of Murim's most powerful techniques, the lightning technique. He moved through the battlefield like a bolt, cutting down enemies in succession. The other soldiers also fulfilled their roles, and as soon as they finished, Chris ordered an immediate retreat. In another area of the mountain, Kevin, covered in blood and surrounded by his red aura, lived up to the reputation he had gained among his companions. He observed how his sovereign dealt with the enemies and decided to follow those values. To him, Roman's methods were absolute. At the same time, in other areas, Puck and Vulcan completed their missions. 4 groups launched surprise attacks at the same time, under Roman's command, and the operation was a success. A soldier who managed to descend the mountain reported that he was certain there was a mage in Cairo's forces, because even in illuminated areas, soldiers appeared out of nowhere and attacked. Jackson realized that they had fallen into the enemy's trap. Edwin thought that there was no magic capable of moving several people like that. Large magic scrolls were strictly controlled by the magic tower, and it was impossible that the southern front had access to something of that level. The only possibility would be the presence of a high circle mage, but that seemed absurd. Jackson confirmed that it was unlikely, since mages were even rarer than aura swordsmen, and almost all belonged to the magic tower, which recruited mana talents across the continent. The prince concluded that it was not magic, and that if he observed further, he would uncover the trick. The soldiers were still fighting and dying against Cairo, but that was not the moment. He needed to wait for the right instant, the moment when Roman would fall into the trap. When Roman killed another knight, the nearly dead man activated a magical artifact that exploded into fragments of light. These fragments clung to Roman's body, making him glow wherever he went, revealing his position like a firefly in the darkness. Now the soldiers could pinpoint exactly where he was. They surrounded him and advanced, shouting to kill him at once. Roman responded with a second move called Blackout, and eliminated everyone in front of him. The problem was that his energy was decreasing. A nearly dead soldier asked if he really thought he would get out of there alive, because thousands were surrounding the mountain, and no matter how strong he was, he would end up dying. Roman replied by asking if it had never crossed their minds that he had chosen to fall fall into that trap. Countless soldiers ran in all directions to hunt him, attacking recklessly just to gain a few seconds. He found it interesting how careless they were, and said that he would play with them for as long as he wanted, because there was still a long time before the sun rose. Then Jackson appeared in front of him, stating that it was over now. Roman recognized who he was, just by his equipment and the scar on his face. The captain of the Ranger unit. Jackson advanced with all his power. He was a 4-star swordsman who did not even appear in Hector's ranking. To the outside world, he was just the leader of the Ranger Corporation, but no one knew his true strength. He was powerful, but in the first clash of swords, he was surprised to realize that he could not even push Roman back. They had underestimated him. The news that he was only a 3-star swordsman was a lie. From 4 stars onward, an individual becomes a true walking disaster. And now Jackson finally understood why the soldiers had been cut down without being able to react. When facing Roman, he realized he was dealing with someone far stronger than he had imagined. After exchanging blows for a while, Jackson began to be pushed back, barely dodging the attacks. Even so, he managed to create some distance and used his whistle to draw the attention of nearby soldiers, some of whom were already running with torches in their hands. He then ordered Roman Dmitri to surrender, but Roman made it clear that they still did not understand the situation and were completely mistaken. First, those fragments of light would never remain bound to him against their will, and using his dark power, he simply got rid of all of them. Second, he was confident he could escape any encirclement, even while surrounded on all sides. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Jackson, stating that they were incapable of defeating him. Even so, he made a point of mentioning that Jackson, captain of the Ranger Corps, was currently the strongest in the kingdom of Hector, which meant Edwin Hector was practically defenseless at that moment. Soon after, Roman disappeared into the shadows again. Jackson realized what the plan was, and ordered everyone to chase after him, but Roman already knew that when one side had less firepower, there was only one way to end the war: eliminate the enemy commander. He followed the flow of mana from Edwin's communicator to locate his position, and later, at the foot of the mountain, at Hector's main camp, he appeared, cutting down every guard who tried to stop him. His eyes soon met those of Prince Edwin Hector, who was not hiding. In fact, he was a mage and had already prepared a massive spell, summoning an inferno and launching pillars of fire at Roman. Roman dodged the first attack, but also had to deal with a rooting spell. Even so, he cut through the roots and made it clear that it would not be enough to stop him. He was then struck by another powerful attack, which he managed to block at the last moment with his new sword. The one responsible was Butler, the number 2 rank in the kingdom of Hector and captain of the Royal Knights, a 5-star swordsman with an extremely powerful aura. Roman realized that Edwin had finally prepared a plan capable of truly threatening him, combining the power of a 4th circle mage with that of a 5-star swordsman. Edwin launched wind blades at the same time Butler advanced. Roman managed to defend himself from both attacks, using his shadows, but the knight's next strike caused a massive explosion and knocked him down. He had already expected a trap, but he had not imagined that Edwin was a mage, nor that he had brought a 5-star swordsman disguised among ordinary soldiers. Even so, the situation made him feel truly alive, facing death head-on. Butler, on the other hand, could not believe that this young man, who barely looked to be in his early 20s, was strong enough to survive a combined attack of that level, and wondered where such a monster had come from. Meanwhile, Edwin pressured Butler, reminding him that he was already exhausted from using dual casting to try to immobilize Roman. In a single second, Roman closed the distance and executed the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Third movement, releasing a shadow attack that swept everything around him. Butler managed to block the blow, suffering only minor injuries while shielding the prince with his own body. Roman acknowledged that this 5-star swordsman was truly different, but he could also feel his own energy reaching its limit after using 2 techniques in succession. With no choice, he decided to retreat for now. He spat blood and made it clear to the prince that he should remember that day, because they would meet again, and he would not survive what he had done. In midair, Roman vanished into the night. The army of Hector suffered a massive humiliation because of a single person, and nearly lost its commander, a reality no one wanted to accept unfolded before everyone's eyes. Prince Edwin felt that all of this was his fault. He had overestimated himself and believed Roman was just a controllable variable. That decision, which seemed like the lesser evil, ended up becoming the worst possible outcome. To him, it was not just a defeat for Hector, but a personal defeat. When morning came, the soldiers of Hector burned their fallen comrades, and Edwin asked for forgiveness, taking responsibility for his misjudgment. Some knights said it was not his fault, and Jackson agreed, saying that none of them could have predicted something like this, because the enemy was simply too strong. Even so, they asked the prince to raise his head, as they still believed in him. Edwin replied that he would accept those words, but made it clear that if at any moment any of them thought one of his decisions could lead them to defeat, they should ignore the hierarchy and speak up immediately. From now on, before Cairo's main army arrived, they needed to resolve everything at the vanguard defensive field. They had 10 days for that. After that deadline, they would use the rear camp as a base and begin preparing for a prolonged resistance. Butler asked how the prince intended to deal with Roman Dmitri, and Edwin admitted he was dangerous, but explained that fighting in the mountains, where they had the geographical advantage, was completely different from facing someone on the plains, and he intended to use that to his advantage. For Edwin, even after suffering a defeat, Hector had not yet lost the war. Even so, Jackson questioned whether simply resisting would allow them to extract any compensation from Cairo. Edwin replied that Cairo was not the only place they could turn to, and that he now intended to offer a deal to the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, in Cairo, Ager, one of the pillars of the kingdom, explained that the previous year they had heavily invested in the Eastern Front due to provocations from Kronos, and that in their current financial state, they could not meet all of Hector's demands. If they accepted everything, the country's reserves would be depleted. The king suggested raising taxes, but Ager reminded him that this had already been done 6 months earlier, and that another increase could cause a popular uprising. The king then thought that the only option was to use the money of Cairo's nobles, but he knew that if he did so, he would lose authority over them. Even without seeing another alternative, he ordered them to contact the nobles of the central government to hold a meeting. However, before they could proceed, a messenger appeared, bringing news from the southern front, informing them that the enemy had been repelled. The king was shocked and shared the information with the council. Gregory questioned whether it was true, recalling that Hector had more than 10,000 soldiers, and asking how they had resisted with fewer men. The king replied that if the news were confirmed, they might have found a way out of the crisis. Denver wondered whether Roman had truly won against those odds. At that moment, they connected directly with the southern front, and the king asked who was responding, and which group they belonged to. The one who answered was Henry, who introduced himself as the second son of House Albert, Henry Albert. Benedict commented that House Albert was known for producing outstanding figures and was an influential family in the central government, but wanted to know why he was responding on behalf of Roman Dimitri. Henry explained that he had joined the corps led by Sir Roman, and because of that was taking responsibility for the response. He also said that Roman needed some time alone, and as he was the only noble present there, he decided to answer the call. Benedict asked him to get straight to the point. Henry then stated that Roman had already crossed the kingdom of Cairo, and that his name would be known across the entire continent. He declared that the success of the mission was entirely due to Sir Roman, who upon confirming Hector's attack on the southern training camp, discovered their plans involving the Tessalon portal, and immediately climbed the mountain to set up a secret camp. He added that if the southern front commander had listened to Roman from the beginning, the south would not have fallen so easily. At that moment, Henry practically placed Roman on a pedestal. Knowing that Roman's subordinates were around listening to everything, he spoke loudly on purpose and dramatically recounted how Roman achieved victory, further reinforcing his image as a hero. Later, the king declared to the council that they had acted weakly, while they, as the kingdom's leaders, had already been prepared to accept defeat. Roman had resisted until the end, even while at a disadvantage. Benedict agreed, saying that the moment Hector took the portal, they had already accepted defeat, but Cairo's forces proved they were not weak. A hero of Cairo named Roman Dimitri was at the southern front, and now they needed to take advantage of the counterattack opportunity he had created. Gregory suggested sending more soldiers immediately and punishing the kingdom of Hector for crossing the border. The king declared that they would reject any negotiations with Hector from that moment on, and would restore Cairo's pride. After that, everyone set out to gather the vassals of their families and spread the information, while the nobles of the central government showed concern about the security of the southern front. After that meeting, it became clear that everyone had only one true objective: Roman Dimitri. It was there that they decided they needed to have him on their side at any cost. As soon as the communication crystal was turned off, Henry thought that after the last call, once the war ended, Roman would certainly be recruited by the central government. If he became someone influential in Roma at that point, his future would be secured. Trying to get closer, Henry picked up some dried meat and offered it to Chris as a gift, but Chris made it clear that he knew exactly what he was trying to do. If he truly wanted recognition, he should prove his worth on the battlefield, not with small gestures. Realizing he would not get anything there, Henry changed his target and offered the dried meat to Kevin. Meanwhile, the royal family ordered the southern defensive lines to buy time until Cairo's main force arrived. Baron Vasali commented to his aide that if Hector's army had been defeated by fewer than 200 men, then perhaps they were weaker than they seemed. The aide replied that there were rumors Hector was going through a severe famine, and that despite the large number of soldiers, it might not be as frightening as it looked. Vasily, who had been stuck in that remote place for 3 years, saw it as an opportunity sent by the heavens. He decided he would not help Roman buy time. If that child could achieve such a feat, then he could as well. He gathered his forces and prepared guerrilla tactics to ambush the enemy. However, Hector split its own army and attacked several defensive lines at the same time to advance quickly. The third line, for example, was being attacked by 3,000 soldiers. Driven by ambition to achieve a great military feat, Vasily set up an ambush against Hector's troops. The problem was that the enemy was not as weak as he had imagined. Hector's forces advanced firmly against the fortress, and after reorganizing, showed discipline and strength. Vasily's troops, who had grown too comfortable in the defensive line, could not withstand it. The commander of Cairo realized too late that the previous victory had only happened because of Roman Dimitri, and he ended up having his body split in half on the battlefield. The news quickly reached the king of Cairo. Baron Vasily had died in combat. Another messenger reported that the third and fourth defensive lines were being attacked at the same time, and soon after the second line also requested urgent help through the communication crystal. The king began to wonder if all the defensive lines could fall in a single day. He realized that Cairo was not as strong as he had believed, and Hector was not as weak either. The overwhelming victory victory from before had only been possible because of Roman's existence. The king then asked where he was at that moment. Roman was isolated inside a cave, reflecting on how much he still did not understand about that world. The main difference was magic. If martial arts were like absorbing the energy of nature, like a tree growing roots, then magic was an entirely new territory. He thought that if Edwin Hector had been an even more powerful mage, he might not have been able to escape. He had not yet recovered the martial level he once possessed, as the heavenly demon, and any reckless decision could cost him his life. Edwin had anticipated his attack, and prepared a trap like a patient spider waiting for its prey. Realizing this, Roman decided to rethink his plans. Inside the cave, he began training as if he were facing that battle again, imagining his sword clashing against magic, being cornered by the two enemies and killed. He repeated that scenario countless times, adjusting every movement until he felt he would finally be able to overcome them. Only then did he consider his preparations complete. Outside, Henry asked Chris when Roman would leave the cave, saying the royal family was urgently trying to contact him. Chris replied that until his sovereign decided to come out on his own, no one would enter. After some time, Roman finally emerged from the cave, visibly exhausted and injured. Later in the main tent, Chris reported that, just as he had predicted, the 3rd and 4th defensive lines had fallen on the same day, and the 2nd was also in the enemy's hands. The day before, Hector had gathered all war supplies in the rear camp, and was preparing to fight to the death. Henry added that Cairo's royal family was in complete chaos, and was desperately trying to contact Roman, having already done everything they could. He even suggested that it might be better to let the main force handle the situation. Without hesitation, Roman ordered them to connect him immediately with the royal family. When the crystal was connected to the kings, Daniel commented that he had heard all the defensive lines of the front had fallen, and asked what Roman had been doing during that time. Roman replied that he had spent the entire week preparing his strategy. The king said he did not want to place the blame on him, since he had achieved a great military feat before, but that while he was preparing, the defensive lines had been taken by the enemy. He questioned whether he really could not have helped a little earlier. Roman replied honestly that, to tell the truth, the previous battle against Hector had involved an element of luck. If he had faced the enemy in open terrain, he would not have been able to help them. He explained that Hector's men were putting their lives on the line in that war, and confirmed that the 2nd strongest man in the kingdom, Butler, was participating in the conflict. In addition, the enemy commander, Edwin Hector, was a powerful mage, and as everyone knew, mages had overwhelming power in large-scale battles. For that reason, he believed they should only face them once. Cairo's main force arrived. Benedict thought his judgment made sense, since the southern front had no chance of winning with the current troops. David was surprised to hear that Butler was involved, and Gregory concluded that this showed Hector was betting everything on that war. One of the counselors commented that there was no need to keep questioning the war hero, and the king decided to end the inquiries. He then informed them that Cairo's main force was about to arrive at the southern front, and that since Hector had already completed its preparations around the rear camp, he wanted Roman to join forces with the main army to attack. Roman knew that Hector had not given up on the war, even after negotiations had ended, and began to analyze what would be the best decision for the enemy in that situation. He asked for forgiveness from your majesty, but made it clear that time was not on their side. At most, they had 3 days before the arrival of the main forces. If they did not destroy the rear camp by then, Hector would likely seek external support, such as the Kronos Empire. The king asked what the solution would be, and Roman answered that there was only one way: a full frontal assault, defeating Hector within 3 days. Meanwhile, Prince Edmund was in contact with Count Hadid of the Kronos Empire, offering the southern region of Cairo and the portal in exchange for support. The count considered the proposal interesting, but said it would be difficult to accept immediately. Even if it was advantageous for them that Hector had taken the southern front, there was no reason to directly expose themselves to Cairo's fury. If Hector could maintain control of the rear camp for another month, then they could consider helping. The prince grew irritated, but knew he had no other choice, and ended up accepting the condition. After the call ended, he ordered Jackson to immediately contact Hector's royal family. He intended to use the Tessalon portal to bring in enough manpower and supplies to hold out for a month. It would take at least 3 days to connect the portal to Hector, so they needed to endure until then. He believed this would bring hope back to his kingdom. Later, Count Thaddeus from Cairo's aristocratic faction, Baron Tails from the pro-Kronos faction, and Baron Brahim from the pro-Valhalla faction arrived at the southern front. The three stood before a map of the battlefield inside the war tent. Thaddeus could not believe that such important figures from the central government were getting directly involved in a war that did not even promise that much profit. He wondered if it was really so important to appear favorable in front of Roman Dimitri. When Roman appeared, Thaddeus welcomed him enthusiastically and said it was an honor to meet Cairo's hero. He even commented on his appearance, recalling what Benedict had said earlier, that the most important thing was not the immediate outcome of the war, but ensuring that Roman Dimitri remained on their side. If they lost the war against Hector, the royal family would likely take responsibility, but if another aristocratic faction managed to recruit Roman, the political balance could collapse. soldiers. Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, already held significant influence in the northeastern region. Thaddeus did not particularly like the fact that he came from a commoner family, but acknowledged that he was still in his 20s and already showed extraordinary talent. If they managed to recruit him, even a Marquis would entrust important tasks to him. In the end, Thaddeus formally introduced himself as a servant of Marquis Benedict. He said that he had helped with the connection to the Southern Training Center, and that he was very sorry for how everything had ended. He wanted to apologize for the way things had unfolded. Roman replied that it was fine, because no one could have predicted that outcome. Tales commented that Gregorio was also waiting for contact, as he had useful information. Bronim added that Count Denver had sent soldiers from his own family, and hoped they would be put to good use. The three were clearly trying to outshine one another, displaying support and influence, but Roman asked directly why they were there, and what they intended to do at that moment. He was not naive enough to fail to notice that they all wanted to get close to him. Even so, he reminded them that the enemy had planted their flag in their territory, right before their eyes, and still stood there proudly. This was not the time for political games. He said that after driving Hector out, he intended to challenge the battle ranking and become the strongest swordsman in Cairo. Until then, they should wait. He would prove his worth on his own and offer his sword to a single person. Silence took over the tent. Everyone was impressed by his firmness. Roman then asked why they were not focusing on the current situation. His stance ended any silent dispute, and the meeting truly began. That war was about bringing down the enemy castle, and as long as each of them defended different interests, there would be no proper solution. Roman explained that Hector needed at least 3 days to activate the Weaver portal. They would likely just stall for time, defending enough to endure. Thaddeus commented that in that case, since Hector had only 10,000 soldiers and they had 20,000 gathered there, they could simply advance with full force. Roman replied that even with a numerical advantage, as long as Edwin and Hector's leaders were mages, it was impossible to say they truly had the advantage. Even so, he stated that he had a solution. Later, with Cairo's main forces gathered in front of the rear fortress, Hector was already preparing for the enemy advance. That was when Roman called for the attention of Hector's army and introduced himself as Roman Dmitri, a warrior representing Cairo. He declared that he wanted to request a duel against Butler of the Kingdom of Hector. Prince Edwin was confused, trying to understand what he was planning this time. Roman stated that he no longer wanted meaningless sacrifices, and was certain everyone felt the same. If the duel ended with Hector's victory, Cairo would silently accept the proposal, but if he won, Hector should abandon the territory. Edwin thought that at the moment Roman was not stronger than Butler, but he began to wonder if this was some kind of trap. Roman made it clear that if they refused the proposal, he would make sure to destroy the entire rear field, even if he died for it. He gave them 10 minutes for an answer. The prince was in a dilemma. When he told Butler about the proposal, the knight replied that he would accept the duel. Edwin tried to stop him, but Butler asked him to trust him this time. He said he would tear off Dimitri's head and bring a chance of survival to Hector. Edwin explained that it was not a lack of trust, but that they had already lost 700 soldiers in a single night because of Roman's plans, and he could still smell the corpses. Even trusting him, he was certain there was something behind that proposal. Butler replied that he was confident in destroying any scheme Roman might have prepared. He had served the prince his entire life and asked if he looked like a coward. Edwin told him not to speak like that he did not want to lose him. He said that if he felt anything was wrong, he should retreat immediately. Butler agreed and said goodbye, promising that they would see each other again. Your Highness. As he passed through the fortress gates, Butler admitted that he had seen many madmen in his life, but never someone like Roman Dmitri. Even without knowing what kind of trap might exist, he decided he would fight with all his strength. Roman stated that ever since their swords had clashed in the mountains, he had wanted to face him again. There was no trap, only the desire for a fair fight. He asked Butler to use all his strength. If he killed him there, he would achieve everything he wanted. Butler called him crazy, and without hesitation the two advanced, sword against sword, beginning the duel that could decide the fate of the war. It is explained that a 5-star rank is achieved when someone reaches a level where they are considered one of the strongest on the continent, someone capable of completely changing the course of a war. Butler unleashed his aura explosively because Hector's fate was at risk. His strikes were powerful and impactful, and he could not afford to waste time, so he decided to end it in an instant. Each attack made the battlefield crack beneath them, but Roman managed to block. In a brief moment of carelessness, he was almost caught from behind by an extremely powerful strike from Butler, so strong that it split the ground open. Thaddeus was stunned. He had agreed to this reluctantly because he wanted to gain Roman's favor, but if he lost now, all efforts to recruit him would be in vain. Tullis questioned whether he was really going to lose like that, while Butler kept pressuring Roman without pause. The attacks were not landing cleanly, but Roman was being grazed again and again. The soldiers of Hector cheered for Butler, calling for revenge for their fallen comrades, while Cairo's hero intercepted part of the strikes with his dark techniques of the celestial demon. Butler realized that Roman was blocking his attacks faster and faster, and was gradually reading the path of his sword. The feeling was clear. That bastard was evaluating him in the middle of the fight. Meanwhile, Roman was finally able to see where he stood in that world. Although he had killed Homoros, who was 4-star, he knew that defeating a 5-star was a completely different matter. His current self needed to face Butler to discover his own limits. He wanted to break the wall in front of him and rise to the next level. Butler, irritated, thought that brat had no shame at all, and outraged by such audacity, used his explosive aura on his sword against Roman. The weakness of that indiscriminate burst of energy was obvious. Aura Knights did not have refined control over mana. Their energy was like an erupting volcano, which meant not every part of the sword's aura had the same strength. If one side held 100% of the aura, another might have 80, and so on. Each point had a different level of resistance. At that moment, Roman was reading the enemy's mana to strike the weak point of Butler's sword. With a few exchanges, he managed to break his opponent's guard, and realized it was the right moment to use the third movement of the Celestial Demon technique. The dark slash shocked everyone. Even a 5-star knight was pushed back by Roman. People on both sides went beyond surprise, and were completely stunned. Hector's soldiers wondered if Roman was not supposed to be only 3-star, so how could he fight head-on against Butler, who was 5? The prince realized that Roman truly wanted that duel to measure his own strength. If Butler lost to Roman Dmitri, it would be the worst possible outcome. Not only would they lose their greatest combat force, they would also be forced to retreat. Now the prince could only trust Butler. The 5-star knight began to see Roman as a madman. He even imagined there were traps prepared, but there was nothing like that. He was simply trying to defeat him for real. Butler spat blood and understood that the plans that once seemed perfect were collapsing precisely because that lunatic had appeared on the southern front. If they allowed Roman Dmitri to leave there alive, the kingdom of Hector might one day face that monster again. So he gathered even more aura to kill him right there, confronting Roman with everything he had. Until that moment, only 2 people had managed to block that attack from Butler. He raised his sword and created a luminous strike, shining like a star. One of the people who had blocked that attack became the most powerful swordsman of Hector, and the other entered the continental ranking. Now he unleashed his solar attack against Roman. The sphere of light was launched like a meteor, burning everything around it. Roman knew very well that if he were hit by that attack, he would certainly die. Because of that, he focused everything on defense, as there was no room for error. If that was Butler's most powerful weapon, then the most resilient shield of the celestial demon, Jung Hyuk, had to protect him. That defense was the Iron Shield. A dark orb formed around Roman, enveloping his entire body like a solid and impenetrable dome. He chose to face Butler's solar attack head-on, because at that moment it would be decided who was stronger, the spear of one or the shield of the other. The collision created a massive explosion that blinded everyone on the battlefield. It was simply devastating. When the dust from the explosion settled, Prince Edwin Hector tried to understand how it had happened. There was a massive crater surrounding Roman Dmitri, yet he stood completely unharmed. It made no sense, as everyone believed that not even a 5-star swordsman could block an attack of that level. Meanwhile, Butler was gravely injured, having expended an absurd amount of mana on that strike. Even so, he attempted to advance again, determined not to give up, but this time, the situation had completely changed, and he began to be overwhelmed. Butler had faced all kinds of battles throughout his life, and could not accept being cornered by someone so young, a man barely over 20 years old. Even so, he did not retreat, despite knowing it could lead him to the brink of death. In the midst of exchanging blows, Roman Dmitri suddenly grabbed Butler by the face and hurled him violently to the ground. Even in that state, Butler still intended to take that monster down with him before he could become an even greater threat to the prince. So he released all his mana in a desperate explosion, trying to bring Roman Dmitri down. Roman Dmitri, in turn, acknowledged his determination and said he would remember it. However, before he could finish the attack, the battle was interrupted. Prince Edwin Hector intervened with a powerful runic blaze, forcing Roman Dmitri to dodge. Taking advantage of that moment, the knights rushed forward to rescue Butler. At that point, Hector's army broke the rules of the duel. They set aside any concern for honor or reputation, and chose to save their comrade. But that decision came at a high cost, as the fortress gate was left completely open. Roman Dmitri did not let that opportunity pass. He recalled the plan he had devised with the other dukes, and analyzed everything he had observed since the previous battle in the mountains. Even after an entire night of combat, Hector's soldiers had taken the time to collect the bodies of their fallen allies and carry them down the mountain, showing emotional attachment even in a critical situation. Furthermore, Edwin Hector had allowed his men to mourn and cremate their companions, revealing that he was a compassionate ruler, but a passive commander on the battlefield. Roman Dmitri decided to exploit precisely that weakness. The plan was simple and calculated. Butler would serve as a catalyst to force Edwin Hector into making emotional decisions. Instead of killing him immediately, Roman Dmitri intended only to render him unable to fight, creating a situation where the prince would have to choose between saving a subordinate or maintaining military strategy. If the prince chose rescue, the plan would move into its second phase, and that was exactly what was happening at that moment. As he cut down several soldiers along the way, Roman Dmitri concluded that Edwin Hector might be a good ruler, but he lacked the necessary profile to lead on the battlefield. The knights were entirely focused on bringing Butler back to the fortress, rather than maintaining an effective defense, leaving the entire line vulnerable. Watching this unfold, Count Fadius was shocked to realize that everything was happening exactly as Roman Dmitri had predicted, as if he had anticipated every move with absurd precision. In Fadius's mind, there was no doubt that Roman Dmitri was one of the greatest talents Cairo had ever produced. Now he finally understood why Marquis Benedict wanted to recruit him, because with someone like that by their side, they could not only overthrow the weak king, but also eliminate the influence of informants from the two empires. Without hesitation, Thaddeus ordered a full advance, and all troops charged toward the fortress. At the same time, Edwin Hector began to realize that his impulsive decision had placed everyone in a critical situation. He blamed himself internally, calling himself pathetic, and acknowledging that he should have maintained rationality as a commander. Even so, he knew there was still a chance to turn things around. If they could save Butler and close the fortress gates in time, they might still be able to hold out. For that reason, Edwin Hector continued launching runic flames non-stop, while the other mages supported him with fireballs. The Count's troops also began to move, trying to contain the enemy's advance. At that moment, Commander Kellen recognized the urgency of the situation and concluded that they needed to return with Butler as quickly as possible. When they finally got close enough to open the gates, it seemed there was still hope, but it was precisely at that instant that Roman Dmitri saw the perfect opportunity. He charged toward the open fortress and unleashed an explosion of shadows, obscuring everything around and eliminating any resistance in his path. Immediately afterward, he informed the commanders that the gate was completely open and ordered Cairo's army to advance without hesitation. Cairo's forces surged forward with full force, determined to annihilate the remainder of Hector's army. Meanwhile, Roman Dmitri had already invaded the fortress and recognized that the plan to open the main gate had been a success. Now, only one objective remained: kill Edwin Hector. Facing his enemy, Prince Edwin Hector began to reflect on when everything had started to go wrong. The initial plan had worked perfectly, from the ambush to taking the rear, proving that his strategy itself was not flawed. The problem had been the emergence of Roman Dmitri. In his view, everything that had gone wrong was that man's fault. The failure to take the 5th defensive line, the losses caused by the guerrilla warfare in the mountains, and the deaths of Hector's valuable soldiers, all of it led back to the same person. Now finally face to face, Roman Dmitri remarked that they had met again. Edwin Hector confirmed it, accepting the fate of that confrontation. Even if he were to die that day, he was determined to take Roman Dmitri down with him. Edwin Hector began his attack by first releasing his circle, and in the next instant, he unleashed multiple wind blades at once, trying to overwhelm Roman Dmitri with speed and sheer volume. However, all of them were effortlessly cut down by Roman Dmitri's shadow blade, making it clear that this kind of attack would not be enough. Sensing the danger, several Aura Knights immediately rushed forward to protect the prince at any cost, attempting to buy time. In response, Roman Dmitri used the second form of the Heavenly Demon technique, repelling the attacks with overwhelming force. Even so, for a brief moment, he became distracted just enough to be caught by Edwin Hector's binding spell, who seized the opening. Trapped by the magic, Roman Dmitri was immediately engulfed in flames, as the prince attempted to burn him within the magical prison and end the fight right there. However, even under direct attack, Roman Dmitri managed to completely break free from the spell, once again proving that he would not fall easily. Realizing this, Edwin Hector launched a more powerful attack and used a lightning blade, which struck Roman Dmitri directly. However, in the very next moment, it became clear that it had not been enough, because the real Roman Dmitri was already behind the prince, showing that he had anticipated everything. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, Roman Dmitri stated that he recognized Edwin Hector's power, but that the fight would end there. He moved in to finish the battle, but just as his attack was about to reach the prince, someone stepped in front of him. Commander Kellen intercepted the blow and died in Edwin Hector's place, sacrificing his own life to protect him. Faced with this, the prince was overcome by a mixture of rage and despair, unable to accept that loss. Without hesitation, Roman Dmitri placed his sword against Edwin Hector's neck and declared it pathetic, making it clear that his end was near, and that he would soon be reunited with his fallen allies. However, before he could finish, more of Hector's knights appeared to distract him. Taking advantage of this opening, Jackson managed to reach Edwin Hector, carrying him away from the battlefield, while questioning whether he truly wanted to die there. He insisted that the prince needed to pull himself together, because they all had to survive until the end, so that their comrades' sacrifices would not be in vain. Jackson then ordered a full retreat and the abandonment of the castle, making it clear that they would hold Roman Dmitri back for as long as possible, because the absolute priority was keeping the prince alive. Meanwhile, Edwin Hector, nearly unconscious, was carried away without being able to react, as Roman Dmitri continued cutting down everyone around him. To Hector's army, Roman Dmitri seemed like a true demon on the battlefield. When only a few knights remained, already on their knees, and without the strength to continue, one of them admitted that the victory already belonged to Roman Dmitri, and that he could end it. But Roman Dmitri coldly replied that he had already warned them before. The moment he met them again, he would kill every single one without exception. He made it clear that they had started this war, and that it made no sense to lament as if they were the victims. Without showing any hesitation, he beheaded the last surviving knight. With that, Hector's army fully retreated, and victory was secured for Cairo. When the counts and barons arrived at the enemy fortress, they witnessed an astonishing scene. Roman Dmitri stood atop a literal mountain of bodies, having accomplished something that seemed impossible, something that would rarely, if ever, happen again. He had single-handedly changed the course of a war that had been destined for defeat. Seeing his allies arrive, Roman Dmitri calmly asked if they had finally come, as if everything that had happened was just another completed step. News of the victory quickly spread throughout the entire kingdom of Cairo, being treated as something almost legendary. Until recently, people in taverns had been talking about how critical the situation on the southern front was, worse than even when the Empire had attacked before. No one wanted to join Cairo's forces at that stage, as everything pointed to a lost war, but that changed completely once the good news began to spread. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy of Cairo, in Class D, 2 knight apprentices were sparring during training. William Castro was facing Lauren Dimitri, and from the very beginning, Lauren was completely overwhelmed, mainly because he held his sword with hesitation. He showed fear, trembling and insecure, which severely compromised his movements. At one moment of panic, he attempted a careless attack, leaving a large opening in his defense that allowed William Castro to land a direct blow to his back. As a result, Lauren Dimitri dropped to his knees, unable to continue the fight. The instructor observed the scene and reprimanded Lauren Dimitri, reminding him that he had chosen to enter the Royal Academy of Cairo to learn how to fight with a sword. Yet he could not even face his opponent during a duel. He had even gone so far as to close his eyes in the middle of combat, which in the instructor's view was simply pathetic. The warning was straightforward. If he continued like that, he should prepare to be demoted in the final exams. Hearing this, Lauren Dimitri began to seriously worry about the possibility of dropping to Class E, which would make him a laughingstock, especially since he was already 18 years old, older than most students in that class. During the break, William Castro walked past him and made a sarcastic remark, pointing out how impressive that situation was. Even Rodwell Dimitri, who was in Class S, would be shocked. In William Castro's mind, it was hard to believe that someone from the Dimitri family could be so weak, since he had grown up thinking that everyone bearing that name was extraordinary. But looking at Lauren Dimitri, he concluded that not everyone is born with the same talent, even if they are the brother of someone as renowned as Rodwell Dimitri. To William Castro, there was no possible comparison. Miracles don't happen twice in the same family, and that only reinforced Lauren Dimitri's own thoughts, as he once again found himself haunted by the name Rodwell Dimitri, someone who had always stood above him. One of William Castro's friends then asked if it was really true that Roman Dimitri had defeated Homeros, and William replied that he didn't believe it, insisting it was nothing more than a rumor spread by the family itself. In his view, it was just an attempt to clean up the image of the eldest son, who was known as an idiot, something he claimed was obvious just by looking at Lauren Dimitri, the third son considered incompetent. Walking alone through the academy, Lauren Dimitri himself wasn't sure whether the news about his brother was true. Even though he didn't remember Roman Dimitri as a bad person, he found it hard to believe any of it. Just as William Castro had said, it seemed impossible that he could be strong enough to defeat Homeros, and to Lauren, anyone with common sense would see that it was a lie. However, in the district near the academy, a large crowd was forming because of recent news. A man commented that a relative of his who was in the south had said the front line had nearly collapsed under Hector's advance, but was restored by what seemed like a miraculous strike. What was most impressive, according to him, was that Roman Dimitri had done it almost alone on the battlefield. Another person, surprised, asked if he wasn't also the one who defeated Homeros, the youngest ranker in Cairo. In response, someone added that this wasn't all. Roman Dimitri had also defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in a direct duel. Hearing that, Lauren Dimitri became completely confused, trying to understand if they were really talking about the brother he knew. To him, defeating Butler, beating Homeros, and saving an entire war sounded like a ridiculous exaggeration, clearly inflated by lies. But at that moment, a knight from the escort ordered the crowd to make way, announcing the arrival of the heroes from the south, and at the front of them all was Roman Dimitri himself. It was at that instant that Lauren Dimitri finally saw his own brother with his own eyes. Sometime later, Roman Dimitri stood before King Daniel Cairo, who remarked that they were finally meeting in person. He expressed his gratitude, saying that on behalf of the entire country, he wanted to thank him from the bottom of his heart, as he had shown the world Cairo's true determination. The king then asked what Roman Dimitri desired as a reward, stating that he would grant any request within his power. He then suggested a specific opportunity, explaining that the captain of the Royal Knights, Count Nicholas, the strongest swordsman in Cairo, was looking for a successor. If Roman Dimitri accepted, he could become vice-captain, be released from his duties at the front, and receive an even higher noble title. As he listened to all this, Roman Dimitri realized that the king was finally revealing his true intentions. Having taken the throne at a very young age after the early death of the previous king, Daniel Cairo had become known as a puppet. However, he knew that if he could bring Roman Dimitri to his side, not even the aristocratic faction would have the power to threaten his authority. Despite being seen as a coward, the king did not want to continue living that way forever. At that moment, Marquis Benedict intervened, stating that no one in the world should receive a reward that demanded such sacrifice. He emphasized that forcing an extremely talented young man, with a brilliant future ahead of him, to bind himself in such a way was unjust, and he asked the king to withdraw the offer. Other nobles agreed with him, reinforcing that it was inappropriate. Even so, the king maintained his stance, and explained that he had merely made a proposal, making it clear that Roman Dimitri could still ask for anything else. The final decision was entirely in his hands. Faced with this, Roman Dimitri acknowledged that Daniel Cairo truly had the blood of a king, but also concluded that he had no reason to help the royal family at that moment. He then replied that the position of royal knight was undoubtedly a great honor. However, before deciding his future, together, there was something he needed to say. After the war, Roman Dmitri realized something important, something he had not fully considered before. He understood that despite everything he had achieved, he was still like a frog at the bottom of a well, limited to his own kingdom. If he were to leave Cairo and face the wider world, he would likely be just another person, without any real distinction. For that reason, he concluded that he needed time to prepare before taking the next step. The idea was not to throw himself into the unknown recklessly, but to strengthen himself as much as possible within Cairo before facing a much greater stage. It was then that Roman Dmitri declared his intention to participate in the kingdom's open ranking battles. He explained that he wanted to challenge fighters ranked from 1 to 99 in order to fully test his own limits. In this type of competition, the rules were simple and brutal. Battles could continue indefinitely until one side was defeated, and the challenger, upon winning, would take the opponent's position. It was a straightforward system where strength and endurance determined who rose. King Daniel Cairo warned that this kind of confrontation was not something to be taken lightly, as there was a real possibility of death during ranking battles. It was not a decision that could be made easily. Even so, it became clear to everyone that in a situation like that where he could choose fame, wealth, or status, the hero of Cairo opted for something completely different, a personal challenge. This demonstrated Roman Dmitri's level of confidence, and at the same time stirred excitement among the spectators. Since ranking battles were always intense and unpredictable, Marquis Benedict interpreted this as an indirect rejection of the king's proposal, but he saw no problem with it. In his view, Roman Dmitri wanted to prove his worth with his own hands, and there was no reason to stand in his way. Moreover, he was still young. He had not even fully reached his 20s yet. Participating in these battles would allow him to truly discover what he was capable of. Before the king, Roman Dmitri stated that in the near future, he would prove his worth to everyone. Only after that would he decide which path to follow. In his thoughts, he was already certain of one thing. Once the ranking battles were over, he would not become anyone's sword. Instead, he intended to move forward as a new challenger in a much larger game. Later, in a private conversation with Marquis Benedict, the two reflected on everything that had happened. While pouring wine, Benedict remarked on how life was full of surprises, recalling that he had sent Roman Dmitri to the southern front with his best intentions. At the time, no one expected Hector to declare war right there, nor that it would end up turning Roman Dmitri into the hero who stopped the enemy's advance. Roman Dmitri replied that, in a way, it had been a valuable experience. The war against Hector made him realize that the world was far bigger than he had imagined. Because of that, he decided he would participate in the open ranking battles to truly measure his strength, and when he reached the point where no one in Cairo could surpass him, he would set out into the outside world. His goal was clear: to become the strongest of all. Hearing this, Benedict commented that he once had the same dream. However, over time, he came to understand just how vast the world truly was and eventually became content with the life he led. Even so, when looking at Roman Dmitri, it was evident that he was still at the beginning of a much greater journey. He also mentioned that he had a daughter. Since her mother had died very early, he had to work even harder to raise her, and thus considered the possibility of entrusting her to someone worthy. Fabius made it clear that he was not naive, especially after what he witnessed that day. When he saw Roman request to participate in the open ranking battles, it reminded him of the monsters he had encountered around the world in his youth. Even though he had not been born with extraordinary talent like those individuals, he had enough experience to recognize potential, and in his eyes, Roman was someone who could become strong enough to be compared to a true monster. He also already knew that Roman had cancelled his engagement and made it clear that he had no intention of forcing him into marriage. Still, he intended to arrange a meeting between him and his daughter. If feelings arose between them, then he would accept the relationship without objection. At the same time, he did not expect this to happen immediately. He simply wanted Roman to keep the possibility in mind. Additionally, he made a point of reminding him that, both in the past and now, he had always been looking after him. He stated that if Roman chose to walk the same path by his side, he would be able to obtain anything within the kingdom of Cairo. Roman Dmitri was seen as an existence capable of breaking the balance of power. Whoever managed to recruit him first would gain enough advantage to dominate Cairo. For that reason, the four great powers of the kingdom all desired to have him under their command. Of course, Fabius was not the only one to make offers. After that, Gregory and Denver also presented surprising proposals. However, Roman, who was in truth the celestial demon Junhyuk, was not someone who could serve another person. When he returned to his estate in the capital, Hans immediately received him and asked if he was all right. Worried as always, he wanted to know if the young master had been injured anywhere. He said that upon hearing the news about what happened on the southern front, his heart had nearly stopped, and that he was relieved to see him safe. Roman simply replied that he was fine, reassuring Hans. A few days later, the situation in the capital had calmed down. While serving tea to his young master, Hans commented that he might be overstepping his limits, but still wanted to ask something. He suggested that Roman meet with the young master Lauren. Shortly after Roman moved to the capital, Lauren had visited the estate and spoken with Hans. Since Hans had raised both young masters from childhood, he quickly noticed that something was wrong. Lauren was clearly facing some kind of problem, but he did not reveal what it was. Instead, he merely asked what had happened with Roman, since he saw him returning to the capital capital, under the protection of many people, being hailed as a hero by everyone. Hans explained that while Roman was away, many events had occurred within the Dmitri family, and asked if he had heard the rumors. Lauren confirmed they were all true. Hans told him that Roman had broken off his engagement, fought against Barco and Homeros, and played a key role in the victory on the southern front. Lauren, surprised, wondered if it was all really true. Hans confirmed it, adding that thanks to the change in Roman's behavior, even the Baron had been much more satisfied lately. Then, instead of continuing to explain, Hans returned the question simply, asking Lauren why he didn't speak directly with his own brother. He replied that it was fine, saying he didn't need anything. After he left, Hans remained thoughtful, reflecting on how the three Dmitri brothers had completely different personalities. Among them, Lauren was the most fragile and sensitive. For that reason, Hans mentioned to Roman that he suspected Lauren was being bullied at the academy. It seemed that he needed help, but Hans made it clear that he was not in a position to impose anything. Upon hearing this, Roman thought that Lauren was the youngest of the brothers. Even though it wasn't strictly his responsibility to take care of him for that reason alone, he still made a decision. He told Hans that he would meet with him. The response visibly pleased Hans, who sincerely thanked him. Deep down, Roman only agreed because Hans had asked. Meanwhile, Fabius was also planning to meet Roman Dmitri. He believed there was still a chance to fall into the Baron's favor, and was confident he could convince him. Even though all attention was focused on Roman, Fabius noticed something important. The subordinates who followed him were exceptional as well. In his mind, recruiting them could provide a major advantage. In particular, Chris caught his attention. Had he not gone personally to the southern front, he might never have realized their potential. If he could bring Chris and the others over, he could gain the Marquis's trust and strengthen his position. At that moment, Chris was training. He recalled the first time he met Roman, when he believed Roman was within his reach, and that one day he could surpass him. But now, reality was completely different. Roman was already on another level. The shock was even greater when he saw him fight against Butler. Even so, by continuing to observe and follow Roman's example, Chris also experienced tremendous growth in his own strength. Though surprised by how much he had evolved, he kept a firm goal. One day he would surpass Roman. It was then that Fabius appeared, going straight to the point and offering to recruit him. Chris, however, refused without hesitation. Fabius tried to convince him, saying this was an opportunity capable of changing his life. He spoke of abundant money, fame, and an honorable position. He also argued that loyalty was not a concern, because sooner or later, Roman would join the Marquis side. In response, Chris questioned whether Fabius truly believed his lord would become subordinate to anyone. Fabius replied as if it were obvious, claiming that no one in Cairo could refuse such a powerful figure. But Chris knew he was completely wrong. From what he had seen so far, Roman was someone who would never bow. He made it clear that no matter the offer, he had no intention of abandoning his lord. No one could replace him, and he warned that if Fabius intended to recruit the others, it was better to give up, because no one there would choose to serve anyone other than Roman. Even so, Fabius did not give up immediately. He sought out the other members. When he spoke with Kevin, he heard that his lord was his entire life, and he would rather die than serve another. When he approached Puck, he received a blunt warning. If he hadn't even spoken to Roman first, it was better to pretend the conversation never happened. Vulcan reacted even more firmly, repeatedly stating that he would never betray his lord, because without him they were nothing. The situation only worsened. No one accepted the offer. When Fabius found Henderson, the response was even more absurd. He simply yelled that he wasn't listening, completely ignoring the approach. This made Fabius furious. He could not understand how Roman had such loyal subordinates. At the end of the day, at the academy, Lauren had been training since early morning. As he pushed himself, he thought about Hans's words, especially regarding Roman's change in behavior, which had left the Baron extremely satisfied. It wouldn't leave his mind. He began questioning what had really happened to Roman. Before, he had been considered the idiot of the Dmitri family. Now he was the youngest ranker and a hero of Cairo. The comparison weighed heavily on him. If even Roman had managed to change so much, why did he remain so pathetic? Exhausted, Lauren eventually collapsed after so much training. It was at that moment that Roman appeared, asking what he was doing there. Then he remarked that Hans had told him Lauren was looking for him, and made it clear that if he had something to say, it was better to say it now. Lauren replied that it was nothing, trying to end the conversation. But Roman, bluntly, said that he was pathetic and turned his back to leave. That hit him hard, and Lauren, unable to hold back, called after him, saying he would tell everything, and asking him to come back. Hearing this, Roman stopped and decided to listen. Calmly, Lauren explained that when he first heard the rumors about Roman, he didn't believe them. He remembered very well how Roman had been before, someone who didn't even like to hold a sword, someone who would ask if someone else could go to the front in his place. Yet he had changed completely since the last time they had met. Confused and frustrated, Lauren asked what he had done to change so much. He said that, in the past, neither of them had been able to meet the expectations of those around them, but now he wanted to be like him. He wanted to become a son his father could be proud of, not someone who pretended to be fine while actually struggling. Hearing this, Roman thought that Lauren was still very young, barely 18, and not strong enough to bear the weight of reality. People had accepted the new Roman, choosing to set aside the old image and giving him a second chance. Perhaps he could do the same for Lauren. He realized he shouldn't judge him based on past memories, but rather on what he saw now. So he told his brother that he didn't want want to see anyone with the Dmitri name being looked down upon, as that would tarnish the family's reputation, as well as his own. Still, he said that Lauren had potential, and suggested that he prove his worth in the academy's fencing exam. As he thought about it, Roman recalled his past life as Jung-hyuk, where he and his brothers had to fight to the death. But now, living as Roman Dmitri, things could be different. This time, he wanted to give his own brother a chance. Later, during the fencing exam, Lauren remembered Roman's words. If he wanted answers, he needed to prove his worth. When it was his turn, his opponent was William Castro, who reacted arrogantly, saying it would be interesting to face him and that he would crush him without difficulty. The teacher explained that the result wouldn't be based solely on victory or defeat, but also on technique, and warned them to avoid fatal strikes. As soon as the duel began, William charged aggressively, pressing Lauren with heavy and constant attacks. The pressure was so intense that for a moment, Lauren thought he had already lost. But then, remembering Roman, he reacted. He counterattacked with a direct blow to William's chin, and decided he had to turn the situation around. He wanted to prove his worth. He wanted to be like his brother. From that point, he began exchanging rapid strikes, pressing back. He managed to dodge a decisive attack, and attempted another counter. Soon after, everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he realized he had fainted. The teacher explained that it had been a fierce battle. He said that when William went for the final blow, Lauren had dodged quickly, and if he hadn't, he would have been knocked out immediately. Even so, the teacher praised his performance. He said he had been observing him the entire time, and that Lauren was not without talent. The problem was that, by always freezing in fear, he couldn't show what he was truly capable of, which hurt his performance. The teacher also revealed that in the duel preceding the exam, he had deliberately paired Lauren against William, as a sort of challenge he needed to overcome. Surprised, Lauren asked if it had been intentional. The teacher responded by asking if he really thought he would lie to a student, and reinforced that he needed to believe more in himself. Finally, he made it clear that from what he had seen, Lauren was not so different from William. He told him not to be afraid, because if he entered a fight already believing he had lost, he would never achieve anything. Meanwhile, William was furious. Even though he had won the match, he couldn't accept what had happened. In his mind, Lauren was just an insignificant rat who had only managed to react because William had held back. The way Lauren had looked at him during the duel irritated him even more, and he decided he wouldn't let it slide. He was willing to break an arm or even two to teach him a lesson. His friends tried to calm him, saying it was already excessive. They reminded him who Lauren's brother was. Not just anyone, but Roman Dmitri, the hero of Cairo. Even so, William didn't care. He reacted with disdain, saying he didn't care about that title, and asked if they knew who he was. As the eldest son of the Castro family, with an influential father close to Marquis Benedict, he believed his position was above any recent fame. Convinced of this, he declared that he would show what true authority meant. He ordered Lauren to be summoned, determined to beat him until he couldn't endure it any longer. It was at that moment that Roman appeared. Without changing his tone, he only asked William to repeat exactly what he had said he would do to his brother. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Even though he was afraid, William still tried to maintain his posture, but he didn't get very far. Roman then grabbed him by the neck effortlessly, and said he would show what real authority was. Next, he asked if William knew what he had done wrong. He said that the bullying against Lauren could even be ignored, as Lauren needed to learn to deal with it on his own. The real problem was what William said afterward, disrespecting the Dmitri family name and directly threatening his brother. To Roman, that was not something that could be overlooked. He released William and ordered him to be taken to the Castro family estate. He made it clear that when an immature son makes a mistake, it is the parents who must take responsibility, and he wanted to see personally what this so-called true authority really meant, that William kept mentioning. Meanwhile, Fabius was talking with Count Castro, William's father and a member of the aristocratic faction. The Count commented on how he had offered a path to victory for certain individuals, yet it had been refused. To him, this only showed how people of humble origins couldn't see the full picture. Curious, he asked if Roman Dmitri was really as impressive as people said. Fabius confirmed that he was, explaining that there was a reason Marquis Benedict was willing to take such a risk to recruit him. In a more reserved tone, he added that the Marquis was possibly thinking of making him his son-in-law. The Count immediately showed interest, saying he needed to meet him personally. But before that could be planned, the situation resolved itself. William appeared at the location, accompanied by Roman. Furious, he tried to accuse him, claiming he had been threatened by a mere commoner, even though he was the eldest son of the Castro family. At once, the Count realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he told William to be silent. He immediately recognized who Roman was, and treated him with respect, remembering that he was the hero who had saved Cairo. He then threw his own son to the ground, and ordered him to apologize. With no choice, William obeyed. The Count also apologized, calling his son useless and assuring him that he would punish him severely. He tried to ease the situation by inviting Roman to have tea, believing that would settle the matter. But Roman was not interested in formalities. He made it clear that he would decide whether to accept the apology or not. He recalled recalled everything that had happened, saying that William had repeatedly intimidated Lauren and had even gone so far as to threaten to break his arm. To Roman, words and actions carried the same weight. Therefore, he said he would not let it pass. The Count, realizing the situation would not be resolved easily, asked what he wanted to do. He suggested a reasonable agreement, thinking about their future relationship. But Roman was direct. He said he wanted William to go to Lauren and apologize in front of everyone at the academy. After that, he should voluntarily leave the institution. He didn't want his brother in the same environment as someone like him, and he made it clear that if they refused, it would mean war. The decision was in the Count's hands. Upon hearing this, Count Castro lost his patience. He began to treat Roman with contempt, calling him a vulgar commoner and questioning whether he really thought he was that important. To him, Roman wasn't even worthy of serving as a footstool. He then decided to use the situation to demonstrate the power of the nobility and the central government. He told Fabius to watch closely, as this would serve as an example for the Marquis. In his view, Roman had crossed all limits, and for that reason there was no choice but to punish him properly. Fabius said he wasn't so sure about that. To him, it was very clear that William had been in the wrong. Upon hearing this, Count Castro was puzzled by his stance. Among the nobility, Fabius was known as the Raccoon of Cairo. It was no coincidence. Even though there were many people with extraordinary abilities, those who truly survived in politics were those like him, who could read the situation, make connections, and deal with the right people to protect their interests and profits. It was precisely for that reason that, despite coming from a family without great prestige, he secured a position in the central government. Count Castro, on the other hand, came from a respected lineage in Cairo, and had from a young age built a close relationship with Marquis Benedict. Even so, Fabius analyzed the situation carefully. Now the Count was positioning himself against Roman Dimitri. Under normal circumstances, the safest move would be to support Castro, but he knew Benedict well. The Marquis was someone who would abandon even a close friend, if it meant victory. The only exceptions were blood ties, and at that moment, Benedict was doing everything to make Roman his son-in-law. With that in mind, Fabius was direct and told the Count that his son had done wrong. Rather than trying to cover up the mistake, the best course was to punish him. Count Castro quickly grasped the meaning of this. He asked in an ironic tone if the raccoon had finished his calculations and decided that siding with Roman was more advantageous. After all, if a real conflict started against the Dimitri family, there was a risk of his own family falling into ruin. Without wasting any time, he completely changed his stance. He bowed before Roman, saying that after hearing Fabius, he realized he had been wrong. He offered a sincere apology and took full responsibility for what had happened, since it involved his son. Observing this, Roman reflected on how nobles often delude themselves with their own sense of superiority. Now that his value within the kingdom had increased, it was natural that people driven by envy and jealousy would arise, willing to harm him and his family. For that reason, he decided that this case needed to be made an example. Count Castro stated that he would comply with the demands. He said he would make William apologize publicly, and that William would leave the academy. He even tried to appeal, asking Roman to understand his heart as a father. Upon hearing this, William was utterly terrified. In the end, Roman agreed to end the matter there. The Count thanked him for his generosity, while William could only dwell on the mistake he had made by messing with someone like Roman. Meanwhile, at the academy, one of William's classmates ran to Lauren to warn him that something serious had happened. He explained that his brother had gotten into a confrontation with William, who, enraged after taking a hit, had threatened to break his arm, and that Roman had heard everything. After that, everyone headed to the Castro family estate. Upon hearing this, Lauren panicked. He knew all too well the power of the Castro family and what they were capable of. In his mind, things could spiral completely out of control, and he didn't want Roman to get hurt because of him. Without thinking twice, he used a communication crystal to contact his father, Romero. In a panic, he explained that Roman was in danger, having been taken to the Castro estate while trying to protect him. Upon hearing this, Romero was furious. He knew that Lauren would never reach out like that for no reason, much less in tears. This meant the situation was indeed serious. He immediately asked Liana what they should do, remembering that the Castro family was part of the central government. But Liana didn't hesitate. She said it didn't matter at that moment. Their son was in danger, and any political concerns could be dealt with later. Romero agreed instantly. He ordered all the Dimitri family vassals to assemble immediately. Later, during the meeting with nobles and allies present, Romero explained the situation. He said that Roman was facing a serious problem after a conflict with the Castro family. Based on what Lauren had reported, Roman had been taken to their estate. Even knowing they were dealing with a family tied to the central government, he made it clear that he would not stand by and do nothing. For that reason, he needed the support and consensus of everyone to decide the next step. Jonathan agreed with everything. Even though it was dangerous to go against someone from the central government, they were talking about the eldest son of the Dimitri family, so everyone was willing to give their lives to protect young Master Roman. Hendrik said he could mobilize the blacksmiths immediately, because Roman was the future of the Dimitris. And as for the Castro family, they could go to hell. The miners also sided with them, and Romero realized that everyone had reached an agreement with a single goal: to save Roman. The Dimitri people always sought peace, but when it was time to act, they truly acted. When Jacob, one of the miners, learned of the situation, he made it clear that he could not stay out of this fight. He decided to prepare everything necessary for the rescue. Mork Lincoln supported the decision, emphasizing that this was exactly right and that those miserable people needed to pay. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths began working non-stop, the sound of hammers echoing as they produced various pieces of equipment. In less than an hour, all of the Demetris were moving in perfect coordination to save a single person. In the capital, no one had any idea of the impact this situation would have on the Dmitri family. When Lauren returned to the main hall of the academy, he believed that by informing his father, help would soon arrive, but he still didn't know what he should do until then. However, as he approached, he noticed everyone gathered and soon saw Roman carrying William. Without hesitation, Roman threw William to the ground and demanded that he apologize immediately, making it clear that if he didn't, his family would pay the price. Count Castro reinforced the order, demanding that his son apologize on the spot. Under the pressure, William apologized to Lauren, admitting that he had bullied him all this time and acknowledging that he was wrong. He asked that his apology be accepted and stated that he would leave the academy, promising never to appear before him again. Lauren was completely bewildered by the situation. Count Castro asked him to accept the family's apology, assuring him that it would never happen again. Not fully understanding what was happening, Lauren simply agreed. Later, still trying to process everything, Lauren asked Roman what had happened. Roman told him to pay close attention and explained that this wasn't just about him. He said he had only done what a Dmitri should do, especially after all the humiliations he had suffered, and that he felt he needed to punish them for it. He explained that if he continued bowing his head while being humiliated, people would start to underestimate the power of the Dmitri family. Upon hearing this, Lauren apologized, but Roman corrected him, telling him to lift his head, reminding him that his name was Lauren Dmitri. He made it clear that he didn't want his brother to go through something like that again, and that he only wanted him to realize how strong he could become. He also stated that now that the Castros knew what the Dmitris were capable of, they would not dare to act recklessly against him. At that moment, Lauren realized something important and wondered if Roman had called him brother. When he received confirmation, he decided he would never forget those words, and that from that moment on, he would never let anyone do whatever they wanted to him. Roman, for his part, reflected that he didn't want to continue being involved in family conflicts with his siblings. Even so, Lauren remembered an important point and commented that Roman needed to act cautiously regarding the family, since at that pace there was no way to predict what his father might do. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Count Castro was furious and ended up punching his own son, questioning whether he had any idea of the mistake he had made. He explained that Roman Dmitri was a rising power and that everyone in Cairo wanted to recruit him. Yet William had provoked his very brother. Now that the heir of the Castro family had knelt, their reputation was destroyed, and everyone would see them as fools, incapable of understanding the kingdom's direction. The Count also wondered how he would face Marquis Benedict after that. At that moment, a messenger arrived, informing him that the Dmitri family was initiating a magical communication, which made Castro even more tense. Soon after, Romero himself contacted Count Castro and made it clear that as a noble of the central government, he might think they were weak, but by messing with the Dmitri lineage, they had crossed all limits. He announced that at dawn, they would send a formal request for a territorial war. In addition, he stated that Dmitri's trade would cease supplying the Castro family, and that all debts would be collected immediately, increasing the financial pressure. And it wouldn't stop there. They would also contact groups hostile to the Castro family, offering financial support to weaken them. Even if the Dmitri family had to pay a high price, they were willing to use every means necessary to destroy them. Upon hearing all this, Count Castro could hardly believe what was happening, realizing he had never imagined the Demetris could be so ruthless. Finally, Romero ordered that the Count's son be released immediately. Confused, Castro questioned the situation, but was told that his son was not being held captive. The issue involving Lauren had already been resolved, and William had already apologized. Romero grew slightly tense and asked if this was really true. Count Castro confirmed it, saying he had already resolved the problem with Roman. With that, Romero accepted the answer and ended the communication. The situation made it clear that leaders are born with the ability to command, whether among executives, blacksmith artisans, or even iron mine workers. Over time, Roman earned the hearts of everyone in the Dmitri territory. After that, Romero informed everyone that there would be no war and gave a new order. Everyone should prepare for a grand celebration, with food and drink in abundance, as if there were no tomorrow. The reaction was immediate, with everyone celebrating and agreeing enthusiastically. Meanwhile, rumors began spreading quickly. In a tavern, some people commented that they had seen everything with their own eyes. The powerful Count Castro, one of the most influential figures in the capital, had made his own son kneel before the third son of the Dmitri family. That alone was enough for everyone to realize that the balance of power in the kingdom of Cairo was shifting. Merchants were already beginning to cut ties with the Castro family, and Lucas explained what this meant. To him, it was a clear sign that the Dmitri family was about to go to war against the Castros. The most frightening part was that even among the wealthy in the capital, many were already supporting the Dmitris. Despite conflicts between the central government and the frontier families, most concluded that the Dmitris had a higher chance of victory. As a result, the family's status changed completely. The next day, upon learning all this, Roman grew pensive. The Dmitri family had always been against wars, so he couldn't believe they had made such an extreme decision just because of him. He realized that this was not the decision of a single person, not even Baron Baron Romero, but of all the main members of the Dimitri family, who had chosen to follow this path together. The small society living on the borders had decided to take a risk and even go to war just to rescue him. This made Roman reflect on his past life as a celestial demon, a world where the strong crushed the weak, and he could do nothing but witness countless deaths. That reality had shaped his personality in extreme ways. But now his life was different, and for the first time in a long while, he even managed to smile. Meanwhile, in the dark kingdom of Hector, Prince Edwin finally awoke. He asked how much time had passed, while everyone around him still struggled to accept the existence of Roman Dimitri, something that seemed impossible to them. Edwin thought that even if they could turn back time, they might still not be able to defeat him, for he had led the kingdom of Hector to a true abyss of despair. He reflected that if that war had never begun, perhaps the kingdom would have stood for longer. Many losses had occurred, including people who died because of him, and now Hector was facing his worst situation. Even so, Edwin decided that he needed to do something to save the kingdom, as there were still people depending on him, and giving up was not an option. He had woken up about a week ago, and although those involved in the war avoided speaking about it, the news coming from Cairo had already plunged Hector's kingdom into complete agony. There, Roman Dimitri became known as the Demon of Cairo, and many citizens believed that this had always been an impossible battle to win. It was as if they had been living isolated in a cave, and were suddenly thrown into a world full of monsters. When Edwin met with his father, the king confessed that although he had placed the weight of the imperial family on him, he had never wished for his son to die because of it. The prince asked for forgiveness, but soon brought up Jackson's account. The king confirmed that he had heard it, and explained that an omen had been observed in one of Hector's villages, the very place where the famine began, and that the soil there had turned completely black. Edwin then explained that while they spoke, all forms of life in that region were dying, and he raised the hypothesis that this might be the result of a necromancer's curse. He began to suspect that the famine that had plagued the kingdom for so long was not natural, but intentionally caused by someone. The idea was even more frightening, because it involved a force capable of affecting an entire kingdom for years using dark magic. The king then questioned whether this meant someone was behind the decision to attack Cairo. Edwin confirmed, saying that a criminal was acting in the shadows, manipulating everything, and that this war between the two kingdoms may have been provoked on purpose, so that this person could take advantage of the situation. The king explained that to neutralize a curse of that magnitude, an archbishop would be needed. The problem was that under the current conditions, they didn't have enough money to hire someone like that. Faced with this, Edwin remembered something from the past. When he was younger, the master of the Celestial Palace Tower had told him that if he abdicated the title of prince and joined the Magic Tower, he could have anything he wanted. Thinking about it, he concluded that he could sell his time to the tower in exchange for saving the kingdom. For him, a year would be enough, and that seemed to be the only way out. Meanwhile, Mac Burney drowned his worries in drink, reflecting that if he were to die, he wanted it to be on the battlefield. Still, he couldn't stop wondering if there was any place that would accept someone like him, someone who had lost an arm. Deep down, he believed there was no place for him in that reality. It was at that moment that Roman appeared and got straight to the point, asking if he would like to join the Dimitri family. Mac Burney replied that, as he could see, he had lost an arm and was no longer useful as a swordsman, believing he had no value. Even so, Roman realized this was not exactly a refusal and decided to tell a story. He spoke of the left-handed swordsman Songbak, who had once been a royal family bodyguard. During his life, he lost his right arm while serving his country. In recognition, the imperial family offered him honor, wealth, and a comfortable life. However, Songbak, accustomed to the battlefield, could not accept a peaceful life. Even with everything within reach, he chose to continue as a warrior. Determined to follow his path, he spent years training to fight using only his left arm. Over time, he developed his own style, and his tilted stance, which many saw as a weakness, actually allowed for faster attacks. His unique combat patterns led him to defeat numerous martial artists. At the end of his life, he faced Jung Hyuk and died in combat, faithful to the path he had chosen. After telling this story, Roman explained that if Mac Burney agreed to follow him, he could teach him left-handed swordsmanship, ensuring that he could still become more useful than many imagined. Upon hearing this, Mac Burney began to see a new possibility. For the first time, he thought that perhaps he could still live as a great warrior, not just as someone marked by loss. Driven by this feeling, he bowed before Roman and declared that he was glad to be useful in some way, promising to dedicate his life to him from then on. On that day, Mac Burney found new hope. The war, however, continued to change the lives of everyone around it. Edwin and Hector's kingdom, Mac Burney, and even unexpected people were swept up by this whirlwind of change. Among them was Henry of the Albert family, who had always been seen as useless. Henry thought Roman was too strict, and after everything they had been through together, he found it difficult to deal with him. Not being someone who liked to flatter, he decided to simply stop trying to please, considering it a great victory that he no longer had to fulfill obligations. However, returning home, everything was different from what he expected. He was welcomed as the pride of the Albert family, with a grand homecoming celebration, all because he had stood by Roman during recent events. This completely changed his position within the family. Taking advantage of this new reputation, Henry began to be invited to give lectures at the academy, recounting what happened on the front lines. He did not miss the opportunity, and assumed the role of promoting Roman's name, narrating his deeds and achievements. It was at that moment that he realized his life, once seen as useless, was finally changing. A few days later, Roman left the capital, reflecting that when he returned, he would make an important decision. Until then, his goal was to completely subjugate the northeastern region and gather the power necessary to confront the central government. On their way back home, Roman and his men came across a group of farmers in an extremely difficult situation, with their crops completely ruined. Chris explained that these were farmers from Dimitri's territory, which caught Roman's attention. He asked why Dimitri citizens were there, living in such poor conditions. Inside Conrad's territory, Chris explained that there wasn't much land available for farming within Dimitri's territory, so some farmers had rented land in Conrad's territory to be able to work. Upon hearing this, Roman asked for the farmers to be brought to him, as he wanted to understand the situation better. One of the farmers then explained everything. They had signed a 10-year lease contract with the Conrad family, and the harvest was almost ready, only a month away. Suddenly, however, the Conrad family ordered everyone off the land within a week. When the farmers resisted, saying they wouldn't leave, people were sent to destroy the crops. To them, this was extremely unfair, because besides losing the land, they couldn't even harvest what they had planted, which completely took away their livelihood. Chris commented that, although the situation was unfortunate, it wasn't something they could easily get involved in, since the land belonged to the Conrad family. He explained that interfering could escalate into a larger conflict, even a war, as the Conrads were part of an alliance with other nobles in the northeastern region. This alliance was formed by several smaller groups coming together for mutual protection, creating a sort of political barrier among them. Even so, Roman disagreed. For him, doing nothing would only make the problem grow even more. He believed it was necessary to cut the evil at its root, before the arrogance of these families increased further. As Lord, the decision was already made, and it was up to his subordinates to obey. Chris simply accepted the order. When they returned home, Roman was met with great enthusiasm by the Dimitri family. His father, Romero, received him with pride, embracing and praising him, saying he was amazing. To celebrate his return, he decided to host a grand feast, with food and drink in abundance. But before that, Roman asked for a moment to discuss an important matter. He then explained the entire situation of the farmers. Romero replied that he was already aware of the problem, but there wasn't much that could be done, as the Conrad family was merely exercising their rights over their own land. He also warned that even if they managed to prevent this now, the farmers could face even more difficulties securing new land in the future. Roman, however, presented another perspective. He questioned whether the same would happen if the farmers were under the protection of the Benedict family, as a marquis wields great authority and no one would dare provoke his people. He then asked about the current position of the Dimitri family in the region. Now that the old balance of power had fallen, there was no longer any group clearly superior to them. Romero admitted this was true, but still didn't see a need to create conflicts with nearby allies, as this could lead to bigger problems, including with the capital. But for Roman, there was a clear reason to act. Even being the strongest family in the northeastern region, the Dimitris were being treated as irrelevant. The actions of the Conrad family made this evident, as they were destroying the livelihoods of people connected to them without any hesitation. For Roman, this was a clear sign of disrespect. Even if they verbally acknowledged the Dimitri power, their actions showed otherwise. Therefore, he believed it was time to make it clear who was truly at the top of the hierarchy. It wasn't just about power, but asserting authority. Later, Romero reflected on everything he had heard. Meanwhile, Roman reinforced that they couldn't just watch their own people be oppressed. If necessary, he would assume full responsibility and do whatever it took to resolve the situation, even if it meant getting his hands dirty. Seeing this, Romero realized how much his son had changed. He remembered when Roman was younger, living a simple life and facing hardships, being called a failure and a useless noble. Perhaps all of that had shaped who he was now. In the end, he understood that the territory didn't just need strength, but firm decisions from its leader. And thus, a new phase began for the Dimitri family. A few days later, a grand celebration was held in the territory, officially to celebrate Roman's return. Nobles from across the northeastern region attended, reinforcing the importance of the Dimitri family. During the event, many people introduced themselves to Roman, including several women interested in becoming his suitors. Even if many still didn't recognize him as a leader, that didn't mean they ignored the Dimitri family's power. Sophia Grizzle appeared during the celebration, and Roman remarked that he thought they had already spoken last time. She asked if he really remembered her, while noting that this was clearly not the same Roman as before. In her thoughts, she even imagined it would be wonderful to marry him, seeing how much he had changed. At that moment, Viscount Conrad approached and introduced himself. Roman responded politely, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. The Viscount then remarked that he had heard Roman had defeated a 5-star swordsman, the butler, something he considered hard to believe, as it was extremely rare for someone in their 20s to accomplish such a feat. He further noted that the northeastern region had never produced a high-level warrior, but apparently Roman was now catching the attention of the elites. Even after hearing that, Roman got straight to the point and said he had a question. He mentioned that he had learned the Viscount had unilaterally ordered the farmers from Dimitri's territory to leave the land they were cultivating, and wanted to know the reason behind it. Viscount Conrad responded simply, saying that a merchant had appeared willing to pay more for the land, and that was why he made that decision. He then tried to close the matter, saying it made no sense to discuss it in the middle of a celebration. Upon hearing hearing this, Roman made it clear that he understood the reason, stating that it had all been done for money. The Viscount, in turn, insisted that this was an event to celebrate Roman's return, and that bringing up such a topic would only spoil the mood. Irritated, he decided to leave, saying he could no longer enjoy the feast after hearing that. But Roman did not allow it. He ordered the Viscount to stop right there, stating that if he chose to leave and end the conversation that way, it would be considered an act of hostility against the Dmitri family. He said that if the Viscount did not want such consequences, he should return and face him. Surprised, Viscount Conrad questioned what he meant. He argued that he had merely reclaimed lands that belonged to him, and had no obligation to give explanations, as he was not Roman's subordinate. Around them, several nobles began to comment, some agreeing with the Viscount, saying he was within his rights, while others criticized Roman for bringing up such a matter at a celebration, suggesting it should be addressed in a formal meeting. Faced with this, Roman reflected on how everyone would have reacted if it were another more powerful family, like the Barco. He realized they would never have dared to question in that manner. To him, the nobles of the interior, especially in the northeastern region, were accustomed to treating the Dmitri family as inferior. Therefore, he decided that it needed to be made clear that there were only two options from now on: submission or severe consequences. Without beating around the bush, Roman asked, since when Cairo's territory had the authority to do as it pleased with citizens from another region. He explained that the affected farmers were part of Dimitri's people, living on their land, paying taxes to them, and loyal to his family. Therefore, this was not just any problem, it was a direct affront to his authority. He also questioned whether they expected him to remain formal and polite while his own people were being harmed. He made it clear that the matter had already been discussed internally, that he had his father's support, and that he would not ignore it under any circumstances. Finally, he demanded to know if the Viscount still did not intend to apologize. Tension filled the celebration, and the commotion among the nobles was evident. Roman then demanded everyone's attention and issued a clear warning. He said that if any territory committed a mistake within Dmitri lands, he would ensure they paid double for what they had done. He also stated that he wanted to see if those who had previously criticized him would still have the courage to confront him or even speak against him after that. His words were enough to intimidate everyone present. Viscount Conrad internally realized that Roman was not only strong with a sword, but also extremely strategic, acting like a predator setting traps from which one cannot escape. Still, he was unwilling to back down easily, and considered gathering the forces of his alliance. It was then that Viscount Lawrence spoke up. He said he agreed that, this time Viscount Conrad was wrong, emphasizing that following proper procedures was essential, especially in a case involving citizens from another territory. According to him, the actions had caused direct harm to the Dmitri family, and the Viscount should acknowledge his fault. In his thoughts, Lawrence also recalled that the Conrad family had done nothing to help when they had faced the Barco family, which influenced his decision to support Roman at that moment. He then openly declared that he would stand with the Demetris from that point onward. With that, the situation changed completely. The nobles began to align themselves, and Viscount Conrad realized he was being cornered, understanding that the faction favoring the Dmitri family was forming and working together against him. Under the pressure, Viscount Conrad eventually yielded and lowered his head, saying he would be more careful from now on. The situation, at least for the moment, was resolved without the conflict escalating further. Later, in a private conversation, Romero asked Roman if it was truly wise to proceed in such an extreme way. He knew the Northeastern Alliance Association would not let this pass easily. Roman, however, explained that the goal was not just to assert authority, but to force others to react. He wanted everyone to gather and do everything possible to try to overthrow the Dmitri family, because only then would they realize on their own how inferior they were. When they reached the point where they could do nothing, they would naturally accept the power difference, and only then would the plan be complete. Meanwhile, at the Northeastern Alliance meeting, the reaction was exactly as expected. Many called Roman arrogant, saying that being treated as a hero had changed him and made him think he was superior. Even so, they made it clear that they had no intention of bowing to the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad then asked if anyone there had a concrete plan to deal with the situation. Silence fell over the room, showing that no one really knew what to do. He himself admitted that he was beginning to doubt the usefulness of the alliance, given the Dmitri family's overwhelming military strength. Moreover, the fact that Roman had defeated the 5-star swordsman Butler made it clear that conventional methods would not be enough to confront him. It was then that one of the nobles suggested contacting the central government, using their influence to pressure the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad considered the idea and agreed that it wasn't a bad plan, since everyone there had previously worked to build connections with the government after the fall of the Barco family. Wasting no time, he initiated communication with Count Fadius, the representative of the central government. At first, Fadius answered normally, willing to listen, but upon understanding the request to use government power to pressure the Dmitri family, he simply hung up. Confused and irritated, Conrad tried again, apologizing and claiming the connection had failed. This time, Fadius responded directly and angrily, calling him clueless. nobles. He made it clear that Roman was not an ordinary person, but a talent valued by Marquis Benedict, who was even very interested in making him his son-in-law. In light of this, the idea of pressuring the Dmitri family was absurd. After saying this, he ended the call again, leaving Conrad completely stunned. The possibility of a political marriage between Roman and the Benedict family completely changed the situation. With no alternatives, the nobles began to consider backing down. Shortly after, the conflict was officially resolved. Viscount Conrad apologized to the farmers and assured them he would not bother them until the end of the contract. The farmers, relieved, went personally to thank Roman. Their leader said he knew everything Roman had done for them and promised that from then on, they would do their best to repay his help. Roman responded simply, saying that he had only done what was his duty as a member of the Dmitri family. Even with the situation resolved, Roman reflected that the Northeast Alliance had only backed down due to lack of options. They had probably tried to seek support from the central government, but failing to do so, had no choice but to submit temporarily. Still, he didn't trust them, seeing them as opportunists who could betray him in the future if a chance arose. To him, everything was part of a larger plan. The first step had been the provocation, forcing a reaction. The second was making them face the reality of their inferiority, and there would still be more steps to come. Shortly after, Roman announced a new initiative for the entire Dmitri territory. He declared that he would host a large fencing competition with a prize of 100 gold coins. To ensure fairness, neither he nor Captain Jonathan would participate. The competitors would be divided into 6 groups, and each group would have one of Roman's subordinates as a representative. In the end, there would be 6 winners. Any participant who managed to defeat one of these subordinates would not only win the prize, but also have the right to make a request, which Roman would consider. When someone in the crowd asked if people from other families could participate, Roman replied that yes, as long as they were swordsmen active in the Northeast region, that would be sufficient to qualify. Finally, he announced that the competition would take place in a month, giving everyone time to prepare. Sometime later, another meeting of the Northeast Association was held, and Viscount Conrad presented a new idea. To him, the fencing competition organized by Roman was a great opportunity. If a swordsman from the alliance managed to win, they could use the right to make a request not to create more conflict, but to propose reconciliation. Instead of demanding apologies, they would ask to put the past behind them and work together, which would resolve tensions with the Dmitri family and help restore their own reputation. Despite this, one of the nobles raised an important concern, questioning whether they really had a chance to win. He reminded everyone that they were not the only ones interested in the competition, and that participants like Chris and Kevin, known to be extremely strong, would also be involved. With opponents of that level, winning would not be easy. Even so, Viscount Conrad remained confident. He explained that there would be 6 different groups in the competition, so they didn't need to dominate everything, only to ensure at least one winner in any of the groups. The strategy would be to gather the forces of all the families in the alliance and distribute them evenly among the groups, increasing their chances of success. Gradually, the others began to agree, seeing that the plan made sense. Emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, Conrad reinforced that this was a unique opportunity. The competition would take place in a month, and if they didn't seize this moment, they would be completely overshadowed by the power of the Dmitri family. He made it clear that they would do whatever was necessary to win, even hiring combat specialists if needed. Meanwhile, in the Dmitri territory, Roman was also preparing and gathered his soldiers to talk about the competition. He stated that everyone should already be aware of what was coming, and explained that in the next month, they would compete among themselves. Only 6 would be chosen to represent the Dmitri family. He made it clear that previous evaluations no longer mattered. Performance in the internal competition would be the sole criterion for ranking. For Roman, this was not just a tournament, but part of something bigger. The war was not yet over, and he needed his subordinates to become stronger, more prepared, and more determined. The goal was to awaken in them the desire for power, encouraging each to surpass their own limits. He also promised rewards worthy of those who would bring honor to the Dmitri family. Going further, he said that any of the 6 chosen who managed to win the main competition would gain access to advanced techniques, whether in cultivation or fencing, allowing them to reach a new level of strength. Among the soldiers, Puck immediately recognized the value of this opportunity, understanding that it could greatly accelerate his evolution. But he was not the only one thinking that way. Everyone there was equally motivated, sharing the same goal. Deep down, Roman had 2 major goals with this competition. The first was to make the nobles of the Northeast region confront the reality of the power gap between them and the Dmitri family. The second was to use this process to fully train and strengthen his own subordinates. He knew that when it was all over, the situation in the Northeast region would never be the same. The competition would shift the balance of power and make everything far more interesting. And while everyone was preparing for this grand event, Roman also saw this month as a crucial period for his own improvement. The celestial demon Jung Hyuk is a being forged by life or death crises. Even though he was accustomed to such situations, he knew it would be sheer foolishness to put himself in danger on purpose. Therefore, he decided that he needed to become even stronger. With this in mind, he called Lucas for a meeting and informed him that he intended to spend a month in isolated training. During this period, he made it clear that he did not want to be disturbed unless a serious problem arose within the family. In addition, he entrusted his sword to Lucas, asking him to sell it. The sword had had originally been called Flames, but Jung Hyuk renamed it Blaze. He asked Lucas to find a worthy new owner for the weapon, and made it clear that he didn't care how it would be sold. The only requirement was that the buyer must not know who the previous owner was. The money from the sale could be used to fund the Intelligence Guild. Lucas studied the sword closely and realized it was a flawless blade with impressive energy and extraordinary design. He didn't fully understand why his lord had decided to sell it, but he accepted the task. First, he decided to analyze the best places to market the item and concluded that an auction might be the best choice, since someone who truly understood swords would be willing to pay a high price. The city of Adelion stood out as the ideal location, having become a prosperous business hub thanks to the teleport point in the northeast region, so Lucas went there and put the sword up for auction. During the initial inspection, the evaluator immediately noticed that the blade possessed extraordinary energy. The measuring device emitted a blue light, indicating maximum quality. Surprised that such an item was being auctioned, the evaluator questioned the reason, but Lucas simply reiterated that the seller's identity must remain anonymous. He also requested that the bidding start with no minimum price, accepting without issue the 10% fee charged by the auction house. Next, he was taken to the official appraisal, conducted by Maurice, the auction house manager, along with his team. During the analysis, one of the evaluators commented that the sword's strength and sharpness were extremely high, something rarely seen, besides being perfectly balanced. Based on the quality, they estimated that a sword like this would normally be worth around 30 gold coins. Then they began testing its mana receptivity. Rated on a scale from 1 to 10, to be considered a genuine handcrafted sword, it required at least a grade 3. However, upon analyzing Blaze, the evaluator was astonished and informed Maurice that the sword possessed grade 10 receptivity. He further noted that the level was so high it could barely be measured, leaving Maurice completely shocked. Later, at the Adelion auction house, the auctioneer announced the main event of the evening. He highlighted that this was an item never before seen in the history of the house, something that exceeded all expectations. The handcrafted sword Blaze was not just another blade, as it had an impressive mana receptivity. He recalled that the last notable sword auctioned had been the foil known as Needle, which had grade 7 receptivity and had sold for 300 gold coins. However, Blaze surpassed that by reaching grade 10, and it also had the ability to amplify the user's aura, making it an unprecedented weapon. The auction began with an initial price of 10 gold coins, but the bids quickly skyrocketed. The amounts rose absurdly: 20, 30, 50, 100, 150, then 300, 400, 500, and 600. Amidst the intense competition, participant number 53 made an impressive bid of 1,200 gold coins, turning the event into a historic moment. Among those present was Valentino, the marquis and VIP of the Adelion auction house, a man who commanded business across the continent and had amassed a massive fortune. Despite maintaining political neutrality, he became extremely aggressive when exceptional items were involved, acting like a true predator. As he observed the auction, Valentino understood that the true value of Blaze was not only in its mana receptivity, but also in the symbolism of being the first grade 10 sword ever produced. This achievement, something no one had ever experienced before, made it even more valuable. He also reflected on the classic dilemma between handcrafted swords and magical swords. To use aura to its maximum potential, it must be pure, which favors handcrafted swords. Beginners, on the other hand, tend to prefer magical swords because of their enchantments. However, more experienced swordsmen value the purity of aura, making weapons like Blaze even more desirable. Convinced that it was worth risking his fortune, Valentino recognized that the item would only increase in value over time. After all, just being the first creation of its level already made it extremely rare. Everyone present knew he was an obsessive collector, always seeking to acquire unique pieces. Furthermore, challenging him at an auction could cause losses in the industry, which ensured that no one dared to compete recklessly. In the end, the sword Blaze was sold to Valentino for 1,200 gold coins. He paid the full amount immediately, but even surprised everyone by offering a total of 1,300, saying that the extra 100 coins were a personal gift. Maurice showed deep gratitude for the gesture. After the auction, Valentino asked if it would be possible to discover the name of the craftsman who created the sword. He was clearly fascinated by the quality of Blaze and expressed interest in meeting the artisan personally. Maurice apologized and explained that he could not reveal that information, as the seller had demanded anonymity. Even so, Valentino was not bothered. He fully understood the auction house's decision, but made a request. If that craftsman were to auction another work in the future, he would like to be informed first. Maurice promptly agreed, assuring him the request would be honored. Satisfied, Valentino returned home extremely pleased with his new acquisition. To him, the sword was a true work of art. Despite having collected countless blades throughout his life, he had never seen anything like it, yet his satisfaction did not prevent him from taking action. He ordered his men to do whatever was necessary to discover who forged Blaze. Since it was the first time such a work appeared at the auction house, he decided to begin by investigating the master blacksmith of the Dmitri family. Valentino's interest was not entirely innocent, but stemmed from a pure and obsessive desire to possess the best. Meanwhile, during Roman's first month of isolated training, many things happened outside. Chris easily defeated Henry Henderson in a duel. Even while acknowledging his opponent's effort, he pointed out that his attacks were still not sharp enough. He also warned that an enemy always watches the last move, waiting for an opening. Henderson sincerely thanked him and promised not to forget the advice. Among the fighters, it became clear that only a few had the real capacity to occupy one of the 6 top positions: Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Puck. The other 2 were still uncertain. Suddenly, Chris felt something strange. The ground began to shake, and even the air seemed to vibrate, as if something powerful were happening. This phenomenon was directly connected to Roman. 15 days earlier, when he had first encountered Butler, he realized that if they had fought to the end, there was a high chance of death. At that time, he would not have been able to endure a 5-star aura. Reflecting on this, he recognized that his decision had been arrogant, based on the memories of his previous life. He still had not fully accepted the fact that he was now Roman Dimitri. In his previous life, he had absolute confidence in his strength, but in this new life that no longer applied in the same way. He understood that he could face countless dangerous situations in the future, and with his current abilities would not survive against true monsters. Therefore, he decided that he could not afford to slack off if he wanted to remain at the top. For days and nights, as the sun rose and set, Roman continued training in front of the furnace, hammering iron relentlessly. His face turned red, his burnt skin began to peel, and his body showed countless signs that it had reached its limit. Yet he did not stop. For him, everything had to be reborn, including himself. Just as the sword needed to accept him, he also had to transform. Using the divine art of hell, he drank the flames and absorbed the mana within, using both the fire and the sword as tools for evolution. Gradually, his body began to mold into an ideal form, initiating his second bodily reform. When he finally completed the isolated training, Roman emerged with a far more powerful body. He felt ready to enter a new level and decided to truly test his strength. During training, he faced 2 forms of Butler alone, needing to defeat them by himself. With his new blade, he was able to block the attacks of both opponents. He knew that if he reached the 3rd bodily reform, he could utilize the 3rd part of his technique, making him untouchable. This confidence came from the same conviction he had in his previous life, when Jung Hyuk had been considered the strongest. Now, mastering the 2nd part of the technique, he could already face 2 opponents simultaneously, yet he began to question whether he was making the right decision by following exactly the same path as in his previous life. He realized that swordsmen in this world used aura explosively, causing much greater impact than the internal energy of the Murim. Given this, Roman understood that he needed to adapt. Depending on the opponent, he would have to accept the methods of this world and abandon the limited way he currently approached aura. Only then could he find a balance between his past life and the present. With this understanding, he finally executed the 3rd movement perfectly. The dark explosion destroyed all of Butler's forms. However, the effort came at a cost, and he ended up spitting blood. His hands were calloused and burned, but even so, he felt satisfaction. He reflected that when he began his 2nd life and followed the same path as before, he had imagined it would be monotonous, but now he realized it was actually fun. By adapting the celestial demon sword technique to a new reality, he could take it to a completely different level. This meant that there was still room for evolution. He wanted to face unknown variables, to have challenges arise without pause, putting his life at risk. To him, these trials would give meaning to his existence. While living as Roman, he knew he needed to start over from scratch, yet he was determined to continue advancing relentlessly until he reached the top. At the moment, the tremor intensified and an explosion echoed. Chris arrived and realized that something extraordinary had happened. Facing the scene, he questioned exactly what had occurred. When Chris arrives at the site, he comes across a huge crater created by Roman. Surprised by the destruction, he asks if something happened, but Roman simply replies that it was nothing. Even with that absurd scene before them, he acts as if it were completely normal and asks them to just leave. Chris and Puck are left bewildered by how someone could destroy everything like that, but they do not insist. Faced with something they cannot understand or reach, all they can do is accept it. For Chris, it only makes the gap between him and his lord even clearer. He realizes that while Roman continues advancing at an alarming rate, he himself is still standing still in comparison. This thought troubles him deeply. He understands that he cannot be satisfied with merely winning the fencing competition. Winning is not enough. He wants a crushing victory, something that truly proves his worth. At the same time, everyone around him begins to think the same way. If they want to keep up with Roman, they need to grow stronger. After a month, Roman finally completes the creation of his new sword. Observing it, he recognizes it as a unique piece, even if its appearance is not exactly pleasing to ordinary eyes. Still, what matters to him is not the aesthetics, but the meaning. He begins to think of a name. First, he considers Salamander, then Blaze, but soon discards these options. To him, a sword's name represents a new beginning, a new life. Therefore, he decides that this blade should reflect who he is now, someone who has surpassed his previous limits. Thus, he chooses the name Darkness. Later, Roman receives a report from Chris on the duels conducted over the past month. As instructed, there were combats every 3 days, and all results were recorded. This allowed them to identify the best performing swordsmen. The names that stood out the most were Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Puck, which was expected. However, the next 2 names drew attention: Mac Burney and Henderson. This outcome surprises Roman, especially in Henderson's case. In response, Chris asks if they should continue with the same method, and Roman confirms they should. attitude. He believes that in this world, defeats are not as important as growth. Just like the competition that bears his name, the goal is to make everyone worthy of that title. He shows genuine interest in seeing how far each one can go. A few days before the competition, numerous people gather in the Dimitri territory. There are reunions, tension, and also fear. Many participants feel apprehensive about names like Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Puck, hoping to be placed in easier groups. When the 6 groups are finally announced, the reactions are mixed. Some are happy, others discouraged. Baron Rollo, for instance, worries upon discovering they will have to face Chris. Still, Conrad tries to keep morale up, stating that their family's swordsman is also skilled and that they must not lose their fighting spirit. Internally, Conrad believes they can at least achieve one victory, especially against McBurney, whom he sees as a freak for having only one arm. To him, the association's fate depends on this competition, and winning is essential to defeating the Dimitri. Meanwhile, Rollo advises Max not to overexert himself and to avoid putting himself in danger. However, Max is determined. He states that he will give his all to achieve victory. Even acknowledging that Chris is an incredible swordsman, he remembers that they are of similar star levels, which gives him some confidence. Still, Rollo reinforces that if the situation becomes dangerous, Max should simply surrender. Max, on the other hand, sees it as a unique opportunity to make a great impression on his lord and the audience. He wants to prove his worth. However, when he enters the arena for his first match and faces Chris, everything changes. He feels an overwhelming murderous intent, something he has never experienced before. As soon as the fight begins, the difference becomes evident. In the first second, Chris disarms Max. In the next, he lands a direct strike with his lightning technique. By the third, Max is already lying on the ground. The first round ends with an obvious victory for Chris. Seeing this, Rollo cannot hide his shock, questioning whether the gap between them was really that great. And it's not just in this fight. In the following duels, Kevin, Vulcan, and Puck also win quickly. Faced with these displays, both the audience and the knights realize that the rumors were true. The Dimitri warriors are on an entirely different level. For the remaining groups, the only hope is to manage to defeat McBurney and Henderson. Since the group announcements, everyone has been watching the 6 representatives of Droma, especially Chris, known as Lightning, and Kevin, called Demon. Those who have already witnessed their skills do everything to avoid facing them. In the case of Vulcan and Puck, their history as mercenaries, combined with superior physical strength, is enough to intimidate any opponent. Compared to these 4, McBurney and Henderson are seen as easy targets. McBurney is despised for being a one-armed swordsman, while Henderson is ridiculed for his past as a farmer. Among all, he is considered the weakest, the ideal opponent. The audience even mocks him, calling him a coward and saying he would have soiled himself with fear when recruited. Meanwhile, beside Romero wonders whether it was really necessary to create such a large-scale competition. Even if the event gives the impression of unity, it is clear that the association's nobles have no real intention of following the Dimitri. Roman explained that all of this was a necessary process. The association was confident that they could handle the Dimitri family using their own strength, and if they reached the point of realizing they couldn't even scale the Dimitri walls, then they would finally accept complete submission. With that, the Northeast region would end up under his command, and the duel began. Henderson and Taylor stepped forward. Most people already thought it was decided, as it seemed impossible for Henderson to defeat Taylor. Taylor from the Lawrence family remarked that it had been a long time since he last saw Henderson, recalling when he still worked on the farm, holding a hoe instead of a sword. Since they already knew each other, he offered some advice, explaining that he had recently reached 2nd star aura, and that this was the last chance he would give to an acquaintance. To avoid a one-sided bloodshed, he suggested that Henderson forfeit the fight, but Henderson made it clear that his old self should be forgotten. He stated that the moment Taylor tried to hold back, he would not let the opportunity slip. Taylor just sighed, telling him not to regret it later. As soon as the duel began, Henderson advanced with his heavy sword, clashing it against Taylor's, surprising him with his strength. Without giving space, Henderson continued pressing, using the Asura sword technique. He was determined to do whatever was necessary to become worthy of serving Roman. Unlike many around him, who awakened their auras quickly, Henderson needed great effort and time just to feel the mana. He had always been behind, like a turtle, but never stopped working hard. Even though he was slow, he kept advancing on his own path, and this began to put Taylor under pressure. Realizing he couldn't lose like this, Taylor released an aura explosion that forced Henderson to retreat. He hadn't wanted to use it, but he decided to end the fight once and for all. With aura bursting around his body, he launched an attack. At that moment, Henderson remembered a conversation with Chris, who had said that when he met him, he was just a weakling, but had changed. During the past month, while others accepted their defeats, Henderson continued yearning for victory, and never gave up. His life had changed, and he had earned the right to stand beside Roman. Motivated by this, Henderson accumulated aura in his sword and used the Asura technique to counter Taylor's strike. strike. The impact was decisive, and Taylor ended up on the ground, defeated. Henderson was the winner of the 5th group. The audience was impressed. Many even began cheering for him. They commented that he hardly seemed the same, and that his evolution was absurd. Some remembered that it had taken him over a year to feel mana, while others shouted his name. Among the nobles, doubts arose, since they had always said Henderson was the weakest. Even so, Conrad urged calm, stating that the final winner would still come from the alliance. Next to enter was Kevin, from the 2nd group. As he stepped into the arena, he thought that he had always been just 5 seconds slower than Chris, and that when asked who was Roman's sword, everyone answered Chris. Now, he wanted to prove his own worth. On the other side, Miles from the Northeast Alliance Association was nervous, as he would face someone known as Dimitri's Demon. Encouraged by the nobles, he charged at the start, trying to corner his opponent, but Kevin easily dodged all the fast attacks, and countered with a direct strike to the stomach. Miles thought he only needed to land one attack to win, but ended up taking a punch to the face, facing Kevin's terrifying smile. Kevin kept pressing until he completely knocked him down, crushing his will to fight, and securing victory. Even before the first match of the day, Jonathan had gathered the soldiers and explained that the competition was organized by the young Master Roman, highlighting Chris's participation, the former vice-captain of the Order of Knights. He wanted everyone to watch how his senior fought, and learn from him to become better knights. The soldiers immediately agreed. While watching, one of them noticed that Chris's opponents didn't even stand a chance. Jonathan also noticed how much stronger he had become. Chris, for his part, had only one thought. He was the sword representing his lord. No matter who stood on the other side, he had to completely crush his enemies so that no one would dare covet Roman's place or oppose him. In the next fight, Chris proved this once again, winning in just a few seconds with a strike as fast as lightning. Chris won another fight, but even so, he thought it was still not enough. He wanted more, always more. In the 2nd round, he won in 5 seconds, in the 3rd in 8, and in the 4th in 10, showing absurd improvement with each fight. Watching this, Jonathan couldn't understand when exactly Chris had become so powerful, and began wondering what Roman had done with the boy. Among the spectators, many commented that it was better to give up than to enter the arena just to be humiliated. Some wondered if Farrell had any chance against him, while others already said it was impossible because Chris was on another level. Still, some joked that maybe he could last 10 seconds, while another bet on 30. When the judge called the competitors to the center of the arena, Farrell admitted to himself that he was not confident. Even so, he thought that if he could last at least a minute, it would be enough to be recognized. For him, enduring that time would finally make people notice his existence. But the moment the fight began, it was over. In the blink of an eye, Chris's lightning-fast strike pierced Farrell before he could even raise his sword. The audience couldn't understand what had happened, as the fight had practically never existed. Thus, Chris was declared the winner of the group. In total, he took only 27 seconds to win all 5 rounds, a result so absurd it threw the association into despair. In Group 1, Chris emerged victorious. In Group 2, Kevin won with his ferocity. In Groups 3 and 4, Vulcan and Puck crushed their opponents. And in Group 5, Henderson surprised everyone with an unpredictable victory. With that, the association's only remaining hope rested on Group 6, with McBurney, the one-armed knight. Conrad asked how his swordsman was feeling, and Gabriel replied that he was in excellent condition. He was the family's secret weapon, intensely trained since youth. Gabriel was a 3-star swordsman, and even with the competition's restrictions preventing the use of advanced aura forms, the gap between him and a 1-star swordsman was still immense. To Conrad, McBurney had only made it this far by luck, but that would end now. He made it clear that Gabriel should show no mercy, even if the opponent was someone with a disability. Gabriel, for his part, had no intention of losing to someone like McBurney. Upon entering the arena, he assumed that his opponent had completely lost his sense of balance after losing an arm, and could not believe that a commoner like him, who wouldn't even have had a chance to become a family knight with both arms, should be there. When the fight began, Gabriel didn't even bother using techniques. He simply advanced, pressing from the first moment, believing McBurney would dodge to the right, since with only one arm, one side of his body would be exposed. Attempting to exploit this weakness, he attacked that point directly. But what happened next completely took him by surprise. McBurney blocked the attack with an extremely flexible movement, shifting his body weight backward in an unusual way. It made no sense to Gabriel, who couldn't understand what kind of movement that was. Next, McBurney spun his body and unleashed a series of strikes with a posture completely different from normal. He moved all his other limbs with extreme flexibility, like a martial artist, perfectly compensating for the absence of an arm. He had mastered the left-handed swordsman's technique. Realizing this, Gabriel was shocked and overcome with rage, unleashed his murderous intent. That's when he understood that McBurney had not reached this point by luck, and that he hadn't lost his sense of balance. On the contrary, he was using his own imbalance as strength. While fighting, McBurney remembered Roman's words, who taught that the foundation of all sword techniques lies in balance. Even if losing an arm is fatal for a swordsman, left-handed fencing was a technique capable of transcending that limitation, transforming imbalance into an advantage through unique movements. He had dedicated himself completely to this. He thought of the creator of that technique, who also had a disability like him, and reflected on how that person, instead of giving up, found a new path that gave meaning to his own journey, showing that he was was not just someone without value. With this determination, McBurney seized that hope and pressed forward. He had trained harder than anyone else and sworn, in the name of his lord, that he would win. Advancing with his powerful technique, he believed with all his heart that his life as a swordsman was far from over. At the decisive moment, his strike not only broke Gabriel's guard, but also pierced his chest, sending him to the ground. With the victory, McBurney acknowledged that all of this had only been possible thanks to Roman Dimitri, who had given him a new chance at life, and that was why he was able to win this fight. Everyone was extremely impressed to see that Dimitri's swordsmen had won in every group. The people from the association could only talk big, but in practice they couldn't keep up. Conrad thought that for sure, everything was over now. With that, the alliance's reputation was destroyed, and he wondered when the Dimitris had become so strong, going up against monsters they should never have challenged. The association members asked what they should do now, and the answer was simple. They didn't even need to ask. Now that they had been defeated, they had become their lackeys. Even the other knights were impressed by the Dimitris' rise, and one of them commented that in a family of respectable swordsmen, there is always a first swordsman, someone so powerful that his reputation spreads across the entire continent. Along with his ability to train knights and lead, Roman Dimitri advanced in rank and became a ranker through his own strength, becoming the first swordsman destined to guide the Dimitris into becoming a truly respected family of swordsmen. The path the northeastern swordsmen should follow became clear. To succeed, they needed to swear loyalty to the Dimitris. Later, Roman commented that everyone had done an excellent job. Among those who swore loyalty, there were those who needed his strength, those who respected him, and those who didn't have much of a choice. Roman doesn't like complicated human relationships. He believes the best bonds are based on what each side can offer the other. When people want something from him, that connection remains strong even after a long time, without wavering. Everyone was chosen by Roman Dimitri, who takes into account their desire to grow stronger. He never doubted they would return victorious. As a reward, he gave each of them 10 gold coins and 3 days off, hoping they would make good use of it. Later, Lucas reported that after reviewing the Alliance Association's movements, they had given up on confronting the Dimitris and would likely not dare attack them unless an opportunity arose. Roman knew it was impossible to have complete control over the world. Even a wise ruler would always have opponents, and therefore any losses in the northeastern region would be minimized at all costs. The Northeast Association was a necessary evil, as it provoked the alliance and forced everyone to face reality. The next step would be to use power to subjugate these opponents, and Roman instructed Lucas to proceed with that plan. Meanwhile, Count Douglas, the most powerful figure in the north, questioned whether they still hadn't found those rats. A subordinate explained that they had managed to subdue the local bandits, but hadn't located the off-the-books fund. After the war with the Lawrence family, Viscount Barco had also used connections beyond the gold bank to gather as much money as possible, taking loans from Count Douglas and allies, and bringing Homeros as a trump card. But Barco ended up being defeated by Roman and died while fleeing, becoming the only person who could have recovered the missing money. Desperate, Count Douglas remembered the Barco family's secret off-the-books fund, which he had learned about during meals with Viscount Barco, and hired Black Moon to find it. However, during transport, a group of bandits stole everything. Douglas couldn't believe that mere bandits could hide so much gold, and ordered a search across the entire northeast to recover the bars, not allowing anyone else to possess them. Suddenly, another subordinate reported that Black Moon had located the gold. Upon entering, Donovan, leader of Black Moon, explained that by monitoring the black market after the theft, they discovered the culprits were not ordinary bandits, but members of the Northeast Alliance Association itself. Initially, the ambushers were bandits, but they ended up encountering association soldiers, who defeated the bandits, took the gold, and fled. They realized the carriage belonged to Count Douglas, but still took the gold anyway. As proof, they presented one of the gold bars found on the black market, and confirmed that the dispatched servant also belonged to the Northeast Association. Donovan noted that if they hadn't uncovered it, it would have been a perfect crime, but no one would intentionally make his lord their enemy. Black Moon, once respected as an intelligence guild in the Northeast, had been absorbed by the Despicable Clan, which follows Lucas's orders, and now operates as an organization directly obeying Roman. Count Douglas decided to hire the association to eliminate those rats who dared to steal his money. When the news reached the association, they commented among themselves that Douglas truly was the beast of the North, and if their relationship with him became strained, no one knew what might happen. Conrad asked what they were talking about. He explained that the off-the-books fund had never belonged solely to Douglas. The association had also lent money to the Barco family, so they had the right to recover part of what was theirs. He even questioned whether it wasn't Count Douglas himself who had tried to secretly claim the fund for himself. No one there intended to bow to him. One of the nobles hesitated, asking if that was really the right move, and Conrad suggested they all unite to corner Douglas, using the argument that he had tried to take the fund first. Everyone agreed it sounded like a good plan. Then a subordinate reported that they had received a magical call from the Douglas family. When Conrad answered, Douglas demanded to know what was going on, and accused the association of stealing his money. Conrad explained explained that they understood his anger, but reminded him that they had also lent money to the Barco family, and the fund didn't belong to just one person. The situation would be different if there had been an unfair division, but Douglas had tried to take everything for himself. Conrad thought he could reason with him, but Douglas exploded, saying the money had been entirely his from the moment he discovered the fund. He ordered them to listen carefully. He would contact the central government and request a territorial war against the association, clearly showing how pathetic it had become after losing the Barco family's protection. Conrad explained to the others that if Douglas took even more drastic measures, he would likely end up raising the white flag, even if it meant abandoning his pride. Meanwhile, in Dmitri territory, Roman asked Lucas to spread rumors throughout the city, preventing Viscount Conrad from retreating or escaping the situation. Once truly cornered, Conrad would likely abandon his insignificant pride and surrender to the Dmitris. Soon, rumors began to spread throughout the city. An old man commented that the situation in the territory seemed dangerous, that the Northeast Association was preparing to attack County Douglas, and that some shops might temporarily close. People in the streets confirmed it. They were hearing rumors from servants and merchants about the association's determination to destroy County Douglas. Meanwhile, Douglas swore he would never forgive those who dared to stand against him. During a call, Conrad tried to argue that they had never declared war, that they had even considered compensating Douglas with money to calm the situation, and that the rumors did not reflect their intentions. But Douglas was blinded by rage and made it clear he wasn't there to negotiate. He was there to declare war. After the call ended, the association realized how critical the situation was. They couldn't face Douglas alone. They even tried to seek help from the central government, but Phaedius explained that he understood their difficulties, yet he couldn't intervene. They were on their own, and the situation was dire. Amid the chaos, Roman Dmitri reached out, requesting a call. He explained that he was aware of the Northeast Association's troubles and wanted to understand the situation properly, without misunderstandings. Conrad suspected it might be some kind of mockery, but he explained everything. Roman then asked what they intended to do, reminding them that one of the North's most powerful forces was planning to invade the Northeast. He made it clear that the Dmitris wouldn't just stand by, and that the problem was about to reach their region. Regardless of what had happened before, he wouldn't leave the situation unresolved. Conrad wondered if, in the end, the Dmitris would benefit the most if the two sides fought. He couldn't help but question what Roman was planning. Even with everything that had happened between them in the past, they now desperately needed Dmitri's help. If they set aside the past and accepted that help, they would be willing to repay the favor. He also realized it wasn't worth clinging to pride if Roman Dmitri chose to side with them. That way, they could drastically reduce their losses. Roman said that although it would make more sense not to help the association, he wouldn't ignore the bigger picture just because of a small victory. For the sake of Cairo's political balance, they needed to unite and work together. Whether they liked it or not, they would have to coexist in the Northeast. Conrad found it hard to believe Roman was doing this out of goodwill. Roman's request was simple: a truce, and a guarantee that they would work together after this incident. If Conrad gave his word, Roman would definitely help in the crisis. Conrad remembered how the Dmitris had once been a family of commoners, despised by everyone, and now thought they would become incredible leaders to guide the Northeast. He asked Roman for time so everyone could discuss the situation, promising to respond soon. A few days later, Count Douglas advanced toward the Northeast territory. One of the nobles commented that after the war they would need to clearly define who would get what. Douglas assured them he would never call them for something meaningless. With the fall of the Barco family, the Northeast had fractured, like a sandcastle on the verge of collapse. Someone had to claim the land, and it would be them. Everyone thought Douglas was just a brainless brute, but he never attacked recklessly. He always calculated his chances to ensure both victory and survival. He couldn't act carelessly against the association while they were under the central government's protection, but now even the northern lords could unite in war. The Northeast Association, without Barco's support, was practically an easy target. They arrived at the battlefield facing the Northeast forces, and Douglas demanded to see their commander. One of them replied that it wasn't the right time yet. Douglas insisted he had already gathered everyone, and that it made no sense to waste strength in a losing war, urging them to surrender. But then one of the nobles warned that someone was approaching. When they saw the banner, they recognized the Dmitris. They asked what they were doing there, and Roman replied that there was only one reason: to lead his troops in support of the association. Douglas assumed Dmitri had simply used the excuse that he had called the lords to join the war. The others were also confused. Hadn't Roman Dmitri said he would be there? If Douglas had mentioned that earlier, they wouldn't even have come to the battlefield. Conrad confirmed they were ready. Roman then explained that he would give the people of the North a chance. Close combat, a real war. Douglas knew that after declaring war, he couldn't back down, but facing Roman meant total defeat. Even with numerical superiority, Dmitri was terrifying. Roman proposed that he face 3 northern swordsmen at once, even offering to increase it to 5 if they wished. Douglas acknowledged Roman's strength, but found the proposal arrogant. Roman continued, saying he wanted to resolve the war with as little chaos as possible, and asked for the northern lord's opinion. They requested time to discuss, and Conrad agreed, and Douglas reminded them it would be 5 against 1, and even the strongest among them could still lose. They recalled that Roman had already defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman. Even so, Douglas asked if there was any other option, but there wasn't. They would have to face that monster regardless. The twin swordsmen under his command had already defeated a 4-star fencer together, but Roman was different. It was a dangerous opportunity, but perhaps they could take advantage of Roman's recklessness. If they managed to strike him while he was charging wildly and off guard, they might seize control of the northeast. In the end, they chose to follow Douglas's decision, while he thought about how he would make Roman regret it. An observer from the central government stepped onto the battlefield, announcing a 5 versus 1 match. Among the opponents were Douglas's twin swordsmen, Ventel and Venton, who said they would approach Roman from both sides to surround him. They believed that no matter how exceptional Roman was, the moment he tried to counterattack, an opening would appear for a killing blow. When the observer signaled the start, Ventel and Venton rushed in from both sides, putting everything they had learned into action. But Roman, simply raising his sword, split both twins in half with a single strike. Douglas was stunned, wondering if they had really been killed instantly. Roman reflected that when Douglas declared war, many thoughts had crossed his mind. People always tried to talk when the Barco family was still around, but no, there had never been real dialogue, only direct war. The northern lords, including Douglas, had always despised his family's existence, and that deeply offended him. That was why he was now giving them a chance to withdraw, or if they preferred, to face a full-scale war. Douglas considered that if the fight turned into a real war, countless soldiers would die. He preferred to sacrifice just those 5. Following the rules, he accepted and declared that since they had chosen to continue, they would see it through to the end. Roman agreed, saying that if that was what they wanted, the plan would proceed. As the remaining 3 from the north approached, the nobles wondered why the fight hadn't ended yet. Since Roman seemed unbeatable, he provoked them, asking if they would raise the white flag like cowards, but then chose not to use his sword immediately. Removing his cloak, he stood with only his chest armor for protection. The knights warned him not to regret that decision, but even with fear in their hearts, they advanced. It would be disgraceful to retreat before a seemingly unarmed Roman. As they advanced, filled with tension, Roman destroyed the first man's sword with his bare fists, then took down the other 2, knocked out their teeth, and stomped on the head of one who had tried to surrender. The impact of the blow was so great that it created a crater on the battlefield. He then asked if there were any objections from the north side, and there were none. After the opponents withdrew, Conrad expressed deep gratitude to Roman, who replied that he looked forward to continuing their partnership. Conrad realized that if they had chosen a real war against the Demetris, they would have been completely wiped out. Just as Roman had planned, the hierarchy of the northeast became clear to everyone. A few days later, they all gathered at Roman's residence. He stated that his father had given him full authority over the matter, and asked if the association had any objections, but no one spoke. He then began announcing important matters. He questioned whether they believed Cairo was heading in the right direction. When Hector invaded the south, the problem wasn't just the war itself, but also the infiltrated enemies who caused countless issues. Commanders on the southern front did not trust his orders, and while central government officials fought over power, the front collapsed. Without Roman and his soldiers, Cairo would still be at war with Hector. If the kingdom were to face another war, the central government would once again use soldiers from other regions as expendable pawns. Unlike the nobles who had lost their soldiers, the nobles of the central government retained their power and influence. They needed to face reality. What truly caused the war was the incompetence of Cairo's lords, and that was unjust. Because of this, Roman believed change was necessary. Just as the capital's nobles used the central government to maintain power, they could unite the entire northeast region to protect themselves. Roman knew that once Dmitri began to act, the central government wouldn't give them much time to execute their plans, so he needed to unify the northeast quickly. With unity, even the central government would be unable to act recklessly. Jonathan pointed out that if the northeastern nobles worked together, they would have significant influence even against the central government. However, if regions like the Lawrence territory were excluded, the northeast would remain limited, since many families depended on external supplies. Roman replied that he was aware of this. Trade was directly tied to the government, and unless they broke that cycle, nobles outside the capital would remain under central control. But if they united, he could at least solve the food problem. He then presented a scroll containing a long-term development plan. The northeast region, full of mountains and ranges, especially in Dmitri territory, was ideal for defending against enemy attacks. Roman planned to build a great fortress where people could take refuge. After claiming the mountain regions, he intended to use the land for agriculture and achieve self-sufficiency. Conrad questioned whether that was truly possible. Since claiming the mountains wouldn't be easy, Roman replied that it was. In his past life, the base of the Heavenly Demon sect had been a perfect fortress that withstood constant attacks from the Orthodox Wall for many years. Located in the 10,000 Mountains, a vast region of mountain ranges stretching for hundreds of kilometers, Dmitri territory had terrain very similar to that region, and it was also home to many blacksmiths. Roman wondered whether that was coincidence or destiny. He showed documents to the association members indicating areas that could be claimed, and explained that the recovery of some had already begun. It would be a long process, but once successful, they would gain enough strength to stand against the central government if necessary. necessary. Everyone was impressed by the level of detail in the plan. Jonathan commented that the strategy of reclaiming land and building a fortress was extremely thorough. Count Lawrence stated that his family would follow Dimitri's lead, and the others echoed the same. With everyone in agreement, Roman realized that the northeast region was finally under Dimitri's control. He named this union the Dimitri Alliance. Upon hearing this, Romero thought that the Dimitri family now truly led the region. Although Romero felt some regret for Rodwell, who had worked very hard, he had become a figure no one could replace. In that same month, Marquis Valentino spent his days in frustration. He contacted Master Blacksmith Hendrik of the Dimitri clan, but was told that he had never crafted any sword for Layla or anyone else. Valentino began to wonder who could have made that sword. He searched for answers, but no one knew anything. A messenger arrived with a report, stating that someone had seen a sword similar to Blaze in the possession of a Dimitri blacksmith. Valentino immediately ordered to be taken there. Later, during a meeting with Hendrik, Valentino got straight to the point, mentioning that he had purchased the sword Blaze at the Adaad auction house. Hendrik confirmed the story. Valentino remarked that in his evaluation Blaze was a treasure, and that the craftsman who created it, capable of perfectly channeling mana, was likely the best master in Cairo. When he showed the sword, Hendrik made a knowing expression. Valentino asked if he recognized it, and Hendrik confirmed, revealing that he owned a similar sword called Salamander. Upon seeing Salamander, Valentino was stunned, convinced it was the work of the same craftsman. Hendrik explained that both swords were indeed created by the same person, Salamander being the earlier piece, and Blaze made afterward. Valentino asked if he could buy it, but Hendrik explained it was not for sale, as it had been a gift from another collector. When asked if that meant Hendrik knew the craftsman, he confirmed and revealed that the sword had been made by the eldest son of the Dimitri family, Roman Dimitri. Valentino was shocked to realize that the young heir was also a blacksmith, capable of creating two masterpieces. If the sword had been made by an ordinary craftsman, its value would be judged solely by the result, but since it was made by a genius young swordsman, its prestige and rarity increased its value exponentially. He decided he needed to meet Roman Dimitri as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Roman was sparring with Chris, moving much faster than before, using lightning techniques. Valentino approached with Hans, observing the fight. Roman glanced over, and Chris seized the opening to launch an attack that caused a massive electric explosion. Even so, Roman remained standing, praising the strike, and acknowledging that explosive attacks create openings, but that one needs a trump card to completely break the opponent's balance. Chris responded, "Yes, my lord," and said he would keep that in mind. In that moment, Valentino witnessed Roman Dimitri's true strength. Recently the most talked about figure in the kingdom, especially after defeating Hector's number 2 ranker. He wondered what new rank Roman would receive within Cairo. After seeing him in person, Roman seemed even stronger than the world imagined. Considering his mastery as a blacksmith, he might be the most talented person on the continent. At that moment, Hans approached and announced that there was a visitor, Marquis Valentino. Roman introduced himself politely, and Valentino was excited just by seeing the hands that had forged Blaze. He introduced himself, confirming his title as Marquis, and then presented the sword, explaining that it was the reason for his visit. Roman realized it was the sword he had entrusted to Lucas. Valentino explained that he had mobilized all his family's resources and manpower to find the artisan who created it, and wanted to confirm whether it had really been him. Marquis Valentino was the richest man in the kingdom of Cairo, known as the Greedy Collector. He possessed the strongest troops among the neutral forces, and had complete control over the capital's trade, a level of wealth capable of shifting the balance of power. Even so, he remained firm in preserving the balance between the 4 factions, staying neutral to this day. Roman found him extremely interesting. Roman confirmed that he had indeed forged Blaze, and Valentino said it was a great honor to be in his presence, explaining that he had worked very hard to find him. When he first saw the sword at the auction house, he felt as if struck by lightning, recognizing the sacred land of blacksmiths, Dimitri. He asked whether Roman had inherited his father's talent, and if he didn't mind, he would like to see the other sword he had recently held. When Roman showed him Darkness, Valentino became extremely excited. He commented that both Blaze and Salamandra were unprecedented handcrafted works, but Darkness carried the most intense obscurity and was on another level. Each new sword Roman made showed tremendous evolution, and he could hardly imagine what would come next. He then made a special proposal. If Roman sold swords, Valentino wanted the first chance to buy them, and if he created a new one, he wanted to see it first, no matter where he was. If Roman gave his word, the Valentino family would support Dimitri. Roman reflected, realizing that the Marquis was giving up his family's neutrality. Valentino explained that he had been receiving pressure from the 4 factions, and knew that, eventually, he would have to choose a side. Upon hearing about the formation of the Dimitri alliance, and learning that Roman had forged extraordinary swords, he saw no reason not to support him. Roman explained that the nobles of the alliance had pledged loyalty to him, and asked whether the Valentino family was willing to follow them. The Marquis replied politely that even if he ordered his family to throw themselves into fire, they would carry out his commands with a smile. Roman realized he had gained an unexpected ally, and said he would count on him from then on. He also asked if he could reveal that he had forged Blaze, as it would be frustrating not to boast about something so incredible. Later, Roman showed Blaze to the other nobles, stating that it was even better than the rumors suggested. If wielded by a 1-star swordsman, it could even block the aura of a 2-star. The artisan who created it was none other than Cairo's hero who drove out Hector, Roman Dimitri of the blacksmith family. Everyone was extremely impressed, which further increased the sword's value. Valentino commented that Roman had made 3 swords so far, with Blaze being the second. People began to call them the 3 swords of Roman Dimitri's collection. As Roman's fame grew, the Dimitri blacksmiths saw their business explode, but they also struggled to handle the overwhelming demand. At night, while walking through the corridors of his home, Roman was approached by someone hidden in the shadows. Mackin said that he had not only driven out Hector, but also defeated Butler, and that underestimating him would be a mistake. Recently, Roman had also created an independent organization uniting the Northeast, becoming a dangerous factor for the future of the Valhalla Empire, one that could not be ignored. Mackin asked whether Roman would follow him or become his enemy. Roman responded by questioning why he should follow his decisions, and Mackin then asked whether he could consider him an enemy or not. Roman got straight to the point. They had tried to threaten him first, but he had no intention of forcing anyone to swear loyalty to him. He thought that Cairo was prey the Kronos Empire had coveted for years. If Valhalla attacked Cairo, Kronos would not stand still. He told Mackin that if he didn't want to become his enemy, it would be better to wait. The group he had chosen would definitely reach the top of Cairo, and the people would come to see Dimitri as a creator of kings. Mackin commented that he was truly bold, and that if he didn't stop acting so arrogantly, it would only be a matter of time before someone brought him down. Even Butler, whom Roman found difficult to defeat, was a nobody in Valhalla. The continent was vast, and Mackin decided to give him more time to think, hoping he would make a wise choice. After that, he disappeared into the shadows. As soon as the Dimitri alliance was formed, one by one, the 4 factions made contact, urging Roman to make his decision. Benedict explained where the servants could choose to go if they wished. Roman intended to forget everything that had happened so far, but he knew that choosing someone else would ensure he paid for everything he had done. However, he already believed that everyone had reached the limit of how much they could rely on the balance of power. If they didn't make use of that year, and a war broke out in the future, there would be heavy losses. The first thing he wanted to deeply learn was magic. Only then would he face everything perfectly. It was explained that there were 13 magic towers on the continent, including the magic tower of the Celestial Palace, the most powerful, and that there was a conference where representatives from each tower showcased their achievements. The Phoenix Tower presented a powerful 5th circle spell, but the watching mages remained indifferent. The reason was a fundamental problem. The Phoenix Tower had lost its identity. They had apparently lost the grimoire passed down through generations. Felix, the tower's representative, wondered how he had become its representative 3 years ago, but continuing was difficult. No one knew the whereabouts of his teacher, the tower's master, and he had failed to inherit the burning grimoire, the tower's secret book. All of this made the tower unpopular. Many abandoned it, and it even lost imperial funding. Things seemed bleak, until Felix found a letter on his desk sent by Roman Dimitri, offering a proposal. If they wanted help from the Dimitri family, the terms were simple. Felix would become Roman's training partner for the next 6 months, and receive 1,000 gold per month. Felix thought 1,000 per month was a lot, and even though it was far away, he couldn't afford to be picky, so he immediately set out for Dimitri. He thought that Dimitri was known as the sacred land of blacksmiths, a place that mages normally wouldn't be interested in. Of the 13 towers on the continent, including the one in the Celestial Palace, more than 7 were in Kronos. The towers were neutral forces, but most of those located in Kronos were considered the sacred land of mages. Compared to them, Cairo was a desert for magic. Among all regions, the Dimitri territory lay in the far northeast. Without Roman's proposal, Felix would never have set foot there. From the magic tower's perspective, the priority was to secure 6,000 gold to keep it alive for another 6 months. When Felix arrived at the Dimitri territory, he was impressed. The knight at the entrance asked the purpose of his visit, and he explained that he came from the Phoenix Tower. While speaking with the guards, he noticed that everything was highly organized and systematic, with magical devices, war strategies, a sturdy fortress, and impeccable defenses. He thought that despite being a remote place, the Dimitri truly deserved their reputation as a formidable force. Upon arrival, Roman shook his hand, and Felix realized he was no ordinary man. Roman confirmed the terms from the letter. Felix would be his daily training partner, receiving 1,000 gold for 6 months. Felix still didn't understand the situation. He thought Roman could easily find another partner. Why choose him? Roman knew that the Phoenix Tower's flame magic was the strongest in offense, and that the tower was struggling, so he saw an opportunity to rent an exceptional mage at a fair price. If Felix were injured or died during training, Roman would not be held responsible. He only needed to promise to give his best in every fight. Felix wondered whether Roman was serious or simply underestimating him. Later, at the Dimitri training grounds, Roman let Felix attack first, thinking that as it was their first duel he should prove his worth. Felix launched several exploding fire spears, but Roman dodged them all. Felix unleashed his 4th circle and cast Inferno, creating walls of fire on both sides of Roman, trapping him on the battlefield. He thought he had already won, and to reinforce it, sealed the walls with a runic blaze that carved a fissure into the ground, believing Roman wouldn't be able to move. But Roman escaped with only his clothes singed, asking why Felix wasn't using the 5 magic circles he possessed. Felix was shocked, wondering if Roman was really fine with flames burning his body and distanced himself using Flash, a short-range teleport. Even so, Roman was too fast and managed to track Felix's movement with his eyes. Felix protected himself with a containment shield, nearly immobilizing Roman, but he broke free from the invisible wall using pure strength. Felix realized it was time to prove why he was worth 1,000 gold per month and cast Incomplete Ardor, an imperfect inferno, a storm of fire that chased its target. Despite being pursued by streams of fire, Roman still moved faster, leaving Felix terrified. Roman closed the distance and said that the training for that day ended there and that they would meet again at the same time the next day. Felix lost consciousness and later woke up in the courtyard, thinking that Roman had probably predicted his movements, something he thought impossible, and that he might not be able to defeat him even if they fought again. He knew he needed a strategy. When the tower's master disappeared, no one could pass on the legacy of flame magic, and many believed the Phoenix Tower was doomed. But Felix, obsessed and persistent, continued his research and managed to manifest part of that magic. Everyone saw him as extremely stubborn and focused. The next day, in the training courtyard, he concentrated on his magic circle, planning to become so unpredictable that Roman wouldn't be able to foresee his spells. Felix cast Age of Stones, creating a massive rock beneath his feet to gain height advantage. He knew magic didn't require perfect precision to hit an enemy, and from atop the rock, he unleashed Fire Wave, engulfing the entire training ground. Roman leaped to evade, but was struck by a fire cannon, which he blocked with a barrier. Felix wondered whether he was using an artifact or had created the barrier himself, only to be struck in the stomach. Felix opened his eyes, and Roman said that wasn't enough, allowing Felix to use everything at his disposal in their fights, even bringing more mages from the tower to fight at the same time, offering a reward of 10,000 gold for each victory. Felix was stunned. 10,000 gold could feed 40,000 people for a year. Now it was a matter of pride. He wanted to make Roman kneel before his magic. In the first half of the week, Felix suffered consecutive defeats trying to figure out Roman's combat patterns. From the 8th fight onward, he began using restriction magic, slowing the enemy, fog, and magical traps, but still couldn't understand how Roman predicted everything. By the 30th fight, he had his 30th loss and realized he had to face reality. He couldn't defeat him alone, so he contacted the Phoenix Tower. One of the mages questioned how they could all fight a single person together, warning about the risks if someone got injured in Dimitri's territory. The mage was Nox, a 5th circle mage. Felix explained the 10,000 gold reward, promising half if they managed to defeat Roman together. Nox was interested, but knew they would need a solid plan, as Roman was practically a natural enemy of mages. Days later, they arrived in Dimitri's land. Roman told them they could attack first, mixing fire waves with explosions. Felix realized they were making the same mistakes he had made in the first month. In just moments of combat, Roman defeated all of them, including the old Nox, showing that after his second body transformation, and with immunity to fire and cold, heat had no effect on him. Nox lay battered on the ground, and the mages asked Felix who that man was and what kind of demon he might be. Felix told them to rest for a while, promising to come back later to talk. After all the duels, Felix had a private conversation with Roman, admitting he couldn't defeat him but was desperate to ask one thing: how he could predict his magic. Roman replied that he would explain exactly how he prepared for each fight, which excited Felix, even if only slightly. Later, in Dimitri's vast library, Felix asked if Roman had read all the grimoires there. Roman explained that magic occurs when mana resonates with nature within a circle: fire, water, wind, and that at the moment a spell is cast, a kind of signal and pattern emerges. Depending on the quantity, form, and attribute of the mana, someone could quickly recognize which spell was being used. He outlined 3 steps. First, read the resonance. Second, identify the type of magic by its form. And third, make quick decisions based on that analysis. Felix couldn't believe anyone was capable of doing that. He realized Roman was a monster. Even the word genius felt too weak to describe him, and that even such a monster still worked to grow stronger. Felix looked at himself and realized he had been running from reality, using his master's disappearance as an excuse. He had not yet achieved anything as the tower's master, but he knew that with the time he had left, he would prepare himself even more. 2 months later, Felix felt the enormous gap between himself and Roman. Even though the Dimitri were only a barren family near the borders, their soldiers were strong and extremely loyal, far more than those of ordinary noble families. Curious about Roman, he began asking everyone about him, including the blacksmiths. He learned that from time to time, Roman would go to the forge and craft his own swords. He also heard from the master blacksmith Hendrik that when the young master was forging, the flames of the furnace would completely envelop his body, creating an incredible sight as if he were a god of fire. Felix remembered his master's words: to master flame magic, one had to feel pain, embrace the fire, and find their own path. Magic wasn't something learned by will alone, it required an affinity with fire. He realized that Roman did not fear extreme heat. After all, the Dimitri were a family accustomed to flames for generations. It made sense that Roman and his father knew how to embrace fire in a special way. So Felix asked directly if it was true that Roman could embrace the flames of the furnace, and whether there was some special method. Roman confirmed that yes, he had his own way. Felix lowered his head and pleaded. The Phoenix Tower needed that technique. His 3 years as the tower's master had been like a nightmare, filled with suffering. At last he had found a ray of hope in Roman Dmitri. Roman asked why he should do him such a favor, and reminded him that he was already compensating him generously for his work, offering fair payment. Felix then gathered with the other mages, including Nox, to discuss the situation. Nox was honest. Roman was a natural enemy of mages. There was a saying, if you can't beat someone, join them. Now that the tower's mages were looked down upon within the empire, refusing Roman's help would be a bad idea. They were also aware of everything happening within the tower. Felix realized that no magic tower had ever been affiliated with a family before. They were usually tied to nations, but he decided to break that mold. From that moment on, the future of the Phoenix Tower would be entrusted to the Dmitri. The migration of the tower happened smoothly. Later in his office, Felix received the budget Roman had set aside, 24,000 gold per year. People joked that mages were monsters that devoured money, since reaching higher magic circles required expensive grimoires and mana crystals. One of the mages even commented that if the funds weren't enough, Roman could increase the budget. He also suggested that Felix go take a look at the base of the new tower. It was massive. Chris explained that considering the tower's expansion, it had been built to accommodate 1,000 members. Felix was stunned. He hadn't expected Roman to do all of that for them. Chris added that young Master Roman took better care of his people than anyone else, and that Felix would have to get used to it. Meanwhile, Hans was guiding his apprentice and replacement, Murphy, telling him not to let Roman break his routine just because he wasn't there, preparing towels for him to wipe his sweat, and keeping warm water nearby. He explained everything in detail, genuinely concerned. Murphy would probably do fine, as he had graduated from the academy and was bringing a doll to visit his granddaughter, hoping she would like it. They were taken by a carriage provided by Roman. When Hans's son Harrison arrived, he was shocked to see the property filled with a grand banquet, staff, and luxurious decorations. His wife didn't understand what was happening, but they were told it had been arranged by young Master Roman. Harrison wondered why they would do such a thing. Then Lucas introduced himself, explaining that Roman had sent them to thank Hans for his service, and that they could rest completely. They were preparing Hans's granddaughter's birthday, and Harrison couldn't understand the situation. To him, his father was just a servant of the Dmitri family, wasn't he? Lucas explained that was not the case. Young Master Roman considered Hans someone very important, and asked whether Harrison had never heard of their lord from his father. Harrison remembered that, back when Roman Dmitri had been called useless, he had no idea about Hans's devotion and sacrifice. His father had never stopped believing in him, always saying he was just going through a difficult time and would soon recover. That realization moved Harrison deeply. He had thought his father's work was meaningless, but now he understood it wasn't. When the guests arrived, they were confused, unsure if they were in the right place, until a procession of knights appeared to receive someone very important. Everyone stepped aside for Hans, who became emotional as he saw his son hugging him tightly. Later, when it was time to open the gifts, the first was from Hans himself, a beautiful doll that Harrison's daughter had asked for several times. The next gift came from Viscount Conrad, a ruby ring, and everyone wondered why a noble would send something to a commoner's child. Then came necklaces and jewelry from Count Adalian and Lawrence. Harrison wondered why nobles would send such expensive gifts. The explanation was simple. The nobles wanted to gain Hans's favor, as he had taken care of Roman since he was young, back when he had been called an idiot by the Dmitri family, forming an important bond with him. The girl was overjoyed with the extravagant gifts, though she couldn't refuse them. Lastly came the gift from Roman Dmitri. Hans was curious. When Harrison opened it, he found a letter that shocked him. It was a direct recommendation from Roman, allowing Harrison's daughter to be educated at the Academy of Glory, the best institution in the kingdom, something commoners could never dream of, as it was extremely difficult to enter, even with money. Harrison was deeply grateful to Hans, and to young Master Roman. Back at Dmitri Castle, Hans said the gifts were wonderful, but he didn't need them. He was already happy with his work. Roman remembered his past life as Jung Haik, the mad demon, completely wounded and sick, yet never abandoning his lord. He told Hans that he would never leave his side because he trusted him, and that the feeling was mutual. Roman recalled that, despite their difference in status, Hans had spent more time by his side than his own father, proving his loyalty and sincerity, and that he had every right to accept the gifts. He sincerely congratulated Hans's granddaughter on her birthday. A year later, at the Cairo branch of the Valhalla Temple, Wellast was watering the plants. Bored. After Roman returned from the southern front and mentioned the Rankin battle, something unprecedented happened. The Rankers stopped fighting among themselves and spent the entire year preparing to face Roman. Officially, he was ranked 100th after defeating Homero, but he had also beaten Butler, Hector's second strongest, a 5-star Aura Knight, and that's where the problem began. From rank 1 to 99, anyone could become his prey. No matter what they did, the moment Roman Dmitri made his move, the entire Rankin hierarchy in Cairo would change. A priest approached, informing Willis that Roman had contacted them. The public Rankin battle was finally about to begin. This excited Willis greatly. Benedict commented that Roman was finally making his move. The political situation in Cairo was unstable. Several tower masters, including the one from the Phoenix Tower of the Kingdom of Frank, had disappeared. The Kronos Empire had suffered the greatest loss, and they suspected other countries were behind it, planning to conquer the continent. Even smaller nations grew uneasy, especially since the Kingdom of Cairo, bordering Kronos, wouldn't be able to avoid war on its own. throne. A strong power hierarchy was necessary, as a weak king would not survive such chaos. If the aristocratic faction were to recruit Roman Dmitri, the current powers wouldn't just stand by and watch. But if Roman didn't give the answer they were expecting, it would complicate everything. So Benedict asked where Roman was. The messenger replied that he was in the northern region. Benedict concluded that Roman had decided to begin his climb from the bottom, step by step. Wilhelm was announcing the public rank in battle. Jaden, ranked 99th in Cairo, couldn't believe he had been asked to fight first. He thought that if Roman were truly as skilled as people claimed, it wouldn't make sense to waste his strength on someone of a lower rank. And up close, he looked quite young. From what he had heard, Roman had already scheduled his next battle. That sounded arrogant, and Jaden charged at him with everything he had from the start. But in a single second, Roman simply struck him on the head with the hilt, and Jaden fell unconscious. Willist commented that it was a one-sided beating, a practically pointless fight. Willast wondered why Roman was doing this. Why not fight the top 30 directly? Roman replied that people called him a hero, yet still doubted his abilities. He wanted to defeat all the rankers and prove himself using only his own strength. Willis thought that was exactly what he wanted to see. The media was convinced it would be impossible for Roman to reach first place, starting from rank 99. Even if he defeated one person per day, it would take 99 days. But in less than a week, all doubts disappeared. He easily defeated the 98th and moved on. When he beat the 97th, the audience wondered how he had defeated 3 rankers in a single day. Someone else pointed out that it didn't even take him 10 seconds to defeat each opponent. In just 2 days, Roman had already reached 91st place. Meanwhile, Jaden was suffering from a nightmare, being devoured by a predator, waking up screaming. The doctor asked if he was awake, and Jaden questioned why he was there. The doctor explained that he didn't remember being knocked out by a powerful opponent and had been unconscious in the battle area for a full day. At least, he was the only one to wake up after fighting Roman. Jaden asked how many people Roman had defeated. The doctor replied that, including him, 5 people in a single day. That showed that none of them had been a match for Roman from the start. Jaden was in intense pain, as if his body had been torn apart. The doctor said he wouldn't be able to move properly for about a month, since the spell or technique Roman used had completely destroyed his muscles. Worried, Jaden tried to warn the other rankers, describing firsthand what Roman Dmitri was like, an unimaginably powerful man who could pulverize muscles with a single attack and leave any duel as a traumatic experience. Meanwhile, Roman was already defeating the 85th, the 4th, the 3rd, and the 2nd. After a week, all rumors and doubts about him vanished. The rankers from 39th to 31st surrendered without a fight. Then the 30th, Fernando, accepted the challenge. The 28th commented that Fernando was being reckless, that Roman Dmitri was at least a 5-star, and that only the top 10 might stand a chance. But Fernando replied that it was his choice, and image didn't matter, since everyone else had already surrendered out of fear. For him, what mattered was gaining combat experience against someone stronger, to make up for his lack of talent. On the day of the battle, the audience wondered if Fernando would last even a minute. He was known for mastering his basic skills, but he wasn't truly a 4-star. Even so, he thought he could serve as a sacrifice to learn from Roman and grow stronger at the same time. Fernando began by attacking with aura, and Roman sidestepped. He quickly shifted his attack angles, using fencing and acrobatics in an attempt to land a hit, keeping his eyes sharp while dodging everything. He wondered why Roman was only evading. Was he underestimating him? Fine, if he wanted to crush his ego, it didn't matter. To truly become strong, he needed to face real challenges. Suddenly, Fernando heard a voice in his head. Roman's voice. It told him to move his mana, the way he instructed from now on. Fernando wondered if it was magic or telepathy. Roman explained that the reason he was weak despite being 4-star was because his mana output was unstable. If he kept fighting like that, he would never truly improve. In the world of Cairo and the continent of Salamandra, the standard way of emitting aura was to absorb mana and implode that energy through a predefined path. Everyone followed a standardized system of mana pathways, but in reality, other paths existed. Fernando didn't understand what Roman was talking about. Each aura attack, releasing mana through one's own path, differs from person to person. Even so, building pathways by following the same steps was the known method, the common way. Roman explained telepathically that although it was harder to create a new path when one already existed, it was worth trying. Fernando thought he had no idea what was going on in Roman's mind, but he could try. After all, he didn't care about others' opinions and trusted Roman because of his overwhelming power. As their swords clashed, Roman told Fernando to suppress the mana energy within himself. If he did that, the mana would carve its own path, and once he felt the new route, he should release all the energy through it. While blocking, Fernando felt his mana differently for the first time. Roman then said they could finish the duel, and the strike truly ended the fight. The audience was shocked, commenting that it was a complete defeat, supposedly the 30th rank, yet he didn't last at all. But seconds later, Fernando got back up and asked Roman to wait a moment. He approached him and asked how he knew exactly what was wrong with him. Fernando had thought he simply lacked talent, but Roman explained that the fact he was using a 4-star aura meant his mana had reached that level, yet his attacks were abnormally weak. Roman's explanation was that the problem likely lay in his aura pathway. He had only assumed this based on his analysis, and Fernando decided to be honest with him. There was a thread of hope in what Roman said. Though Fernando knew it was small, still, he asked if Roman would be willing to teach him how to open his own mana paths. Roman replied that teaching a method wouldn't be a problem, but he didn't like making deals that brought him no benefit. Fernando asked what he wanted. Roman answered that Fernando could follow him and live for him, becoming one of his men. Fernando understood that this man could guide him down the right path. He knelt and swore loyalty. He, Fernando, swore loyalty to Mr. Roman. Meanwhile, at the aristocratic faction meeting led by Benedict, they were debating a major problem: Roman Dimitri's recent actions. They said that at this rate, he might even defeat Count Nicholas, something once thought unimaginable. Benedict remarked that it was hard to say, because although Roman had defeated Butler, Nicholas was on another level, being rank 80 and the strongest swordsman in Cairo. One of the aristocrats asked what would happen if Roman actually defeated Nicholas. Benedict replied that the Count was the reason the royal faction had lasted so long. If Roman defeated him, a new power would rise in Cairo, something that had to be prevented at all costs. If Roman refused any proposal, they should eliminate him, no matter the cost, and gather all the family's troops in the capital. Meanwhile, Roman continued his climb. He defeated Jiren of the Kronos faction, who was ranked 10th. Seeing the crowd gathered and the stage set, Roman shouted that it was disappointing. He had declared a public rank battle a year ago and expected his opponents to be prepared. But after defeating rank 10, he realized that the only one capable of facing him was Count Nicholas. He decided to skip the meaningless procedures and declared that in 3 days he would fight ranks 9 through 2 in the same place, defeat them all, and then challenge Cairo's strongest swordsman. Roman's declaration of war caused an uproar throughout the city. Bruno, rank 9 from the Valhalla faction, was already thinking about giving up, recalling that his strength was similar to Garon's, and Garon had been utterly crushed. But Oscar, rank 2 of the aristocratic faction, said they couldn't give up. Roman had publicly humiliated Garon and declared war on them. If they backed down now, the public would call them cowards. So he gathered all of Cairo's rankers and asked them to help exhaust Roman as much as possible, promising rewards and the chance to defend their pride while facing Dimitri. The plan was set. 3 days later, everyone showed up, from rank 9 to rank 2. The audience was excited for the series of battles ahead. Roman thought that nobles were always ready to act when faced with a crisis. He knew he didn't have much time left in Cairo. It was devour or be devoured. The first match was against rank 9, Bruno. Everyone thought the same thing. Roman Dimitri would try to end the fight instantly, while Bruno and the others would try to prolong it as much as possible. But Bruno was defeated in a single second. A slash opened a deep gash across his chest. Rank 8 and rank 7 didn't last either, and rank 6, 5, and 3 were literally crushed. Rank 2, Oscar was completely terrified and said this was impossible. Roman simply asked if he was the last one, and Oscar had no choice but to accept. The king already knew everything. Since Roman had defeated ranks 9 through 2 in a single day, there was no justification to stop him from challenging rank 1. Daniel directly asked Count Nicholas if there was any way to avoid the fight. Although he trusted him, he knew that if Cairo's strongest swordsmen were defeated, his position would be at risk. Nicholas replied that it wouldn't happen, and that he trusted himself to prove his title once again. The king asked if he would truly be fine. Nicholas answered that Roman Dimitri was someone born with the qualities of a predator, someone who already knew his path before the world even recognized him. If he were to fall, Cairo's royal family would be in danger, but Nicholas swore to protect them at any cost. The next day, in Cairo's capital, Roman entered the arena under countless watchful eyes. Nicholas called out to him, ready to show him the harsh reality of being the strongest swordsman. Roman replied that he was looking forward to it. When the battle began, the clash of their blades unleashed an explosion of aura that forced the entire audience to shield their eyes. Willas thought it was incredible. The air trembled with every collision. Nicholas commented that Roman was interesting, and Roman replied that he lived to live up to the title of strongest swordsman. Roman blocked a powerful strike from Nicholas and returned one even stronger. Nicholas managed to endure it, but was pushed back. Roman felt his blood boil from the fight. He moved even faster, using his shadow technique. Nicholas began to lose strength, realizing Roman's precise and pragmatic combat style. If he won, he would have no reason to support the royal family, so he resolved to give everything he had. He unleashed his aura and used his secret art, a slash capable of splitting the arena in two. Roman countered with the second part of his technique, the heavenly demon. First, black flames collided with Nicholas's secret art. When the smoke cleared, Cairo's strongest swordsman was on his knees, but he rose again to continue. Roman asked why he kept going, and Nicholas replied that it was because he was the strongest swordsman. Even if he fell, his determination could not be broken. He advanced, nearly out of strength, and received a slash to the chest that made him bleed heavily. Roman thought Nicholas was an incredible man, but unfortunately, it was the end of a giant who had ruled his era. Willest emerged from the rubble and announced that Roman Dimitri had become rank 1 of the Kingdom of Cairo. He realized he might have underestimated Roman, or Or perhaps not. The monster had truly surpassed all expectations. He had no interest in joining Valhalla, and without a doubt should not be left alive. Later in Cairo, Roman marched with his soldiers. People passed by him in shock that someone so young had defeated Count Nicholas and become the strongest swordsman in Cairo. But then Benedict approached with his men, surrounding Roman and his forces. He said he had thought about what happened after Nicholas's defeat, and asked why Roman had taken a full year to prepare. Roman understood that year had been for the Dmitri family to grow stronger. Now, he had to make his choice, follow the aristocratic faction or take a different path. It would be great if he chose the former, but if he chose the latter, he would have to pay the price. Roman lowered his head, remembering something as everyone awaited his decision. Roman Dmitri recalled his older brother Bayek Royal, sitting on a throne, watching him. He told Junghyuk that now was the moment to decide, that whatever happened would define their relationship as brothers. He had to choose, join his brother in fame and wealth, or stand against him and compete to become the successor. Junghyuk questioned what he truly wanted to submit or to fight. In the end, he approached Royal, asked for forgiveness, and admitted that he could not live a life devoted to others. He raised his sword both in that memory and in the present, standing before Benedict, the leader of the aristocratic faction. Benedict believed he had the power and justification for everything, but no matter how strong he was, in that moment he could do nothing. He declared that from that moment on, under the name of Benedict, leader of the central government, the Dmitri family who recklessly attacked everyone, would be held responsible for the internal conflict, and he told Roman Dmitri that for a thorough investigation, he should not resist arrest. But within seconds, Benedict saw blood splatter across his face. From a soldier who had charged at him, Benedict demanded to know what was happening, asking if Roman was defying government orders and rebelling. Roman replied that he wasn't going against the king, but against him, Marquis Benedict. He explained that the central government represents the kingdom of Cairo, and therefore the will of the king. He warned that such arrogance would lead to the downfall of the Benedict family. Roman said the king would decide who was right, and ordered Kevin and Chris to clear a path. They advanced, killing and cutting down every aristocratic soldier in their way. Benedict was shocked. He had never imagined someone would openly slaughter troops in the middle of Cairo. Roman moved through the city, eliminating all enemies and beheading the remaining knights. He declared that anyone could do whatever they deemed necessary, because he would do the same. It was time for a purge. Later at Cairo's royal castle, a knight informed the king that Roman Dmitri was carrying out a massacre against the aristocratic faction. King Daniel asked if this was a rebellion, and the vice-captain of the royal cavalry ordered all knights to be gathered immediately, prioritizing the king's safety. Wondering if this was an inevitable fate, suddenly, Roman appeared, covered in blood, requesting an audience with the king. King Daniel said they could skip formalities, and asked him to explain the situation. Roman stated that after the rank battle, Marquis Benedict had led hundreds of soldiers after him, pressuring him to join the aristocratic faction, but he followed no one except the king, and he had rejected the proposal. He explained that if the king gave his word on the matter, the Dmitri family would become Cairo's sword, exterminating the aristocratic faction and resolving the imbalance of power. The king wondered if Roman intended to eliminate the faction on his behalf, and asked what kind of deal he wanted. Roman explained that when Hector crossed the borders, he had been on the southern front line, and even though there had been time to prepare, Cairo's line had collapsed too quickly. The main issue was that the kingdom was divided into 4 factions, and if the power hierarchy had been properly structured, the front line would never have fallen. He asked whether Cairo had changed over the past year, and warned that the political situation across Cairo was far from stable. He confronted the king. How long would he remain idle, watching everything unfold? The one who could truly unite Cairo was not Marquis Benedict, who merely controlled the central government and acted like a king, but the king himself. The king and the vice-captain were shocked, questioning whether Roman truly served the king or intended to rebel. Roman admitted that he might seem suspicious, but the Dmitri family had risked their lives this time. He asked whether the king would make use of the stage they had prepared or not. Before deciding, the king said he had one question. What did Dmitri want in return? Roman answered that he wanted independence for the eastern region, that it be declared an autonomous territory and a duchy. He assured that they would never forget their roots and would always lend their strength to Cairo. He concluded that when one cannot have everything, one must make the best decision for Cairo's sake. King Daniel thought for a moment and asked whether Roman had a plan. If Count Templar and Gregor joined forces, Roman replied that the chances of the empire acting immediately were nearly zero, since Valhalla was limited in many ways and far from the borders. Furthermore, Kronos was in conflict with the Southern Alliance Association, and their priority would not be Cairo, but resolving their own issues in the south. King Daniel admitted that Roman's plan could handle multiple enemies at once, even if Cairo needed to eliminate them. He considered that the power vacuum left behind might create new problems, but Roman explained that they would simply be making the best possible decision, and that the risk of eliminating the threat was worth it. The king realized Roman wasn't gambling on luck, but acting based on the current political situation of the continent. Roman Dmitri was truly impressive. However, the vice-captain disagreed, saying they couldn't allow it. He believed the Dmitri family was trying to profit by using the aristocratic faction as an excuse. Roman asked if there was any other option. Everyone fell silent as the aristocratic faction faction continued committing atrocities. He decided it was time to point his sword at them, reminding everyone that they only wanted compensation for their sacrifices, and that even if Dmitri became a duchy, they would share Cairo's fate, having chosen to plant their roots there. The king finally understood. It wasn't a rebellion, but a clear line being drawn. The problem wasn't Roman's proposal, but that an incompetent king could only watch as his lands were torn apart. King Daniel recognized this. The Dmitri family had already become a force the imperial family of Cairo could not control, and a decision had to be made: remain content with what they had, or abandon the impossible and create a new Cairo. Even knowing the Dmitri family had their own ambitions, compared to those who had controlled him like a puppet, he preferred to take Roman's hand. The king swore, in the name of the Cairo royal family, that the eastern region, including Dmitri territory, would be declared a duchy, and the title of duke would be granted to Baron Dmitri. Roman was to punish the traitor, Marquis Benedict, who had thrown the nation into chaos. When Count Denver learned of everything, he realized just how terrifying Roman Dmitri was, especially now that he had attacked Benedict in the capital. The Dmitri family and the aristocratic faction would not stop until one side fell. Roman intended to use the king's borrowed authority to fight the faction, and if both sides clashed to the death, he would turn the situation to Valhalla's advantage. But then a soldier burst in, saying that Roman Dmitri had gathered his men and invaded the mansion. He was quickly seized by Roman himself, thrown to the ground, and ordered to comply with imperial commands. Denver wondered if Roman had already arrived earlier and questioned those orders, but Roman explained that the soldier had conspired with Valhalla and stolen Cairo's secrets. Therefore, the king had ordered his arrest, and any attempt at deception would be treated as complicity in rebellion, punishable by immediate execution. Denver asked whether Roman thought he could handle the consequences, reminding him that Valhalla would not let this slide, but Roman replied that he should be careful with what he said from now on, and placed his sword against Denver's neck, showing that he had not understood the situation. Roman knew it would make no sense to subdue only the aristocratic faction. Those who followed Valhalla and Kronos would also fall. When Gregory's estate was invaded by the vice-captain of the royal cavalry, he told Simon that he knew very well he would not be able to bear the burden of Cairo. Simon acknowledged that Gregory was right. Kronos wanted to conquer the entire continent, but the king had already made his decision. Simon grabbed Gregory by the head and slammed him to the ground, warning that if Kronos crossed the borders, he would cut off his head and hang it on the walls. He agreed with his own reasoning. Any variable had to be eliminated. At Benedict's estate, he was nervous, imagining that the day would come when they would have to usurp the throne, but he had not expected it to happen so abruptly. If they could gather most of the faction's forces, they could take control of Cairo without much difficulty. Although Roman had grown stronger after defeating Count Nicholas, not everything would go as he wanted. But when he called for Fabius, he refused. Through the communicator, Benedict asked if Fabius had gone mad. Not only had he not sent his troops, but he would not attend the meeting either. He asked if that was his final decision. Benedict replied that they needed to be honest with each other now. He was betting that Roman Dmitri would win the fight, and that he would not be swayed. Benedict questioned whether he was sure he would not regret it. Benedict said of course not. If he was wrong, his days would be numbered, but although he had started as a traitor, he would do everything for the sake of his people. Benedict asked whether Fabius had not heard the rumors about how well he took care of his people. The aristocratic faction seemed not to understand the situation. They were now facing their own downfall, and it was their fault. At that very moment, Valentino declared his support for Dmitri, and the neutral forces began to move. The Valentinos who supported the Dmitris bought out all the mercenaries of Cairo, thanks to the actions of the Marquis and other neutral forces. The aristocratic faction could not move its troops rashly. Later, in the royal palace's meeting room, Roman explained that a few days earlier, Count Fabius, who had been part of the aristocratic faction, along with several other families like his, had decided to join the royal faction. King Daniel thought that the Demetris could have defeated the aristocratic faction on their own, but that Roman had made a prudent deal. He was practically leading the war alone, and using the fortress map as a reference, pointed out that if the aristocratic faction had managed to gather, they would have marched their armies to the capital. In the current situation, they had chosen to defend, and with their reduced forces, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate all traitors. Daniel decided to provide everything necessary, and as commander gave royal approval, assigning Roman full command of the war. At Benedict's castle, they discussed that if the royal troops moved quickly, they would reach the area in a week, lock the gates, defend the castle, and wait for a chance to counterattack. One of the nobles commented that Marquis Valentino had maintained a neutral stance for so long, but had now declared support for Roman Dmitri, and asked whether they could really win. Another noble replied that the aristocratic faction could not mobilize even half of its forces, and suggested contacting other nobles who followed Kronos and Valhalla, since their leader had been captured. Benedict agreed that it was a good plan, and asked how long it would take. The noble to his right replied that to change their minds and gather forces, it would take at least 15 days. Benedict assigned him the mission, and remarked that although the war had started abruptly, they had been preparing for a long time. Meanwhile, Count Nicholas woke up. He was still alive, though with a severe external wound. Roman had not intended to kill him from the beginning. At the moment he was struck, he heard Roman say not to worry about what would happen afterward, as he had no intention of betraying Cairo. Nicholas thought that he first needed to understand what was happening. Then Then the vice captain appeared, saying he thought he had died, and was glad to see him well. Nicholas apologized for worrying Simon, and asked what had happened since he had blacked out. The vice captain explained that the troops were about to depart, with Roman Dmitri as commander, attacking the aristocratic faction. Nicholas asked to be taken to where the war ceremony would take place, so he could be present. And so, the war ceremony indeed took place. Roman Dmitri was decorated by Count Nicholas himself as the commander of that war, and at that moment he noticed something curious. The person representing the royal army was there, personally handing him the sword, just as the king of Cairo had done before. Even in a chaotic system of power and authority, there were still people who had not lost their innocence. He then took the ceremonial sword and declared that Cairo had been going through a period of chaos, but that on that day everyone would unite to punish the traitors. He knew it would be painful to kill their own compatriots, but he believed that peace and stability would return to that land. He said he would always be on the front lines, and asked them to trust him and fight for victory. The soldiers responded by shouting Commander Roman's name, and thus the battle, with the fate of the kingdom at stake, began. Later, Roman Dmitri was already prepared on the front lines of the aristocrats' territory, with several flares positioned. He knew that the more time he gave the aristocratic faction, the greater their chances would be, so he decided to end it quickly, and ordered everyone to prepare to begin the first round of attacks immediately. On the other side, the captain of the aristocratic guard, Cameron, noticed that the enemy was using flares. A powerful defensive spell was activated over Benedict's castle, strong enough to withstand dozens of attacks, and even restore its durability with mana crystals. Even so, he soon noticed several mages preparing to attack. This was because Roman had already funded the Phoenix Magic Tower, and prepared its mages for siege warfare. The mission of the Phoenix Tower was clear: bring down the walls. Phoenix appeared before the mages, and said that this was their chance to repay their lord's kindness, showing everyone why they were the most powerful in this type of battle. The mages then used amplification magic on the flares, strengthening the power of the fire before launching them at Benedict's shield. A single attack was enough to make the entire structure tremble, and it became clear that the barrier would not hold for long. Watching this, Cameron thought that mages were supposed to remain neutral, yet they were participating in the war. Moreover, their numbers were large, and the power they displayed was terrifying. Without wasting time, he ordered the activation of the emergency defense system, using all available mana crystals and concentrating as much energy as possible on protecting the castle. Meanwhile, Simon questioned where so many mages had come from. Chris explained that recently the Phoenix Magic Tower had established itself in Dimitri's territory. Surprised, Simon asked how a neutral tower could do such a thing, and was told that all the mages had sworn loyalty to Dmitri. If Dmitri had decided to become Cairo's sword, it was only natural that the Phoenix Tower would also show its loyalty. This left Simon even more impressed with Roman's decisions, coming to the conclusion that he was practically a monster. The Dmitri territory already possessed power comparable to that of an entire kingdom, and at that moment he was certain that making a deal with Roman had been the right choice. Without hesitation, Roman Dmitri ordered them to intensify the attack. All the flares were activated with amplification magic, and at that moment it seemed as if fate was on Cairo's side. After the sun set, the battle finally calmed down, and the soldiers on both sides took a break. In Benedict's camp, the situation was tense, and everyone discussed how long they could continue to endure if attacks like the one in the morning continued. The estimate was that they might last only 10 days. Worried, Benedict asked about Baron Winston, and Owen replied that the aristocratic faction's troops that had been gathered had just arrived at the entrance to the northeastern region. Benedict then asked what the chances were of the attack on Dimitri's territory failing. Confidently, Owen assured him that there was a 100% chance of success. According to him, Baron Winston was a commander who represented the pride of the aristocratic faction, and in just 3 days they would wipe out the so-called rabble of Dmitri. Benedict was using a diversion tactic, as he knew he could not trust the imperial faction. Therefore, he decided to grant Baron Winston full authority over the troops, allowing him to do whatever was necessary to secure victory. Meanwhile, Winston stood beside his deputy, planning the advance. One of the knights explained that if they advanced further in that region, they would reach Count Adelian's territory. At that moment, they received a message from the main force stating that they would only be able to hold out for 10 days, which was an extremely tight deadline to cross Dimitri's territory. Faced with this, Winston concluded that they needed to avoid direct combat whenever possible, and move as quickly as they could. The plan was to pass through the territories of Conrad, Rollo, and Adelian, since these three were not allies of the pro-Dmitri faction. From what they knew, these territories had been formed through wars against the north, absorbing the defeated, which made them some of Dimitri's greatest opponents in that region. Adelian, for example, controlled an important trade city and wanted to avoid any situation that might harm his connections with the government. Meanwhile, the barons Rollo and Conrad still harbored resentment toward Dmitri, making negotiations even more likely to succeed. With this in mind, Winston ordered that a proposal be offered to the three territories, promising rewards if they allowed the troops to pass. About an hour later, the three territories accepted the aristocratic faction's proposal. As they advanced, one of the nobles still showed distrust and questioned whether they could really trust the northeastern nobles, raising the possibility that it might be a trap. Even so, Winston remained confident. He believed that even if it were a trap, there would be no real danger, since Dimitri's elite was concentrated in the main war, and the remaining forces at the border would be nothing more than ordinary soldiers. In open field, those troops would have no ability to face the aristocratic elite, even if all the northeastern forces attacked together. One of the knights was impressed by Winston's analysis, recognizing that he had considered all factors. However, suddenly, in the dark plains of the night, several flames began to appear. That was when Jonathan, captain of Dimitri's knights, appeared and declared that Marquis Benedict had officially been deemed a traitor. He demanded immediate surrender, warning that any resistance would be treated as rebellion. Outraged, Winston responded that this was absurd and denied that Benedict was a traitor. He then attempted to negotiate, offering peaceful passage and saying that if they cooperated, they would receive benefits thanks to the Marquise's generosity. However, he also made it clear that if they remained hostile, he would not hesitate to attack. Ignoring the proposal, Jonathan ordered the mage Nox to begin casting the spell. Nox, a 5th circle mage, used a powerful fire cannon along with other mages, unleashing a devastating attack. In a matter of seconds, the frontline soldiers were completely incinerated. The situation quickly spiraled out of control, and Winston realized he was being defeated within moments of combat. He had never seen such powerful troops on the front lines. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jonathan advanced straight toward him, and with a single strike, split him in half. A week later, after the continuous siege, the defenses of Benedict's castle finally collapsed, and its walls fell. Desperate, Benedict began asking for any news about Winston, trying to understand what had happened to his last hope. One of the knights replied that the advisor had already contacted the troops and confirmed the worst possible news. They had been completely annihilated, and Baron Winston had died in battle. Upon hearing this, Benedict fell into despair. During the meeting, it became clear to everyone that the situation had reached its end. Winston's troops had been wiped out. The castle could fall at any moment, and there was no longer any contact with anyone from the royal faction. Faced with this, some began to suggest surrender. Owen reacted immediately, questioning how they could even consider such a thing. He reminded them that Roman had destroyed everyone who had dared to become his enemy up to that point. Then he suggested another alternative to Benedict, proposing that they ally themselves with the Empire, since the fight was lost anyway. In his view, it was better to try to survive than to wait for death, even if that meant changing sides. After thinking it over, Benedict decided to act, and ordered them to contact Kronos immediately, as he would begin negotiations. On the other side, Baron Charlton, a representative of the Kronos Empire, replied that the person they had been working with until then was Count Gregory, not Benedict, and questioned why they should help him now. In response, Benedict explained that Cairo had begun a major internal purge, and that both Gregory and Denver, who had been collaborating with him, had been captured. From Kronos' perspective, that did not make much difference. Interested, Charlton commented that it was an intriguing perspective, and decided to hear what Benedict had in mind, asking how exactly he wanted the Empire's help. Benedict then proposed that Kronos attack Cairo's western front line. The proposal was accepted, and just 12 hours later, 2 of Cairo's 3 defensive lines had already been breached. Soon after, Benedict contacted the king through a communication crystal and provocatively asked whether he liked the gift. King Daniel replied indignantly, questioning what he thought he was doing by involving the Empire in an internal matter of the country. Without showing any regret, Benedict said he had no other choice, and that in the end, everyone had to do whatever was necessary to survive. He then backed the king into a corner, saying that now he would have to make a decision: abandon Cairo to defeat him, or defend the front lines to protect the kingdom. After that, Benedict ended the communication, leaving the king completely desperate in the face of the situation.